With this one, because you've got all that comfort inside, around the ankle there, you're not going to have that. So you're going to feel a little bit more secure when you actually go out with these for the first time, if you're doing any sort of length of walk. But I do like the styling on this. The colourways are fabulous as well. We're calling this brown, but it's sort of like more of a, I don't know, a mushroom.
I was just going to say a dark mushroom.
Yeah, it's a lovely colour actually.
Mocha.
A mocha.
Yeah.
That's perfect, Julie. Well done. Also not as heavy as a traditional walking boot either. And then you've got this in the really nice navy and in the black. But all of them have got this sort of like mild cuff at the back, which is really nice. And also the shaping underfoot is going to give you a little bit more of a rocking motion when you're actually wearing them.
Yeah, really nice. It's a wonder, Sheila, why traditional walking boots don't have knitted cuffs, because it makes such sense.
I think they just stick to more of because either they do them in a leather, they do them in a man-made, which is this is man-made, or they do them in like a fabric. They tend to have a little bit of padding round the back, but not as soft as
Not
this.
as soft.
No.
How, do they feel nice and soft?
They do. Very
Linda?
light as well, practical but fashionable, like you said, Sheila. They are fabulous. You can feel inside the lining inside is
it's
just
lovely.
gorgeous. I've got no socks on at the moment, but these are really lovely. I think they look great as well. But I just feel safe underfoot because you've got that great tread.
Yes.
And they're not heavy at all. They're really light, and I love that navy. It's gorgeous.
It's really nice.
And a little bit of zing of bling on the side. Not bling really. What is it, Sheila? The decoration?
Well, the thing is, but where the laces are there, it just gives it that added extra and strengthening with the laces as well.
Very good point, thank you. The Pavers lace-up ankle boot has an order code 313042. It's in black, in brown and navy, $39.99, and the size range is 3 to 8. Hello, we've got a water-resistant boot for you now in a fabulous array of colours, so many to choose from.
I know.
Sheila, what's the difference between water-resistant and waterproof?
Well, waterproof is like a Wellington. So when you go out and you buy a Wellington, they are waterproof and generally made of like a neoprene, a plastic, something like that. Water resistance, that means that if it is raining, it's just going to sort of dribble off the boot. But obviously, if you went into a big puddle, then eventually your feet would probably get a little bit damp. But generally, when it's raining or you're going through snow or slush or something like that, it will actually just wick away from the boot.
And repel.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
great.
it. But a really gorgeous boot. You can tell this is popular because we've got it in so many lovely colours. Love the knitted cuff. It's sort of quite vibrant on this one. They're slightly different on two of the boots on the black, which is like a marl knit with grey and white. And then on the taupey colour, it's more of like purples and sort of a terracotta colour. But a fabulous boot, comes a little bit further up the calf. So if you're tucking your trousers in, they will stay put. Or if you did want to wear, if you're going for that really sort of bohemian chunky look, you could wear tights with a longer maybe knitted skirt or something. You've got a buckle detail round the back here, that's all fixed into place. Then you've got a zip here which you won't use, that's just there, well, for fancy really. And then you've got the zip at the other side here. And when I open that, it shows that really luxurious lining, which is like a lovely, real textured faux fur there. So really nice and warm into the foot. Chunky sole, really good underneath, really great grip. So if you're out in all sorts of weathers, it's going to keep you protected.
Lovely. Sheila, colour?
Right, well, this one is the burgundy. What a selection we've got. We've got a black, we've got a burgundy, a navy, a tan and a taupe. And the taupe has got a real lovely texture to it, and that's what Linda's wearing.
I meant, what colour would you choose?
Oh, sorry, which colour would I choose? Actually, in this one, I quite like the tan.
Linda?
Yeah, I quite like the tan.
And how do they feel? I like the tan too. No, I actually like the taupe. Well, how do they feel?
Absolutely lovely, luxurious to wear. I love winter clothes, and these are just stunning. My teenage daughters would love these. Yeah. They are fabulous.
They are an incredibly flattering boot too for your leg. They come at just the right point, not too short, not too long. They're perfect. They're in black, in burgundy, in navy, in tan, in taupe, however you want to say it. They're only $39.99. The size sizes are 3 to 8. It's the Pavers water-resistant ankle boot. Now, we couldn't do a Top Trends knitted cuff show without bringing you an offering from Mr. Hackham in Turkey.
I know.
We all feel we know Mr. Hackham,
We do.
don't we?
We've never met him yet. We're hoping to one day.
Yeah.
But he always makes lovely, lovely boots, lovely shoes, all with beautiful leathers, Turkish leathers. And this is just a really nice, sort of simple boot, even though it's got that gorgeous knitted cuff. And this one, it's sort of like, well, it's like a striped effect with all these gorgeous colours running through there. So any colour knitwear is going to go with this little boot.
Any colour.
You've also got this ruching effect down the front there. You've got 2 zips to get in and out of the boot. And then inside, you've got the microfiber linings, which are all lovely and cushioned as well. You've got a leather insole, which is really nice, so that's going to wick away moisture. And then the sole is a little bit different. It's got a really nice shape in here, but then the tread underneath is absolutely fantastic. It sort of moulds to your foot, and I just think it's just a really nice, simple, flat boot, but ever so nice, just finished with that lovely knitted cuff. Now we've got the 3 colours. This is the burgundy, and then we've got the lovely navy, and we've got the black in this one.
And I think the tops are all, whether they're similar hues. Can I just turn that round there, Sheila? Because the sole, it looks like shark's teeth.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah.
It's like a double layer on the sole there, but that's going to give you really good traction in any
Really
bad
good.
weather.
Yeah. Can you feel that, Linda?
Oh, you can actually, but it feels really sturdy actually.
Yes.
You know, if you're going to do a lot of walking, you're catching the bus, you know, taking children to school, these are going to be fabulous. But they look great as well.
Yes,
The
they
leather, honestly, the leather's so soft. It's like wearing a pair of slippers.
Yeah.
Now, I would suggest with this one to use the protector spray.
Absolutely,
Yes,
good
for
advice.
sure.
Yeah. And Mr. Hackham's leathers, because they're so sort of glove soft, you know, but really buttery leathers. They do get better and better.
Yes,
each
they do.
year you wear them. But excellent advice, Sheila, to do
Just
the
spray
protector
them.
spray.
Yeah,
because of
definitely.
course, if you want to spray handbags,
Yes,
coats as
leather
well,
coat,
it's really good.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
to protect it from any weather that we might get. The Loretta dual zip leather ankle boot has a great size range, 3 to 10, in 3 colourways: black, burgundy and navy. It's a very deep navy, lovely soft burgundy, and yes, it is sort of like a winey colour almost, and of course your classic black. They're $49.99 and the order code is 316088. We've got a really nice ankle boot for you now, and with the knitted cuff that's so on trend at the moment.
It is actually, but this one a little bit different. We've actually got a heel. It's like a wood effect stacked heel there. So anybody likes that little bit of elevation and a little bit smarter in its look. It's still a casual boot, but slightly smarter having that heel. And then underneath, what a fabulous grip as well. So any surface you're walking on, you'll feel a bit protected by that. The upper, again, like Julie said, you've got the knitted cuff round the back, a little bit higher at the front. So if you wanted to wear this with a skirt, maybe like a big long woolen skirt or something, that'd look really, really nice.
Lovely.
You've got the buckle effect running down the side here, also the zip detail, but that's just there, just as an added extra really. You're not going to use that zip. Then on the other side, the zip to get in and out of the boot, and then inside, it's like a really beautiful faux fur. Then you're going to see the red nodules, which is Relife. Whenever you buy a Relife boot, just look for those nodules and they'll go right through to the heel there. And you've got that comfort all the way through the foot. It's a really lovely walk on a Relife. Then also it says Tex at the side, so it's actually water resistant as well. So just perfect.
I've never seen Relife with quite a big heel.
No, neither have I.
So it's quite interesting that. Come on down, Linda. I'm interested to know how it feels.
Oh, fabulous. fabulous. I love these. I love fashion, winter fashion.
Because you prefer
winter.
a heel, don't you, in
Personally,
everyday life?
I like a heel.
Yeah.
I go a bit flat-footed when I'm wearing flats, so for me this is fabulous. But although it's a heel, you don't feel like it's a heel.
No.
It doesn't feel chunky.
It's not high, is it?
It's not high. And also as well, it's light. It looks quite heavy on the table, but it's actually, when you're wearing it, it's really light. Love that colour. I think it's gorgeous.
It is a really nice cognac, we're calling this.
Oh,
and it's
wow.
the perfect description.
Perfect.
But I actually like this because it comes that little bit further up, and so if you are tucking your trousers in, it gives it a really nice, neat look. And also the little stud detail on the top, you know, the tongue of the boot, that really finishes it off ever so well.
No, I love that that cognac. It is, as you say, it describes it exactly. Gorgeous, rich colour, and it might be. I was going to say it might be worth. Cause I thought they were leather.
I know they look like
investing
leather.
in a protector spray.
But you don't need
not.
to. You just literally wipe them clean.
Amazing. These are Real Life. They are the Pavers casual heeled ankle boot. Size ranges 3 to 8, £54.99, and 2 lovely colourways. That deep, rich, dark black, which black is, and cognac. We've got something I've never seen before now. We've got a Real Life that is a leather boot. Normally Real Life are man-made, but this is a Real Life leather.
It is. Really nice textures on the upper here. You've got this beautiful leather at the front here, and then you've got sort of like a snakeskin effect or stippled effect at the side there. But what's quite unique about this one is how it fastens. Now, to get inside the boot, you've got the zip at the side here, and then you've got the laces, but instead of lacing at the front, you've got 2 little loops, and you lace it around the boot, and then it ties at the side there, which is really quite nice. So if you needed to just tighten the top of the boot up a little bit, say it's a really sort of windy, horrible, wet day, you could actually bring that round a little bit tighter if you wanted to. Now, on the side it says text, which means water resistant as well, so that's a really good idea. But I would actually use our protector spray on these, with them being leather, before you go out in weathers, because if it's raining, snowing, sleeting, then actually using the protector spray would really benefit these boots. And obviously the protector spray you could use for all your other shoes, maybe leather handbags, anything you've got leather in your wardrobe, you can use it. So here it is, and I mean that's brilliant, just to spray on everything you've got.
Yeah, really good idea, Sheil.
I think a really nice boot. Now obviously it's by Real Life, and there you can tell with the little red nodules, so every step you take you've got comfort, and also that sole unit is so grippy, and actually quite a lightweight boot for quite a substantial boot.
Oh, it is,
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, and I like that little bit of snakeskin. It just lifts it, doesn't it?
It does.
It's very
nice, lovely boot.
Come on down, Linda. Now you're wearing the we're calling this wine. Very good description. It is wine.
It is very much so.
Yeah.
Stroke burgundy.
Oh, I like the cuff. The cuff on that one.
The cuff on that one is very different. The cuffs are really different. The which one are we?
Navy's more like tartan. Linda's is sort of like this lovely sort of designery striped effect, and on the brown it's more of like a tweed.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, which is lovely.
Yeah. No, I like it a lot. Does it feel nice, Linda?
It does, and because I've not got socks on, I can feel that massage in the heel.
Yes.
Do you wear socks then, Sheila, with the Real Life?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
Always wear a pair of socks with a pair of boots. I wear it just a normal everyday sock.
I do too as well, but I can still feel the benefits, which is great. The Pavers Real Life casual leather lace-up ankle boots, great size range, 2 all the way up to 10. Dark brown, navy and wine are your 3 colourways, and they're £64.99. Hello there, thanks for joining us for Top Trends knitted cuffs. You won't regret it. We've got a Real Life, gorgeous Real Life ankle boot for you with a knitted cuff and all the benefits that Real Life has.
Absolutely.
Tell us more, Sheila.
First of all, Julie, we bought a very similar boot, but it didn't have that lovely knitted cuff, did it?
I bought it in blue. What colour did you?
I got mine in sort of like a tan colour. And you have worn and worn and worn it, and it's just reminded me that I need to get my boots out for this year now. But fabulous, because Real Life gives you superb comfort. You look at this boot and you think, quite chunky, quite heavy. It's going to take a little bit of breaking in, but nothing like that at all. I'll show you underneath first, and I'll show you these little red nodules here. When you actually open your box, you have a leaflet inside that'll explain all about Relife and what it does for your feet. But they're like massaging, and they massage your pressure points, a little bit like if you went for reflexology. Now, we can't really talk about what reflexology is, but it's giving you that same effect when you're actually wearing them.
You just feel good. You don't know why. Your feet don't feel tired, or we don't.
No.
I don't when I walk. You don't feel tired. There's no breaking in. I just feel this sort of bounce.
Yeah, it is. It's a really comfortable feel. And those, you can't quite see inside there, but the red nodules, I assure you, they go right down into the back of the heel there. But it's just a fabulous sensation when you're wearing them. Now, the upper, you've got the laced up detail, but you don't have to keep lacing them. Once you've done that, leave it as is, because you've got the zip at the side here. Now, I'm going to open this out to see that beautiful, beautiful lining. It's the most gorgeous fleecy woolly lining, so it's going to keep your feet lovely and cozy. That's just a zip for effect there, and we've got 3 different colours. We've got the blue, the taupe, and we've got the wine as well.
And Linda's, lovely Linda's in the wine. It's a very subtle, muted wine colour. It's really nice.
Nice. And
it's like a dark Rioja.
And you've got a little bit of sort of like aged effect on the boot with the toe cap there, and it's like a little bit of a mottled effect on the upper as well.
Yep.
But they look fabulous, that lovely chunkiness.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Very quickly, Linda, what do they feel like?
Lovely. As soon as you put your foot into them, they are gorgeous, and they look great as well, don't they?
They look great, and they're for all ages. They're really, really on trend. Well, this is the top trends knitted cuffs, and they are $49.99 for the Relife by Pavers knitted cuff ankle boot. Sizes are 2 to 10. Fantastic in blue, taupe, and wine. Gorgeous, gorgeous boot. We've got a boot now, another Relife boot for you that says it's lightweight, is it, Sheila?
Do you know, it's not the lightest boot that we've ever had, but it is very, very light compared to maybe a walking boot that you might go and buy, you know, with this type of sole on it. I mean, look at that. That is such a big, grippy, substantial sole. So if you were out in all sorts of weathers, that's going to keep you really nice and secure. You've got the Relife at the bottom here that goes right through to the inside, and you probably can't see it there, but it gives you that feeling of well-being. It's such a lovely, lovely feeling. We've both got a pair of Relife boots. Debbie's got a pair as well. I think Linda might be joining us. Now she's started a walking group. She could invest in a pair of Relife for a walk-in. But this has got a really nice upper. It's got the laces, which you just actually lace up once, leave it laced up because you've got the zip to get inside the boot here. And if I open that out, you probably see the Relife. I'll just move the laces. And then you can see the Relife nodules. Can you just see them at the bottom there? I think you can just see them. And then you've got this lovely, it feels like sheepskin inside. It's all man-made, but it's so, so cosy. And I just think if you want that chunky boot to keep you lovely and safe, lovely and warm, this is a great one to go for. And just one other thing, round the back here, just to make it look a little bit more feminine, you've got this sort of pewter metallic piece, which is really nice.
It is very, very different, sort of unique styling on this one. They look great on, Linda. Do they feel good?
Great fashionable boot, but a really substantial walking boot.
Yeah, practical as well.
Practical walking boot. And these are a lot lighter than my walking boots. I need to invest in a pair, I must admit. These are fabulous. I think they're just quite trendy, but substantial. You've got a really great tread underneath. They're very flexible. And I actually think these are lightweight, with a lot more lightweight compared to my walking boots that I wore the other day. These are fabulous. I love the fact that you've got a zip as well, so you don't have to do the laces.
No.
That was another thing with my walking boots.
Yeah,
the laces
always
were on
having
and off,
to lace.
on and off. So I think that is a fantastic feature.
And also that knitted cuff, there's no digging in at the back either, is there?
None at all.
No, the knitted cuffs are a fashion, but they're also actually very practical.
Yes.
You know, and they do look really, really good. They just finish the boot off nicely. 4 colourways for the Real Life by Pavers lightweight lace-up ankle boot: black, brown, burgundy and navy, and they've all got that slightly shimmery sort of heel, which is nice. Different colourways of wool on the top, and $54.99 is the price point. Got another Real Life boot for you now, and in 4 different colourways. Quite an interesting styling on this boot.
I like this one. I think it is really nice. You've got the 2 zips on the upper there, but I love this little ruched effect down the front, which is really nice. Now, that's not going to move. It's within the upper, but that is so nice. I love that burnished toe there as well. Now, this one's the tan, but it's sort of like a golden tan, really. And it's also got that lovely knitted cuff at the top, which is so incredibly comfortable. So you've got the 2 zips, so really easy to get on and off. And then if I just open that out, just look at that soft interior. That is beautiful. It's going to keep your feet lovely and warm. Then you can see the little red nodules at the back there, which go right from there right down to the bottom on the sole of the shoe, and that's what's going to give you absolute perfect comfort. Now, on the side you will see that it says text, so this part of the boot is all waterproof, so if it is a really wet day, showerproof on the top here, so you're not going to get your feet wet or anything.
Great.
So really good boot for sort of all types of weathers as well.
Really, really good. Come on down, Linda, because we've got it in 4 colourways. Linda's wearing the burgundy, and that's actually more, I would call that cherry.
It is a very cherry.
Yeah.
I would say so. But
Yeah, how's it
really,
feel?
oh, gorgeous, isn't it? The leather insole inside, as soon as you put your foot in, I've taken my pop socks off because you don't need anything on. I was too warm wearing them, but these are lovely. I love the fact that you can open the zips quite wide and get your foot in as well. Really flexible.
But they just
lightweight.
look really quite sort of cute in a way.
Yes, they are cute. They're cute boots.
But for, you know, any sort of age group, and the size range is great, 3 to a 9 as well.
Absolutely. You could wear trousers that go over them, or tucked in, or thick opaque tights.
Of course you could.
They'd look lovely. And it's interesting to point out, I don't know if we can just go to the table, because the cherry, or sorry, the burgundy that Linda's wearing, and the goldy tan colour, they've both got a sort of brownish cuff. You can see it there, and when as I say, we go back to the table, but the black has got a kind of marley black and white one, and the one at the foreground, the blue, the navy, we're calling it blue, has got kind of a tartany.
It's really nice,
effect.
isn't it?
It's very, very different. They're like almost 4 different boots. Really, really unusual styling, a bit edgy, and it's good. Real Life by Pavers zip fasten ankle boot. Sizes are 3 to 9 in black, in blue, in burgundy and tan. They're $49.99 and the order code 312836.
Right, time for a lovely, lovely handbag now, and I noticed we've got quite a few trend colours going on here, Sheila.
I know, especially that mustard, which is really in fashion at the moment.
Massively.
And I've got the tan, which is more of an orange colour, but how fabulous. I mean, we're calling this a shopper bag, which is just perfect. Really nice in size. Love it that it's got the 2 straps that will fit over your shoulder as well, but you've got a pocket on the other side here, which is really nice because that's more of a security pocket, so you could put your purse in there, your phone, tickets and things, and keep that close to your body. And then inside the bag you've got a zip on top, and then really cavernous, and if you can just see down here, oh, there we go, you've got, sorry about that, you've got a nice zip pocket there, but underneath the bag as well you've got these little studs, so it protects the bag when you're out and about and you have to put your bag on the floor.
And they are a good looking bag as well. Julie's got the mustard one here as well, and it's nice size wise as well as it is. And I love the contrast between the mustard in the bag and the tan straps as well. That's a lovely natty combination actually. So this comes in either black, bordeaux, mustard or tan for a very affordable $27.99 actually, I have to say. For the look of the bag, this is a real nice one. Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really good, and the great thing is it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather.
I'm peering at the table because we've got croc heaven in court shoes here, but it's sort of mock. Well, it's mock croc.
It's mock,
but it's kind of finer than crocodile skin.
It is. It's much finer. It's more snaky. It's like more of a snake skin. But if you look at it, it is leather. Beautiful quality leather, and they put this coating on the top to give it this impression, because obviously leather doesn't come with this print on it. So it's leather upper, beautiful sheen on it. As far as caring for it's concerned, I would probably use a protector on it to protect it from weather, whatever the weather you're going out in, and obviously just give it a nice soft cloth to keep it looking nice and shiny like it looks. Inside, the leather quality is superb. Absolutely superb. Fully padded, all leather inside, absolutely gorgeous. It's on a blocky heel, which is very easy to wear because it's just an easy workable heel for every day. But also, I think this has got something else to it. I think it's a very smart look, very elegant, very sort of county look to it. Love the tassels on the top here. You've got a really nice look. I like the front of the shoe as well. Loads of room to put your foot inside there. Lots of room. It is a standard fit, but there is room in it. Underfoot as well, great safety with the base that you've got there, and just a super looking shoe. And it's so nice to see such an array of colours we've got for you here. We've got this beautiful brown, which you'd very rarely see in a croc. We've got a gorgeous burgundy. We've got a very lovely French navy, and we've got the black. So a wealth of colours to choose from. A really good quality shoe. For £41.99, it's all leather, remember, leather out and leather in. It's absolutely beautiful and looks unbelievably smart on. Do you want to come down and show us that one?
Absolutely agree. I mean, I've seen shoes like this in a shop in the high street, so-and-so and so-and-so. And you could add a one in front of it.
Easily.
Yeah.
Do they feel good, Linda?
Really love it. The leather is just so soft and so supple. It's Turkish leather, so they always do the best leathers, don't they?
They do.
But really lovely, comfortable, flexible as well. So you've got a leather insole as well. It's going to wick away that moisture. I just think they are so smart. I've just got one with jeans.
Gorgeous.
The burgundy is lovely because it's so in at the moment, burgundy.
I know, I don't normally go for burgundy, but I'm really drawn to it. Would that be the one you would choose?
Burgundy and black, burgundy and grey looks really nice.
Yeah, burgundy and grey looks gorgeous, actually. So we've got the black patent croc, we've got brown patent croc.
Brown's the closest to me at the back.
That's right. We've got the navy then next.
Navy,
and it's
burgundy and black.
Just got something.
The burgundy's gorgeous, but also, and I would never say this because the navy is also gorgeous. Very smart. In fact, all four colours are beautiful. Depends on what you use in your wardrobe to wear them with.
Exactly, and you could put the navy on with the navy jeans, and it would really give them a lift. They're gorgeous. They are the Pavers patent leather court shoes. Sizes are 2 to 8, 313347, the order code for this style, £41.99, a fantastic price, all leather. Hello there, we're looking at comfy and cosy slippers, and these tick every single box, don't they?
Absolutely. Really snuggly, really warm, total full slipper, quite high up onto the foot. So, you know, if you're in a house with maybe have hard floors and you wear your slippers out and stuff like that, these have got a very hard wearing base. They're made for us in Spain, and the base unit itself is outdoor unit. So, you know, you've got very hard wearing paste on the base of the shoes. Slippers. If you're going outside in them, the anti-slip properties are fantastic as well. So if you're hanging the washing out, or bringing the letters in, or doing whatever you need to do in your garden or outside, these are perfect. Snuggly top on them. It's all made of microfiber. Microfiber in, microfiber out. Beautiful, comfortable, amazing price point. And we're under £20 for something as snuggly and warm as this. 3 great colours. The very neutral one, the one I'm holding in the centre, is the beige. Then we've got burgundy, which is a very soft burgundy, more of a sort of very dark rose. And then we've got the lovely, quite regal purple. Come on, Sheila, let's have a look at the purple.
Sheila, you're in purple, you're not in burgundy.
I'm in purple. And it's like a really rich sort of regal.
It is regal.
Very
purple.
regal.
But I always get these for my mum. She loves them. And she's got a pair that she's kept in her little shoe cupboard for me to wear when I go around and see her. And they are so snuggly and warm. They are fantastic. That microfiber lining is just like your first baby toy.
Yeah,
it's just
really soft.
beautiful, really soft, and they feel lovely and secure on the foot as well. I just think they're a fabulous slipper.
Yeah, they really, really are. So, Sheila, dare I say you might go for the purple?
Do you know, I am erring towards the purple.
This is a first.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I know you won't go purple.
I won't go purple.
No.
I don't like purple very much.
I love the purple.
But you should have burgundy because it goes exactly with your top.
Very true.
Yes, true.
Yeah, which leaves
I
me
like
with the
all
beige.
the colours, but well, I would put you in the beige.
Yeah.
You're the beige girl. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely fantastic value for money. Size 2 right the way through to 9. Super fit anybody. Toes can be snuggly and warm, but they can move around, which is really important.
And actually, they make a very, very good present.
Yes, they do.
Because, if you give them to somebody, and a lot of people like something quite nice and plain. I like, bling and pom-poms. I don't. But I could add my own pom-poms because I love making pom-poms. So really, they are a fabulous present for somebody to customise or just wear as they are.
Yeah, true.
And the right side of 20 quid.
I know. It's great, a great gift, like you said.
It really is.
Great gift.
Yeah,
any time of year.
Yeah. The Pavers full slipper has an order code 311253. Details, of course, as always on the screen as well. The size range is great. It's 2 to 9. 3 colourways: beige, burgundy and purple. And the price is £19.99. Great value for a lovely, stylish slipper. Hello there, we've got a wider fit leather court shoe for you now. It might be a bit Marmite. Some people might love it, some people might hate it. It's certainly unusual.
It is extra wide. We do a full range of different width fittings at Pavers, and this is an extra wide shoe coming in 3 different finishes. Like Julie said so rightly, it might not be your cup of tea, but wait until you see it on a foot. I think sometimes shoes don't have hanger appeal. I think probably this is one of them. When it's on a foot, when it's on Sheila's foot that you'll see in a minute, she's got the amazing red ones on in this suede. It looks terrific on a foot. It has got a lot of foot coverage, a lot, and it is wide. So remember that Sheila is a standard fit, and this is a wider shoe. So I'll show you the black one first of all. So the plain one is plain black leather with black suede across the top that's pinched to the centre with a little stud here, and then venting to let your feet expand, or as your feet expand, let the shoe expand with you. Inside, little ditzy print. Can you see there, little ditzy print linings? Leather in, leather out, absolutely gorgeous in quality of leathers. And then a little, like you said earlier, a bit Louis shaped heel on this one again. Underfoot, great safety as well, and there's movement on the shoe. So you've got the best of everything really, especially considering if you have got an extra wide foot, we're talking like Triple E, this is perfect for you. You've got come in and let's have a look at the red ones before we say more about them.
What a striking red.
Gorgeous
I absolutely love that shade.
Do you know, red has sort of come out now in shoes and boots and things for this season, which is fantastic. Just something a little bit different.
Not burgundy, but
red.
Wow.
And also
it's
this
like
comes
scarlet,
in
isn't it?
half sizes as well, which is fantastic.
Yes, that's true, absolutely.
To have an extra wide shoe that's actually quite dressy, that could take you to a really nice occasion, and if you've got a lovely red sort of suede bag to go with these.
Yeah, I would think if you wear navy, if you wear grey, if you wear black, if you wear a block colour, and then have an accessory to match the shoe, works perfectly well.
Absolutely right.
And I tell you what's quite popular in fashion now, You know, the green, the bottle green, which
That
would
would
go
go with it as well.
lovely with the red.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
look
a bit like the
what you like-
material.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
guys,
your dress,
it does work so
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
So we've got the red, which is all suede, and then we've got the black,
The plain black
with
leather
the
with
strap
suede.
over of suede, and then the
we've
other
got
one.
the gorgeous patent in the
Right.
foreground on your screen there.
Yeah.
Patent with the black piece across the top.
Yeah.
It's really interesting dressing for your feet, and if you have got that wider foot and you're struggling to get something that fits you properly, this is perfect.
Yes.
Give it a go, see what it looks like on Sheila and what it will look like on your feet as well.
Yeah, and it would look fabulous too with opaques. And as Sheila pointed out, great to have half sizes.
Yes.
They're not nearly as prevalent as when we were kids.
No, they're not.
This Pavers wider fit leather court shoe, 3 to 8 with half sizes, for 3 colourways, $49.99.
Oh, do you know what? This makes you want to sign up for a class of some sort. I'm not quite sure what yet. We're having a little think about that, but, you know, because this seat's quite comfortable. Do you know what I mean?
It is, yes. But I think, you know, if you're wearing the appropriate gear, you
Yeah.
can just wander across to... I was going to say switch your television over, but you don't even need that these
No,
days,
don't
do
do
we?
that. We need all the viewers we can get. Actually, you're quite a good teacher and an inspirer to exercise
That's
as
right,
well.
but
so-
just wait till you see Linda. She's wearing the perfect
Oh, she is.
clothing for these, because when
Fit
I...
chic she's in.
Absolutely. When I look at... what is it called? Linda will know. Something looks.
Looks.
Yes.
Sports looks.
Sports looks, you see? That's what she's wearing.
Oh, I
Derek's
see.
looking a bit vacant now.
Right.
Yes.
But let's
Yeah,
have a look. Let's show
Yes.
you what we mean. Come on down, Linda.
Yes.
Yes.
Sports
Come on
looks,
down.
you see?
That is the look,
Perfect.
isn't it?
This is
Yeah.
what I wear every day. I'm doing the school run, I'm taking the dog for a walk, and this is the footwear I need as well.
It's very
with
Cheshire
it.
set, isn't
It
it?
is, well, she did get that from Cheshire. She
Oh,
told me.
well, there you
Yeah.
go then. There you go.
But I think it's one of those looks that's very sort of smart casual. We do wear a lot of casual clothes these days. You know, we're not always dressed as if we're going out for dinner.
No.
But a normal trainer can sometimes spoil an outfit.
Yes.
Too heavy, very heavy.
Too heavy. Too sort of like as if you're going to the gym.
Well,
but I just
you know, sometimes they're
think
gaudy.
They are
Trainers
actually.
can be gaudy, can't they? They can lack femininity.
But these are lovely because you've got 2 different colours. You've got that midnight black, which is beautiful. You've got the grey, but actually you've got 3 colours because you've got the navy, but it's not on the table.
No, the navy has it's wandered off.
It has wandered.
It's gone off to a class, I think, but you will find it on the website if you pop in the details, the item number, the order code, which is 310512. So if you're on the Tinterweb, just go to pavershoes.tv and pop in 310512. These are a really, really lovely, tidy fit.
They
as well,
are.
aren't they? Nicely streamlined.
What's really nice about them, you've got the zip, which is always a really nice sort of look. It's finished off beautifully. And if your foot's that little bit wider, you don't have to bring that zip all the way up because you've still got that security with them. It's actually a leather upper with a little bit of textile on there as well, and then you've got the interior, which if you just look there, you've got extra padding right throughout the sole unit.
Love it! Very, very nice indeed. And you're looking at just $29.99, which is an amazing price as well. Remember, we do have a buy and try money back guarantee. Get them home, try them on at home and see how they feel. And you could be turning a new page. Really easy as well with that zip. Lovely. Lovely colour choices too.
Got a beautiful long boot for you now. It's really nice shape, you'll see in a minute. Also very similar to a real life boot that I got last year, and I lived in it, literally. I loved it. My black knee-length one.
Yeah, I think it's the construction of the base of the boot. You know, this business going on at the heel.
So comfy.
With all the qualities that they've got here that say it massages the heel. You've got this great grip underneath anyway on the sole unit. Loads of toe wiggle. It's a wider fit. All Real Life that we sell at Pavers have got a wider foot, whether it be the shoes or the boots. So you've got lots of toe wiggle going on in there. I love the arrangement around the ankle with the studding. On the black one, it's black with the sort of a nickel colour studs. And on the brown one, on the tan one, actually, we're calling it cognac. For a change. The cognac one, it's got a dark brown with a bit of a brass, antique brass finish going on with it. So to get these boots on and off, you've got the zip on the inside, which goes all the way down. Lovely shaping, by the way, at the top. You see how rounded it is. You'll see when you see Sheila wearing it, how super it looks on the foot. So you've got that zip on the inside, to show you the inside of the boot with all that beautiful faux fur linings, and this is all microfiber, so the breathability of it's superb. The outside is all man-made, and you just need to wipe it clean to keep it looking right. That's all you need to do to look after this boot. The back is very interesting. Got venting all the way down the back here to the bottom of the zip. Now I leave this one open to show you that because if you've got a sportier calf, you've got lots of room, lots of extra room, or you want to tuck your trousers in. But Sheila, come on in, and you've zipped yours up.
Yes.
To show the difference. This is the cognac one Sheila's wearing.
Lovely.
Turn around and let's have a look at the back. I think that they look lovely either way.
Yeah,
whether it's open or whether it's closed.
Yes.
Love that colour, and I love the shape of the top of the boot.
So do I. I think
fabulous.
it's such a smart boot. It's very elegant.
And it's just a little bit taller in length as well, but it's so clever that you've got that zip right at the back there just to open it out a little bit further. But I just think it's a fabulous looking boot. You've got all that comfort, all that Real Life bring to you as well, which we all know because we've got some, but I think these are very smart. I think, Julie, how's your other black boots looking in your wardrobe? Do they need an update?
No, sadly, they're still going strong. They're nicely worn in.
That's a surprise with you.
I know. I've got to be honest. I know I would like those cognac ones, but you know, family hold back maybe. No, I could be tempted. Hopefully you could be tempted too, because really the qualities of Real Life, you'll see all the instructions and all the, you know, gen about them on the box. It's really, really a worthwhile investment. Real Life by Pavers casual knee-high boot has got a size range of 3 to 9, 2 colourways, black and this gorgeous, unusual cognac. They're $64.99. 315941 is your order code. Hello there, thanks for joining us for Top Trends Knitted Cuffs. We've got knitted cuffs aplenty for you. What are we kicking off with,
Well,
Sheila?
we're kicking off with something a little bit different, but I've had a sneaky peek, Julie, and there are some fabulous boots in the collection, but this one just a little bit different. It's quite a chunky little boot, quite well, obviously flat to the floor. And what I really like about it, first of all, you've got this sole unit that comes a little bit further up, and it's like rubberized. So if you walk in, maybe it's a little bit snowy, sleety, puddles. That's not going to wet your boot at all. So that's a really good benefit to it. Now it's got the knitted cuff, which is fabulous, so comfortable to wear, because that encasing your ankle is going to give you comfort all the way through. You've got this little loop strap detail which is just fixed into place with these little studs. Then you've got the zip to get in and out of the boot. Now just look at that lining. That is so luxuriously soft. It's like the most lovely sheepskin. It's all man-made, but it is just so lovely and warming to the foot as well. Now we've got the 3 different colours in this. We've got the burgundy, which I can't even count, Julie. We've got 4 different colours in this. We've got the burgundy, the black, the navy and the tan, all with that really nice knitted cuff with different sort of colours coming through there, the reds, the purples. We've got the whites, we've got the browns, the camel colours. So any type of knitwear you've got in your cupboard, you can match them with this boot.
Absolutely. Which colour would you go for, Sheila?
Do you know, I'm looking at that. I actually quite like the navy in this one.
Do you know, I do, and in fact, Linda's got it on, so come on down. I like the navy.
Yeah, it's really nice. Nice. There's a bit of difference when you've got
the navy too.
boot.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in the styling because you've got those 2 little straps at the side.
Yes.
And the knitted cuff on this one goes down a bit deeper than they normally do.
But I mean, that must be really comfortable, Linda, around your ankle.
It really is so soft. It's like, it's like fluff around your ankle. It's so lovely, beautifully, and these are really light as well. I love that navy because it's really hard to get a nice navy walking boot.
It is very, very, very difficult. And you know, with these as well, it's all man-made and it looks like leather, but just literally wipe them clean.
Fabulous. Sheila, very quickly, the bit on the side, the decoration on the side, the little straps, are they literally just decorative?
It's just decorative, just with the little studs there to keep it in place.
Thank you, perfect. The Pavers knitted cuff ankle boot has an order code 313000. The size is a 3 to 8. They're $39.99 and they come in black, burgundy, navy or tan. Hello there, you're watching our new season slipper show, and we've got a lovely little, do you call it a pump slipper, this one, Debs?
Well, it's a traditional shape, it's a full slipper. It's just a full slipper. Do you know what? Slippers used to be sold like swimwear. Seasonal.
Yes.
They used to be at Christmas, and it's swimwear would be in the summer. Now it's all year round.
Yeah, you're right.
So at the end of the day, you think about it, you need slippers all year round. You don't just wear them at Christmas.
Yeah.
What do you do in the summer? You know, what do you wear the rest of the year? Slippers sell all the year round for us at Pavers, and these Spanish ones are no exception. We buy a lot of slippers from Spain. They make slippers beautifully. In the Rioja region of Spain, strangely, don't know why. I don't know the answer to that question, so don't even bother thinking about it. But that region of Spain where they make gorgeous wine, they make fabulous slippers for us
So
as
not
well.
Andalusia, not down south?
No, they make them mainly in that region, and they make the espadrille type shoes as well. And they make them in Mallorca as well. Just for a little snippet of information, it's probably a bit useless, but you never know.
No.
You might get a quiz question once and you know the answer. So these are lovely. This is it in a lovely, we're calling it burgundy, but it's like a deep rose colour in the pink one, and then we've got the navy one, which I'm holding. So navy one has got lovely pale, lighter blue linings, and the deep rose or burgundy has got a lovely rose lining in it. Beautiful quality, all microfiber, so breathability of it is fabulous. Movement on it is amazing. Inside, it oozes comfort. Absolutely
It looks,
terrific
as you would
inside.
say, very squidgy. But
Oh,
come on
very
in,
squidgy.
Sheila, and let's see how squidgy it is.
Do you know, it is, it's a real joy to wear, because that footbed, you literally sink down and down and down, which is lovely. And then the interior's so soft and cosy next to your toes. It's lovely. And again, it's just a pretty little slipper, isn't it?
It is.
Really
It's lovely.
nice.
Match your dressing gown. My mum always used to match
Definitely.
dressing gown with
Yeah.
slippers.
I think it's probably a memory foam footbed, to tell
Yes,
you the truth.
do you know, it feels like
Yeah.
that. I wasn't sure, I didn't like to say, but that's what it actually
Yes,
feels like.
yes.
And there's all different types of memory foam,
There are,
really
yeah.
good quality.
Yeah.
And this one is fabulous.
Yes, I
Yeah.
could just tell by looking
You
at
can see it,
by
can't
how
you?
thick it is.
Yeah.
You know, you can, yeah.
And underfoot, great grip.
Yes.
Fabulous grip, fabulous quality underfoot. Because remember, slippers are not just for in the house. And also we have different
Tell me
types
about
of floor textures these days, floor coverings. You have slippy floors, you have raised floors, you have all sorts of undulating floors. But go outside to hang the washing out, whatever, perfect.
Exactly. That's why I always ruin slippers, because I don't have them usually with the
Well,
sole.
you need that
ruin them.
Paver
So I
slippers.
need these. You need these as well. They are the Pavers embroidered slipper pump. Sizes are 3 to 8. 2 colourways, burgundy, but as Debbie rightly said, it's much more like a deep rose and navy. $16.99, 316 677 is your order code.
So Sheila, this is the ankle boot edition.
It is.
And we're starting off with a super best seller.
Do you know, we bring this out quite a few seasons, and we bring out beautiful colours. We've just probably mixed it up a little bit this year. I think this one might be quite new, actually, the grey. But do you know, it's so incredibly lightweight. It really, really is. And I think it's quite a dressy boot,
Yes.
quite a stylish boot, because
Yes.
in our collection today we've got something that's very casual, we've got dressy, we've got something actually
For everyone.
everybody. Beautiful leather on the upper. You've got the one-touch fastening, which you can open them right out. So if you have problems getting shoes on and off, these are really, really easy. And it's a microfiber lining with like cushioning in there as
Oh,
well. So it's going to
nice.
feel lovely on the foot.
So your foot's going to be like cosseted inside
Yeah,
there, isn't it?
then you've got that little button detail there, which is really nice. Then for the heel, it's probably about 1.5 inches, but just cut into slightly, so it gives it a really nice shape. Slightly sort of oval at the front, which gives it a nice
It's very
tailored look.
elegant,
It
isn't
is
it,
very
Sheila?
elegant. We've got the 4 colours. I've got the grey. We've also got the black, brown, and we've got
Ooh, the
burgundy.
brown's rich,
Yeah,
isn't it? It's
the brown is lovely.
lovely
And you
brown.
don't see lots of ankle boots in a brown.
No,
You know,
no.
so that is a really nice colour.
No, exactly. Julie's gone for the burgundy ones. Now, you see, again, there could be age range trendy, funky, or your mum sort of thing.
They could. Do you know, I think these would be great for my mum. She's got quite a slender foot and these are a wider fit, but because she's got the one-touch fastening, she could actually draw that right across.
Yeah, but also it's always worth checking on the website, isn't it? Because sometimes you do the same shoes in a different fitting than we're showing on the telly, don't we?
True.
So, Julie, tell us all about these.
Oh, I just absolutely love them. They're as light as a feather and they're really supportive. I mean, I've sort of tailored them to fit my little narrow feet, so they feel really secure and incredibly smart. I think they're very dressy.
And what's the lining like inside on your foot?
Soft, yes, very soft, very comfortable. Yeah.
You can see why they're a bestseller.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
you can. And is there enough room for your toes to wiggle?
They're wriggling right now. Yeah,
Very
they
good.
are well and truly spread
They're well
out
and truly
comfortable.
wiggling. 313332 is your item code number. These are Pavers leather ankle boots. Look at the size range, 1 to 9. Please check the screen for size availability. As I said, they are super bestsellers, these. They come in black, they come in brown, they come in burgundy, and they come in grey. They're £39.99. I know. 08450 99 969. That's the telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and have a peruse and a buy on the web. Now, are these those velour again? Is it
Well, it
velour?
feels a bit like a faux suede.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
really nice sort of feel, tactile feel to the upper. Inside, leather footbed, made in Italy, which is fabulous. You've got that anatomic footbed, and obviously, you know, you've got all that cushioning inside, which is just beautiful. But what I find with one of the fly flots is they just go on forever. You know, I've still got mine. I've actually got 2 pairs that I got probably, I don't know, I can't remember. It is about 18 years ago, and they're still going strong. I mean, it's incredible.
And you wear them, you give them
I
some
do.
value,
I
don't
love
you?
them. I think they're just so easy. You know, if you're just nipping out somewhere, I mean, these have not got a waterproof upper, so you're not going to be wearing these if it's raining.
No.
But whether it's a slipper for indoors, and I think nowadays lots of people have got either tiled floors, laminate floors.
Yeah.
So you want something with really good grip.
Oh yes, now it's really funny you say that because I put on some old slippers I found upstairs. And I thought, went downstairs and walked through the kitchen because I've got like slate tiles.
Yes.
Okay, you can feel every lump and bump.
Yeah, and the thing is they do get slippy, so you want something with a really good grip. And even on carpet, you know, with conventional slippers, they can be quite dangerous if you're rushing around, but that's got a fabulous grip, and then you've got all that lovely cushioning right through the sole unit. Now we've got 4 different colours in this. I'm holding the navy with that little bit of embroidery on the top. Not too flashy like some of our fly flots have tended to be now.
I thought you were sounds like you, Jonathan. Thanks for that, Chill. What colour's that one then?
This is the navy, or we're calling this one blue, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not
we've
navy.
got black, we've got burgundy, and we've got a lovely sort of taupey grey colour, but you have to order taupe.
Yeah, of course. Now, you've gone for the burgundy ones, Linda, but I wouldn't call that burgundy. I'd call that more of a brick red, would you?
I call it wine.
Wow, wine.
Wine.
Well, red wine, obviously.
Yes, yeah.
Nice, that little bit of embroidery on the front, though.
Love them, absolutely love them. Do you know what? I've always got a pair of fly flots in my car, and I've always got a pair by the back door, always. Because they're great for just nipping out, you know, nipping outside. Yeah, they're just fabulous. Great grip underneath, great sole unit as well.
And I
so
bet, 'cause
comfortable.
in another job, you two are modelling all day long, aren't you?
Yeah.
And I bet these are brilliant. So when you've done an hour of modelling, and then you've got an hour wandering around the green room or getting ready for the next show, slip these on.
They are
Lovely and comfortable.
fantastic. They are so comfortable.
315802 is your item code number. Fly Flock Anatomic Embroidered Mule Slipper. UK sizes 1 to 9, again, brilliant size range. Which colour are you going to go for? You're going to go for black, you're going to go for blue, you're going to go for burgundy, you're going to go for taupe. £21.99. 08450 99 969. www.pavershoes.tv to come in and buy them on the web.
Got a very neat, graceful little slip-on for you now.
It is. It's got a very, very much, like you said, neatness. If I show you it sort of front ways on like that, look how neat and tiny it looks, but it's not. It is a standard fit, but there is room in it. So it's not like you've got to have a skinny foot for that. You haven't at all. There is room inside this beautiful quality leather shoe. Handmade, hand-finished, hand-stitched all the way around here. That's all done by hand. Lovely stitching along here as well with a patent thread that's gone right the way through the leather. And then you've got a little bit of elastication, venting either side of that upper, here and here. And then you've got on a wedge that's been nipped into very slightly to give the illusion that it might be a little heel, which is about 1.5 inches. Grip underneath, great for all weather, and again use a protector on the leather because it deserves it. Inside here is all leather. You've got full leather lining, beautiful quality, all that silver lining is leather, and the squidge on the base of it is superb. Again, loads of movement on the shoe. Again, 4 really good colours to choose from. I think possibly she may have the brown on again. We don't know. Come on in. Yes, she has.
Thing is,
what's happening?
I think
brown
it's
again.
Lorna. I think she has taken the burgundy away from me. She thinks I'm getting a bit addicted to burgundy.
You are addicted to burgundy.
So we've gone to brown, but
Right.
it wouldn't be my first choice, but I think it's a rich sort of Belgian chocolate brown, isn't it?
Oh, nice.
I think we need to waggle this burgundy one under your nose.
Yes, I think
don't we?
that's more of a subdued burgundy.
It is
though, this
actually,
time.
yeah. It is a gentle burgundy.
It is.
Yes, it is.
It's not shouting at you.
It is, and
burgundy.
the navy's a lovely, rich
That's
navy.
the burgundy,
lovely
by the way,
navy.
guys, at home.
Yeah. But I like
We'll just
Belgian
tease her with it. There you go.
chocolate brown.
Look.
I like
Burgundy one.
Can I ask a practical
Navy,
question?
brown and black.
Debs?
Yes, of course.
You mentioned a protector spray, which I know is a really good idea, and obviously we sell those, you know, so you don't have to go far for them. But I'm very partial to this little kit because I like shining shoes. My dad used to do it, and I like doing it as well. Can you put a protector spray on and
You
polish
can,
with
but
ordinary
I wouldn't
leather
suggest
polish
with
too?
this one because you've got the, if you look at, unless you're going to put it on and wipe it off around the areas where you've got the different, because it's got...
Oh, you've got your patent ribbon through, right.
Yeah, right the
got
way
it.
through, so possibly not as easy. If you're going to use a polish on them, use a neutral polish.
Right.
And that
good.
would work.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I get the point. They look lovely. A quick word, Sheila, are they comfy?
Oh, fabulously comfortable. And also, I love it because they've got toe room. That
Yeah.
squared off toe is
Yeah.
lovely.
You need it, don't you?
Important. Black, brown, burgundy and navy. There's Sheila in the brown, I know. 37.99. Sizes are 2 to 8. 308 415 is the order code. Details, of course, on the screen. Pavers, leather, slip-on shoe.
So, Sheila, this is the ankle boot edition.
It is.
And we're starting off with a super best seller.
Do you know, we bring this out quite a few seasons and we bring out beautiful colours. We've just probably mixed it up a little bit this year. I think this one might be quite new, actually, the grey. But, do you know, it's so incredibly lightweight. It really, really is. And I think it's quite a dressy boot,
Yes.
quite a stylish boot. Because
Yes.
in our collection today, we've got something that's very casual, we've got dressy, we've got something actually
For
for
everyone.
everybody. Beautiful leather on the upper. You've got the one-touch fastening, which you can open them right out. So if you have problems getting shoes on and off, these are really, really easy. And it's a microfiber lining with like cushioning in there as
Oh,
well. So it's going to
nice.
feel lovely on the foot.
So your foot's going to be like corseted inside
Yeah,
there, isn't it?
then you've got that little button detail there, which is really nice. Then for the heel, it's probably about 1.5 inches, but just cut into slightly, so it gives it a really nice shape. Slightly sort of oval at the front, which gives it a nice
It's very
tailored look.
elegant,
It
isn't
is
it,
very
Sheila?
elegant. We've got the 4 colours. I've got the grey. We've also got the black, brown, and we've got
Ooh, the
burgundy.
brown's rich,
Yeah,
isn't it? It's
the
a
brown is lovely.
lovely
And you
brown.
don't see lots of ankle boots in a brown.
No,
You know,
no.
so that is a really nice colour.
No, exactly. Julie's gone for the burgundy ones. Macy, again, there could be age range trendy, funky, or
definitely.
your mum's sort
Yeah,
of thing.
they
couldn't
could. Do you know, I think these would be great for my mum. She's got quite a slender foot and these are a wider fit, but because you've got the one-touch fastening, she could actually draw that right across.
Yeah, but also it's always worth checking on the website, isn't it? Because sometimes you do the same shoes
Yes.
in a different
Yeah.
fitting than we're showing
Yeah.
on the telly, don't we?
True, true.
So, Julie, tell us all about these.
Oh, I just absolutely love them. They're as light as a feather and they're really supportive. I mean, I've sort of tailored them to fit my little narrow feet, so they feel really secure and incredibly smart. I think they're very dressy.
And what's the lining like inside on your foot?
Soft, yes, very soft, very comfortable. Yeah.
You can see why they're a bestseller.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you can. And is there enough room for your toes to wiggle?
They're wriggling right now. Yeah,
Very
they
good.
are well and truly
They're
spread
well and
out
truly
comfortable.
wiggling. 313332 is your item code number. These are Pavers leather ankle boots. Look at the size range, 1 to 9. Please check the screen for size availability. As I said, they are super bestsellers, these. They come in black, they come in brown, they come in burgundy, and they come in grey. They're £39.99. I know. 08450 99 969. That's the telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and have a peruse and a buy on the web. What an array of colours, Sheila.
Well, you can tell that this is such a popular boot to actually have it in so many different colours. I think it's great. It's a lovely looking boot. And I love it that the cuff is different, slightly different colours on each one as well, so it makes it quite unique.
Did you want to go through the colours while we're looking at the table there?
Should
then?
we? So at the front you've got the navy,
Yeah.
then you've got the black, then you've got the tan, then you've got the burgundy, and then you've got the taupe.
Yes.
Yeah, what a fabulous boot. Really nice and chunky, and on the side, if you can just see here, it says Tex, so that's water resistant.
Nice.
So if you have got bad weather, it'll repel away from your boot. Obviously not going to go through puddles in it because you've got the zip there.
No, but if it's pouring down with rain, they're not going to
Yeah.
get waterlogged. It's going to.
No.
It's like when you drip water on something, it runs off
Yes,
the
it
surface.
does.
Doesn't
That's
it?
right.
Yeah.
You've got the mock zip here. You've got the like wraparound belt, which is all fixed. Then you've got the zip to get in and out of the boot. And inside, you've got this really fluffy, soft lining, which is absolutely gorgeous. So that's going to keep your feet really nice and warm. Not too furry, so it's not going to be overpowering.
Yeah.
And then you've got this really lovely, chunky sole as well. So which colour, because look at that cuff. If you just think about it, you could wear these boots with all sorts of different coloured knitwear, scarves, bags.
Yeah. Tan.
Do you think the tan?
I like
Actually,
tan.
do you know, it's because Julie's probably wearing them. The taupe looks really good.
Come on in, Julie. with
Come
your
on
coat.
in, I will do. Yes, I like this colour best. I think I'd go for this.
It's got like a mottled effect on the upper, hasn't it?
yes.
A little bit more subtle on the actual cuff,
Knit.
but it has got purples and oranges and creams in there. I just think they're all a fabulous colour.
They're like
Aren't
a
they?
knitted sock poking through the top,
Yeah.
aren't
Yes,
they?
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
John, you're
Cute,
looking
isn't it?
Cute, really cute.
scrutinising Julie's boot.
I was just looking at the knitted effect, because
Yeah.
it's got purple and cream and black and everything in that one, and orange, and like you say, they're all very, very different. I was just scrutinising to see where it actually sat on your foot.
The black is more of a neutral with
Monochrome.
the
It's monochrome,
monochrome.
isn't it,
Yeah,
the black,
that's
yeah.
right. But all the others have got lovely colours running through.
316197 your item code number. Pavers water resistant ankle boot. UK sizes 3 to 8. Which colour are you going to go for? Black or burgundy or navy or tan or taupe? Whichever you choose, it's going to cost you £39.99. You can wipe these clean as well if you get mud on them. 08450 99 969. That's your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to have a look at all the different colours and then buy them on the web. Now, do you know what? I saw these in our latest catalogue.
Yes.
Very unusual,
They're
aren't they?
very unusual. I think it's one of those you might look at and you think, not too sure. But I actually saw Julie wearing them and I thought, do you know, they're quite cute. But can I just tell you, this leather is sublime. It is beautiful.
I like that colour. The
And I mean,
khaki.
the thing is, if you want something a little bit different, but you still want all the comfort, the fabulous leather, these are amazing. Where would you see these just on a normal high street store?
Well, you wouldn't on holiday. They're the kind of things you buy on holiday, aren't they?
exactly. I think it's lovely. The ruching is all fixed.
Oh, so you can't reach that up with the lace?
No, it's all fixed. You've got the lace there if you want
Look
to
at the
actually.
toggle at the end, or the egg.
Yeah, look, it's beautiful. And then to get inside them, you've got the little zip. And inside, you've got the most sumptuous leather, and that is encasing the whole of your foot. It is just beautiful.
What's the heel like then?
Well, you've hardly got any heel, but you have got a little bit of uplift there. It's all rubberised, so you've got great grip. But that's just going to keep you from being totally flat to the floor. But you've got all that gorgeous flexibility as well.
What colours they come in then?
Right, well, I've got what we're calling khaki. But
it's Nocchicelli olive, that.
It is a bit like that, John.
I think they're called Nocchicelli, those lovely olives you get in Waitrose.
Yes.
Other shops are available.
Yeah, but they are lovely olives.
What's the middle
really
one
nice.
then?
Then we've got the burgundy, and then we've got the navy, but it's a very dark navy.
You see, I like the navy or the green myself.
Yeah, me too.
But you've gone for the burgundy.
Yeah, I love this colour. I think they look amazing.
Oh, you can see how they move with your feet. The leather is just so supple.
Really supple. Fabulous.
Yeah, off, I'm not sure if there's something I'd go for.
Yeah,
but
no,
on,
don't worry, because in the catalogue,
stunning.
in the picture in the catalogue, you're going to go, oh, well, actually, you do the catalogue too,
Yes,
don't
I
you?
do,
You must have seen these. But then on the foot, they come alive.
They do come alive. They just look so designer.
Yes.
Can I tell you, I've just made a big mistake because with the laces, you can ruche it a little bit further.
I did ask.
And it's all elasticated, is the lace as well. I think that's fascinating.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So you can make them more
it up
ruched.
as much as you like.
It's like theatre curtains.
Well, sort of. 316796 is your item code number. These are the Pavers flat leather ankle boots. UK sizes 3 to 8. Which colour are you going to go for? The burgundy, the khaki, or the navy? I like the navy and the khaki best. £49.99. These 08450 99 99 69. The telephone number www.pavershoes.tv. If you want to have a good look at these, have a look around them on the web. I like these because they've got like that Victoriana, excuse me, apron front on them.
Well, I thought you were going to say a little bit more like a spat.
Well, that's what the front would,
yeah, which is really nice. I love that ruched effect down there, and it's the most beautiful leather, gorgeous leather upper, really soft, really tactile as well. You've also got a leather insole with this one, so everything is encasing your foot in leather.
And what's up the side of the boot
It's
then?
actually a microfiber, John, and these boots are so lightweight. So that is slightly padded as well. So you've got all that cushioning inside too. What I do like, the feature at the side, is this little button detail, which is just really nice, just to finish it and bring it all together, because it looks like this has been wrapped round and attached, but it's all within the boot. Again,
does that not open then, that button?
No,
That's just for fancy.
Just for fancy, John. This is a beautiful burgundy, which I do like, but it's like it's been antiqued on the leather, which is gorgeous. Then you've got this nipped-in heel, which is really nice, probably about 1.5 inches, and this just a gentle oval toe, which is really lovely. Size range 3 to a 9, which is great, and we've got some good colours in this, really nice colours. Well, looking at the table, I'm just focusing on this one here. We're calling it tan, but it's a very pale tan, isn't it?
You'll see it in a second because Julie's got it on. The other colours, very quickly, are burgundy, navy and black. The navy is a dark navy, isn't it? Look at them on Julie then, because what colour would you call it then?
Well, I don't know. It's like a toffee.
Biscuit? Oh, yeah, toffee.
Oh, yeah, an oatmeal biscuit.
Okay,
yes.
It has to be an oatmeal.
Yes, oatmeal biscuit. But look, it's all burnished around the toe cap there. And I like that colour. It's just a little bit. Actually, it goes so well with Julie's blouse.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, it's a little bit Western style.
Yes, a little bit. Yeah. But aren't they lightweight, Julie?
Oh, so lightweight. These are absolutely gorgeous. I think these are really gorgeous boots. I love that burnished look. Very comfortable. Very flexible.
Do you know, I think they look even... I love them on the table, but I think they look even better on the foot.
And that ruching down the front is not going to move, it's fixed?
No, it's all fixed, yeah. But I like that.
No, that's good, because it's not going to change shape then, is it, when you're wearing it?
Yeah.
316380 is your item code number on these. The Pavers ruched leather ankle boots. A UK size is 3 to 9. Really good size range, like Sheila just said. Which colour are you going to go for? The black, the burgundy, the navy, or the very unusual tan? Because it's not a tan, is it? £47.99. Now remember, they are leather, and they've got a textile and leather insole the shoe as well. 08450 99 99 69 www.pavershoes.tv for the web. Oh, I love that red boot. I think it's
Aren't
gorgeous.
they just lovely? I think, I never used to go for sort of really bright colours when it came to autumn, winter, but I am changing slightly, and I think this red is superb. Love the styling of it. It's really nice and simple, and actually it feels like the most, well, beautiful, beautiful suede, but it's not. It's all man-made. You've got the elastication down the side here where the ankle goes, so you've got lots of give. You've got the zip at the side that comes right down to the bottom, opens out, and you've got a really nice tactile lining inside, which is lovely. And then you've got this wood effect heel, which is not too high. I think that is really nice. Now, it's a lighter colour, actually, on the red.
Yes, because on the others, it's slightly different on all the others,
Yeah,
isn't it?
on the black, it's more of a really dark grey. On the tan, it's more of a brown. And on the
blue,
it's more of a grey. Yeah.
There they are. They're the 4 colourways. So you've got black, cognac, we called it, and navy and red, $39.99. I think they're very stylish. I think they're going to look gorgeous with jeans,
Yes.
gorgeous with tailored trousers.
Definitely. I mean, the thing is, depending on what colour you go for, like with Julie, she's wearing
Well,
the tan.
let's bring Julie in. She's wearing the tan one.
Maybe a little bit more of a cognac. Yes, maybe more of a country look, or a really lovely tan leather jacket or something like that. But Julie, aren't they a fabulous colour?
Oh, they're fabulous. As soon as I saw them on the table, I thought,
Yeah.
wow, I love the ones I'm wearing. I'd probably go for these, actually. But the red,
Yeah,
oh,
it's really nice.
stunning.
Yeah,
Yes,
I love
stunning.
that
Hard
red.
to choose, and comfortable, amazing, really lightweight, easy to get on, and look, sort of like knockout, don't they?
Yeah.
These are going to be a really good fit for you because these are a standard fit.
Yeah, they're perfect.
So they fit perfectly on your foot because you are a standard
Yes,
fitting.
yes.
Yeah.
So they're absolutely perfect.
I like the height of the heel as well. It's a nice size heel,
It
isn't
is,
it?
yeah. And also you've got a really good grip underneath, so it's not slippy slidey at all. Fabulous boot.
And also, they've not skimped on that. The elastic's only on one side, it's only on the outside.
Yes.
They've not skimped with the elastic panel, have they? They've got
No.
a nice wide elastic panel.
And
and then it's got that little top stitching detail just underneath the panel as well.
And then you've got the little tab at the back there too.
These are lovely. 315-835 is your item code number. The Pavers Chelsea ankle boot. UK sizes 3 to 8. Now, which colour are you going to go for? There's the plain black. We've then got cognac. We've got navy, which is a very, very rich navy. We'll see all the colours in a second. And then the red. Really, really gorgeous colours there. At £39.99. 08450 99 99 16. That's the telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and buy them on the web. When I worked at Theatre Clwyd, which will have been 1983-ish, I had some boots almost identical to this.
Did you?
Yep. With the same
Wow.
fur lining and everything. In the brown. I had mine in the brown
Yeah,
anyway.
but they are quite a unisex look,
Yes,
aren't they, really?
But also it was that androgyny look anyway.
Yes,
It was that kind
yeah.
of denim and heavy boots
Yeah.
look anyway.
But I think these are lovely. They're a little bit longer as an ankle boot.
Yeah, because that's called a long ankle boot.
Well, it is, John. Yes, it is. But I think that's really nice because if you wanted that look, you know, a chunky boot with a shorter skirt, with your tights, with your knitted tights and things, I think that would work really well.
Yeah.
Love this wrap round belt, but you don't need to adjust that. That is just there, just for embellishment.
Yeah.
Love this navy. Well, we're actually we are calling it navy.
It's been a long day.
Now, just on the side here, it says text, so it'll repel water. Not fully waterproof because you've got the zip there, but it will repel water. So if you've got a really bad day or it's snowy or anything,
Yeah.
that's going to help. And also, because they're a man-made upper, literally just wipe them clean. A really fabulous chunky sole, and if you're just wondering what this is...
Yeah, mine didn't have that.
No, but you see, you didn't have Relife.
No.
You didn't, but that's the Relife nodules that go right through the boot into the insole, which gives you this lovely massaging effect. But I've got to show you the lining.
Oh, hurry up.
please. Look at that. How cosy is that? That's like a lovely faux fur. And then here, all man-made, but it feels like sheepskin.
Okay, what colours have we got then?
We have got the navy, we've got the black, and we've got the tan.
You see, my boots, the tan, we go clubbing wearing stonewashed jeans, the boots tucked with the jeans tucked into them, the plaid shirt, and then a denim jacket with fur trim on it in the middle of summer. Come on in, Julie.
Oh, that's a look.
It was a look in 1983. They look lovely on.
They're fantastic on, aren't they? I think if I was to go with them, I would go with the black because they've got that sort of bikey look about them.
Yeah.
But I also absolutely love these. I think they'd look great with all sort of beiges and Aran sweaters. And,
Yeah, oh yes, definitely. And of course, like, it looks lovely with the blue, like you just got with a straightforward blue denim there.
Yes.
Looks really lovely with the blue denim as well. Which one do you go for, Shirley?
I actually like the blue.
Oh, okay then.
Yes.
Just be different, I would. They just look really... Oh, I like that. And also, the strap is a different colour on each one, isn't it? So the black one's got a dark brown strap on the top. Oh, have they all got dark brown?
No, the tan's got a dark brown, and then the navy's got more of a tannish colour.
315961. Relife by Pavers, long ankle boot. UK sizes 2 to 10. They come in the black, they come in the navy, and they come in the tan. £49.99. Remember, they're a man-made fibre. Just wipe these clean. 08450 99 99 69. That's the telephone number to ring right now if you want these. Or, of course, www.pavershoes.tv if you want to buy them on the web. Now, these are kind of a formal boot, but made kind of a little bit informal, aren't they?
Yeah, still I think quite a casual boot, but it's got a simplicity about it with this one.
But a Chelsea boot you'd normally think of as stylish and dressy
Yes,
uppy,
you
wouldn't
would.
you? This is like a dressed-down version,
Yeah,
isn't
because
it?
you've got that really nice chunky sole there.
Yeah.
You've got the elastication here that a Chelsea boot would normally have, with a little bit of embellishment with the stud work, but all that's elasticated, so you've got a lot of give when you're actually wearing them.
Yeah.
You've got a brown tab at the back, which just... Oh, you can't actually see that that's brown, can you? It's a really deep chocolate brown. And then, to get inside the boot, the zip comes right down to the bottom, and you've got that beautiful lining that's so soft. It's like the best sheepskin, but it's all man-made. Then inside... Relife always has those little red nodules. So once you pop your foot inside... You've got all that comfort and all those properties that Relife give. And when you get your box home, you'll get this little leaflet inside. Can you just see that? And that'll tell you all about Relife.
Can't you see the sole? Because it's like, I used to have soles like that on my shoes, like donkeys years ago.
And I bet they were really heavy.
Oh, no, totally,
Yes.
totally. Yeah.
But look at all that grip. This is really lightweight. Those little nodules go right through. So it's like acting like a shock absorber.
Oh, is that
for
what it
anything
is?
that you're sort of walking on, any pavements, any sort of like cobbly streets, that type of thing. So I think it's a really nice, neat boot. Still casual, but we've got two colours. We've got the black.
Are there
and
lots
we've
of
got
cobbly
the brown.
streets round your way then?
There's quite a few cobbly streets. Yeah, if you go up to Haworth.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
very
yes.
cobbly.
Yeah,
very, very
exactly.
cobbly.
Sorry, you were saying about the colours?
Yeah, black and brown.
OK, come on in, Julie.
I'd like to go to that village, the Hovis village, with all the cobbles.
But that's Home Firth, isn't
Yes.
it?
Is it?
Yes.
But
yeah.
Home Firth's not all like that.
No,
There's only
it
little
isn't.
bits like
But
that.
Haworth's very cobbly.
Anyway, shall we just talk about the shoes, ladies?
We shall.
How comfortable are they, Julie?
I would wear these on cobbles without any problem. They are so unbelievably comfortable, got great grip.
Yeah.
And I think they're really stylish. I love them with my jeans. They look really cool.
They do look good.
And weight-wise?
Oh, light as a feather. Really.
It's
amazing.
weird, isn't it? 'Cause
Amazing.
you imagine they're going to be slightly heavy.
Yes,
I'm just
you
so
do.
used to men's shoes, which all seem to be heavy. I think they're lovely. 315960 is your item code number. These are the Pavers shock-absorbing Chelsea boots. Look at that size range. 2 to 10. I mean, where else? 2 to 10. They come in the two colours. They come in black and brown. I would say the brown was more of a dark tan than a brown. £49.99. They are man-made fibres, so just wipe them clean. Give us a call at 8450 99 99 69. Of course, you can always come in on the web, www.pavershoes.tv. Now, we do several different kinds of boots with knitted cuffs, and I'd say these were more, not formal, but some of them are very, very relaxed, aren't they? Whereas
Yeah.
I think these are kind of a bit more...
I think these are quite
Shaped.
robust in
Oh,
a
okay,
way.
is that the word you're looking for?
You could actually use these as a really good walking boot, as in like out hill walking if you needed to. But I just think they're a fabulous boot. You know, when it becomes really cold and you want your feet to be perfectly warm and you want to be secure, because look at that grip underneath. These are going to be fantastic. But you've got all that comfort of that knitted cuff round the edge here. Now it's got a workable zip on the inside to get you in and out of the boot. And look at that beautiful lining. That is gorgeous. And then inside you've got the little Oh, heck, here we go again. You've got the little red nodules.
You can see it that time.
Yeah, that Real Life is all about, and that feeling of well-being. But I just think these look really sort of chunky. You can imagine when the cold days come wearing lots of lovely chunky knitwear with these. Don't you think? No?
I hate it.
Oh dear, I like it. Big fires.
I like it if I can go home to a big fire, but not if you're trying to get through the snow just to work.
That is very true, because we all have to travel a long way, don't we?
Yes,
So
exactly.
it's not great.
Exactly.
But still, these are a lovely boot, and I love this colour, the burgundy.
So you've got the burgundy. What are the other two colours called?
Right,
then?
we've got the navy and we've got the brown.
Okay, now Julie, you've gone traditional with brown this
I
time.
have gone traditional. I think these look really nice. They are so comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm actually secretly like you, looking forward to big jumpers
Yeah.
and boots and fires.
I like it on a day off, that's all I'm saying.
Yes, on a day off, I
Yeah.
totally
but not,
agree.
But really, you know,
Not when you're commuting.
Well, I live in a little village with
Yeah.
no snowplough.
Yeah.
We've got a little tub of salt as you come into the village, and that's about it. Anyway, I think these are gorgeous. I like the blue ones myself. Oh, I've just noticed a difference, right? Look on the back of the cuff.
Oh,
right?
yes,
on the back of
we've
the heel,
got-
You've got different colours on them.
It's like a pewter, isn't it, at
Yes.
the back? Which is really
Oh, they've all
nice.
got the same colour.
Yeah.
They've all got the same pewter on the back. Well, that's nice. That's a nice
And I
touch,
love the
isn't it?
stitching as well. The stitching's really nice on them.
But the tab is a different colour on each of them.
It is. On the burgundy, it's got like a dark brown tab. On the navy and on the brown, it's got a tan.
Lovely,
Yeah.
aren't they? I think these are lovely. 312839, Real Life by Papers, lightweight. We didn't talk about that. They're lovely and lightweight, aren't
They're
they?
very lightweight.
Lace-up ankle boot, UK sizes 3 to 9. They come in brown, they come in burgundy, and they come in navy. They are £54.99. Now, the Man-Made 5 member, you could just wipe these clean. Wider fit, we're saying. Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69. The operators are waiting to take your call. Of course, you can always buy on the web, www.pavershoes.tv. Oh, I'm liking the colours of these, because we have other boots, don't we, with like a knitted
Yes, we do.
cuff around the top. But
They're all a little bit different. Love the colours on this. I think it's a really cute little boot.
Yes,
this.
it is, yeah.
I think it's gorgeous. I've got the blue, and I love the shaping down the front there. It's sort of like a pleated
it's a
design.
very grey blue, isn't it?
It is quite. It's more of a denim-y. I can't even say denim
Elephant,
now.
I'd say.
Yeah, it is a bit elephant. But how cute is that? It is lovely. Now, to get inside, you've got 2 zips, so you can open them right out and just look at that lining. How fabulous is that? Now, it's not real sheepskin, but it looks like sheepskin and feels like sheepskin as well. The upper's all man-made, so it's really easy to keep clean. But inside, you've actually got a leather insole. So that's going to help your feet breathe. And then you've got the little red nodules, which is all what Real Life is about. And when you actually get these home inside the box, and I'll show you the leaflet, but this explains all about the benefits of Real Life. And it's a feeling of well-being, and that just goes right through your body as well. So it's a really nice sensation when you wear them. Now, on the side of the boot, you've got here, it says Tex. So what that means is it's waterproof up to here. So if you are going through sort of real wet weather, or it's snowy, it's icy...
Is it not the fabric on the top? That's not treated?
No, it's all waterproof to there, but this will be water resistant.
Oh, okay.
Because obviously you've got the zips, so it's very hard to make that completely waterproof, but all of this is waterproof, and this is water resistance. And then at the back here, you've got this sort of knitted cuff, which is all padded.
And very quickly,
beautifully.
what colours have we got for
Right,
Julie?
we've got, I'm holding the blue, then we've got the black, we've got the burgundy, and we've got a lovely tan.
OK, Julie, come on in, because you've got the... Well, we're saying burgundy again. It's more of a cherry pillar box
It's a cherry,
red, isn't it?
yeah, and it's all been worked into. You've
Yeah.
got that like burnished toe, which is lovely.
They look quite lightweight, Julie.
Very lightweight. Yeah, they fit really well. They're incredibly comfortable and very lightweight. Oh, I'll just pull the trousers up so you can see that a bit. So I tucked my jeans in there, actually.
You could do
wear
either,
sort of thick
couldn't
socks
you?
or something
Yeah.
to fit your jeans into. But yeah, they look fantastic. They're so nice to wear and quite trendy.
Yeah, exactly. 312836 is your item code number. Real Life by Pavers, zip fasten ankle boot. UK sizes 3 to 9. Brilliant size range, but please check the screen for size availability in the colour that you're going to choose. But which are you going to go for? Black or blue or burgundy or tan. £49.99. 08450 99 99 69 www.pavershoes.tv. Now, a friend of mine, she's got these. She does the Christmas market in York.
Yes, and do you know who that could be?
No
that
idea.
could be me. Do you know, I love them. I've had them, I don't know, is it 3 years now, John? And they are so comfortable, I can't tell you. But it's Real Life.
Yeah.
And Real Life are just untrue. It's all to do, if I just show you inside, first of all. Actually, let's undo the zip so you can see it properly.
Yeah, come on, shit.
Yeah, the little... Oh, can you see? You can't see
Still can't see it.
No! I think... Can you? You can? Just there?
No.
Oh,
there.
There we go.
Show us on the bottom of the shoe.
The little red nodules that go right through the heel, and this is, well, if you read the leaflet in the box, it'll tell you all about it, but it's a little bit like reflexology.
Right.
And all the sort of like goodness that brings, and it gives you like a little bit of a massaging effect, but they are so comfortable. Inside, it's like a big furry carpet. It's just gorgeous. And then you've got this knitted cuff around the top there, which is fabulous. And then you've got the laces, which actually, once you've laced them once, you won't need to do that again.
Exactly. What colour have you got then?
I've actually got the blue. Now, I think it's more like a denim blue, and it's like a mottled effect on the top there. This zip is just there for fancy. You've got a fabulous sole unit, really tough, you know, for outdoors, whatever the weather. Now, it's not leather, it's man-made, but it does look like the best leather going, but you just literally just wipe those clean.
Okay, so what's the colourways we have?
Lovely colours. We've got the blue, which I'm holding. We've got the taupe, which is this one, which is a bit like a light khaki colour. And then we've got the wine.
I think that you can get another pair.
Well, I don't need another pair because they've not worn down.
No, but then you might go, she comes again in her blue boots.
They're not blue. Mine are tan.
Oh, sorry, I
Yes,
thought you said you'd got the blue ones.
No.
Come on in, Julie, because you've got the wine ones on.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely, I can vouch for the comfort. Amazing. I can see why you can spend 2 months in them standing on a Christmas market.
Well, Debbie's got these and Julie Peasgood's got them as well. Yeah, and we've all were blown away by the comfort. And can you just see on the front of those, it's got like a burnished toe cap?
Yes.
Yeah, which is really, really nice.
I like the way as well they've all got different coloured cuffs on them, haven't
knitted
they?
cuffs, yeah.
310448 is your item code number. These are Real Life by Pavers knitted cuff ankle boot. UK sizes 2 to 10. They come in the blue, the taupe and the wine. They're £49.99. Fit-wise?
They're a wider fit.
Comfort.
Yeah.
Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, www.pavershoes.tv to buy these on the web. What a way to start casual comfort collection, because first of all, Mr. Hacken, Loretta Shoes, he's known for Mary Janes.
Yes.
Normally each season we bring you 2 or 3 colours in each style, unless of course it's a bestseller. And if it's a bestseller, we introduce a new colour. How many colours have we got here?
Well, actually, John, we've got too many to actually fit on the table.
Okay, so let's go through the table first of all. So on the table we have got black, we have got khaki, we have got navy, we've got black patent, we've got
burgundy.
You're holding
the grey.
Dark grey, and when you see Julie in a minute, she's got chocolate.
Yes.
So they're all the different colours that we can offer.
But you know, I think this one is a very feminine,
your one,
a very feminine looking shoe across the board, whatever colour you're going to go for. I think it is very ladylike, you know, for a Mary Jane.
And what would you know about that?
God. Do you know he's
There'll be letters.
Dreadful.
There'll be letters. We don't mean it, everybody. Anyway, keep going.
But yes, quite a feminine, ladylike shoe. I would actually pop this on with a really nice dress.
Okay.
One touch fastening, which is fabulous, so really easy to get in and out of the shoe. Fantastic leathers, really good insole, which is all leather. Microfiber linings, which are really lovely and cushioned, and they're really secure. One touch fastening with that sort of stippled. Would you say that was stippled?
Can't see it for me. Oh, yes, the button.
Yeah, the little button, which is really nice. But I love that grey. And then you've got this dark sole unit.
Which they've all got.
Yeah, they've all...
Well, the khaki one's got a brown
sole, but the rest of them have got a black sole.
Let's have a
really
look at
light.
Julie, because she's got the brown ones on. You see, I like that richness of that brown.
We were just saying when we were talking in the tea break, there's not been as many brown shoes around, but this season Pavers have started introducing brown shoes quite a lot, haven't they?
I was telling you, that wasn't in the tea break, that was live on air. We were talking about that. Anyway, I love that rich... Oh, now they've got a brown sole on them as well.
They have,
They're lovely, aren't they? So out of all of those colours, which one are you going to go for? Sorry, Julie, I haven't even spoken to you.
Hello.
What colour would you go for?
Black patent.
Black patent.
Great.
Black patent, you see. 316215, Loretta, handmade leather, Mary Jane shoe. We haven't even talked about the size range. Look, a 2 to a 10. Are you going to buy black? Are you going to buy black patent? Are you going to buy burgundy, chocolate, dark grey, khaki or navy? £41.99. You know what I do? I go to the website and have a look at all these because we've skimmed over them all in 3 minutes, haven't we? £41.99. Get yours today. Now they say extra wide on the thingy written there.
John, when you see Julie wearing them, you will discover they are extra wide.
They don't look it when they're just there.
No, they don't actually. A lot of it, when they become extra wide, it's the depth here as well and on here.
Yeah.
But yeah, from the front,
You'd
because
never know, would
it's
you?
nicely shaped, you wouldn't actually believe that they were extra wide. So you've got a little bit of depth here, but then you've got the one-touch fastening, so you can actually adjust that as well.
And when we say extra wide, what are we talking?
We're talking a double E plus.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. So you've got a really nice leather upper. I like it with the little punched out detail, the flower detail across the front in this lovely, lovely navy. The one-touch fastening, which I showed you, you've got the leather insole as well. Quite flat to the floor, but you've still got a little bit of shaping in there, and that's all rubberised
that's all you need,
again.
really, though, isn't
yeah,
it?
you don't need any more. You've got 3 sort of traditional colours. You've got the black Bordeaux this time, John, and we've got navy.
I like the navy ones.
Yeah, the navy's really nice. It's a classic colour, but the Bordeaux, it's a little bit darker. You know, we've had burgundies, haven't we?
Yeah.
But the Bordeaux's just that little bit darker. A full-bodied Bordeaux there, John.
Oh, you're getting all expert. You think you're Philip Schofield now doing your wine club. Anyway, I think the blue one's nice because it's not as stark as the black.
No, true.
And some people might not want a Bordeaux or an Oxblood. They might just want the darker blue one. Anyway, come on in, Julie, because you... Now, these look... you're a standard foot, so you're the furthest away from an extra wide, really, aren't you? So they are going to look gapey on you.
Yeah, they're going to look gapey. I think you'll see with a little close-up.
At the front there,
particularly there,
but
my
that's
foot.
great to actually show, to see the difference.
Yes.
You know, because at Pavers we do a great range of, obviously, sizes and width fittings as well. So this one being extra wide, far, far too wide for Julie. She would never buy a shoe like this, you know, to fit her. But if you have got that wider foot, how fabulous that you can go to Pavers, order from us, and get that extra wide shoe.
With Julie Wenham, you can see that height where you're talking about, because they don't look extra wide width, do they? But the depth, you can definitely see them on Julie's foot there. I'm not going to ask if they're comfortable, because obviously they're not the right shape for you, but I'm sure because they've got the Pavers guarantee behind them, they are going to be comfortable, aren't they?
They are.
316674 is your item code number. These are the Pavers extra wide leather Mary Jane shoes. UK sizes 4 to 9. Just order, you don't have to order a different size, just order your shoe size in this. They come in black, they come in Bordeaux, and they come in the navy. They're £39.99 when you think they're leather upper and a leather insole. 08450 99 99 69, or buy them on the web. I want the middle one. That's as simple all I want to say. You haven't seen them yet, but the middle one, it's gorgeous. The burgundy patent is gorgeous.
Isn't it fabulous? And it's got like this marbled effect on it as well.
Oh, you got the word right this time.
I have. What did I say
Clouds,
last time? Clouds, yes, clouds. But who would ever believe that was a fly foot?
I know. So stylish.
I mean, it is fantastic. You've got this leather upper in this patent, which is just delicious. You've got this nice sort of chunky sole there, probably about 2.5 inches on the wedge at the back there, nice and flat to the floor, great grip underneath
Oh, look
as
how
well.
colour changes.
That actually gives you a little bit more bounce back in
I
your
thought Ben had
sole.
left the stickers on again.
But it's actually a wider fit, but it comes all the way up the foot, so it sort of corsets the foot really
Yes.
nicely. And then you've got the leather insole. Now, these are made in Portugal, so they've got a different comfort to your traditional Flyflot.
Okay, what colours have we got them in there?
We have got black, which is a very matte black, which is at the front of the
just
table.
not normal leather, just a good quality,
A really
plain
good quality
yeah.
leather. Then you've got the burgundy patent, which is fantastic, and then you've got the black patent.
Which ones are you going to go for?
Burgundy.
Oh, there
Every
you
time.
go. I think the burgundy ones are so
Lovely.
delicious. Come on in. I was going to say Sheila then. Sheila's Julie. Because they've got that lovely marbling effect on the leather. It's fantastic what you can do. Look, can you see the gorgeous kind of effect you've got going on there?
That is beautiful.
How do they feel, Julie?
Oh, they're just wonderful. I absolutely love this shape. I love the way that they come up to the side of my foot, really enclosing my foot, so I feel really secure. But they're just very narrowing. They have a really nice effect
Yes,
on
yes,
the foot.
exactly. And you know, if you look at them from the front, you're not expecting a wedge, are you?
No.
No,
You're
you're
expecting
not.
a heel here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that's a really kind of modern twist to them to add. And it's quite a chunky wedge, isn't it?
But you feel a lot safer and secure in a wedge than just a heel.
Yes.
And because it's nice and flat to the floor, you're going to feel very secure too, but it's got lots of grip underneath. But again, I see these quite dressy with a lovely skirt.
Oh,
or
yes, yes,
some
definitely.
knitted dress or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what was I about to say? It says lightweight. How lightweight are they?
John, just feel that.
Yes.
Got a second. Oh,
don't
my
really
word.
register.
Yeah,
That is
really light.
incredible,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just do this. 315973 is your item code number. The Flyflot lightweight wedge heel pump. UK sizes 2 to 9. Black patent or burgundy patent. £49.99. Wider fit, remember. Leather upper, leather insole. 08450 99 99 69. www.pavershoes.tv. Now, you can have a look at these and all the shoes we offer on our website. There's a lot of this animal print about at the moment, isn't
Yes, but can you believe this is a Flyflot?
there? Well, no.
No, I think it is fantastic. I love this animal print. It's like a ballet pump shape, but a little bit more to it, a little bit more robust. But you've got a lovely leather upper, which is fantastic. And I like it that you've got the leather on the toe cap, you've got the leather on the back here, and this is like a brushed leather.
Well, is it now? I'm going to ask you a question. Now. You might not be able to answer this. Is it because Flyflot are expanding? Because we all know Flyflot as anatomic sole
Yeah.
and the shock absorb, right?
Yes.
Are they just going into more fashion now? Because that's not got an anatomic sole or a shock absorber.
It's a different comfort.
Yes.
It's
Oh no,
your
I'm not saying it's not got the
yes.
comfort, but just because in my brain, Flyflot was always squidge,
Yes,
this, right?
yeah.
These are gorgeous designs.
Yes.
Still comfortable as
Yeah.
well as Julia, but it's kind of. I just want people at home to think, oh, do you know what? I love that
Yes.
Flyflot. I can trust Flyflot
Yeah.
because they're a good quality comfort shoe, but not to expect every time the anatomic and the shock absorber.
The anatomic Flyflot tend to be a little bit more traditional in their styling. They're made in Italy. These are actually a little bit more from their fashion end,
Yes,
and these
exactly.
are made in Portugal.
So that's why I just wanted people at home to understand that even though they're all Flyflots, not all of them will have the same
the
attributes.
anatomic insole and the anti-shock, but still you've got some bounce back in the sole unit of here. You've got a lovely leather lining, but you do have the more fashion end of
But you
Flyflot.
have the quality and the guarantee
course you
being a
do,
Flyflot.
yes.
I just want to get that out. That was all. Come on in, Julie. Let's have a look at because now we've got two leopard. We haven't even talked about colour. You've got the straightforward leopard, what I would call
brown
normal,
leopard,
a brown
yeah.
leopard, and you've got the black leopard.
Yes.
How comfortable are they?
Wow, they're just fantastic. They are like Sheila said, they're that sort of ballet pump style, but they're more sturdy. But they still look very dainty and just very, very fashionable, but very chic and sort of mature, aren't
Well,
they?
they are. They're like, they have got a fashion, because you
They
always
have.
thought of fly flots being, oh, they're the comfortable ones,
Yes,
and now
yes.
we've got comfortable ones, but we've got them with style as well. These are a wider fit, I'm taking.
Yes, they are. Julie's a
Just
standard
see.
fit, so just a little bit gapey
Yeah.
on Julie's foot. But because they come a little bit further up the foot, you know, she'd still be able to wear them without slipping out
But some
of them.
people like that bit of space
Yes,
around
they
their
do.
foot, don't they? Because
They
anything
do.
too tight on your foot's not nice, is it? 311070. These are the Fly Flot slip-on shoe. UK sizes 2 to 9. Brilliant size range there. Which colourway are you going to go for? The black leopard or the brown leopard? £49.99. Now remember, they're a leather upper. There's a leather insole. You've got a wider fit here, which is what we used to call a comfort fit. 08450 99 99 69. That's the telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and buy these on the web. Now, Miss Hackham does another shoe very similar to
He
this,
does.
which has a little bit more of embellishment. This is your, I don't want to say your standard, because none of them are
No.
standard, but if you don't want embellishment, if you don't want frivolity, and you want a sensible, sturdy, well-made,
Yes.
good quality shoe, then this is it. isn't
You've
it?
got it with this, but a really nice choice of colours as well.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right. If you like Mr. Hackham's style, the comfort of Mr. Hackham as well, the Loretta shoe, this is fabulous. It really is. This is a real workhorse shoe. This is something that you can wear each and every day, out in all sorts of weathers. Obviously, because it's a good quality leather, you need to spray this.
Well,
with
any
Protect.
leather you need to spray before you go
with
out
a
in the rain and
protector
wear it,
spray. Love this grey. I think it's a really gorgeous colour. Again, the stitch work is really nice on here.
Battleship grey, would
Yes,
you
it
call
is actually, John.
Which
Yeah,
isn't a very
battleship.
attractive way of saying it.
No.
Everyone knows what you mean when you
Yes,
say that.
that is
don't they?
very true. But here at the side, you've got the elasticated loops. so
Matching
that's
perfectly.
all integrated into the shoe. And then you've got the elasticated vent on this side. So when you put your foot in, it does come all the way up the foot, but it's nice and secure. But you've got that leeway, you've got that comfort
There's
with that
nothing worse than putting a pair
elastication.
of shoes on, and then your foot, once it's in,
You
it feels almost claustrophobic. doesn't it?
Absolutely.
You can't
And
move
then
it.
if your foot does swell through the day, there's nothing
What time?
worse. 2 o'clock,
It's-
swell
I was
o'clock.
thinking it's later than that.
No,
Swell
it's
o'clock
2
is 2
o'clock.
o'clock. Anyway, come on in, Julie.
Yes.
Oh, you see, I'm saying they're a standard shoe, but they're not just a standard shoe, are they? Because
No.
they've got a lovely style of their own, a very simple.
Yes.
And not everybody wants flamboyance, do they?
No, but they do look, when you look at that leather, the best quality
quality.
leather. You can
Yes,
see
totally.
it oozes quality.
Yes, straight away.
Really flexible. It's a new shoe, but you've got actually flexibility in the sole unit as well. But you're going to feel quite safe and secure in
Yes,
these
exactly.
as well.
How do they feel, Julie?
Yeah, exactly that. Safe and secure, flexible, lightweight, and I feel very well dressed in these. You know,
Yes.
if you have to wear them for work or something, you're going to feel
Yeah.
really smart.
Well, because they're good quality, that's why you
Yes.
know if you put something cheap
Yes.
and shoddy on, it feels cheap and shoddy the minute you put it on. It might look glitzy and glamorous
Yeah.
for the first time, but and also you can know these are going to last.
Yes, of
last and last and last. These well, 316190 is your item code number. These are the Loretta handmade leather slip-on shoes. UK sizes again. Look at this, a 1 to a 10. They come in 4 different colourways. They come in black, they come in burgundy, they come in dark grey, and they come in navy. Navy, I'd say, would be more of a dark denim cornflower, and then the dark grey, I'd say, was more of a battleship grey. £41.99. 08450 99 99 69. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to have a good look at them on the web. I think it's not Mr. Hackham.
Do you know, they look like Mr. Hackham, and guess what? They are Mr. Hackham.
Oh, are they? Has he just made them with a Pavers label in them?
No.
Oh, your graphics might be wrong on the telly. These are not the Pavers floral leather slip-on. These are Loretta. These are Loretta shoes.
Yes, they are. I mean, you cannot ever think, when you look at this sort of shape and styling, that they're not going to be Mr. Hackham. And look at that upper. That is just fantastic. It looks like a mosaic or a watercolour painting. It's just fabulous. I love it in that really gorgeous blue multi. You've got pinks in there, you've got greens, you've got yellows, and like a little bit of a metallic sheen on the top. I think that is gorgeous.
But that's only the blue multi you talked about.
I know. You've also got the black multi, which is a little bit more vibrant in its colouring. Now, this style we've done with a plain shoe, but obviously, if you're just a little bit more, I was going to say a cheeky chappy, but you know what I mean? You're fun, you like life, and you like a little bit of colour. I think that's fabulous. Do you know, I'm looking at the black one, and that would have gone with my top.
Yes, it
all
would have
the
done.
colours of
but
my
is
top.
the black one a different pattern? I'm not sure it's even the same pattern. I think it's a different pattern within
It looks
there.
a little bit different, actually.
Come on in, Julian, we'll have a look. Because your one, the blue one, has got like big lilies and orchids on it, whereas the other one has got leaves and feathers and almost firework looks on. Oh no, it is the same. It's just cut from a different place. The leaves and the feathers around the side here. It's just where the pattern pieces have been cut. Aren't they fun, Julie?
So much fun. I love how they come alive on the foot. I
Yes,
really
they do.
They're like a little work of art. They're so unusual, so noticeable, and wow, they are so comfortable.
Well, they're a real talking point.
Yes.
You've still got the comfort, you know, you've still got all the comfort of a Mr. Hackham shoe, the beautiful leather, the grippy sole, you've got the leather insole, but then you've got all that beautiful splash of colour on top there.
What fitting would we say these are then?
They're a wider fit,
Yeah.
but of course Julie's got a standard fitting foot, but because they come all the way up the foot, she's not really slipping out of
No,
them.
exactly. It's been nice for somebody who doesn't like a tight-fitting
Well,
shoe.
they're
Really,
perfect
if they are
for that.
standard,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Now, Sheila, which colour would you go for?
I think I like the light blue.
black.
You see, I'm going to go for the black one as well.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. 312780. These are, now they're Mr. Hackham, they're Loretta floral slip-on, floral leather slip-ons. Oh, couldn't even read then. UK sizes 3 to 9. They come in the black multi and the blue multi. They're £42.99. Leather upper, leather insole, and that slightly wider fit. They're just such fun, aren't they? And these we know are a bestseller. 08450 99 99 69 is your phone number. www.playforshoes.tv to buy them on the web. Are they elastic loops on the side of that shoe?
They are, John. It keeps them really nice and tidy, actually. You've got the elastication here with an elasticated vent underneath, so once you put them on, you've got that extra give.
Oh, so you don't have to open, they're not buttons on the outside
No, you just
of them.
slip them on. You've got the vent at this side, the vent at this side as well. Really beautiful leather. You've got this really nice navy, so it's a little bit lighter in colour.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that.
No.
I call that a French navy.
Yeah, really nice, and I love the stitch work. I think that is so nice. It sort of breaks it
You
up.
have to be very good at sewing a straight line, don't they? The people who do the top stitching. You know,
They
because if
do.
there was any wobble, if you
Well,
did
there's no wonky stitching
white
on this
thread
at all.
on a blue leather, you're going to see it, aren't
But there's no wonky stitching
No.
whatsoever. And the inside of the shoe, the insole is all leather as well, which is lovely, and microfiber around the edging there, and it's slightly padded on the heel. Also, you've got a cutting wedge at the bottom. Very, very lightweight as well, really, really light, and then a good grip underneath. I just think it's a very smart, I would say, day shoe.
Oh,
You know
yes,
what I mean?
definitely.
I know we're calling it the Casual Comfort Collection, but, you know, I think it is quite smart though in
Yes,
its
I
look.
think you could use this for casual with your jeans or whatever, or you could make it smart if you want
Smarten
to.
it up.
Especially the black one, because the black
Yes.
one's quite formal, isn't it? Oh, I thought Julie had the black ones on. Come on in though, Julie, because you've got the burgundy ones on.
Yeah, I like burgundy.
Now, I call those brick myself.
I would think it was more brick. The elastication
Yes.
is all, you know, burgundy. Lovely colour though,
Yeah.
really nice shade. But don't they look fabulous on the foot?
Yeah, oh no, completely.
They look really, really lovely. Now, with fitting, Julie, would you say a comfort or a standard with these?
This feels standard to me.
Yes, yeah, but
Yeah.
that's really good that Loretta do a standard fit and a wider fit.
Yes, exactly.
You know, so you've got those different options as well.
And Mr. Hackham's known for comfort in his shoes. How comfortable are these then, Julie?
Oh, again, amazing. Whenever I put his shoes on, the leather and the comfort and the softness is just amazing. Yeah, I just feel like these were just made for me. They were that comfortable.
But in real life, what colour would you go for?
Ooh, navy.
Oh, yeah, I see, I quite like... Well, they're calling it navy, aren't they?
Yes.
Navy, but I quite like that navy.
I think it's a lovely shade. I think
Yes.
it's really nice. But I think, again, these are colours that you would get a lot of wear out
Totally,
of.
totally. 316378. Loretta Casual Leather Slip-On. UK sizes 3 to 9. Check the screen for size availability and the colour that you would like. What colour would you like? They come in black, they come in burgundy, and they come in navy. They're £42.99. Remember, they're leather upper and a leather insole. 08450 99 99 69. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and have a look and buy on the web. There's no mistaking a Loretta shoe, is there,
No.
Mr. Hack? Well, we say that, but we've seen some of it in the last few days. We've seen some real different ones, but this is so typical of Mr.
Yeah,
Hack.
it is very typical of Mr. Hackham, but a really nice leather shoe that's going to see you through season after season after season. Fabulous Turkish leathers. The upper is lovely, quite interesting on the upper actually with all the stitching. You've got a mock zip at the side here, and then actually no, it's not.
No,
What am I talking
even I knew that.
I was just looking, no, actually, this is the wrong shoe. But yes, it's a real zip. And then you've got the vent here, which is all elastication as well. Inside, you've got the leather insole, which is really nice and squishy and soft. And then you've got this sole unit, which is really nice. It's all rubberized, so you can go outdoors. You can, you know, if it's wet weather, it's not going to spoil the shoe because you've probably got about an inch of a wedge there.
But on a shoe like this, you'd spray it with protector, wouldn't you?
Yes, you would. That is really important. And then if you buy the protector spray, then that you can spray handbags. You can, if you've got a leather coat, you know, that type of thing. So you can just use it on all your shoes and boots and things. Great grip underneath. I see these more of a casual shoe.
Well, that's just as well because we are in casual comfort collection, Sheila. What colours have we got? What colours have we got?
Oh dear, we've got navy, we've got wine, and we've got black John.
No wine for you, missus. Come on in, Julie, because you've got wine on as well, haven't you?
Yeah, Sheila and I like wine.
I know. You wine enough all day long. I'll tell you that much.
John Scott.
Right, OK, let's talk about these shoes. Comfortable.
Oh, absolute 10 out of 10 comfort. Amazing. They've got a nice width to them, so they're that little bit wider. But they're very secure, very lightweight, good grip on the sole.
They match your trousers really well.
They
because
do. Can you
Julie's
see them, the
trousers got that
camouflage?
little zip.
Oh, yes,
Yes,
look.
it goes really well with the shoes.
Oh, but now we're saying they're a wider fit, but you're standard. They fit
and they're
you
still
perfectly
fine,
well,
yes.
but there's plenty of wiggle room. inside,
Lots
so.
of wiggle room. My toes are absolutely loving it. in
So
there.
somebody who may be standard who just likes that little bit
Yeah.
of extra space
Yes.
will be fine, because sometimes we say, don't we, oh, don't get these standard because they're going to gape on your bagging.
but
These
these are
aren't
fine.
bagging, are
No.
they? They're nice, aren't they? OK, so we've got 308135. It's the Loretta Leather slip-on shoe with a zip on the side. You don't have to just slip them on. You can open them up with a zip at the side. Look at the size range, 1 to 10. They come in black, they come in navy, and they come in wine. Which one are you going to go for? Whichever one you do choose, £42.90. So slightly wider fit, what we used to call a comfort fit. Leather upper, leather insole. 08450 99 99 610 is your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to come and buy them on the web. Have you not got these as well?
Do you know, I've got some similar to these. Yes, I got them in black and I got them in a burgundy, but they weren't penny loafers. But I need to ask, John, do you know why they're called penny loafers?
Well, I do know why, but only because we had a lovely email from Esther.
Oh,
It's funny you
lovely.
should ask that, isn't it?
Oh,
Look,
that's nice.
So, glasses on. Esther Diamond messaged in and said, one of your presenters asked why penny loafers are so called. The reason they got this name was because people used to place a penny in the slot at the front, which I told you that, mostly for embellishment. It's also said that at the time, the cost of making a phone call from a public phone box was a penny. So it meant they could always make a call home if they found themselves stranded or lost.
Oh,
Isn't that nice?
I think we're going to have to get an old penny sometime and just give it a try.
Well, we've got some in the gallery.
Right, OK, we'll give it a go sometime.
Next time, yeah.
But
Right,
it's
OK, get on.
extremely stylish. I love it. I think it's a really gorgeous shape. I love the apron front there. The leather is so soft. And look how flexible it is as well. Love it in this dark navy. I think that's a gorgeous colour, but wait until you see it in the red.
Well, let's have a look at all three of the colours on the table first of all. So we've got black, navy and red.
And look
Three
at that
very
red.
different stories.
But you know, it's broken up a little bit by the stitch work that goes round on the red. It's like a cream stitching, which really
yes,
is
because on the other
lovely.
two they've done a matching thread, haven't
Yeah,
they?
but I just think they are a gorgeous colour. You know, if you wear sort of like plain colours, but you want that little bit of excitement
Even
in
if you
your
don't
dressing.
wear plain colours, you could
Yeah,
wear it with...
of course
Come
you
on
could.
in, come on in, Julie, because
Well.
those red ones are going to go with
Oh,
so
yeah.
much, aren't they?
Yeah.
Aren't they stunning?
Yeah,
they
fabulous.
really stand out. They look so expensive and so stylish. I think they look great with dark denim. Or black as well.
Yeah, or your favourite, nautical but nice.
Yes, very
Nautical.
much so. And these are a standard fit, so they're going to fit Julie really, really well because she is a standard, which
they're
is like a
perfect.
D fitting.
Yeah. So we've got leather,
The leather on the upper, leather on the insole, and then round the edging it feels like suede. So that's actually like a man-made fibre, but really lovely to the touch.
What's the bonus of having a man-made fibre around there?
Well, it's actually really breathable, these man-made fibres. I mean, if you think about it, you know, we've got all sorts of different fabrics that we use, but the man-made fabrics now are amazing. But the quality of this leather is
because that's breathable as well, isn't it? Brilliant.
Yeah.
316-867 is your item code number. These are the Pavers leather penny loafers. UK sizes 3 to 9, black or navy or red. They are £44.99 a pair. They're a standard fit, leather upper and leather insole. Easy to buy, 08450 99 99 69. That's the telephone number. Or, of course, you can go to the web, www.paversshoes.tv. I think this is a very versatile shoe, isn't it? Because I can see being worn with a dress, with a skirt, with a pair of trousers, a pair of jeans.
Well, it's a lovely shoe. I mean, very, very stylish. You've got quite a lot going on, actually, with this applique on the top, which is lovely. And it's a very, very good quality leather. It's just gorgeous. It's been made in Portugal, so the leathers are always lovely from Portugal.
They don't look like a fly-flop shoe, do they?
They do not look like a fly-flop, but it is. So you've got all the comfort that a fly-flop brings, but you've got the patent leather at the front on the tip of the toe there, then round the back as well, and it's like a marbled, mottled effect, which is just lovely. So there's quite a lot going on with the upper there. Then to get them on, it's a slip-on shoe, and you've got that little vent in the front there of elastication. So when you walk, you've got that extra little bit of give.
That's nice, isn't
The
it?
insole is all leather. You've got a really nice sort of wedge, well, possibly like a cut-in heel there. Not too high, just over an inch and a half, and then you've got that great grip underneath.
It's a very modern-looking sole unit. Sole unit, is that what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
sole
here,
unit,
yeah. And also you've got the little bit of a lip at the back, so if you do drive, it protects your shoes a little bit.
Oh, that's good. So what
Yeah.
colours does it come in then?
So we've got the burgundy, which I'm holding.
Yeah.
You've got the black, which is really nice because you've got the patent at the front and the back. And then you've got the grey, which is a really nice sort of stippled effect on there.
Yeah, now, it looks like... it's leather, obviously, but it has got an effect on it, hasn't
Yes,
it?
it has.
The burgundy and the black are smooth, whereas the silver... Oh, we'll see it, actually, because Julie's wearing it. Come on in,
Yes.
Julie, because you can
It's
see...
like a pewter, isn't it?
It is more like
Yeah.
a pewter, but it has got a definite... Almost like an animal skin.
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
kind of.
But I like that combination because the applique on the top is more pewter, isn't it?
Yes.
And then the body of the shoe, which is grey, but it's like a silver grey. But then you've got the dark grey or even black toe cap, and then around the heel as well.
And the toe cap on this one isn't patent, it's
No,
the plain,
it's
isn't
a
it?
plain, but you can see just how flexible they are. You know, for a brand new shoe, those soft leathers,
Exactly.
leather interior, and then just that nice heel height, but fabulous grip underneath.
A quick word from you, Julie?
Well, absolutely fantastic fit, perfect for me. Really lightweight. Yeah, I think they're really stylish.
Very, very stylish. So the 316556 your item code number. These are the Fly-Flop leather slip-on shoe. UK sizes 3 to 8. Check the screen for size availability and the colour the way that you would like. Would you like it in black? Would you like it in burgundy? Or would you like it in grey? Whichever, I don't know why I went like that. Whichever one you choose, it's going to cost you £54.99. 08450 99 99 69 www.paversshoes.tv for the web.
Greetings everyone. Now listen, you know what it'll be soon, don't you? Let's not go there though. Let's talk about where we are right now, shall we? And we're at that time of the year where the long boots come out. We put our legs away after they've been out gorgeously
Yes.
showing to the sun all the way through the so-called summer. That I'm not sure whatever happened to that. Anyway, now it's the time of the year to hunker down again, isn't it?
I love autumn winter fashion. I love the boots, and what a selection we've got,
Oh,
Derek.
we really have, seriously.
And I mean, to actually start with a Relife boot, which we all love and adore. You've got Relife, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been in them already. It's the season they come out because they're so warm, they're so comfortable.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I don't care whether they go with anything that I'm wearing. I have to be wearing them. Honestly, I absolutely love them.
Well, besides being a fabulous looking boot, I would say this one's a little bit more casual in its styling. Great for people that have got that wider or sportier calf because you've got this extra vent in the side here. You've got a mock zip on this side. You've got the embellishment. You'll see quite a few boots actually through the collection with this sort of belt-like wraparound at the bottom of the ankle. Then you've got this fabulous zip that comes right down to the bottom, and you've got that beautiful faux fur.
Look at that.
But what's inside the boot is what we're sort of looking at. Now, I'm probably not going to be able to tip this so you can see, but I'm going to show you the heel.
Yeah, we'll have to see from the bottom
First of all, see from the bottom, you've got these red nodules that go right through to the boot, and what this does, it'll explain in the box.
It was like magic.
It is like magic.
It's like magic. Nobody quite knows how
what
it works.
it does or how
or why, it just does.
But in the box, it'll tell you all about
Yes.
it. It's supposed to sort of emulate a little bit like reflexology.
Yeah, a bit like a massage for the heel.
Yes, that's right.
And it really does make a difference because, seriously, I mean, you know, Sheila and I have been on your tellies for so many years now, and you know that actually we're not doctors, we're not medically trained or anything like that. And you know that actually we're very real people, and we won't just overblow something for the sake of it. But we've both got Relife.
We have.
And I honestly, before I got my first pair, I was a bit kind of, I'm not sure, so I'm going to give it a try. And I seriously love them. I really, really do. And Julie, you'll tell us as well just how it does make that difference.
It does make a difference. Yeah, I've been wearing the Pavers shoes with the Relife for ages, and it does make a difference. It's just puts a little bit more spring in your step, a bit more energy. Yeah, and incredibly comfortable. I love all the detailing on this shoe, and they're so snuggly on the inside, aren't they?
They are. They're beautiful.
They're just beautiful.
You've got the
So
choice
many
of the black
details.
or the brown, remember. $64.99 is a brilliant price tag, and I tell you what, that will pay back to you spade loads in terms of the comfort as well. Right, it's time to go knee high now.
Yes, it
Sheila?
is. It's actually.
I've always been knee high.
Oh, Derek.
Oh, bless.
But yes, I know where you're coming from because it's a little bit taller at the front than it is at the back, actually. So anybody that likes that really sort of high boot look, this is going to be fabulous. Now, it's a Relife boot, so we know all about Relife. If you don't, when you get these home, there's a little leaflet inside and it'll tell you all about the benefits of Relife.
Oh, you'll be hooked.
Yes,
let me tell
you will. And
Yeah.
you will, every time a new Relife shoe or boot comes out, you'll be thinking, do I need any more? But they give me so much comfort, then you'll be wanting more.
And it is this time of the year where Relife really do come into their own. They do more
Definitely.
sort of autumn, winter,
Yes, they do.
don't they?
Yes, they do. But this is quite a clever boot because it's actually a wider fit on the boot. Now, calf-wise, you'll see with Julie, this zip here at the side, she's actually zipped up. But if you've got that sportier calf, a wider calf, or you just want to tuck your trousers in, you've got this vent at the side here. So you can either zip it up or leave it down because you've got your conventional zip on the other side here. You've also got this beautiful faux fur lining, which is gorgeous. Then, with this one, you've actually got a heel. Now, it's like a wood effect stacked heel, which is probably about 2.5 inches.
It's quite high, that, actually,
yeah,
isn't it?
but it's not going to actually push you forward onto the ball of your foot because you've got a slight platform at the front. And then underneath, you've got that fabulous, fabulous grip, and you've got the Relife nodules that go right through to the other inside of the boot.
Love it. I love the two colours as well, and I love the fact that we're calling what my eyes would call a tan, we're calling this a cognac.
Love that
I could just do a nice cognac. It's that time of the year, isn't it? cold evenings.
This is it, in front of the fire.
Log fire, nice glass of cognac. Julie, you joining us?
Oh, I'd love to. It sounds wonderful. When are we coming?
Sounds lovely, doesn't it? How do they feel?
Absolutely amazing. I absolutely love the styling of these boots. Though they've got a bit more of a heel, you don't feel that, like you say, you're being pushed forward. They're really flexible. The colours are amazing. And yeah, they've got that sort of biker look, chic biker look to them, haven't they?
Oh, I've just forgotten something very quickly.
Oh, go on.
It says Tex on the side, water resistant as
Oh,
well.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Even better. And that's good to know, actually, at $59.99, because actually this is a, you know, you could be going actually Christmas markets, going out of an evening, and the weather could change while you're out and whatever. Not a problem for this, because this is made for all of those conditions as well. 315967 is your item number. Black and cognac are the two colour ways on this one, and the price just $59.99. Now this next one, I have to say, in terms of its look, Sheila, to have this sort of, it's like a diamond quilting,
It
isn't
is.
it?
It's beautiful.
It's just spot on. It really is something very different, isn't
Well,
it?
the thing is, you see quilting on designer handbags.
Yes.
There's a certain make that's sort of like in my mind,
Yeah,
but you
yeah,
would
yeah.
pay a fortune for that.
Yeah, and the jacket's in this colour that you've
Absolutely.
got there as well, yeah.
This colour is gorgeous. I love burgundy, and it's just a little bit different. Obviously, we've got the black, but the burgundy is beautiful. You've got the embellishment with a sort of like belt-like detail at the bottom there. Now, this is Bellissimo, which is our sort of more high fashion range. This is all man-made, so really easy to look after. So you just literally wipe this clean. Now, inside the boot, you've got the most delicious lining. I bring this down here, if you can just see inside, it is so beautifully soft. It's like a faux fur in there. So it's going to be really cosy, and that goes right the way down to your toes, which is so sumptuous and soft. Now, underneath the boot, you've actually got a great, great grip. So I think that's ever so important when it comes to sort of autumn, winter time. But I just think it's a very, very stylish boot. I think it's lovely.
It's almost like it's been colour brushed as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. There's
'Cause
a bit
it's-
of texture
Yeah,
there.
there's almost a little bit of a, you know, kind of a two-tone effect going on to it. It's really, really lovely. You can maybe see it a bit clearer on the tan one there at the front. It's a lovely design, again, nice and flexible as well. And look at the price, Julie. I know it's wrong to sort of highlight price, but when you compare to sort of high street or department store prices, that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely amazing. When you look at these boots, they've got that sort of expensive equestrian look.
Yeah.
Like you said, they've got that sort of a designer element to them. And you're not sort of spending a little bit less, but you get still that great comfort.
Yeah,
And all
absolutely.
beautifully finished off. You can really tell that they're just made with love, aren't they? Beautiful lustre.
I love that little stud detail, actually, underneath the belt. And then also, these are a standard fit. But if you just look at the calf width, obviously Julie hasn't got bigger or sportier calves.
No.
But there's still that width there to be able to tuck your trousers in. And there's also a little vent of elastication just to give you that extra little bit of give as well.
And I always think when you've got a man-made boot like this, you're a little bit braver with it, so
Yes,
you'll go out in
true.
slightly less good weather
Yes,
and
that's
still
right.
enjoy
Yeah,
them, knowing that
yeah.
you haven't spent hundreds on them, which I think is great with something like this. It means you'll wear them even more. Listen, two ways to get hold of them. You can go onto the website, of course, pavershoes.tv, or you can give us a call. Remember, the lines and the website, they're both open 24 hours a day. So if you'd like these, then grab them now, but stick around because there's lots more to see. Do you know, this is the show when there's nothing else on telly these days, is there? This is the show to just hunker down to and just think, right, that's it. Cup of tea in hand, or even a glass of something stronger, depending on time of day, responsibly one at a time, etc., etc., and just lavish in boots like this.
Oh, Derek, I need my little notepad.
Uh-oh.
I need to take the
Uh-oh.
order number.
She's shopping again.
I love this boot.
Tis nice,
Do I
actually.
need some new boots? You see me quite often.
That's never the question, really, though, is
No.
it? It's not for me to answer, definitely.
Do you know, it's gorgeous. It's Bellissimo again, so the high fashion range. I love the embellishment. Now, this is a mock. Well, it's a zip, but you don't use that zip. And it comes all the way down to the bottom. You've got this, like, mock croc at the back here, which is just gorgeous. The tan is lovely, and then you've got sort of like this mild effect at the front there, coming up the body of the boot. And then the other side, you've got the conventional zip that comes right down to the bottom. Inside, beautiful faux fur lining. I mean, that is so sumptuous and soft.
So nice, isn't it?
It is gorgeous.
It's attention to detail, isn't it? Because you kind of think, for a boot like this, it's what it looks like from the outside that matters. But actually, it matters as much what it feels like on the inside, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And 3 gorgeous, gorgeous colours.
I want to call the tan, I want to call it like a salted caramel, because everything's salted caramel these days, isn't it? And I like that. But I really do. I mean, black is your classic, it's your staple. It's what a lot of people will go to naturally. But I also want you to urge you towards the burgundy as well, because burgundy is a colour which is so versatile. And you almost have 2 looks of finish there, because there's almost a slightly, an ever so slightly, more patent look to the back of the burgundy than there is at the front. In fact, Julie can show us, because Julie's got them on. So you can see there's a slightly different look. At the front, it's slightly more of a sort of a matte kind of leather look, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then when you have a look at the back, you can see it's a slightly shinier, slightly more patent, not overly, not wet
not
look,
at all.
but it's quite nice and subtle. How do they feel, Julie, anyway?
They're just gorgeous. All the boots I wear here are absolutely gorgeous and comfortable. You could really you wear them all day. Great comfort. I love all the detailing, and don't these look expensive?
They do.
For their price tag,
they do.
They're punching way above $44.99 in my opinion. Listen, if you want to try them, the great joy here at Pavers is that you can order, you can get them home, you can try them on at home, see how they feel, return if they're not right. It's as simple as that. So call us if you like them, get them home and try. You almost owe it to yourself. 08450 99 99 69 is our telephone number. Call us now, it's a free call, and we're open all day and night. Now these, Sheila, are very interesting because they've almost got a slightly suede-y appearance to them. They're not at all,
No,
are they?
I know what you mean.
Soft.
Very, very soft. All man-made. Lots of embellishment on this one. This sort of belt that wraps round. You don't have to adjust that, but I think that is really, really nice. And in the body of the boot, you've got this ruching. It's sort of like a slouch look. Now that's not going to fall down at all. It's going to stay as is. Then at the back here, you've got an extra zip. Now, if you've got a wider calf, you can keep that open. If you want to draw it in, maybe you're wearing just opaque tights and you want to bring this in a little bit closer, it just tightens the boot up a little bit. Then you've got the zip that opens it up to show this beautiful, beautiful lining, which is so incredibly soft, like that beautiful faux fur. And that goes right down to your toes as well, which is gorgeous.
And of course, because the zip goes right the way down to the bottom, and then generally they all do on our pages, no matter what the range is, the zip, I think we almost insist upon it. The zip always has to go right to the bottom, because there's nothing worse.
No. That half zip, you've probably never, well, no,
I've never been there. I've seen it happen. I've seen people swearing at them and trying to knock them off their feet, and having other people at the other end yanking them off. You know, like, you just don't need it in life, do you? Here are the 3 colours. So you've got a black, you've got the grey, and you've got the lovely tan. I think the grey is super, super nice, I have to say. It's just a nice sort of different twist. Julie, you've got the tan, and I love that kind of built-in slouch. Really works because it has that slouch look, but it keeps it structured, doesn't it?
Yes, it absolutely does. I absolutely love these boots. It's got there's so much detailing on there, and that slouch really gives it that lovely sort of fashion element. And they're a standard fit, is that right? And I'm a standard.
Yes,
because
standard.
they are so comfortable. There's lots of room in there, but they're very secure on your feet, and they fit beautifully.
But what's clever about them, they're a standard fit on the foot base, but on the leg, if you need that extra room, you've got that little zip at the back there, which you can either leave down or you can tighten it up a little bit if you want to. So that is really nice and versatile on that upper of the boot there.
I'm going to put a challenge out there for you watching this right now. If you're not normally a long boot person, why not give a pair of these a try and see whether this kind of makes the difference for you. Maybe a step in a new direction. We're always saying, in life we're only here, once. We're here for a good time, not a long time. So why not mix it up a little bit? It's a lovely style as well. 316347 is your item number. 3 different colours to choose from as well. Black, grey and tan, and a lovely price tag too. Less than £45. Now, I think I might be right in saying, and I'm not, my accuracy can be questioned sometimes. I think this might be one of the longest ones we've got in this show, isn't it, Sheila?
Do you know, I think it is. We will see when Julie appears.
That's true, yes.
But it's nice, plain, simple lines. And I've been bought a present at Pavers.
Have you?
Would you like to see my present?
Yes, please.
Yes. Just wait for this.
I'm excited.
It's tucked away.
It's
not a new one, is it?
Da-da!
Wow, she's got a ruler, everyone.
The return of the ruler. So I can tell you exactly how high that heel is.
Go on,
Would you like it in old money or new money?
Oh, old, please.
Old money, right. In
we
old
all deal
money,
in inches, don't we?
We are 2.5 inches.
2.5, which I can convert for you 5 centimetres.
Well done, Derek.
Which is pretty good, actually. It's pretty, yeah.
Yeah, well, 2.5...
Right, isn't it?
Yeah, 2.5 inches. Then you've also got the platform at the bottom, so that takes away a little bit of the height, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
But the body of the boot is lovely. Little bit wider on the calf there, and you've also got elastication at the back in this panel here, so you've got a little bit more give when you put them on. You've got the zip that comes right down to the bottom. And again, with most of the boots, they've either got this microfiber lining, but it's got cushioning inside, which is really nice and soft. It's either like a faux fur, or you've got this like fleecy microfiber, which is gorgeous.
Insulation. You know, I was talking about accuracy, by the way. 2.5 inches isn't 5 centimetres.
Is it
a bit
not?
more than that. Ooh. Anyway, never trust a boy, I always say, Julie.
I would totally agree with that.
Thought you might. How do they feel?
They're very simple. It's almost as if they don't have an awful lot of hanger appeal because they're very simple.
Yeah.
You might not go to them because lots of buckles and things on them, but they give your leg a great shape. That heel is so comfortable, it really is. I love the shape of the boot just at the front on the toe, and I just think they're really flattering. Really gorgeous.
It's nicely contoured, actually, isn't it? And it's almost like the styling at the bottom of the boot is almost like an ankle boot style.
Yes,
And then you've got the leg of the boot, if that makes sense. And actually, I like the way that's sculpted. There's a slightly sort of tulip look and feel to it. It's nicely rounded. There's no sharp edges on it. I like this. I really do like this, actually. And it probably is pretty much the highest in this show. And it's nice to have that little bit of venting there at the back as well, just to give you that breathing space if you need it. 315811 is your item number. There's one number I can get right through this 3 minutes. Here's another one, 08450 99 99 69. Call us now. Now, I always love this time of the year, and I'm always, as a fella, I'm always a little bit envious, Sheila, at this time of the year, because you get such a choice in boots,
We do.
don't you?
It's fabulous, because obviously we've got the long boots today, we can have ankle boots, chunky boots, we've got such a selection. But this is lovely, a beautiful leather boot. We've got it in the black and we've got it in the brown. Really love the embellishment on this, the wrap-round belt with the stud detail. I think that is really nice. At the moment, you see quite a lot of bags and jackets with that sort of embellishment and with the little studs as well. Now, when I turn it to this side, you've got a zip that goes right down to the bottom, so it's really easy to get on and off. Inside, you've got that lovely microfiber lining that's quite warming around the leg there. It's not a fleecy lining, it's just microfiber, but it does give you a little bit of warmth. And then on the other side, sorry, this side, you've got a vent. So if your calves are just that little bit wider, you've got that give, or if you want to tuck your trousers inside as well.
It's fantastic. I think a lot of people will look at the style on these as well, and they'll go to their wardrobe at the long boots that are there, and they'll say, OK, you and you've seen better days. It's probably time for you to go off to the charity shop or whatever it might be, and to swap it for something a little edgier, Julie, do you think? Because I think ladies of all ages will love these.
I absolutely agree. from a teenager up to a much more mature lady would find these very useful in a wardrobe because they're incredibly flattering.
Yes, they are.
And they would go with both long dresses, like floral dresses, or with skinny jeans like I'm wearing, or just regular jeans. Yeah, I think they're stunning and so comfortable.
You can see the quality of the leather as well, actually, just as you move and you flex and whatever.
Yes.
You know, some leathers, they're very, very stiff and they take a little bit of a while to kind of get worked in.
Yes.
And actually, conversely, some leathers are too thin and they kind of crease for
They
fun.
start to concertina down.
yeah.
But these have got a really nice sort of sturdy shape to them, but very, very soft. I would say, Derek, with these though, put a protector spray on them.
Oh, definitely.
To start with.
Yeah.
And so you can use that on your boots, your bags, your belts, whatever you've got in your wardrobe that's leather. And also, that'll make your P&P free as well, which is a great thing.
Absolutely. Here it is. It is our water-based protector spray. Do add that to your order as well. Speak to the team when you come through on the telephone lines, or you'll easily find it on the website as well. The boots, though, 316784 is your item number at $79.99. Remember, it is free P&P, as Sheila says. So if you want to add other things to your order, a completely free postage experience from us here at Pavers. 08450 99 99 69. Sheila, we get a bit of chestnut with these.
We do.
Very
What
good.
a lovely
Perfect
colour.
time of the year for a bit of roasted chestnut.
Yes. Do you know, you keep conjuring up all these lovely
Sorry,
evenings.
it's just that time of the year, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Time for me to almost hibernate.
Yeah, be snuggly and warm,
Yeah.
and that's what you're going to get from these boots. Now, these have got a little bit more simplicity about them in their styling, because we've got a real great selection of boots with all sorts of embellishments on, but this is really nice and streamlined. A little bit on the black, a little bit more matte. Now, it's man-made, so literally, if you get these dirty, you just wipe them clean. You've got a vent at the top here with this little tab detail with elastication at the side, so if your calves are just a little bit wider and you do want to tuck your trousers in, it accommodates for that as well. Now, in the body of the boot, you've got a really nice shaping around the toes, so lots of wiggle room for your toes, but just look at that fabulous grip. I mean, that is fantastic underneath there. Great, great grip. Very lightweight, but inside you've got this lovely fleece lining, which is beautiful and soft and snuggly and warm.
Looks lovely, doesn't it? I love both of these, and actually you'll see a little bit more of the detail that Sheila's been talking about when we see the chestnut, because Julie's got them on as well. They look delicious, and I have to say, I like the fact that the sole on these is a little bit more rugged, is a little bit more sort of designed for maybe not great weather. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. We all want security, don't we, in our footwear this time of year, and these offer that, but it's not in your face, is it? It's not really.
No.
It's quite nice and discreet. But you can see there's plenty of tread on there.
It's quite
And how
chunky, isn't it?
chunky,
Yeah.
But they're very flexible, and aren't they stylish? I absolutely love these. They're very simple and stylish.
And I love, on the chestnut, sort of that marbling effect on the upper of the boot, and then a little bit burnished around the toe as well.
I think it's beautiful. I think for those people who, you know, when, and I think we're all the same. I mean, I don't have a dog. I don't know you do, Sheila. But you know when you're out walking the dog and you're maybe not feeling great that day and the weather's not great, and you can kind of, you know, can wear a boot like this, you can take the dog out for a walk, whatever, kick the leaves around, be in the puddles and everything else, and still feel like, you know, actually, I've made an effort.
Yes, because
you know what I mean?
these are not like a welly boot. They're like a really nice dress boot, but they're quite robust, like you say, in the structure of them.
I love them. I think they're great. 315836 is your item number. Just $54.99. Remember, you have got a buy and try money back guarantee. All the details are on the website at pavershoes.tv. So if you like them, pick up the phone or go onto the website and try a pair today. Right, time for a lovely, lovely handbag now, and I noticed we've got quite a few trend colours going on here, Sheila.
I know, especially that mustard, which is really in fashion at the moment.
Massively.
And I've got the tan, which is more of an orange colour, but how fabulous. I mean, we're calling this a shopper bag, which is just perfect. Really nice in size. Love it that it's got the 2 straps that will fit over your shoulder as well, but you've got a pocket on the other side here, which is really nice because that's more of a security pocket, so you could put your purse in there, your phone, tickets and things, and keep that close to your body. And then inside the bag you've got a zip on top, and then really cavernous, and if you can just see down here, oh, there we go, you've got, sorry about that, you've got a nice zip pocket there, but underneath the bag as well you've got these little studs, so it protects the bag when you're out and about and you have to put your bag on the floor.
And they are a good looking bag as well. Julie's got the mustard one here as well, and it's nice size wise as well as it is, and I love the contrast between the mustard in the bag and the tan straps as well. That's a lovely natty combination actually. So this comes in either black, Bordeaux, mustard or tan for a very affordable $27.99 actually, I have to say. For the look of the bag, this is a real nice one.
Wow, we are bringing you a fabulous new invention. We've all said we've got to have these. Moisturising spa gel socks. Fantastic.
Yeah. The inside is where the gel is. The outside has got the little patchery feet on underneath so you don't slip about. But it says, get your feet ready for summer. Jojoba oil, olive oil, vitamin E and lavender oil. They smell amazing. Helps to moisturise and soften your feet. The gel linings contain moisturising oils preventing a build-up of hard skin, reducing cracked heels, washable and reusable. But it's by hand wash only. It tells you that on the back.
I've got cracked skin on my
fabulous.
heels.
They're fabulous, aren't they?
Yes.
What a clever idea. Have a look at them on Sheila's feet. They look great.
But you know, you could wear them in bed at night.
You could. How do they feel, Sheila?
They feel really soft. It's really lovely and sort of jelly-like inside, but you can sort of feel it moisturising.
Yeah,
that's so it grips on the floor, which is really nice. But yeah, what a good idea.
I don't think I'm
But if you did wear them at night, then because they'd stay on because of the sort of jelly-like interior, you're not going to get them too dirty.
No.
And overnight, 8 hours,
really will moisturise
you really will moisturise. Wow, what a brilliant idea.
What a brilliant idea.
Yes, literally, these are going to fly off. They are the Pavers Spa Gel Socks, 308161. I'll say it again, details on the screen, 308161, order code. Pink is the colourway and $8.99 is the price. Fantastic.
Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many, many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long, long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really, really good. And the great thing is, it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long, long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere $3.99 to look after your leather.
I love this little shoe kit. You do as well, Debbie, don't you?
I do.
You used to do it in red and black. And I have given so many away as presents.
A lovely little gift.
I love them because they're so compact.
So
now
neat.
this one looks very, very
expensive.
Expensive.
It does. It's in. We're saying it's bronze, but actually, when you get your hands on it, it's pewter. It's a very, very male-female colour. It doesn't really matter who you are. But it looks very expensive in this colour. I know that. It's got a name on there. A little button. Open it up, to show you everything you need for your shoes, your leather shoes, everything. So you have 2 polishes in the old-fashioned polish tubs with a little twisty thing at the side. We've got black, which we all need black, and we've got a neutral for all the other colours. And then we've got the Shushan brush here, which is a really nifty little brush, very handy, all under elastication to keep them in the place. Then we've got another little pocket here. This one has got the sponge inside it, so you've got your sponge there to rub all your polish in. And then we've got a finishing cloth, a microfiber cloth here to give it a good old rub, to get it a good old shine. And again, that's under elastication. And then at the back, again, elasticated strap around it, is a little shoehorn.
So
Every
clever.
single thing you need
For
in one.
$6.99 for yourself
Fabulous.
to take away. It's not heavy. You can
No, it's
pop
not.
it in your bag, you know, take it away. My dad would have loved this. He
So
loved
would mine.
polishing shoes.
Yes, so would mine.
And that little old retro tin. At $6.99, the order code for the Pavers Shoe Care Kit, 127015. Welcome to our slipper selection, our brand new slipper selection, and we've got some gorgeous ones for you. Kicking off with this lovely pom-pom slipper. I love pom-poms, love slippers. What a great combination.
I've got this. Sheila's got this. Sheila brings it into the studio.
So it's down to me.
Yeah, we've done this season after season after season, and you love it. So we just keep bringing it back. We do change the colour combination slightly, not massively, but slightly. All of them have got the animal print inside them, and then the upper changes. The ones I got were black with a grey pom-pom. This season we've got black with a black pom-pom. And you had the camel with a grey pom-pom, sort of grey. They're actually on the floor right next to her. And now it's the sort of beigey colour with a beige pom-pom. So all the pom-poms are self-coloured on this range. So we know you love it, we know you buy it, and we know it fits, because it certainly fits both of us. And they're absolutely gorgeous. They're really simple little slippers, but they're really, really feminine. Very feminine. Lovely linings, all microfiber, lovely and bendy. Great sole unit underneath to go outside if you need to. Little pom-pom on the top. Just what more can you want for $16.99? It's a fab little gift or fab present for yourself.
Yeah.
You know, why not buy a present for yourself? You know, you deserve it. We work hard, don't we? So we deserve a little present occasionally. Come on in, Sheila. Let's have a look at you in your beige ones.
Oh, do you think I need to update mine, but they're still going strong?
Sheila, if you don't
3 years
mind,
old?
3
if
years
you
old.
don't mind me saying so, yours are looking. I think you should get them. They're looking a tiny bit
but she
down at
pushes
heel.
the
I'm
back
not.
down.
I'm
Well,
not being
yeah.
rude. Oh, is that why you push?
She pushes the back down.
I do.
Why don't you just get a pair of mules?
Yeah, well, the thing is, I've got mules.
Oh.
I've got probably about 7 pairs of slippers.
Aha.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a problem when it comes
Yes,
to
because
slippers.
you answer the door, preferably in slippers.
And I love my slippers.
And you love your
Every
slippers?
time we have an array of slippers here, I get so excited.
She said she needs to, earlier, she said to me, I need to get out more.
Yes, I said,
Because I
this
just
is a
love
bit
my
sad.
slippers.
My life is revolving around slippers. Yes.
So, are you thinking that these might be a nice one to upgrade to?
Well, I could upgrade to, but I would upgrade to the grey, I
yes,
think. Yes,
I would too.
Yeah.
Debs?
Yes. In a word. Why is it the grey that's doing it for us today?
don't
With so
know.
mey grey things that we've all three of us
Yeah.
liked. Because usually we've got a different taste, haven't
Yes,
we,
we do.
things, to an extent.
I think
But
they
grey
look the
for me.
most expensive.
Yeah, they do.
I mean,
Grey
they're-
is that colour, isn't it?
Exactly,
It's
they're
a
not
colour,
expensive
it's
at
a
all.
shade.
Sheila, are they comfy?
Really comfortable, or else I wouldn't have bought them.
That's the right answer. The grey looks great, but so does the beige, and lovely creamy beige. And of course, black is universally, eternally popular. The Pavers full slipper with pom-pom, size ranges 2 to 9, 316 398, and they're $16.99. Wow. Do you know, the funny thing is, dreams or wishes do come true. I was saying to Debbie about 20 minutes ago, I want a slipper with pom-poms all over it. Da, 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 da.
And there you go.
And there I go.
Your wishes are command, Cinderella. Well, you've played Cinderella, haven't you, in Panto, so there you go. Yeah, lovely little bobbly slipper. It's got sort of a marl finish, it's felt, it's got these little bobbles all over it. This one is the brightly coloured one. The other colour is much, much more muted. Grey multi, but it's grey with deeper shades on it, so it's more conservative in design, or in style. Not in style, same style, in colour. Lovely movement again on the slipper. It's all microfiber, lovely and cosy, but yet clean and healthy feet. Underfoot, great safety wherever you're going, gripability, and it's an outdoor sole unit also. Beautiful quality, just really, really nice little slippers. right up your street. Just
Definitely.
exactly the sort of thing that you want.
Exactly, and I love it. I would
Bring the
go.
grey one in,
Yes,
Sheila.
Sheila's wearing the grey. I must admit, I would definitely go for the brighter one because I think if you know, wear your pom-poms with pride.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But if you like a sort of more muted hue.
Well, I'm actually thinking, now I'm going back to interiors, you know, we were having that conversation, you know, like the tartan sort of interiors with grey.
Yes.
This would work really well with
It
that.
would actually, it
wouldn't
would.
it? But I think,
Yeah.
you know, as a really happy slipper, the other colour.
Absolutely.
That's more
definitely.
country
Yeah.
house drawing
It
room
is.
sedate.
Very much
Yes,
so.
it's more country life, isn't it?
Yes.
I know the
Yes.
magazines around that might have pictures of houses in them,
Yes.
but it is
Yeah.
very much more that. These are again are made in Spain for us. Full slipper, lots of coverage, lots of coziness. But I probably would say, even though I adore grey, I would go with the happy one.
Yeah, me too.
Do you think, I know I'm always harping on, Debs, about washing them, but do you think with the bright ones
And
that
she
you
goes
could,
harping again.
do you think you could wash them without the colours running?
Yeah, I would imagine so. But you know, they're like a felt. I would probably give them a sponge down. But yes, I would imagine on a cool. Here we go again. In a wash bag,
In the
short wash,
bag,
let them
short
dry
wash,
naturally.
Shove them with, fill them with newspaper.
No.
No?
Not in a washing machine.
No, afterwards, Nutter. Afterwards, to help them dry.
Well,
So
no,
they keep-
I wouldn't do that. I just let them dry on their own because
No,
you know
when
the
our
print
boots-
can often come off.
When our boots got wet, my dad
Yes.
used to put
They
newspaper
did, yeah, but that was your
inside.
boots, not your slippers.
Okie doke, all right. Whatever you want to do with them, they are lovely if you like pom-poms. And if you don't, they're still happy and jolly. Grey multi, navy multi. So the bright one is the navy multi. They're both £19.99. The size range is 2 to 8, and they are the Pavers full woolly slipper. Item code for this one is 312971. We all grow up with Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Well, if you want to twinkle your slippers, twinkle on your slippers, these are just the ones. I love stars. Do you love
Yeah, I
stars?
do. It's dreamy, aren't they? You know, you look up at the sky, especially the blue one, midnight blue, and see little twinklers, and you actually don't know what they are. It's quite magical, isn't it?
It is magical.
And it's magical for children, but it's also magical for anybody. And these have got stars on them, 3 lovely stars that are lurexy and special and sparkly and gorgeous, with some tiny little dots, little dotty stars behind them. 3 colours, lovely grey, the burgundy and a navy. Gorgeous colours, full slipper, very, very soft, very, very squidgy, very tactile. It's made up of microfibre, the whole thing is squidges down. It's made for us in Spain. It's got an outdoor unit underneath, very easy slipper to wear, and again, fabulous price point. It's a price point that, you know, possibly you don't have to think about. I mean, I know it's not easy in anybody's household these days with paying bills, etc. But at £16.99, I think it's a really, really good price.
Yes.
To get a proper, decent pair of slippers that aren't going to slip about and you have to throw them away after a season. They'll maintain all that anti-slip underneath. If you want to put them in the washing machine in a wash bag, on cool, short wash, let them dry naturally, you can do, and they'll maintain this lovely looking little slipper.
Yeah, and their size is 2 to 9.
Yeah, great
so
size
they make
one.
a great present as well. Just
Absolutely.
think, you know, for this price point, and everybody, you know, needs a slipper. Sheila, you're wearing, I think, my favourite colour. of
Mine
these.
also.
Yeah,
Grey.
me too. But do you know what I was thinking? You in your acting days, what did actresses have on their door? Lots of stars.
Yes.
So you see, you need a pair of slippers like
You
these.
do. Well, I still
Being an
do act
actress.
as well.
Yes,
Sheila,
you
I still
do.
do. I
So-
keep these in my dressing room.
Yes, yes, I think
Yeah.
you should. Yes, we should buy you these for Christmas, Julie.
No, yes, I won't refuse. I love it. Thank you very much.
Aren't they pretty?
Beautiful.
But the thing is, they're pretty, but also they're great comfort inside, very snuggly and warm. Not too sort of furry, you know, like some slippers can be quite cumbersome and everything, but these have still got that lovely softness inside, outdoor unit on the bottom there, but just a really quite a glamorous slipper.
Definitely.
I
And
think
they've-
they're glamorous.
They've
I
got
think
a
they're very
little
glam.
bit of bling as well, haven't
Yeah.
they? Oh, yes, look at that.
It's all a bit blingy, isn't it? I think they're lovely. They'll put a smile on your face. You look down at your feet and think, you know, they're all sparkly and twinkly.
Absolutely,
Lovely.
and just they're just such a lovely image. Beautiful, beautiful midnight blue. We're calling it navy. That lovely soft dove grey and this rich burgundy. What's not to love? They are the Pavers star embellished slipper pumps. Sizes 2 to 9. $16.99 is your great price point, and your order code is 316396. Now, if you like a warm, cosy, furry slipper, we've got just the thing for you. I love both colours, actually, Debbie. Grey and cream.
Yeah.
Really nice slipper, this one.
I do. I like the grey the best. I think the grey. The grey looks sort of marley-looking
It does,
grey,
I like
doesn't
the
it?
grey, yeah.
But the soft, tactile feel to these is just lovely. They're soft and touchy and just gorgeous. The movement on the slipper is amazing, as you would expect. Made for us in Spain. Underfoot, you've got this great, safe, grippy base, which you can go outside in. And inside, it's all microfiber. In fact, the whole slipper's microfiber. One thing I would say, like I said about the last one, if you were watching a little bit earlier, sometimes the slippers, it hasn't come up short in length, but it is an accurate length. So if you are, I'm a 4, and this fits me great. You're a 6, Sheila, aren't you? And hers fits her great. But if I were a 4.5 or Sheila was a 6.5, we would go to the larger size. So I would go up to a 5. So just a little word of warning, if you think you're a half size, go up. Width-wise, there's tons of room in it. So width's no problem, it's your length. Come on, Sheila, you've got the grey one on.
I love these.
Aren't they great?
It looks like a curly sheep or a labradoodle.
Yes.
A labradoodle. You know how they feel
Yeah,
so soft
definitely.
and snuggly. It's just like a labradoodle.
Do you know, I could see younger girls wearing these. You know, like
Yeah.
a lot of younger girls
Yeah,
wear
yeah.
slippers out now as
Yeah,
shoes.
yeah, they do.
And because it's got an outdoor sole, it would be, they look lovely. You almost want to stroke them.
You do. That's why I'm saying labradoodle or
Yeah,
a
'cause
little
it's all going in
sheep
different
or-
directions,
yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Really tactile to the feel. And if you've got grey interiors at home, you know,
I'll be
those-
funny.
that's
I'll be funny. Imagine a man saying that. Oh well, you know,
Actually,
I've got grey
we've
interiors,
got
lots of grey
interior-
slippers.
We've just had grey and white stripy wallpaper and
Oh,
grey carpet.
Julie.
Oh, fabulous!
Perfect.
I
You've got
think I've
the
got
grey.
to get them, haven't I?
Yeah, you have.
Yeah, forget
Definitely.
the other ones that you liked previously and
Add
No,
them
no,
to
no.
the
Now
list.
I'm a 5.5, so shall I go up to a 6?
go to a 6.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Try
Okey-doke.
these on, Julie,
I will.
'cause, like, these are
I
a
will.
6. Yeah.
They would look lovely on my carpet.
They would.
Do you think I'm going to harp on about this yet again because they're
Oh,
furry?
yes, they'll go in the
could
wash, I would imagine, but check the literature.
Okay.
On
and
a
then
cool,
let them dry
shorts,
naturally.
let them dry
and just
naturally.
give them a little ruffle.
Put them in a wash bag and give them a little ruffle at the end.
When they're dry.
Like you would your labradoodle.
Very nice. And Sheila, are these slippers that you would answer the door in?
I certainly would. I'd
you,
answer
darling?
the door to anybody in these slippers. I would.
Okay, colour. Sheila, you like
Grey.
the grey. Debs,
Grey.
I'm afraid it's me for the grey as well.
United.
That's not to say the cream isn't beautiful. It is. Both styles are very, very pretty. $16.99. The size range is 2 to 9. Great size range. They are the Pavers soft mule slippers, and the order code is 316392. Pick up the phone or go on paversshoes.tv. Oh, we've got a slipper that's really got my name on it. I liked it immediately. It's a flexible slipper clog. That blue one. Go with what I'm wearing.
Absolutely, it would, wouldn't it? It would. It does look like it could be a sheepskin slipper, doesn't it? But it's not. It's all man-made. Beautiful quality man-made, but look at the price ticket on it. It's absolutely amazing value for money. Made for us in Spain, all man-made, all microfiber, breathability fit's superb, lovely fit. But one thing I will say to you, this fits me, I'm a 4, this is a 4. If I were a 4.5, I'd buy a 5. So if you think you're a half size bigger, go up the half size with this one, because it is the good length, but it's not oversized on the length. So that's just a little bit of a word of warning. I think Sheila would probably say the same thing, wouldn't you, Sheila? Can we see the
come on
camel
in,
coloured
Sheila.
one on you, Sheila? It's
I
lovely.
definitely agree. I mean, I'm a standard size 6 and they fit me lovely, but if I tend to be a little bit bigger, I would definitely have to go
Yeah.
up a size.
Right.
But what a snuggly
Yeah.
slipper.
The width is lovely, isn't it?
Oh,
The width's
yes,
great.
for
It's just a
sure.
little bit on the length.
But they're so lovely and soft inside, and your toes are all like snuggly with that sort of faux sheepskin. It's lovely inside, and also I like it that it comes all the way back up the foot, so
Yes.
you don't feel as if you're going to slip out of
Yes,
there
almost
either.
a slipper, isn't it?
It is,
It's just got the
yeah.
back of your heel exposed.
And they're not cold at all with your heel exposed.
No, not. I love mule slippers. I think
Right.
when you're indoors, your feet can get maybe just a
Bit too
little
hot.
bit overheated sometimes in a full slipper. You know, especially if you're doing jobs, you know, and you're going upstairs, downstairs and
Yeah.
everywhere. I think a mule slipper is lovely.
Yeah, there's something New Zealandy about them. My sister lives in New Zealand, and they have lots of slippers like similar to this, because it's the sheepskin effect as well, and also that colour's very trendy. The
I love
camel.
that colour.
Yeah, actually, I am debating is camel or navy. It's but no, a lovely slipper. With them being synthetic, I suppose you could. Again, put them in the wash bag.
Again. She's on the washing machine.
I think it's really important because you wear slippers.
I'm joking. You know, I love you. I think yes, you can probably do that. I would check what's written in the literature in the box when you get them home, but I would imagine on a cool, on a short, and let them dry naturally in a wash bag.
Very good, excellent. And talking about getting them home, you know, Pavers offer a money-back guarantee, no quibble guarantee. You know, so if you get something home, as long as you don't wear them out, and you wouldn't anyway, probably with this slipper, try them out on the carpet. If you don't like them, return them
back
by post or to an Asda store or to Pavers. I think though that you're going to absolutely love these. That's what my crystal ball says, because just look at them, they're so lovely and stylish. Great to have a slipper that's comfy and stylish. The Pavers flexible slipper clog, sizes 2 to 9, great, camel or navy, and they're $16.99. Wow. Hello there, you're watching our new season slipper show, and we've got a lovely little, do you call it a punk slipper, this one, Debs?
Well, it's a traditional shape, it's a full slipper. It's just a full slipper. Do you know what? Slippers used to be sold like swimwear. Seasonal. They used to be at Christmas, and swimwear would be in the summer. Now it's all year round.
Yeah, you're right.
So at the end of the day, you think about it, you need slippers all year round. You don't just wear them at Christmas. Yeah. What do you do in the summer? You know, what do you wear the rest of the year? Slippers sell all the year round for us at Pavers, and these Spanish ones are no exception. We buy a lot of slippers from Spain. They make slippers beautifully. In the Rioja region of Spain, strangely. Don't know why. I don't know the answer to that question, so don't even bother thinking about it. But that region of Spain where they make gorgeous wine, they make fabulous slippers for us.
So
as
not
well.
Andalusia, not down south?
No, they make them mainly in that region, and they make the espadrille type shoes as well. And they make them in Mallorca as well. Just a little snippet of information. It's probably a bit useless, but you never know.
No.
You might get a quiz question once and you know the answer. So these are lovely. This is it in a lovely, we're calling it burgundy, but it's like a deep rose colour in the pink one, and then we've got the navy one, which I'm holding. So navy one has got lovely pale, lighter blue linings, and the deep rose or burgundy has got a lovely rose lining in it. Beautiful quality, all microfibre, so breathability of it is fabulous. Movement on it is amazing. Inside, it oozes comfort. Absolutely
it looks
terrific
as you would say, very squidgy. But come on in, Sheila, and let's see how squidgy it is.
Do you know, it is. It's a real joy to wear, because that footbed, you literally sink down and down and down, which is lovely. And then the interior's so soft and cosy next to your toes. It's lovely. And again, it's just a pretty little slipper, isn't it?
It is.
Really
lovely.
Nice.
Match your dressing gown. My mum always used to match dressing gown with slippers.
I think it's probably a memory foam footbed, to tell you the truth.
Do you know, it feels like that. I wasn't sure, I didn't like to say, but that's what it actually feels like. And there's all different types of memory foam, really good quality. And this one is fabulous.
Yes, I could just tell by looking at it,
see it,
by how thick it is.
Yeah.
You know, you can,
And underfoot, great grip.
Yes.
Fabulous grip, fabulous quality underfoot. Because remember, slippers are not just for in the house. And also we have different types of floor textures these days, floor coverings. You have slippy floors, you have raised floors, you have all sorts of undulating floors. But go outside to hang the washing out, whatever, perfect.
Exactly. That's why I always ruin slippers, because I don't have them usually with the sole.
You need
ruin them. So I need these. You need these as well. They are the Pavers embroidered slipper pump. Sizes are 3 to 8. 2 colourways, burgundy, but as Debbie rightly said, it's much more like a deep rose and navy. $16.99, 316677 is your order code. Oh, we're having a heated debate here. We've got a print on this slipper. Okay, is it leopard? Is it cheetah? Is it ocelot? Is it ermine?
Cheetah.
Cheetah.
We've actually looked at it. That's how much we've had to discuss.
Well,
this.
I'm going to bring Sheila in right at the start of the show. Sheila, you didn't think it was cheetah, did you?
I didn't, but it is.
It is cheetah.
I've been proved wrong. Yeah. It's cheetah.
It's cheetah.
I don't know what ermine is, though.
Ermine's the white one with the little black, because that's what the royals wear.
That's
around
what
their necks,
that's right.
That's right.
What's ocelot?
It's another cat. I don't know. It's a wild cat, but I don't know what
Please
colour it
email
is.
in. Let us know what an ocelot is.
Anyway,
Yeah.
right, because so this is cheetah. So Debs, tell us all about this here cheetah slipper.
It is as light as whatever a feather weighs. It is as light as a feather. You feel the weight of that. There's nothing. It doesn't weigh anything.
That doesn't look like it's going to be, and it really is.
No, it doesn't. It's so lightweight. It's microfiber upper, very, very soft here, microfiber linings with a trim and a little bit of a satin ribbon with a little bit of bling going on in the centre for you. So if you're a lady who likes a little bit of animal print, a little bit of bling, this is up your street. Inside here, loads of room for your feet to wiggle around. It isn't an extra wide one. It's a standard fit, but there is movement and there is give on the base of that as well. Underfoot, outdoor unit. So if you want to go outside in these, you can go outside as much as you like. You can go wherever you want to wearing them, but they're anti-slip as well underneath. Very, very safe. So you've got them on, and what do you think they fit like? They're a standard fit, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely a standard fit.
Sheila, this is I'm talking to, not, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely standard. What a glamorous slipper.
Yeah, very.
You know, if you're a lady that always likes to look really well presented in the house, or maybe a dinner party slipper, or if you're going round to friends and you think, well, they don't want me to walk on their carpets in my shoes, what a fabulous
Take your
slipper.
slippers with you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely.
You're right. I like that, Sheila, because the other night, friends came round, and I'd been wearing these boots. They weren't pavers. They were very uncomfortable, and I had to take them off. And I thought, I can't just be in my socks.
Yeah, you can make
But I
odd
didn't-
socks as well, or anything with
No, I
a sock
never
with a
wear odd
hole in.
socks. No, I never wear odd socks.
They're really fashionable, apparently. Odd
Are
socks.
they? Well, I don't have holes in them either.
Oh,
you'd be
good, that's
pleased to
good.
hear. And no, I don't like that. And but I did need a pair of glam slippers.
I mean,
These
these
would
are
have
made.
been
These are made in
perfect.
Turkey, and when you go to Turkey, we've got lots of friends because we do a lot of business out there. When you go to their houses, you always take your shoes off a sign of respect, and they always give you a very, very glam pair of slippers to wear. Absolutely, got cupboards full of them.
Excellent. Well, that's why these come from Turkey. They're $16.99. The colourway is black, although we do know now that it's got mock cheetah fur on it. It's the Pavers contrast trim mule slipper, sizes 3 to 8, and the order code 316961. Now we're calling this the Pavers embellished full slipper, and embellished it is with an owl.
Yeah, 2 owls.
There's 2 owls.
2.
To
A
wit, to woo.
lady and a gentleman. It's obviously. The lady's obviously the one with the eyelashes, and she's pink. So yeah, 2 owls. Just a sweet little motif on the top of it. It's not a motif, it's embellishment because it's actually stitched into the whole thing. It's not something that would come off. It's not felt or anything like that. Upper of the and inner is all microfiber, beautifully soft and squidgy, absolutely gorgeous. Sole unit, as we've said before, made in Spain for us. These slippers are beautiful quality. This is an outdoor unit, so you can go outside in these for whatever you need to do. And also something that's a benefit because they're anti-slip underneath. If you are maybe a little bit infirm and you sit a lot and you're having to push up from a sitting start with your feet, they're not going to slip anywhere. It's very, very important, really. If you're convalescing, if you're in hospital, if you're in a care home, if you're anywhere where you need a bit of extra help, these are superb.
Yes.
And of course, a lot of older people, I'm not patronising anyone, but they think about how much the bills cost for heating. They switch the heating down, they end up with cold feet, cold hands, cold head. If you keep your feet cosy and warm, like you would do in here, you know, it's going to do you favours because you need to keep lovely warm feet for them to keep healthy. Same, look, put a hat on or whatever, you don't want to turn your heating up, but you need lovely warm feet. Sheila, come on and show us your lovely, again, burgundy. It's not burgundy, I don't think. I think it's like a deep rose, isn't it?
It is. It's a
really pretty
gentle
colour.
burgundy, maybe, but not a full, rich one.
But it's a lovely colour, really lovely colour. And again, you know, I love the fit of this because it is wider. I'm a standard fit, so it is quite roomy for me, but it does give you that lovely foot coverage. And I think the little owls in that heart shape, it's just really cute, isn't it? It's gorgeous. And owls are so popular. You know, when we do autonomy fashion, there's lots of owls within the fashion there, on bags. You'll know as a crafter, Julie.
Yes,
you know that they use owl motifs It's a lot, really.
Yeah, a lot.
So I think it's just really nice to see them on a slipper. And again, it's a happy slipper, isn't it?
It is. It is.
And if you've got a friend who collects owls, or we had the other slipper, a penguin or whatever, lots of motifs, it's always a lovely present. It's coming in at under the 20 quid mark, so it's good value, you know, not just for Christmas as well, as you said, Debbie, and one
all the year round
all
these
the year
days.
round.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course you can, I know Debbie won't like me saying it, but you can put them in a wash bag. You can wash them on a cool heat and leave them on a cool wash. And let them
let them dry naturally. A short, cool wash.
Absolutely, yes, short. So sizes 2 to 9, great range of sizes for the Pavers embellished full slipper with those two little Twit-to-woo owls, burgundy or navy, 19.99. Your order code 316676. Now, are you partial to a penguin? That used to be an advert.
I am.
didn't it?
It did, yeah. I know.
There are many other chocolate bars available,
around,
of course. But these are actually penguins on a slipper. Let's take a look.
They're very sweet, aren't they? Cute. Look at them both, with a little bow in her hair, and he's got a top hat and the little heart in the middle. I think it's very, very sweet little motif on the top, all embroidered in. So it's not going to come off. It's not sort of peeled on or anything. It's embroidered into the material, which is all microfiber. Linings are superb again. Lovely, lovely soft linings that are microfiber and a lovely soft underfoot. So remember, the breathability of microfiber is terrific. But this is more like a bootie tack. It was very high at the front, so it's corseting your foot beautifully and holding onto you. You can go absolutely anywhere in these. Base, the actual footbed, the actual sole unit itself is an outdoor unit. So yes, you can go outside to the garden, put the bins out, put the washing out, whatever you need to put out or in, you can do that with these slippers on. Two great colours. Love the grey. I think the grey is probably new for this season. I like the way it's overall grey, even the sole unit and the linings. And then the navy, you love navy anyway, so you're probably going to go for that one, whatever. It is wider in the fit. You can see it's wider, but beautifully, beautifully comfortable. Come on that shoe. Let's have a look at you in those.
Do you know what would be really appealing to me, Debbie, is if I had foot issues, bunions or anything. These would be so forgiving and so accommodating.
Well, it would just envelop you totally within
and
that
not
shoe.
Press on anything.
No.
Oh, they're so comfy as they look, Sheila.
Aren't they cute?
So comfy. I've named the penguins.
Oh, go on then.
Yeah, Percy and Patricia. Yes.
Aren't they sweet? I mean, who could not like a penguin?
Absolutely. They are just happy, joyful slippers, but you've got all that beautiful comfort as well. You know, they're not a novelty slipper, even though they're as cute as a button, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just gorgeous.
Really
yes, that's a very good point, actually. They really stand up on their own merits as slippers, because you can get lots of novelty slippers, but they fall to bits.
And they can be dangerous because a lot of them are oversized, whereas this is just perfect. Not oversized in the body of the slipper, but in the body of the actual outside. You've got these pom-poms and all sorts going on. These haven't got that. These are a proper, comfortable, wider slipper, and they look gorgeous on.
And it's nice, actually, that they give you so much foot coverage.
Yes.
So they're keeping you nice and warm.
I like that.
Yeah, which is lovely. And again, they are that wider fit. I'm a standard fit, so you can tell there's room in there.
Yeah.
Sheila, the leading question, would you answer the door in them?
I certainly would.
Especially to penguin lovers. Now, Debbie mentioned size. The sizes are great, actually. They're 2 to 9. These are the Pavers Penguin embroidered full slipper, grey and navy. I'm nuts about that grey, actually. $19.99, 316681. Wow, we are bringing you a fabulous new invention. We've all said we've got to have these. Moisturising spa gel socks. Fantastic.
Yeah. The inside is where the gel is. The outside has got the little patchy feet on underneath so you don't slip about. But it says, get your feet ready for summer. Jojoba oil, olive oil, vitamin E and lavender oil. They smell amazing. Helps to moisturise and soften your feet. The gel linings contain moisturising oils, preventing a build-up of hard skin, reducing cracked heels, washable and reusable. But it's by hand wash only. It tells you that on the back.
I've got cracked skin on my heels.
They're fabulous, aren't they?
Yes.
What a clever idea. Have a look at them on Sheila's feet. They look great.
But, you know, you could wear them in bed at night.
You could. How do they feel, Sheila?
They feel really soft. It's really lovely and sort of jelly-like inside, but you can sort of feel it moisturising.
That's
so it grips on the floor, which is really nice. But yeah, what a good idea. idea.
I think I'm
But
going
if
to
you
get a pair
did
of
wear
these.
them at night, then because they'd stay on because of the sort of jelly-like interior,
Yeah.
you're not going to get them too dirty.
No.
And overnight, 8
Overnight, it
hours,
really will moisturise
you
your
really
feet,
will
won't it?
moisturise. Wow, what a brilliant
What
idea!
a brilliant idea.
Yes, literally, these are going to fly off. They are the Pavers Spa Gel Socks, 308161. I'll say it again, details on the screen, 308161, order code. Pink is the colourway and $8.99 is the price. Fantastic.
Have you seen these on page 27?
Well, I'm actually looking 46 real-life boots. They're
Oh,
fabulous. We've got so many lovely new styles.
Hang on,
here,
have you
John.
already got one of these?
I've got one because I
haven't.
actually went on the website, and that's the easiest way of doing it, and just request a catalogue.
And can you get it? What happens if you?
Yeah, you can phone as well. So either phone or request a catalogue on the website.
Oh, I'm going to do that. I'm
You've
a bit
got
put
to.
out. I haven't got one. There's men's, there's ladies,
Yeah.
there's everything in here. Get yours today.
Do you want to find the nearest Pavers store to you? Well, it's really easy.
Go to website, pop in your postcode, and you'll find the nearest store to where you live.
We've recently opened stores in Stansted Park and Temple Patrick, and our Walsall and Spalding stores have had a makeover to give them a fresh new look.
So if you want to keep up to date with our latest store openings, then have a look on our Facebook page for all the latest info, or use the store locator to find your nearest one today.
Hello there. Now, did you know about all the delivery options that Pavers offer you?
Well, standard delivery is $2.99 per order and free on orders over £60.
However, if you want your order the very next day, we offer express delivery for just $4.99 per order.
And this is just half price, $2.99 when you spend over £60.
And we also offer free delivery to store.
So see the website for all the details and the best options just to suit you.
Hello there, thanks for joining us for our Classic Court collection. You won't regret it. We are stepping out in style with fantastic styles, and this one, oh, I love this one.
Super, isn't it?
It's absolutely beautiful. I'm not
Really
a great fan
super.
of loafers, but I think I've changed my mind.
Very, very stylish. I love the tassels on the front. That's quite iconic, isn't it? Lovely mix of colours as well. Mix of materials that has been made. It is man-made, so it is wipe clean. All three of them are. You've got a mix of patents and a mix of a flat, or with this case, it's more like a suede finish in the beautiful navy, and it's a lovely, rich French navy. Then we've got it in black. And then we've got it in a really nice mix for you that you'll see Linda in soon, which is an animal print, a leopard print, and black, which is extremely smart. All of them have got a really, really nice sole unit that you can just see there, that you've got a colour running through the sole unit, that you've got the heel here, it's like a block heel, almost like wooden, even though it's not, it's composite, so it'll last and last and last. You won't need to get these re-soled heel or anything, they're just made to be going on forever. Underneath, great grip, and often with shoes like this you don't get grip underneath. You have to sort of be a bit careful where you're going and what you're doing, but with this, great grip. Lovely blocky heel, lovely sort of power dressing shoe really. It's a real good look to it. Lovely shaping at the front, a brogue front here, really pretty with the punched hole details. Venting either side of the upper to open up for you very, very easily. And then inside there, this is all microfiber. So the breathability of it inside, they're trying to use that on all man-made shoes these days to give you that breathability inside the shoes. Unless you go sort of the bottom end of the market, you're still going to get that awful stickiness within a shoe, whereas you will not get that in anything that you buy from Pavers. Absolutely perfect. Lots of movement on the shoe as well. Very lightweight, and it is a wider fit. So it's got a really, really lovely... It's not heavy, is it?
No, I mean, it's
when you
not
think about a shoe like that, it's not heavy at all.
Exactly, it's not the lightest of shoes, but for something like this, it's really lovely. I love this styling. I mean...
That's cute, isn't it?
It's really cute. I can't decide.
We've got Linda wearing now.
The black I know always sells, but the leopard skin, you know, or the navy. I think for me the navy, Debbie, actually, but I love...
Depends on what you want the shoe for, I think, don't you?
Yes, and if you love animal prints, does it feel good, Linda?
It feels really good, really lightweight as well, easy to wear, a lot of flexibility, and I think I've got 2 teenage daughters and these that love these. I think they're for all ages as well, actually.
Yeah. What would you team the animal print with, Deb?
I think you've got to wear it with black, and you could wear it with camel.
Yeah.
I think you could wear it with cream, camel, black. It would work.
Yeah.
Wonderful, it'd be lovely. The Pavers patent and tassel loafers, really traditional, classic styling here. Sizes 3 to 9 in black or black and leopard skin or navy, $37.99. Gorgeous shoe. Helena, we've got a leather court shoe for you now, a two-tone we're calling it, because it's got sort of different textures weaving across the top.
Very cleverly made, really interesting. You know, you often get shoes and they look a little bit on the plain side. This one's got a lot going on, but not over the top. Everything going on is just here, to look less... dare I say it, less simple, just less boring. It's got something about it, this shoe. Sideways on, you've got lots of foot coverage, nice and high at the sides to keep your foot in place. It is all leather. As I've said before, when you've got leathers that are mixed like this, or you've got a finish on the leather, it's best to use a protector on it and then just use a soft cloth to give it a wipe over when you need to. Protects it from weather, basically. On the top here, you've got different finishes on the leather. We've got patent, we've got plain leather, we've got like a skin effect leather going across. And we've even got some sort of stitching going through here. Whether you can see the definition of it in the black one or not, I don't know. And then, but all crossover is very, very easy. None of that's going through to you, by the way. It's all fully leather lined in here, totally smooth. Linings, excuse me. Linings are leather, really, really beautifully soft, and you see all the padding, absolutely gorgeous inside there. But this one, instead of being on a heel, it's on this really interesting little wedge that's been sort of nipped into just here to give the illusion that it might be a heel. It's on a wedge with a little bit of a platform. You're looking at about 2 inches in height, but much more stability and safety. If you're a slightly older lady, a little bit more mature, but maybe not so steady on your feet, this sort of heel arrangement is fabulous. It really makes you feel very comfortable and very safe when you're walking. Underfoot, great safety as well. You can see they went right the way through. That's a safe finish on it. 2 colours. The black I'm holding, the burgundy is on Linda. Linda, let's have a look at that. I think the burgundy's lovely. There's a little bit of grey in it as well. Yeah. Really lovely.
Really lovely. The leather's so soft as well. As soon as you put your foot into it,
it's buttery, isn't it?
Oh, it's really, really lovely and soft and looks so elegant. I actually like that little bit of a wedge there as well.
It seems to be a slightly more mature style.
It is, I'd say so. I would say so.
But and again, which is great that you've got a wedge because you are so super safe.
Gosh, yeah.
On a wedge.
I love wedge shoes.
I do.
Yeah.
I just feel liberated in a wedge. You can just go anywhere, can't you?
Yeah.
Any surface, go anywhere.
Yeah. But they're really lightweight as well, because sometimes wedges can be a little bit heavy, but these are really lightweight.
These are light.
And cut really nicely there, because nothing's digging in. I've got no hosier on, and they are really
It is a nice cut, isn't it?
Yeah.
That piece of grey on the top and the piece of black is a piece of elastication that's sitting on the top, so it won't push your foot down. So it looks lovely.
Yeah, and really good. And again, it helps you feel safe and secure. 316422 is the order code for this particular style, and it's called Paver's two-tone leather court shoe. The sizes are 2 to 8, 2 colourways, black and burgundy. You can see them both on the table, and there's the burgundy on Linda, $39.99. I'm peering at the table because we've got croc heaven in court shoes here, but it's sort of mock, well, it's mock croc, but it's kind of finer than crocodile skin.
It is. It's much finer. It's more snaky. It's like more of a snake skin. But if you look at it, it is leather. Beautiful quality leather, and they put this coating on the top to give it this impression, because obviously leather doesn't come with this print on it. So it's leather upper, beautiful sheen on it. As far as caring for it's concerned, I would probably use a protector on it to protect it from weather, whatever the weather you're going out in, and obviously just give it a nice soft cloth to keep it looking nice and shiny like it looks. Inside, the leather quality is superb. Absolutely superb. Fully padded, all leather inside, absolutely gorgeous. It's on a blocky heel, which is very, very easy to wear because it's just an easy workable heel for every day. But also, I think this has got something else to it. I think it's a very, very smart look, very elegant, very sort of county look to it. Love the tassels on the top here. You've got a really, really nice look. I like the front of the shoe as well. Loads of room to put your foot inside there. Lots of room. It is a standard fit, but there is room in it. Underfoot as well, great safety with the base that you've got there, and just a super looking shoe. And it's so nice to see such an array of colours we've got for you here. We've got this beautiful, beautiful brown, which you'd very rarely see in a croc. We've got a gorgeous burgundy. We've got a very, very lovely French navy, and we've got the black. So a wealth of colours to choose from. A really, really good quality shoe. For $41.99, it's all leather, remember, leather out and leather in. It's absolutely beautiful and looks unbelievably smart on. Do you want to come down and show us that one?
I absolutely agree. I mean, I've seen shoes like this in a shop in the high street, so-and-so and so-and-so.
Yeah.
And you could add a 1 in front of it.
Easily.
Yeah.
Do they feel good, Linda?
Really love it. The leather is just so soft and so supple. It's Turkish leather, so they always do the best leathers, don't they?
They do.
But really, really lovely, comfortable, flexible as well. So you've got a leather insole as well. It's going to wick away that moisture. I just think they are so smart. I've just got them on with jeans.
Gorgeous.
The burgundy is lovely because it's so in at the moment, burgundy.
I know, I don't normally go for burgundy, but I'm really drawn to it. Would that be the one you would choose?
Yeah, burgundy and black, burgundy and grey looks really nice.
Yeah, burgundy and grey looks gorgeous, actually. So we've got the black patent croc, we've got brown patent croc.
Brown's the closest to me at the back.
That's right. We've got the navy then next.
Navy,
and it's
burgundy and black.
Just got something.
The burgundy is gorgeous, but also, and I would never say this because the navy is also gorgeous. Very, very smart. In fact, all 4 colours are beautiful.
Yeah.
Depends on what you use in your wardrobe to wear them with.
Exactly, and you could put the navy on with the navy jeans, and it would really give them a lift. They're gorgeous. They are the Pavers patent leather court shoes. Sizes are 2 to 8, 313347. The order code for this style, $41.99. A fantastic price, all leather. Hello there, you're watching the Classic Court collection. We've got a very, very stylish court for you now. I like the way, Debbie, it's slightly more cut away at the sides than other styles we've seen.
Yeah, it swoops down at the side to give you a more elegant look. To show more of your foot, basically, but not too much of it. Even if you have a high instep, this will stay on your foot. I'm saying that because I have, and a lot of the times, if a court shoe goes way, way down at the side, I constantly slip out of it because it's not got enough shoe to hold onto my foot. But this one really has. But this one of the 3 styles that are very similar in the fact that they're all court shoes. One I've shown you with a block heel, one I've shown you with a stacked wooden look heel. This one's got the most elegant slim heel. And as I've said, the sides are cut into, and the shaping at the front is a little longer and a little bit lower, but still no toe cleavage, still a wonderful fit. Black patent, very elegant. Plain black and plain navy. If you look at the padding on this one, you've got even more padding at the back of this one. You've got all this amazing padding within it, which is all microfiber, as I've explained before, the breathability of it. But at the back, you've got these 2 panels either side of the back that will just sit on your heel like a sock. Absolutely so comfortable. Really, really gorgeous. I mean, you wouldn't dream of doing that with a patent shoe. You would end up with cracks in the patent. Whereas this, no, it's coming back to look exactly as it did before you put it on. So white clean surface, looking after you inside, keeping you nice and fresh, not sticky, even though it's man-made. Underfoot, amazing grip. And a really nice, elegant, blocky, wood effect heel, but obviously it's composite. But a really super little shoe, really lovely.
Really, really so good, because on the outside it looks super smart and sophisticated.
And elegant,
and inside you've got great comfort, haven't you?
Really cushioned inside. As soon as you put your foot in.
Best of both worlds, isn't it, really?
Yeah, you could quite easily wear these all day long, and your foot would be so comfortable. They are gorgeous. Love that plain navy as well. I think it really is lovely. But you can see the cutout there as well. But nothing is digging in. It's so soft, and at the back you've got like a little, it's sort of grip shoe at the back, doesn't it? But it's just so comfortable. Because sometimes I have to get those grips that you put into my shoes to keep my foot in, to keep them on. But I think this is just a really lovely look, isn't it? Looks really expensive, doesn't it?
It does, and I tell you, it actually looks quite nice without hosiery. I know for some ladies, they wouldn't, they
can't do it.
Would always wear hosiery.
Yeah.
But if you're in the last days of summer and you just think, oh, I don't want to wear any tights.
And you've got a bit of a tan.
You've got a bit of a tan, and they feel good without hosiery.
Absolutely, so comfortable. Yeah, really lovely.
That's the right answer. They are the Pavers high-heeled patent courts. The sizes are 2 to 8, 3 colourways for this style: black patent or navy, and there's Linda there in the navy. $29.99, 316 795. Now we've got a classic court for you on the table that's very similar to another court, except that one's got a bit of a higher heel.
Yeah.
This is a sort of blockier,
It's
lower heel,
blockier.
isn't it?
It's the same model basically with a different heel. So we're offering you two different. As I said in the last sale, if you did hear me, this shoe's done in a different height heel, and that's the height heel. It's small. It's blocky. Again, it's the air hostess type look. Whether she wears it in the more slender heel, slightly higher, or whether she wears it the lower blockier heel, which is what this one is. Patent again. In a lovely, lovely patent, lovely toe coverage, lovely shape, wipe clean finish. It comes in the navy and it comes in the black flat plain colours as well that you can see on the screen. Navy's in the centre, so it's quite a deep navy. And then we've got great grip underneath the sole of the shoe, lovely blocky heel, which I've said to you before is very, very easy to leave on all day. To work in all day for something like this is fab. You might be a receptionist, you might be in a hotel, you might be working in a department store, you might work in some sort of firm, you know, that you're a professional person. You need something elegant and smart but wearable for the day. This is your man. This is the shoe for you, honestly. This one or the other one with a slightly higher heel. $29.99 is not a lot of money to pay for such elegance and such comfort. Inside's so comfy.
And it sells out year in, year out, doesn't it, Debs? Great.
Absolutely.
Come on down, Linda, and let's see. Now, you're wearing the navy.
Navy. Which is really nice. And all I need now is a smart jacket on, and I could just go out, for, you know, anywhere, couldn't I?
Yeah, of course.
I know that I'd be comfortable all day, because they are so comfortable. Again, lovely, lovely. It actually feels like the softest of leather, but I know it's a fabric, but it feels like leather.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
they're
gorgeous.
Very clever man-made materials these days that stay looking as good as new. And inside, the breathability of it is astounding.
Yeah.
It works like a leather because it has pores.
And also, you know, all of that padding. I've got all of those separate ones that you can get from chemists and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're great, but you lose them.
And they can move around.
And they move around,
Yeah.
exactly. Here it's integral to the actual
embedded
shoe.
in it, yeah. Very clever.
And so, you know, for the price, when you think, because they're not cheap, those
they're not.
padded things.
No, what are they, about £6?
Something like that,
yeah.
between 4 and 6.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, they're
and
not
we've all
cheap.
used them, but to actually.
And you do lose them. I don't know how you manage to lose them when they're in a shoe, but you do, don't you?
Oh, I lose them in the wardrobe because sometimes you just chuck your shoes.
Yes,
Well, I
true.
do naughtily.
No,
I'm not
no,
always
I think we all
placing
do
them
that.
as neat as I should. And then you're scrabbling around thinking, where is it? With these, it's all built in. So fantastic. All the details on the screen, but let's give you them as well. 316794 is the order code for the Pavers Low Heel Patent Court. Same as the other patent court we've featured, but that one's got a high heel. This is the low heel, and it comes again in sizes 2 to 9, which is fantastic. Black patent or navy are your 3 colour choices. There's Linda in the navy, $29.99. Now, Linda, our model, and myself, we're always saying that we're looking at air stewardesses' feet all the time when we fly to see what shoes they're in, because they love these, don't they?
Well,
They're
this
so
is a
comfy.
classic look. Absolutely classic look. It's done in a number of different height heels, but this heel is the one that's the most popular, and we sell these by the boatload or the aeroplane load, whichever way you want to look at it. Yeah, stewardesses, because they've got to be comfortable. You know, if you're doing that sort of job, or you are yourself doing a job where you're on your feet 24/7 more or less, because you know, as women we do tend to do an awful lot of things. For you've got the kids, you've got the grandkids, you've got all sorts of things that you're dealing with. You might have a full-time job, you might be professional in some field or other, that you need to look very smart. This is absolutely perfect for you. It comes in 3 different colours. I'm holding the classic navy. We've got it in the black patent, and we've got it in the plain black. The black is the closest to me at the back here, navy in the foreground, and obviously you can see which one the patent is. From a 2 to a 9, it's standard fit, but there is room in it. It's very roomy inside. There's loads and loads of room for your instep, for the shape of your, for the top of your foot. It covers the toes beautifully. Inside is where the magic happens, as far as I'm concerned, with this shoe. You see, all this padding is absolutely unbelievable. That teardrop effect there on the ball of the foot, where you can get a lot of hot ache, if you like, from too high a heel or uncomfortable shoes. All of this area here, like a elongated horseshoe effect for the arch of the foot and for the heel cup area at the back. Absolutely fabulous. There's not one seam inside there to snag hosiery or to give you any discomfort whatsoever. Movement on the shoe, it's got every single bit of movement you would ever want on a shoe, and yet it flicks back to being it looking as good as new when you've taken it off. Wipe clean. on the outside. Inside, microfiber breathability fits superb. So it has got that appeal of 24/7 wearing, really. Underneath, great grip control under there, and a lovely wide, blocky looking heel is perfect for wearing. Linda's got the patent one on, which looks superb. We've got the other two plain colours. I think it's a must for work if you need to be smart.
I couldn't agree more.
And a must if you're going somewhere special, especially in the patents.
Absolutely.
Isn't it comfy?
Oh, gosh, as soon as you put them on, honestly, the padding inside, I've got no hosiery on at all, but they're so comfortable. Nothing is rubbing at all. You know I suffer with my feet. I have the most worst feet of all, and they are just so comfortable.
Yeah, they really look it, actually. And I think that's so smart, the black patent. Do our stewardesses wear the plain
Plain
one?
black, plain black
navy.
flats or plain navy.
Or plain navy, but this is more of a party animal, isn't it? It's lovely.
But how smart is that?
Ah, and at the price, $29.99 for something that is, you know, as Debbie says, this smart. Size range is good too. It's 2 to 9, and it's the Pavers mid-heel patent court. Bringing you a slip-on now, which is slightly sturdier than some of the other styles we've featured, just a little bit more robust.
Yeah, I think it's what you've just said, but also I think it's more of a doing shoe. It's more something that you would put on a daily basis. Maybe you've got a job where you need to be smart, you'd wear it for work, or you'd wear it for going out and doing what you need to do. It isn't something that you'd probably wear to go to a wedding or an occasion or anything like that. It's more of a daily wear shoe, especially in the plain flat finish, which is the plain black leather look. Remember, these are white clean surfaces, they're not leather, any of this range that you've seen on this show. Studding on the top to give it a little bit of extra oomph. Double venting either side of the upper so that when you get them on you can put them on very, very easily and it sits back on the foot properly. And obviously if your feet expand as the day goes on, these will give a little bit so the shoe doesn't have to gape anywhere. Inside, again, it's all microfiber, so we're looking after you, we're looking after the health of your feet to keep you nice and cool, but nice and warm also. Sideways on, blocky heel of about 1.5 inches, so very serviceable, wearable heel, and very, very safe under here as well with the surface that you've got. So that's the plain version. The other one, which is the one that you'll see Linda wearing, is the sort of black patent. It used to be called, smile at this, these girls will all remember this, but I'm sure you will at home.
Say,
look. We used to all have the boots. Remember the Lulu boots? Lulu used to wear boots, if you remember.
They were red, weren't they?
Well, she had all sorts. They had holes down the middle as well. You used to stretch them on. And the wet look, I loved mine.
Oh,
I had white ones.
Oh, you
did? And black ones I did, yeah.
Envy.
I should have kept them.
Look, envy.
Come back in again. So anyway, that one at the front, give up the reminiscing. That one at the front is the wet look version. It's the black patent version, but it's got that sort of crinkle look to it.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at you wearing that. A wet look.
Wet look. Oh, I used to have a pair of boots, the wet look, and I leant them against the radiator and they melted, and I was so upset.
Don't put your shoes near the radiators, ladies.
You can put these near the radiator.
I'm sure you can, yeah.
They look like they're very comfy.
They are really comfortable, easy to put on because you've got the 2 vents at the side, so just ease of movement. As you can see there, you know how lovely and flexible they are, but they look so expensive, don't they?
They do.
They look really
and
expensive.
And the little gold studding on the top, like you said earlier about finishing something off, it works really well. We've got the sort of the nickel-coloured studs on the plain one, and then the gold on the patent one. Works really well.
Yeah, I think the gold actually shines out a tiny bit more, really.
It does, yeah. The other one's more of a work shoe.
Yeah. The Pavers slip-on shoe, 309508. All the details, of course, as always on your screen, but I'll tell you them as well. Good range of sizes on this one, 2 to 9 in black or black patent. $31.99 is your price, and it's a lovely classic court. Now, two-tone leather has been around for years and years and years, but there are certain times when it comes right back into fashion again, and this is one of those times, I think, seeing lots of it.
We've had a lot of it over this the shows that we're showing you now. This is no exception. We've got it in a very, very nice shade of brown, a warm shade of brown, and we've got it in the black. On the front is where Julie was saying about the leather differences. You've got a different colour going through the brown one. It's more of an iridescent colour going through the brown one. And with the black one, we've got a different texture with a little bit of patent in the centre. It is more of a workplace shoe. It is, even though it's got that bit of something on the front of it, or it's a shoe for someone that doesn't want too much going on the feet but wants to look smart. It's probably it's higher at the front, so it probably is more for trousers or for a nice skirt, something that you would wear in a smart way. A double venting either side of the upper there, so that automatically gives for you without you having to do anything if your foot swells as the day goes on. It is all leather, and there's a lot of depth in this shoe from the top to the bottom, so it is a wider fit. Not so much in the length, but if you've got a wider foot, if you've got like an double E fitting, this is absolutely perfect for you. Leathers are beautifully soft, very, very supple and very soft. Inside, side linings of the side of the shoe are microfiber, and the base lining is all beautiful, beautifully padded leather. Really, really soft leather. Once again, use a protector on it, give it a bit of protection, then you can use a soft cloth to keep it looking as good as it does. It's on, again, a wedge, like we had a shoe a while ago on a wedge. Very, very safe to wear, very easy to wear. Forget about avoiding the cobble street, forget about avoiding any surface that's awkward to walk on. You can walk on anything in a wedge. And underfoot, great safety as well. So we're going to see Linda in that brown one.
These look to me, Debbie and Linda, like the kind of shoes that I like the brown actually. They're very different.
I love the brown.
But the kind of shoes that are just going to go on and on and on and get better and better and softer and
softer and more a part of you than you'd know. Yeah, absolutely.
Do they feel good?
They
Linda?
do. The leather is really soft, really flexible as well, and you've got those double vents at the side there, but I just love the front there. It's just very slimming. I think all those shapes there slims the foot down. I'm a standard foot, and these are a wider fitting, but my foot just feels really nice. I've got lots of room inside. I've got terrible feet. I've got the dreaded bunions, so I quite like a little bit of a wider shoe.
But you can see the way it's hiding your issues.
Yeah.
Inside there, really is. You would never know that you'd got bunions inside
and I haven't got hosiery on, so they're really comfortable.
And
as
also
well.
the brown, somehow or other, you can see the detail much more clearly than you do on the black. They're both $39.99, black or brown. Size range is 2 to 8, and you're looking at the Pavers patchwork detail patch slip-on. So good they've said it twice. Do you know, Debbie, it's funny, and everybody, that if you've got a little bit of a touch of bling on a shoe, I just think it elevates it and makes it look really, really stylish. And that tiny gold dot.
Little stud at the back
says
just
so
there.
much.
I totally agree with you. It finishes the whole deal off, doesn't it? It just really, really looks elegant. Now, I'm holding the shimmer one. As you can see, it's shimmering away at you. Very, very elegant, beautifully done. Bit of sort of bias binding around the neck of the shoe there, so to show you that when you've got your foot in there, how elegant, how unbelievably elegant would look. They've even taken the material down onto the heel and covered the heel with a shimmer as well. So your heel on here, it's a little heel, it's only about 1.5 inches. Very, 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 there you go, look, size-wise of the heel, if you can see it. I'll put my hand around it properly. I'm not doing a very good job there, am I? There you go. About 1.5 inches, and it's a slender little heel. Very elegant little shoe. Real good grip underneath here. Inside there, all microfibers to keep you lovely and cosy, but not sticky and hot. It wicks away moisture. And the outer side, because it's man-made, is white clean. Same with the Patent Croc one, which is a mock croc, obviously, on the table, and then the soft shimmer one. I'd say the soft shimmer one is a denser in colour. It looks more richer, darker, whereas the croc one is beautiful in itself anyway. Linda, let's have a look at you in the croc.
My granddaughter, who's 3, I know you've got a 3-year-old granddaughter too, has got 2 dolls called Shimmer and Shine, and she loves them. And it just makes me think, one shimmers, one shines.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do they feel good?
They do. As soon as you put them on, they're just so comfortable. I know you could stand all day in these, you know, if you're going to a wedding or something where you've got to, they're long days, aren't they, weddings? These are really lovely and smart. I just feel a bit sad that I've just put them on with jeans, because I'm not really doing them any justice, really, because I think it needs to be a nice
elegant, isn't it?
Doesn't it?
I love the shape at the front, the way it V's down into the foot. It's very pretty.
We've looked at some beautiful courts, but for me, the simplicity of that styling is just gorgeous. It's truly flattering, actually, Linda.
It is, isn't it?
On your
Actually,
foot, it
really
is.
slims the foot down as well. It's that shaped V, isn't it?
And leaves a lot of room for an instep, and there's no toe cleavage, which is, I think, is a really good point, especially when ladies get to a certain age. They want quite a lot of coverage, but this is coverage with a real deal of elegance.
Yes.
It's got a lovely, lovely look to it. Really has.
Yes, it's a lot, and the size of the heel, that little delicate, slender kind of kitten heel is perfect, isn't it?
It is,
Because
yeah.
it doesn't, you don't want to be unsteady.
You're not teetering, are you?
You're not
No.
teetering, and also your foot's not doing that awful thing where it goes into a point and all the skin crinkles. It's
Yeah, yeah.
really, really stylish, you know, sophisticated court shoe, this one. In black crepe patent cork or black shimmer. They're both a wonderful price, $31.99 for something that looks 3 times as much. The Pavers heeled court shoes, sizes 3 to 8, 305660. Hello there, we've got a classic court for you now that really is a classic. A little bird, namely Debbie Paver, has just been telling me that Catherine Paver, who started the whole Pavers business, stocked these at the beginning, and they're still going strong.
Absolutely, incredibly. All we do every year is just change the colours. We always do a black, but we've got a navy and a black this time. And we've done pewters, we've done greys, we've done browns, we've done, you name it, the colour's been there. And the same person, believe it or not, and you'll know who you are because we all do this, the same person's coming in for different colours.
Yeah.
Because it's still continuing on, and new people are buying, of course. It's a shoe boot. It sits high on the ankle. It's very, very smart. It's a little bit like sort of meets Mary Poppins, really, in the styling, because you've got this really, really pretty sort of kitten-type Victoriana heel, really. Really, really pretty. Lovely shaping. Lovely shaping to the front. A really, really nice shape here, but unbelievably soft materials. When you put them on, it stretches like you're putting on a pair of socks. And then it sits on the foot beautifully. However high your instep is, the stretch is there for you, so it stretches out without you needing to do anything. A little bit of fancy work on it with the 2 pieces going across here. The black has got black patent, and the navy has got a mix of a navy patent. By the way, this is look-alike because these are wipe clean finishes, they're man-made, with a little bit of a snake skin effect on it, which is the one that you'll see our lovely Linda wearing for you in a minute. 2 to 8, great size run. It is a standard fit, but there is room in it. Now, I've got a standard fit foot, but I've got a very high instep. And a lot of the time, if something comes high on me, it doesn't fit me at the top. This is perfect. It's fabulous for a high instep. Lovely shaping, as I've said. Inside, all microfibres, lovely and soft and padded, and loads of flex in it as well. It's a great little autumn, winter, spring wear.
I tell you what I love, the asymmetrical sort of stripes, the fact that they're just a bit off.
Yeah, bit off the angle.
It's really more designery. How do they feel, Linda?
Unbelievably comfortable.
Oh,
so soft. As soon as you put them on, honestly, it's like wearing a pair of slippers. They're really lovely soft. I've just put them on with skinny jeans, but I think these, you know, trans-seasonal, you'd be able to wear them with your thick tights, a nice skirt maybe. I just think a shoe boot's so useful. But you can see, look, how flexible they are, how comfortable. Really sits lovely. I think it really makes the foot look really slim.
It's
as
elegant,
well.
isn't it? You see, I would wear that navy one with a navy opaque.
So would I.
Yes,
Absolutely.
The black with black opaque, and that sleek, lovely line you
Beautiful.
get.
Make your legs look longer as well.
Yep.
But I can see why it's such so popular, because it is incredibly versatile. You know, it would look just as good with smart, you know, pants over the top or whatever. The Pavers Smart, telling it like it is, slip-on shoe, sizes 2 to 8 in black and black patent or navy, and that's got a mix. $34.99 is the price point. 305,657.
Oh, I'm liking the colours of these, because we have other boots, don't we, with like a knitted
we do.
cuff around the top. But
they're all a little bit different. Love the colours on this. I think it's a really cute little boot.
Yes,
this.
it is, yeah.
I think it's gorgeous. I've got the blue, and I love the shaping down the front there. It's sort of like a pleated design.
It's a very grey blue, isn't it?
It is quite. It's more of a denim-y. I can't even say denim
Elephant,
now.
I'd say.
Yeah, it is a bit elephant. But how cute is that? It is lovely. Now, to get inside, you've got 2 zips, so you can open them right out and just look at that lining. How fabulous is that? Now, it's not real sheepskin, but it looks like sheepskin and feels like sheepskin as well. The upper's all man-made, so it's really easy to keep clean. But inside, you've actually got a leather insole. So that's going to help your feet breathe. And then you've got the little red nodules which is all what Real Life is about. And when you actually get these home inside the box, and I'll show you the leaflet, but this explains all about the benefits of Real Life. And it's a feeling of well-being, and that just goes right through your body as well. So it's a really nice sensation when you wear them. Now, on the side of the boot, you've got here, it says Tex. So what that means is it's waterproof up to here. So if you are going through sort of real wet weather, or it's snowing, it's icy...
Is it not the fabric on the top? That's not treated?
No, it's all waterproof to there, but this will be water resistant.
Oh, OK.
Because obviously you've got the zips, so it's very hard to make that completely waterproof, but all of this is waterproof, and this is water resistance. And then at the back here you've got this sort of knitted cuff which is all padded.
And very quickly, what colours have we got for
Right, we've got, I'm holding the blue, then we've got the black, we've got the burgundy, and we've got a lovely tan.
OK, Julie, come on in, because you've got the... Well, we're saying burgundy again, it's more of a cherry pillar box.
It's a cherry,
red, isn't it?
yeah, and it's all been worked into. You've got that like burnished toe, which is lovely.
They look quite lightweight, Julie.
Very lightweight. Yeah, they fit really well. They're incredibly comfortable and very lightweight. Oh, I'll just pull the trousers up so you can see that a bit. So I took my jeans in there, actually.
You could do
wear
either,
sort of thick
couldn't
socks
you?
or something to fit your jeans into. But yeah, they look fantastic. They're so nice to wear and quite trendy.
Yeah, exactly. 312836 is your item code number. Real Life by Pavers, zip fasten ankle boot. UK sizes 3 to 9. Brilliant size range, but please check the screen for size availability in the colour that you're going to choose. But which are you going to go for? Black or blue or burgundy or tan? £49.99. 08450 99 99 69 www.pavershoes.tv.
We can't do an ankle boot show without bringing you a lovely Loretta from Mr. Hackham in Turkey. Butter soft leathers, Debs. Tell us more.
Really, really soft leathers. A nice leather for a change as well. Well, they're all nice leathers, but a different leather. That's what I should have said. It's a crinkle leather. It's been put together beautifully. It's been put together for a number of parts. But by the way, none of these edges that you see here with the stitching on them go through to you on the inside. It's all fully lined. It's fully lined with microfiber. And then the base lining underneath your foot is leather. So underneath your foot's leather, all on the outside of you is leather, and then you've got microfiber linings around your foot and around your ankle. Double zips either side, should I say, of the upper, one there and one there, to get them on and off extremely easily. Lots and lots of room there for you to get these on and off. It is slightly wider, as you would know Mr. Hackhams usually are, so it's about a double E, but I would imagine a lot of you ladies are already wearing them, so you'll know how they fit. And they always fit the same way because it's the same lust, which is the same shaping. Lovely toe wiggle room at the bottom there. Loads of space for your toes to wiggle. Underfoot, great safety. You've got loads and loads of grip there, and that's more or less flat. So you've got a big surface area for you to be in contact with whatever you're walking on, so it gives you a safer, you're more in control of your walk. Nice little ankle height, and it's loads of padding around the ankle as well. And this is very, very malleable and very, very soft. Now, I would suggest you give this one a bit of a spray. I've got one on set here, this spray. If you've got one at home already, or you can, when you ring the call centre or type in whatever you need when you're buying, it will come up probably with waterproofing, and it's great.
Yeah.
3 different colours, fabulous.
Fabulous. Sheila, come on in.
Great!
Yeah,
Great.
pick the right colour on with
your
my
top.
outfit.
Yeah.
But incredibly
The grey's
comfortable.
lovely.
But we always know with Mr. Hackham, superb quality with the leathers, comfort underfoot is fabulous, and I just think they're a really cute little boot, and it is something you will grab for every day. You know, when you're in sort of quite casual wear, but let's say you have to walk or catch the bus to work or the train or something, they're going to be great for the weathers out there as well.
Yeah.
And there's just a real lightness about them.
They're not heavy at all, are
Not
they?
at all, and so pliable and flexible.
Yeah.
Lovely little
His
boot.
leathers are just
They're lovely.
sensational, aren't
But there's
they?
no fuss there, is there? It's just a simple boot that will fit you really well, no bedding in, fits you straight away.
Yeah.
You've got a skinny jean, you can wear them equally with a wider leg trouser, or even with a skirt, with opaques.
With opaques, yeah. I love the fact that there is no, sort of breaking in at all. They're just immediately comfy. They are the Loretta Zip Ankle Boot. 311054 is the order code. Size range, as always with Mr. Hackham, is absolutely phenomenal. It's size 1 to 10. Really great. 3 colourways, as Debbie said, black, burgundy and that lovely grey. $49.99.
What I love is the fact that we bring the black ankle boots, which you know everybody's going to love. We've seen blue ones in this hour. Now we're going to see the most exquisite, like it's called cognac, is it? It's like a conker brown. It's beautiful.
John, I think it's beautiful. I think that colour is just gorgeous. It's a fabulous leather boot. You've got leather on the upper, you've got leather on the insole as well. There's a lovely design feature on here. It's sort of like this, it's with leather stitched over, which is really lovely. But look at that shaping on the boot.
Yeah,
it is
elegant, isn't it?
Yeah, really elegant. And then at the top here, it's all elasticated. But sometimes when you put a new boot on, it can tend to sort of like grip around the ankle a little bit. But this is really nice that you've got that give. Then you've got the zip at the side to get you in and out of the boot really well, because it goes right down to the bottom there. You've got microfiber, which encases the foot, so that's nice and breathable. Leather insole, and then just look at the heel. Really elegant looking heel. Yes, a little bit higher. This one's probably about 2.5 inches high, but super, super elegant.
But beautiful the way it's been cut into.
Yeah.
Still a stack heel, but been cut into like
gorgeous.
that.
And then you've got a great grip underneath.
I'm intrigued just to see what they've done with the elastic on the black. I couldn't see it. What they've done with the cognac one.
It's sort of like a chocolate brown. You just can't see with Linda's
What I'll do is when we
trousers,
get to Linda, I'll get her
yeah.
to just lift her trousers up a little bit so we
Put
can
my
see.
trousers on the outside. I could have put them on the inside, but I put them on the outside.
Okay,
I
so-
love these.
Beautiful.
So if I just lift it up, look, you can see the elastic there.
Oh, nice.
But you know what's nice about that? The actual elastication matches in with the heel.
Yes.
So really deep, deep chocolate brown. But it looks like it's been antiqued on that leather.
Doesn't it?
It
They
is
look so expensive,
fabulous,
don't they?
Fabulous colour. I think if you've already got a pair of black boots and you're considering another pair of ankle boots, what a great colour to go.
Oh no, and also it's going to go with so many things in your wardrobe. That gorgeous cognac
Yeah,
colour, isn't it?
Gorgeous with knitted tights as well, and a skirt and a nice quilted
Oh, they're going to be very
jacket.
versatile. The amount of times you'll wear these boots, you're thinking, oh, $54.99, but price per wear, if you think during the autumn and the winter, how many times are you going to put these boots on?
And years to come as well.
Yeah, not just this autumn, winter, but years come, because they'll never, ever go out of fashion. They're just classic and stylish, aren't they?
Give them a spray.
Give them a spray, give them a spray, yeah,
And
definitely.
also, John, these are a standard fit.
Oh, brilliant. 312789. Pavers heeled ankle boot, UK sizes 2 to 8. Check the screen for size availability in the colour that you like. Do you want it in black or do you want them in cognac? £54.99 standard fit, leather upper, leather insole. 08450 99 99 69. www.pavershoes.tv to buy them on the web.
We're going to pump now with a really lovely texture for you. It's shiny on the
So
front,
pretty.
patent, but it's beautiful, isn't it? It's like...
The work, it's like crochet,
It
almost,
is.
or lace work.
Yes, it reminds me almost of
Can I
your
just-
top.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I just... Whether we can bring... Can you see it or not? This
You'll
texture.
probably see it with the metallic one better, Debs.
Absolutely good. Yeah, you'll see that on Linda's foot in a minute. Absolutely, so pretty. Underneath, it's got like a sheen to it, and then on the top, it's got sort of flowers, almost like crochet work, but very, very fine. Lace work, but very fine. Toe cap is patent. Not real patent because it's man-made. Patent look at the back as well, and a patent bow on the top. Simple lines other than that, but again, we've got good deep sides in it. It's going to hold on to you. Inside is all microfiber to help your feet breathe properly. Underneath, great safety, and you want a tiny smidgen of a heel there, but a really smart look. The other one, you probably can, like Julie said, see the detail a lot more in it. That one is metallic, it's pewter. And again, very, very pretty. Slightly wider in the fit. You're looking at EW. Come on down, Linda. Let's have a look at you in that one. Can the camera pick up on that? I reckon you can.
Yeah. If it comes
Oh,
a
I
bit
love
closer.
that metallic
Isn't
one.
it pretty?
Lovely.
Oh, it
Really
almost
pretty.
looks... It's almost got a rainbow effect on the side.
Yeah, it's got an iridescence to it,
Yes,
hasn't it, almost?
yeah.
It's ever so pretty.
What a clever shoe to go with so many different things.
With anything.
And colours.
Metallics.
Because metallics are just
Go
a
with
winner, aren't
everything.
they?
Yeah, so if you're going away on holiday or going on a cruise, you could just take this, pair, and it will go with absolutely everything in your
you've got to
wardrobe.
wear. Yeah.
But really lovely to put. I love the fact that you've got that support at the back there. So it'd be great nice for driving as well.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be really comfortable and you've got that support at the back.
And are they really
lo-
comfy, Linda?
Really comfortable. So lightweight. they don't weigh hardly anything, do they?
No.
But you've got a heel and you've got that, you've got the, you know, the grip underneath as well. So, you know, you get some ballerina pumps out there and they look like they're made of cardboard.
Yeah.
And they're still 20, 25
they
pounds.
are.
You know, my daughters have had them and I've just had to throw them away a few weeks afterwards. But this is quite a really nice, substantial little ballerina pump, this is.
I just love the way, as it, you know, it picks up, it's iridescent, as you said.
Picks
and
up colours, doesn't it, with the
all the
light?
colours. And the black, I know the black will always sell, but the black doesn't pick up the colours for some reason.
No, it's more dense. Well, it is dense in colour.
This would be great with everything, wouldn't it? And it'd be great with, as Linda's modelling it with jeans, styling it with jeans, you could cut off skirts,
Little
pretty
frock, it would
frocks.
look pretty with. Yeah, anything really.
Anything.
Yeah, lovely.
Multi-seasonal as well.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, never goes out. Black or metallic are the two lovely colourways in this Pavers flat metallic ballet pump. Sizes are 3 to 9, $29.99, and the order code 315817. Right, we've got a long boot. Well, it's sort of long. It finishes at the calf. Just looking at Sheila, slightly above the calf actually, and it's water resistant.
Yeah, it's a nice little boot, this. We've only got the navy on set for you to look at right now, but it comes in black also. If you want to check it out, you can go on the web and have a look at it. It's a really super little boot. It's water resistant, like Julie's just said, which is marvellous, really. It just wipe clean surface. A little bit sort of military in a way. You've got the buttons down the side, and each of the buttons has got elastication, like a little bungee on the side there, that gives. So it opens up to show you the venting inside here. Whether you can see that or not, if I put my hand in, there's a little vent within the inside of these buttons. So you've got buttons, elastication, and a little vent so it opens up wider if you need it to. Inside edge, inside leg is where the zip is, all the way down to the bottom, and lovely, lovely faux fur linings that are all microfiber as well. The boot itself is man-made, so again wipe clean, but it has got that water resistancy. Lovely wide toe for toe wiggle, no seams involved inside there, and also reinforcement of the toe. Lots of give and lots of movement on the boot itself. And underfoot, great safety once again, which we advocate at Pavers a lot because you need to be safe underfoot, not just comfortable in the boot or shoe you're wearing. Super little boot. Do you want to come in, Sheila, and show us that? It's quite long in length. It's not as long as some of the others, but it is still quite long.
Yeah, it is.
And there's room in it, isn't there?
Yeah,
We're calling it calf length, but actually I think it's a bit longer
It's
than
higher than
the
calf
usual
length.
calf length.
Yeah.
Feel good, Sheila?
Do you know, fantastic. It is a wider fit, so you've got plenty of room in the foot part of the boot as well as the calf part, because it's got sort of like a rounded off toe. It's a little bit square, but you've got plenty of room for your toes to wiggle in there. And also there's width around the calf, so tucking your trousers in as well, which is fabulous. I think it looks really nice in the navy, and it's very hard to find a long navy boot.
I was just going to say that. I was actually looking for some with a friend who needed them for an outfit. Couldn't find them for love nor money.
It's not as easy. It's usually browns, tans, blacks.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it is nice. A nice change.
Yeah, very nice change. Really, really good.
And also it's sort of like in between smart and casual, you know, depending on what you're wearing. If you were wearing sort of a tailored sort of blazer, they would look extremely smart, but then again, your big chunky knits and everything, it works with that as well.
Yeah, and I do like those little buttons at the side. They're just a bit of extra added interest. It's really good. All the details on the screen. Just pick up the phone 08450 999969, or you can see the whole range at paversshoes.tv. But this is the Pavers calf length boot. Sizes are 2 to 9, black or navy other colours, $47.99.
Oh, now that's a bit. That's a bit of a higher heel, but put the black one down. The blue one is gorgeous.
The navy is fabulous, and it's really hard to find a navy ankle boot.
It is.
Now, I was looking at these and I thought, oh, lovely soft leather. It's actually man-made. So that is just a man-made upper, which feels like the most beautiful leather. The actual navy one feels like...
Taylor Swift of the leather.
It feels like the most beautiful suede. I think it's a great ankle boot, and do you know, it's really lightweight. It's got quite a chunky heel, a little bit higher, probably about 2.5 inches on the heel. Love the buckle effect here. You don't have to undo that at all because you've got the zip
But it's very
on the
subtle,
other
isn't it?
side.
It's not ill-joking like that. It's
No.
just a very subtle.
Then you've got the microfiber that actually encases the foot, which is really nice and warming. You've got a really lovely sole that's very tactile when you pop your foot inside there. I just think a really stylish boot. But I'm with you, John. Love the black, but I think the navy is fabulous.
Well, the thing is, you can get black boots. You know, it's every autumn.
Yes,
You're going to be able to get
yeah.
a black ankle boot. Come on in, because I saw you put those on earlier. And I thought they are gorgeous.
Absolutely love them, because I've been
Yeah.
looking for a navy
Yes.
boot for
Yeah.
years actually,
Yeah.
and these are fabulous. I just love.
Perfect.
They look very designer looking. Perfect height for me, because I want a boot that I can go shopping in, and maybe to go away for the weekend. But I just think they are gorgeous. Really lovely to wear. Perfect to come up at the ankle. And I'd wear those with maybe knitted tights and a skirt as well.
Because when they come up that little bit further,
Yeah.
it's sort of, it doesn't hug the ankle, but it looks nice and neat.
It
so
does.
you could get away with a pair of tights,
Yeah.
definitely.
Definitely, and I just love the shaping of them. With the toe cap has got that really expensive looking,
Fabulous.
not squared off. Is it called a squoval or something like
Squoval,
that?
that's
it's
right.
just got that really, really lovely shaping to it. Now the two colourways, the blue, the navy blue, they're looking quite dark on your telly there, but they are the most beautiful, like petrol
Yes,
blue,
yeah.
aren't they? Really gorgeous petrol blue. That's in a suede effect, but it's
Yes.
man-made. The black ones are in like a leather effect,
Yes,
about
they
a
are.
normal leather effect. But obviously, as Sheila said, they're not leather; they're man-made fibres. But aren't they gorgeous? I don't. Well, I know I'd go for the blue, but you might not be the market for blue.
And also, I like it that they've got a tiny platform.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it just sets them off, very youthful looking.
315810 is your item code number. These are the Pavers heeled ankle boot. You see, I can see Debbie in the blue ones. UK size is 3 to 9. They come in the black and they come in the navy. £44.99. Now, do we know what kind of fitting you think they are?
It's a wider fit.
Oh, it's a comfort fit.
Yes.
Comfort fit. Brilliant. Give us a call. Go on the web. You know you need these. Get the blue ones now.
If you're looking for a sleek, streamlined, simple little ankle boot, you've got just the ticket.
It's lovely. And actually, we've got a fabulous one in navy. It's been so hard to find a really nice navy boot.
Very dark.
It's very dark navy, but
Yeah,
there's
but it is
definite
navy.
a difference between the navy and the black. And what I like about it is the simplicity, actually. Simple at the front, but when you turn it to the side, it's all man-made, but you've got this patent look that runs all the way around the edge in there. Also got a false zip, so it's got a zip, but you wouldn't use the zip on that side. You would use the zip on this side here to get inside the boot. And again, you've got beautiful fleecy linings. Also, I like this because it's got the punched out detail that runs all the way around the boot as well, which is a really nice feature. Only probably about ½ inch on the heel, and then great grip underneath. But I just think, like you said, Julie, if you want something just a little bit simpler in styling, a lower boot, I think this is great. It's Bellissimo, which would tend to be a standard fit, so a D fitting, and this is a standard. Now, Linda's a standard, so we'll just see how much room there is in there.
Yeah.
Again,
Gosh,
Linda,
they look
is the room
lovely.
obviously
Oh,
for your
plenty
toes
room.
to wiggle
Even
and
though I've got
everything?
my
The
bunion.
bunions.
No, there's plenty of room to wiggle
Yeah.
around. Absolutely gorgeous. Love these. Again, I thought they were leather. You know, you would think so. Looking at them, they look absolutely fabulous. Really looks expensive. I love that zip detail at the side. It's really lovely.
I tell you what I love. I love that little glint of gold around the toe.
Yeah,
Do you know, it's gold on the tan with a gold zip, and on the navy it's a little bit pewter.
Oh, how clever.
Yeah, and then on the black it's gold, but yes, on the navy it's more of a pewter. But do you know, that gold zip just really dresses them up. You know, it just takes them to another level. I just think that is so lovely, but for simplicity as well.
And they look great actually with your skinny jeans. They do. You could wear them as well with tights.
Yes,
low
you
peg
could.
tights.
Because
thick
it's got a
tights.
nice finish actually around
Yeah.
the top. It's slightly shaped. So, you know, if you were wearing them with tights, then you could actually, you know, have that lovely finish and that sort of mock patent around the top as well.
And the
Actually, sorry, Julie, on the tan, it looks like a fabric. and on the black as well. It's just the blue, the navy, that's got the patent.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How interesting. Oh, right. Okie dokie. Thank you, Sheila. So the navy's got the patent. The black and the tan have got a sort of fabricy effect, but it works very well. They're $39.99. The sizes are 3 to 8, and this is the Bellissimo ankle boot. All the details, as always, on the screen. Order code 313033. Hello there, thanks for joining us for our long boot collection. We've actually got a calf boot for you now. Calf boot, very flattering to the leg.
They are.
Always,
yeah.
really
They
good.
really do make your legs look longer and leaner and so on. Yeah, super little boot. The body of the boot is very, very tactile and soft, very, very soft. You can roll it down. The foot of the boot is obviously, you know, much, much more hard wearing, and the toe wiggle that you've got inside there is great because there's no seams whatsoever, so there's lots of movement. So the black is very black. The other one, we're calling tan, has got a mottled finish on it. It's very unusual. It's a really nice finish, and it's got a brown sort of strap around it and a little bit of brown at the top, and also the sort of jewellery on it, if you like, the buckles and so on, are like antique brass on the tan one, whereas the black one's got a nickel colour buckle on it and zip. The outside zip that you can see there in the picture and is here is just for show. That doesn't work at all. It's just for show, along with a buckle. Cowboy shape heel and a lovely round shaped toe as well. It's quite cowboy-esque in design, really, this boot. On the inside is where the zip that actually opens, and they've been very discreet with this. They've made this black, so it looks very, very discreet within the boot itself. Open it all the way up and show you the inside. Lovely, lovely soft faux fur linings, and this is all microfiber in and out. Outside, it's white clean. Very, very easy to care for, and underfoot, very, very safe with this gorgeous sort of tread that you've got there. Yeah, a great all-rounder. Lovely little boot. It is a standard fit, but there is toe room in there. Come on, let's have a look at you in that one, Sheila. What do you think to it?
I love this. I think the actual colouring on this, it's sort of like a mottled effect, but it looks like the most beautiful suede, actually.
It looks aged, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it,
Yeah.
in this lovely tan colour. And I think it complements it because of that brown strap running round the ankle. I think it's a really nice looking, but it looks quite weathered.
It does, yeah.
But it looks, you know,
A
really...
bit grungy,
Yeah,
which is what
that's
it's
right.
supposed to look, isn't it? It's got that look to it.
Completely different to the black. They look like
Very
different
different.
boots.
They
Very
do look like
different.
two different
Very
boots.
different.
The black, though, has got a lovely dusty sort of finish, if
Yes,
you know
it
what
has,
I mean.
yeah,
It's,
especially in the body of the boot.
Yeah,
the leg of the boot.
And I like them because they're big enough if you've got thicker jeans and stuff to put inside,
To
but they
actually
don't gape.
yeah,
You know,
there is plenty of room there. I think I've got some of my hair on my jeans there. Let's stick it in the boot. But I like it. They've got the little tab, but plenty of room to pop your trousers in there as well. I think they're a great little boot and
So do
very
I.
comfy.
And a good size heel. We've got our ruler. Da, 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 da. Size heel.
Are we
That's
old
two,
money
I'd say
still?
2 inches.
No, it is 1.5 inches.
Oh, okie dokie. Never mind. This is the Pavers. We're calling it lightweight calf boot. It's not particularly light, it's normal, but it does have a buckle. Sizes 3 to 8. Black and tan are your two colourways. $44.99 is your price. Hello and welcome to Comfy and Cosy Slippers. Now I'm going to say two words, but they're crucial words. Memory foam. Our lives have been revolutionised by memory foam, and it's in these here slippers.
Absolutely. Underfoot. Under there, where you put the sole of your foot, is memory foam. Oozily comfortable, it's depressed when your foot's there, you take your foot away and it comes back again. So every time you put your slippers on, it's like putting on a brand new pair of slippers. It's fabulous. If you've got them as a mattress, I mean, it was originally designed for burns victims and for people with bed sores and long time people that are in bed for a long time, to turn them and move them because of the way it's so easy on the skin. So if you know anyone that is maybe convalescing or is maybe in a care home or is in hospital and they just need a bit of extra cuddle, get them a pair of these. I mean, $21.99. Fabulous price for the comfort this is giving you. And it's not just comfort, it's cosy, it's warm, it's secure, it's very safe. The base on this is an outdoor sole unit, and the base is very, very secure. So if your loved one is sitting a lot and then standing from a sitting start and pushing with the feet, this is not going to give, it's not going to slide along on a surface, so you know they're very safe in it. Upper, all microfiber. Microfiber in, microfiber out. Beautifully comfy and very, very soft. If you want to wash this, I would advise in a wash bag, on a cool wash, short cool wash, and let them dry naturally, so you can always keep them lovely and fresh.
Absolutely. Sheila is wearing the red, and it's a lovely, what a nice red. That's
beautiful.
a real Christmassy red.
It is a real
isn't it?
Christmassy red. I think, you know, anybody that just loves their slippers, maybe they've been a little bit unwell, and just to buy a really lovely Christmas present, this would be fabulous, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
You know, we've always said about if you get them in a box, what a great present to wrap.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
so
and
easy.
something lovely to open. Size range 2 to 9.
Yeah, great
so you're
size
going to
range.
be able to buy, you know, slippers for most of your friends or your family or yourself. But I know they used to always be a traditional
Yeah.
Christmas gift,
Yeah,
didn't they, as well?
absolutely,
I mean, they're
absolutely.
great for any all year round, but they look so nice. And Sheila, are they? Is the memory foam? Can you tell it's there?
Fabulous. You really can tell. And it just envelops your foot, you know, with all that comfort, all that coziness. You know, and if you do suffer from cold feet, which a lot of people
Yes,
do,
yeah.
Yes.
these will be perfect.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. They really are really lovely. We've got the two-tone one, the beige multi. It's called multi because it's two-tone, with a sort of beige and then a
coffee
darker
and cream,
tan.
isn't it?
Yeah, coffee and cream. Nice way of putting it. And then the red, as we've said, is a strong Christmassy red. There it is on Sheila's foot. The Pavers full slipper with fleece memory sole insole, sizes 2 to 9, £21.99. Hello there, thank you for joining us for Active Autumn. We're very excited about the shoe that we're going to start with. It's a Skechers, really good price for a Sketcher as
Are
well.
you going to tell them the name?
Yeah, I am going to tell you that. I was just building up. I was going to say great price, great range of colours, and it's called the Skechers Bikers MC Firepower
MC.
Trainer. Why is it called Bikers MC?
MC. Why?
Oh, really?
I think the next competition on Facebook, we might try and invent a name for Skechers. That'd be quite
Yes.
good. But it has to be our own name. We won't be able to use it.
That
Skechers
would be
wouldn't use
great.
it. But we
Yeah.
could find a name, couldn't we?
But I mean, it's a fabulous trainer, but it's the
And
MC
there's so many of them.
Fire Power Trainer.
No, an MC is somebody like a DJ, isn't it, guys? Isn't MC? Yeah, they're nodding.
And
Yeah.
tell us about the shoe.
Okay,
Debs.
we've got a black one at this end. Then we've got the new natural one, the one I'm holding, which has got a really pretty sort of pale pink within it. The black one's got grey. Navy in the middle has got blue on it. Then we've got taupe, and taupe's got taupe, but it's got a lovely salmon pink lining. And then we've got the only one that's got two colours, grey and blue. But it is grey and blue with a blue... Has it got a blue line? I can't see it from here. Blue-ish.
Yes, it has.
Greyish,
That's the
silverish.
MC
That's
one.
the MC one, yeah, that's the one. No, all joking apart, yeah, they're fab. They're Skechers and they're fantastic. They do the job, they do more than the job. They're stylish, they're very lightweight, they fit beautifully, everything about it works. The bungee lace is a great idea, the first people, I think, to come up with that. Sitting sideways on, it's a good-looking trainer. It isn't a trainer for high impact. You must be sick of me saying that now, but I just thought I'd tell you anyway. Underneath, great grip for any surface you're walking on. You go anywhere in it. Microfiber linings, a little bit of leather. The leather here, and leather at the back here, and the rest of it is microfiber. You've got the grey blue on,
Grey
Linda,
blue
haven't you?
on.
The
It's
grey
just
blue.
mainly grey with a little bit of blue.
Yeah.
And
That's
they're
obviously the
fabulous, aren't
favourite of the range.
Yes.
It's got two names, yeah, grey
I
and blue.
love all the colours, actually, I have to say.
They're
There's-
great.
They're great, aren't they?
Yeah, you don't normally get trainers that come in so many colours
I
like
know,
that, do you?
I know.
But I think they're fabulous. Now, these are so lightweight. I mean, great for taking away on holiday because they weigh nothing, so they're not going to weigh anything in your suitcase. But great for travelling as well because they're quite roomy inside, so if your feet do swell up a little bit, they're really comfortable.
Yeah.
But really lightweight, they're fab.
They tick every box.
They do.
Skechers
Yeah.
do.
They
really
do.
do.
A great
And a good range of sizes, 2 to 9.
Yeah.
Which colour would you go for, Debs?
I really like the one I'm holding, but I'm thinking about practicality. But no, I would go with. I'm not going to think about practicality. I'm going to, the one I'm holding, which is
Good
the
girl.
natural with the pink, and
When
it goes
have you
great with
ever
your
thought about
jeans. Look at your
practicality?
jeans.
Look at my jeans. This is it's got my name on
Can't
it.
see you, they can't
Linda,
see
very
you.
quickly.
The grey blue for me.
Jeans on.
Okie
The
doke.
ones I'm
They're
wearing.
all lovely. Black, grey, blue, natural navy taupe. $39.99 for Skechers Bikers MC 5-pound trainer.
Welcome to a fantastic gents boot collection. I've got a really, really nice selection for you. We have plenty on our website as well at paversshoes.tv. I'm going to start with these. Two reasons, really. I quite like at this time of the year to have something with a little bit of colour in it, because I know a lot of guys live in their denim. Whether it's black denim or blue denim, you know, it's completely and utterly down to you and what you like wearing. But I quite like at this time of the year to something to have a little bit of colour in it. So for this one, I've gone for the Pavers shock-absorbing ankle boot. Now, this is lovely. Now, it looks like a smart shoe, doesn't it? There's lots and lots of designer shoes that have this kind of profiling, where you've got a contrast between the sole there, which is beautiful white, a nice big grip underneath, and actually a bit of colour in the body of the boot. Now, this boot comes in just above the ankle bone here. And once you've got the laces sorted, just use the zip to get them on and off. Now, there's been a bit of colour brushing going on here as well, so I don't know whether you can see the actual toe cap there is in a slightly darker burnished colour than the rest of the blue. But I love this blue. I think it's really good. We're calling it navy. For me, it's a slightly off navy, but I just love it. I love the shade of blue that it is. It works with denim, whether it be lighter denim or darker denim, and these are super warm as well, and they're really nice and bouncy. They've got plenty of sort of squish going on inside. These could well be coming home with me, by the way, just so that you know, team. Here are the colours that we've got then. So we have got the navy we've just been seeing. We have got the dark brown, oh sorry, the cognac that's going on in there in the middle, which is more of a tan colour, and then you've got the dark brown as well. But I think for $49.99, if you like the style, just go for whichever your favourite colour is, get them home and see them and try them on. I really think these blue ones are coming back with me right now. It doesn't go with the shirt at all, but the feel of these is brilliant. And they look pretty smart and tidy, don't they? At just $49.99. Love them. Do you know, I have never heard the expression chuck a boot before. So here is the first for me and maybe for you as well. Have a look at these. I rather like these, actually, and I like them. For me, the feature is the colour, actually, because the colour, rather than being singular, is a kind of, it's almost like a marling on the colour. Can you see like a mixture of a sort of darker and lighter? It's almost like two shades. Can you see? I don't know why I'm waggling my foot like that. But you can see there are different shades of brown in there. It's more of a conker brown, I would say, this one, so quite a deep, rich brown. But I tell you what balances it out for me is that big, bright, white overstitching there. It gives a contrast, and actually these jeans are just perfect to show you as an example, really, because you can see stitching in jeans is always in contrasting colour, so that kind of, you know, follows and marries in to that as well. It's not a big boot, this one, actually. It doesn't even come up over the ankle, so, you know, it's just a shoe, really, I would say. And just a standard lace up. There's plenty of lace there as well, by the way, so you've got plenty of excess, so there's no sort of struggling with those laces. Price-wise, isn't that good? $34.99, really, really good price tag for a pair of shoes these days. And you've got two different colour options as well. I have to say, for me, although I'm wearing the brown right now, my preference would probably be the black, actually. And again, for the sole reason, pardon the pun, of this contrast stitching. And there's a little piping line of blue down the actual sole itself. Can you see that? Yeah, it's beautiful, actually, isn't it? Very nice. Good for $34.99. I think they're a nice pair of shoes. Chuck a boot, new to me, new to you? Well, if it is, pick up the phone and give us a call right now. The lines are open whenever you're watching this. Could be 5 in the morning. I'm here, wide awake, and so are our team on the telephone lines. 08450 99 99 69, or you can go online and shop on the web at paversshoes.tv. Just use the item number 315840. Do you know, I love this time of the year because, actually, I'm quite a cosy person when it comes to autumn, winter, so I do like a nice sort of snuggly boot. But because I am a little bit shorter, as you can always see on TV, I make studios look massive. I'm actually not that tall myself. I'm only about 5'4", so I need a shoe that's in good proportion to me. This really works, actually, because it's a nice kind of autumn boot. I would be out, you know, walking, kicking the leaves, all of that kind of thing. You know, it might be rubbish weather outside. I can wear it, as you can see, I am right now, with dark denim, and it works really, really nicely. Keep your feet really, really nice and warm. I have to say, there's a little bit of a bounce going on to your step going on here. Now, these are both lace up and zip up as well, which I think is really, really good. So once you've got the laces correct there on the front, and it's got a nice, easy tongue if you want to use them as a standard lace-up. But what I do is get the laces absolutely right and then just use the zip on the side, which is really, really good. And the zip goes all the way down to the bottom. It's got that little bit of sort of a fleecy lining on the inside, which is a little bit warm as well. But once you've got the zip sorted, that's it. They're on and they're off time and time again. Now, I have to say, when it comes to boots like this, you can pay any number of different prices. You can pay 50, 60, 70, 80 pounds or more. And it's not true what they say in my past experience that you do get what you pay for. So if you pay £100 plus, you think, well, I'm going to have the best boots ever. They're going to be so comfortable. No, they might look great, but the comfort isn't necessarily there. This is a great boot. It comes in at a great price, as you can see there, at £39.99. You've got two different colours going on as well. So you can go for classic black if you want to, or go for the brown. We're looking at just £39.99. Another plus to these is the plus sizes as well. So we've got half sizes available too. So I'm about a 7, and these are absolutely snug as a bug for me, but you can go for the half sizes as well. £39.99. Well, it's that time of the year again, and time to do a bit of gent shopping now as well, which I always enjoy doing. As you see, I work very closely with our gents buyers in looking at the selections that we've got. And actually, these are spot on. I mean, really, really nice. If you want something good and sturdy and solid for autumn-winter, then this is brilliant. Relife by Pavers again, so it's got that lovely shock absorbency going on in the heel. In fact, it continues right the way through the shoe. The one difference in this one, I would say to others that we've had even in this show, is that they slightly narrow more to the toe. So you might possibly think of maybe going up a size if you want to, if you're worried about being slightly constricted, because these are a slightly more narrow fit. But I tell you what, feature-wise, they're brilliant, because again, once you get the laces sorted, and I'm not sure how well you'll see this, but once you get the laces sorted and adjusted to the right place, again, you use this big, big zip down the side to get yourself in and out. And you can see it's got a nice sort of checkered, furry lining in there, which is quite good, actually, because that's kind of twofold, really. It is decorative, but also it's very warm. Now, what do you think to a black boot over winter? Because actually it doesn't look that far away from a black shoe, does it? You know, you can see from the side profile with a pair of jeans on, it comes up just above the ankle there. But to all intents and purposes, that's quite a smart looking shoe, actually, isn't it? You've got two different colour options in this one. So the black that I'm wearing here, or you can go for the slightly lighter sort of tan cognac look that we've got here, and you can see all of those design features come out a little bit more when you're looking at the tan. Looks an expensive boot as well, doesn't it? But it comes into you at just $49.99, which I have to say I think is a very, very good buy. Get it in an order with some other bits and pieces as well. Remember, if your order goes over £60, then you are free P&P. Just a word to the wise there. Here's your item details. 315901 is your item. Sizes 6 to 12. Now, it's at this time of the year where it comes to a pair of boots, it's, you know, it's going out, it's kicking the leaves around, it's out walking the dogs, it's out with the grandchildren, whatever it might be. But you want something that's good and comfortable, not as stiff as a board, and something that you don't have to mess around with the laces and buckles and things like that. These could be the perfect ones for you. They're from Relife, so they've got that shock absorbency going on in the heel there, which I think is really, really good. And that doesn't just work on the heel support itself. That kind of, there's sort of like a shock absorbency going on. I know we always show you, but on the Relife, you can see there's a ring of sort of red nodules going around the bottom there, and they pass up into the actual heel itself, and it's almost like it's giving you a massage. And then you've got more cushion support towards the front there. So even when I'm pressing down there with my toes, and you can see there's plenty of wiggle room there as well. These are a wider fit. Actually, you're getting that real nice feeling of almost like stepping into your duvet, if you like. The softness is really, really lovely. Now, in terms of doing these up and undoing them and everything, once you get the laces spot on, which takes a little bit of doing, once you do that, then you can just use the zip to get in and out of them. It's really, really simple. I'll show you. So these come up just above the ankle bone, as you can see, so they actually come up quite high. But once you've got the laces sorted, I've kind of just tucked them in there. That's the way everyone does it these days. And then you can use the zip to get in and out. And you can see it's got a little bit of almost like a shearling-looking lining going on there. And very, very easy to do that zip. Bear in mind, these are a brand new pair out of the box, and they're super, super flexible. I don't need to wear them in for weeks or anything like that. They're ready to go. So there are two different colours. We've got got black and we've got tan. Again, with the black one on this one, slightly more of a sporty profile because of the contrasting on the stitching there and on the stack heel itself. But you just take whichever colour is best for you. And at $49.99, we might be talking Christmas shopping. 315-900 is your item number for these, and they're a good buy, coming in at less than £50. Do you know what I have in my mind right now? I've just done a long walk, really long walk. I do those occasionally. Get home, coat off, boots off, nice stew and dumplings. It's these shoes that are putting that picture into my mind. They're boots, actually, but honestly, they're fantastic. Now, you know what a big fan of Skechers I am. I have 5, 6 pairs of their trainers, pair of their boots, and I just love them. And I love them because they're nice and comfortable, because everything about them is just super, super, like a big hug, if you know what I mean. These are called the Go Walk Segment Garnet Lightweight Boot. There you go. It's like a word soup, isn't it, that title there? It's just a soup of words. It's the name that Skechers give to these boots. And they are lovely, actually, I have to say. They're a lace-up boot, so they're very, very easy to manage. They come just up to the ankle. There's lots and lots of padding up here as well. You can see that the even the laces are kind of oversized too. There's plenty of grip going on underfoot. Just have a little turn around and see whether you can see, minus the label there. You can see that there's a nice, there you go, choose the other one, Derek. There you go, plenty of grip there. And these are a nice kind of profile as well. So again, if you don't want a big and bulky kind of hiking boot look, and you don't want to have that sort of adventurer profile, then actually this is a nice sort of compromise, because these can take you everywhere. You could drive nicely in these. Your feet will be ever so warm as well, by the way, without being boiled. It's just a really, really nice fit, and of course, being from Skechers, you know that the comfort is there before you've even begun. So you've got all of the support you need, all of the grip you need, all of the solid state that you need for a boot like this, but it's lovely and comfortable. $64.99 is your price tag on these, so they are a free P&P item as well. Give us a call now on 08450 99 99 69, or you can shop online, paversshoes.tv, and it's 312 748. Now, if you're a walker, I would say this would be the one. I'm dressed completely wrong for walking. I'd have a big jacket on, I'd have a scarf on, I'd have my gloves on and everything, and I'd definitely have these boots on, because two reasons why. First of all, I love a Relife boot because they are just brilliant. There's just something about what happens in the heel there that, in conjunction with the actual base of these, which feel like a memory foam, they do exactly what it says on the tin and in the description here. They do a lot of shock absorption. Now, you can see the grip underfoot there is absolutely brilliant and really, really rugged. So whatever kind of terrain you're on, it's not a problem at all. You've got quite big laces on these as well, so you can tie those up and get them to the right kind of, tension for you. And then you can use this big zip on the side to get in and out of the boots. It's really, really dead simple. And as soon as you've got the laces sorted, that's you sorted. Now, these come up just above the ankle, which for me is just right, I have to say. In fact, if I show you from this side, you can see they come just up above the ankle bone. They've got that little bit of detail just going on around the edge there as well. I think these are brilliant. They're good and sturdy. They'll last you for years and years. They will be your go-to because they'll be dead warm. It's like stepping into a pair of slippers, really, but not too hot, not too sweaty at all. These are absolutely brilliant. Now, you have got two different colours to choose from. You've got dark brown, which is the one I've got on right now, and you've also got the black as well. So it's just a case of what you like in terms of the look. I have to say they've got a slightly sportier feel to the black because you've got the contrast between the stitching and the actual colour of the boot itself. But either way, they're an amazing buy at $49.99, and Relife are really, really comfortable. I mean, super. I bought a pair, was it a year ago or the year before, and I am always in them. As soon as it gets cold, that's it. I want my feet to be warm. I don't care what I'm wearing, I will have these on. 315-873 is your item number, $49.99.
Do you want to find the nearest Pavers store to you? Well, it's really easy.
Go to a website, pop in your postcode, and you'll find the nearest store to where you live.
We've recently opened stores in Stansted Park and Temple Patrick, and our Walsall and Spalding stores have had a makeover to give them a fresh new look.
So if you want to keep up to date with our latest store openings, then have a look on our Facebook page for all the latest info, or use the store locator to find your nearest one today.
Have you seen these on page 27?
Well, I'm actually looking 46 real-life boots.
Oh,
fabulous.
nice.
We've got so many lovely new styles.
Hang on,
here,
have you
John.
already got one of these?
I've got one because I
haven't.
actually went on the website, and that's the easiest way of doing it, and just request a catalogue.
And can you get it? What happens if you...
Yeah, you can phone as well. So either phone or request a catalogue on the website.
Oh, I'm going to do that. I'm
You've
a bit
got
put
to.
out. I haven't got one. There's men's, there's ladies,
Yeah.
there's everything in here. Get yours today.
Hello there, thanks for joining us for our gents slipper selection. We've got some gorgeous slipper styles for you. Starting off with this, I think we're calling it an everyday comfortable slipper, which is telling it like it is, really, isn't it?
Actually, I think this has got a really nice styling to it. I mean, it's man-made, but it's got this beautiful upper. I mean, can you just see the pile on there, which is gorgeous? Then, at the side, you've got a motif. You've actually got a polo player on a horse.
Aha.
Yes, which is rather nice. You've got vents at the front here, so ease to get them on and off as well. Now, I would say, I mean, I'm looking at this colour and they're calling it khaki.
Yeah. I
It's
think that's
sort
quite
of-
true, actually.
Do you reckon it's khaki?
I would say it was khaki. You could say sage green, but actually, no, I think...
It's actually quite a nice colour, and also it's toned with the sole as well.
I've just of course it is.
Yeah, which is really
I
nice.
like that. It makes it very streamlined
It
and very
does.
designer.
But then underneath you've got the outdoor sole unit with that lovely grip as well, which
Yeah.
is really nice. And then inside you've got a really lovely, luxurious lining, which is really warming to the touch as well.
It's a very, very stylish slipper. Let's take a look at the grey, because...
Is it Ezekiel with us again? Yeah, I'm intrigued where Ezekiel comes from. I have not had the chance to ask him where he's from as yet. But anyway, we've got this beautiful charcoal. I think that is lovely. And then we've got this really nice navy as well. So you've got sizes from a 6 to a 12, $19.99, which is a great, great price point.
It is fantastic, actually, and obviously really easy to keep clean, maintain. Can put them in the washing machine, in a wash bag, on a cool wash. I know Debbie will kill me for saying that, but I do. It is the Pavers comfortable everyday slipper, and it really is. Hello there, this is our gents slipper selection. We've got a fantastic range of slippers, and this is a lovely mule. I particularly like the simplicity of this one and the colours, both colours.
Do you know, it's gorgeous. It's a man-made upper, but it feels like the most beautiful suede. You can actually see even the pile on top of there. Now, on the side, you've got a motif. Now, because it's a man's slipper, it's a horse, but it's a stallion.
Of course it is.
Standing proud.
Standing proud and very designer-like.
Absolutely. I just love that look. And then inside, well, you've got this panel here that feels like suede, but all man-made. But then you pop your hand in, well, you would be putting your foot in, but it feels like the most luxurious sort of wool carpet that you just sink down into that footbed. You know, when you go and you get a new carpet and you take your shoes off, it feels divine.
It's
doesn't
heaven,
it?
isn't it?
It's lovely.
Between your toes.
Yeah, so it's going to feel like that when you pop your foot inside. And then you've got quite a chunky sole unit. Now, it's all rubberised, so you've got great grip underneath, which is fantastic. And then you've got that cushioning as well. So you've got cushioning on the base of here too. Now, I love this grey, but we've got a really nice navy as well.
And our lovely model Ezekiel is...
Ezekiel. Although we've got a new model today, Ezekiel. That's a really unusual name. I'll have to have a chat to him afterwards to find out what country Ezekiel comes from. I'm actually intrigued by that. But I think these are fabulous. Now, you can get them in a size 6 to an 8.
6 to 12, actually.
Oh, 6 to
Shield.
12,
6
oh,
to
yes.
12 in two colourways, in grey and navy. Fantastic price point.
No,
Sorry.
it's 311
I just had something in my throat. I'm so sorry.
067 because
Yep.
I thought you were joking.
I was
Julie.
joking. $19.99. I'm back now. $19.99 is the fantastic price point. Excuse me. Now, for fans of full slippers, we've got a perfect full slipper here. I know lots of, I know lots of ladies, but also obviously it's our gent show. Lots of men do, prefer the safety of a full slipper.
But I think so also the comfort and also the warmth of a full slipper. Because when, this time of year, I mean, obviously Pavers sell slippers all year round. So possibly through the summertime you might choose a mule slipper, but when it gets a little bit chillier, a full slipper is great. But it's quite streamlined. I do like this upper. Feels like the most beautiful velvet, and it does have a texture on there actually. Then round the back it's more you know, like carpet bags. You know those lovely carpet bags? Yeah, it feels like that round the back, and then inside that similar feel all the way around the edges and on the insole, so it's going to have a real warmth to the touch when you pop your feet in. I mean, obviously, I wear my slippers bare feet. You can obviously wear them with socks, but it's not going to be overheating your feet. Then on the underside, you've got this great outdoor unit that you've got all that lovely grip on there as well. Now we've got this deep dark charcoal, which is lovely, and then we've actually got a navy as well.
And Zach's wearing the navy. Come on in, Zach. And they're both very classy.
They are.
They really are. Very stylish for a full slipper that can sometimes look a little bit more mature or not so trendy. They actually, the designs and the colours and the textures that have been chosen.
It's really perfect because it's quite ageless, is this one, isn't it?
I think so, absolutely, Sheila. This is the Pavers full slipper. All the details, of course, on the screen, but I'll say them for you as well. 316434 is the order code. The size range is 6 to 12. Charcoal and navy, other colourways, $19.99. Hello, you're watching our gents slipper collection. We've got a very simple slipper clog now, I think we're calling it, but with, looks like, probably specs on, yes, it is quilting on the top.
Well, it is, but it feels and it looks like, you know those sort of puffer jackets that you wear, you know, that keep you lovely and warm.
Very trendy all over,
That's what that feels like, actually. Just have a feel.
Oh, it does.
It does, doesn't it? So different textures on the top there, but in this quilted design, and then this part of it, all textile, but again feels like the most luxurious suede. You've got a little emblem at the side there. It looks a bit like a maple leaf, but these have actually been made in Spain. But it just looks like a maple leaf at the side there. And again, inside, if I just tip them forward, it's like the most luxurious carpet again. That texture is just lovely. And I'm not sure what's in the insole, but there's so much padding. So you're going to feel really, really comfortable. You've got two colours. You've got the grey, which is a really deep, dark charcoal grey, and then you've got that most lovely chocolatey brown as well.
It really is chocolatey brown.
Yeah.
Now, funnily enough, you mentioning maple leaf, Sheila, because our lovely model Ezekiel, or Zach as we call him, is, I think, from Canada. Come on in, Zach, which is, of course, the symbol of Canada is the maple leaf.
Absolutely, what a perfect slipper he's got to purchase.
Yes.
These slippers, definitely. And I mean, at $24.99, it's really good value because there's a lot going on with this slipper.
Well, they also look, with that quilting, there's something about it that just makes it look a little bit more expensive.
Yes.
That and the maple leaf logo.
Absolutely.
Really good. So the choice is brown or grey. As Sheila said, it's a lovely, dark, rich, chocolatey brown and a very dark gunmetal grey. Size range is 6 to 12. Pure and simply, it's the Pavers slipper clog. That's what we're calling it. Order code 316436. Ooh, we've got some extra benefits for this slipper. We've got a fantastic Permalo sole. I think that means it's sort of injected.
Yeah, with comfort.
Makes it, with comfort, more malleable. But we've also got memory foam.
I know, which is a dream. And often with men's shoes and slippers, they don't get that advantage of memory foam. So you've got the memory foam inside there, which is really squidgy soft. And this lovely full slipper. Now I'm holding the camel, which is a really lovely camel colour. Always looks expensive. I love the upper, all man-made, but it feels gorgeous. You've got the two vents at the side there, obviously the memory foam inside, but we've got 4 different colours. Now, the camel and the brown have got this like a suede finish, which is all man-made. But then you've got the black and you've got the navy, which has got sort of like a checkerboard finish, which is really quite different, isn't it?
And in fact, our lovely model Zach, short
yes,
for
we
Ezekiel.
found out now it is Zach.
Yes, exactly. Come on in, Zach, because you're wearing the navy with that. I quite like that checkerboard.
It's nice,
effect.
isn't it? Just a little bit different, so a real different texture on the upper there.
Yeah.
But again, you know, it's one of those slippers you pop on. It's quite smart, actually. So if anybody came round to see you at the house, you wouldn't feel embarrassed that you got your slippers on.
I think my hubby, Sheila, I think my Patrick would like those black ones because he wears a lot of black and
Yes.
grey, and they're also quite wide.
Yes, they are.
And that would suit him enormously. I think they're
Well,
really
these are
nice.
actually extra wide, Julie,
Are
these
they?
slippers, yes.
My God.
Even
I feel a
better.
purchase coming
Oh.
on. And they're lovely, actually. Black, brown, camel or navy. As Sheila said, the brown and the camel have got that lovely softness, but there's very interesting checkerboard going on with the others. They're $19.99, sizes 6 to 12, Pavers Permalose full slipper with memory foam. Fantastic. It's a Skechers. It's got one of those titles again. I'm just going to have to read this to you. Skechers Expected X Version slipper clog. It's a Skechers. It's really
Yeah,
nice.
any
and it's
idea?
very soft.
Any idea what
Any
that
idea?
means? But
No,
Julie, I
no.
can't help but touching the lining of this slipper.
She's been oohing and ahhing, I have to say, for the last minute, going, oh, Julie, put your hand in there.
It's just gorgeous. Zach's going to have a real treat wearing these slippers. The Skechers. So what can I say? You're going to have beautiful comfort, and you can see on the label there it says memory foam, and that is just so beautiful and deep and soft and luxurious. Now the upper is all textile, but it feels like the most beautiful brush suede, which is gorgeous. Love sort of like this apron front here. Really chunky sole, great grip, so you can go outdoors in these, obviously not in wet weather, because it is a slipper, but just look inside and that goes right down to your tippy toes.
Shall we invite our Zach in?
Should we?
So that he can
I think
actually...
he'll find that these are completely luxurious.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on in, Zach. Oh, they look really nice on, actually. I mean, they're quite beefy.
Well, I think they look quite masculine.
Yes.
They do, but Zach is very masculine himself. So we do get some good male models, don't we?
We do, indeed,
Yes.
Sheila, we do. I like the colour. It's lovely. It's very sort of soft.
Well, we're calling it tan.
You know, again, it's kind of butterscotchy for me.
Butterscotchy camel
Maybe
colour.
I'm just hungry.
I think
don't
it
know.
possibly that.
These are the Skechers Expected X Version slipper clog. Do you think that's version? Oh, anyway. Sizes are 6 to 12. The colourway is, we're calling it tan, but it is a lovely soft butterscotch colour. $41.99, order code 315974.
Now, everyone I know cares about their footwear. And if you care about your footwear, it's worth having a good kit on hand, because we've all got the odd tin of shoe polish that has long since dried up and cracked and everything else. This is your ultimate shoe care kit. It is fantastic, and it's got everything you need, no matter what your shoes are. You've got a tin of neutral polish, you've got a tin of your black polish, you've got one of these little sponge polishers which work for the patents as well, you've got your little shoe brush there for buffing, there is a shoe horn there just behind to get shoes on and off, and then you've got your polishing cloth as well, which is lint free. This is a really good idea. The great thing about this is you'll always keep all of that shoe care kit in one place, because it just rolls up into its nice neat little package there, and whenever you need it you can just simply open it up and off you go again. Now listen, if you're buying someone a pair of shoes, get them one of these as well. We're talking about $6.99 onto your order. Remember, if you're buying shoes at the same time, it's only 1 P&P per order, but these kits are brilliant as well. So this is the black kit. Remember, it has the black shoe polish, and it has the neutral, and it has the lovely cream sponge polisher as well, which is brilliant. So 123097 is your item number. So neat, so convenient for taking care of all of your footwear at just $6.99. Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really, really good. And the great thing is, it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long, long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather.
Hello there, you're watching wonderful Wellies, and they really are. Wellies are raising their game. They've gone patent, they've gone colourful, they've gone
animal
brogue style. It's amazing.
It's incredible. You know, when you think about buying wellies back in the day, they were just a black pair of wellies.
Rubber,
and,
dull wellies.
Really uncomfortable.
Really, they
very
really
cold.
hurt.
Yes.
Cold. You hated wearing them.
But look at these. You've got a really stylish welly. You've got that buckle detail at the side there. You've got a really nice frontage on these, really chunky, grippy sole. Fabulous underneath, so whatever weather you're going to be, you know, come across, whether it's snow, whether it's ice, whether it's leaves, it's rain, these are going to be fantastic. Inside, you've got the footbed, which is really nice. It's not cold against the foot at all. I actually like it that this sits just below the calf, because sometimes with wellies, they tend to be very slim on the calf, so it's a real struggle getting them on and off. But this, it actually comes just underneath the calf, and I just think they're really nice. But I love, this is the black, but I love that burgundy, which is more of a grape colour. Purple.
Grape.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is. It's definitely purple, but grapes are really good description. Linda, how do they feel?
Fabulous. I do love the fact that that's where they fit. They don't come too high up.
Yes.
It's too restricting when they come too high up.
They are.
You can't move.
But they've got a lovely little bit of decoration on them as well. And they're comfy, are they, Lynn?
Yeah, really comfortable, really lightweight, because some wellies can be so heavy, but these are really lightweight.
Wow, ticks all the boxes, or even the boxes, black or burgundy, at $19.99 for the Pavers Patent Wellington boots, sizes 3 to 9. Got some ankle wellies for you now, really pretty, really delicate, and I actually love the shaping on the top, very different.
Yeah, really, really nice, quite substantial, great grip underneath. It's like a blossom on the top there, which is really nice with the navy background. Elastication on both sides are really easy to get on. I just think these are a pottering welly. You know, like in the garden, something like that. Or
very
if you're
good
just
in the garden.
nipping out somewhere and it's a really wet, horrible day. You don't want to spoil your normal everyday boots or anything. Just put a really nice thick sock with these and off you go. But let me tell you, inside, the sole is like this brushed cotton. So it's a really nice brushed feel, so like a really sort of brushed carpet even. So it's got a real nice warmth to it.
Gosh, how lovely. Well, let's Linda, come on down. And you've actually got them on. Does it feel like like that?
Really lovely inside.
Yeah, really nice.
Really lovely, but easy to get on because you've got that elastication as well, because some wellies can be so hard to get on,
really
can't they?
struggle.
And then hard to get off.
And then hard to get off. You lose the will to live.
I've got a welly puller offerer. I do.
Yes, I have.
I've got two. I've got one in the car and I've got one by the back door.
And one's called John.
I've got three then. I've got three. But they are really hard to get off. But these are nice and simple because just, you know, and if you do find it a struggle, if you're a little bit older and you can't get boots on and off very easily, these would be perfect.
Very good advice. Don't need a welly puller offerer with these. These are the Pavers flower print ankle wellies. The order code is 316086. All the details on the screen. UK sizes 3 to 8. They're navy, that's what we're calling them. They've got a pretty design on them as well, though, and they're $19.99. Hello there, you're watching Wonderful Wellies, and we've got a wonderful ankle boot welly for you now.
Do you know?
A floral haven.
If you're not a welly fan, You know, maybe you don't see any reason to often wear a welly. You know, I mean, I wear wellies a lot because out with the dog through the fields and everything. But maybe you're not a welly wearer. These are perfect because at $14.99 you've got a rainproof welly, so if you get rain, if you get snow, you know, ice, these are going to be perfect, and these are happy wellies.
Yes.
I mean, look at that floral detail on there, and even if it's just pottering in the garden, you know, when it gets winter time and you need to sort of like, I don't know, cut the bushes back or prune a rose or something like that, you've got these that can literally be washed down with a hose pipe or stick them under a tap.
Exactly, that for me is one of the plus points of a welly.
Just perfect, isn't it?
Really, really easy.
I mean, they're just so nice. And you know, for somebody that you think to yourself, well, they probably could do with a pair of wellies, but they wouldn't think of buying themselves. What a great little present, because they're just so different.
I know, they really are.
And the footbed is lovely. It's really nice and soft as well. It's not the same as the upper here. It's got really nice sort of tactile feel to it.
Good, because wellies can sometimes be a bit punishing. How do they feel?
Can't they? Wellies. I like that length, because sometimes they come too high up. They're too restricting. You can't move in wellies.
But do they feel quite comfy?
They do feel really comfortable. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got a great tread underneath, and they're really flexible. Because sometimes you get really hot wellies that are really hard. You can't move in them.
There's only one warning with these: is you are going to get spoken to. If you're out walking the dog, they are going to be a conversation starter, I reckon.
Yes.
Or they're going to make people smile at least. They are the Pavers ankle wellies. The size range is 2 to 8. Navy multi is what we're calling these, and they're $14.99. Fantastic. Oh, Sheila and I are very impressed by this welly. I mean, it doesn't look like a welly gog, does it? That's not a welly.
I mean, we're calling it Pavers Patent Brogue Short Welly Boot.
Yeah.
But it looks like a fabulous patent, stylish Chelsea boot.
Absolutely.
But you've got that welly top. So all of this is welly, so it's going to keep you perfectly dry. You've got the elastication at the sides here, which is like a Chelsea boot. You've got full protection underneath, which is all waterproof as well. You've got the broguing style around the front there, which is fabulous.
Gorgeous.
And all that for $14.99. I think, you know, your friend that likes this type of Chelsea boot look, have you bought her anything for Christmas
yet? No, I haven't. She'd love these.
Fabulous Christmas present.
Absolutely love them. I can't work out, Sheila, I doubt that the side vents, the Chelsea boot side vents,
this bit
can be waterproof.
Probably, I would say that these are not like going through your puddles and things, but if you were going to work, it's a really wet, horrible day, you were wearing a suit or something, quite smart, but you want full protection from the rain. Fantastic.
Without arriving with wet, you know, tights or socks. They're really
they're incredibly smart, aren't they?
They are. They're
really
fantastic.
Stylish.
Yeah, I'm just slightly amazed at them because they really were. I mean, if you wore a longer trouser over them, you could tuck your trousers in, or a long trouser, you'd never know.
No, and even with an opaque tight.
Absolutely.
They look lovely, don't they?
$14.99. This could be the bargain of the day, the bargain of the Wonderful Welly Show. They're phenomenal. They are the Pavers Patent Brogue Short Welly Boot. Sizes 2 to 8. Black is the colourway, but it's got lovely sort of bronzy hues. And they're $14.99. Amazing. Now, I'm not putting a downer on things, but with all the rain that we get in the UK, wellies are quite a staple to have in your understairs cupboard or your wardrobe or whatever.
Or in the boot of the car.
Boot of the car.
You know, I always keep a pair of boots. I've bought sort of like more of the winter ski type boot from Pavers before and had those in the back of my car. But I think a welly is very important. I mean, we do get a lot of rain, but I just think for everyday use, you know, when the weather's bad or if you're out with the kids or you know, walking the dog, something a little bit more jolly is lovely, isn't it? On a rainy, miserable day. And look at that floral detail, that's beautiful. And then at the side, you've just got that embellishment with the little, I can't think, belt.
Well, it's it is a little
A fastening.
A fastening. It's shocking pink. Anyway.
It is shocking pink. Yes. Buckle.
A buckle.
That's the one.
That's the word. Yes. Why didn't I think of the buckle?
I didn't either. So.
No, but they are nice.
Thank
and
you,
they look
Linda.
lovely actually with Linda's denim jeans.
They do. They really go nicely. How do they feel, Linda? Because
Lovely,
wellies
really
are
lovely.
notorious for not being very comfy.
No, very, very comfy, very lightweight, very warm inside as well, actually. But very easy to wear as well, really flexible, because sometimes wellies can be really hard. Aren't these gorgeous?
And they sit just underneath the
Yeah.
widest part of your
Yeah.
calf.
Yeah.
And also that sole is so grippy. The tread on it's fabulous.
Yeah, there's a really lovely, safe sole,
Yeah.
that looks like. Really nice. Just very, very pretty. Quite subtle, though. Well, sort of subtle, but they do go with jeans. I think they look gorgeous. They are the Pavers flower print Wellington boots. They're blue, they're $21.99, and the sizes are 3 to 8. 316 085 is your order code. We've got a beautiful wellie for you now. It's reminiscent of a high street designer.
It is.
And it's really, really pretty. We're calling it purple for my money. That's not purple, that's definitely blue and pink.
Well, it's more, I think it's
Violet,
more
maybe.
violet, lavender, but anyway.
Oh, it looks
isn't-
purple on the screen, actually, to give it credit. It doesn't so much in real life.
It's so pretty.
So pretty.
Really feminine, because wellies tend to be a little bit bland often. Not at Pavers, though. The array of wellies that we got are just fabulous. But look at that. You've got the stripe detail, you've got the florals on there, and then you've got the most grippy tread underneath. Now, there's a make of wellie, which I have bought before, which costs quite a lot. The lots of horsey equestrian set by them.
Oh, yes, very expensive.
And it's got this same sole unit
Yes.
underneath.
Yeah.
So if you imagine, even if I mean, obviously, going through the fields with this, through the mud, you probably don't want to, but they just wash clean, but it's got the most fantastic tread, and they look lovely on.
Oh, Linda, they really suit you. Do they feel nice?
Really lovely. And they almost look like they've been hand-painted, don't
Yes,
they?
they
Yeah,
do.
they do.
Absolutely
Yeah.
gorgeous. I think that's a great price as well, $21.99. Lovely gift for someone.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely fabulous. I love
And
the
they're just
colours.
jolly. They really
They
are. They're a
are.
standard fit.
Yes.
But there's lots of room in them, isn't there?
Yes, lots of
Looks
room.
like there is.
Yeah.
So you
lots
could
of
wear a big thick sock with
Yeah.
them as well.
Always
Yeah.
important with
Yeah.
a wellie. You know, no, they really have. They've changed the face of wellies.
They have.
Pavers have.
Yes.
These are the Pavers flower print Wellington boots. The sizes are 3 to 8. 316 084 is your order code, and the colourway is purple, but it's sort of violety purple, really. They're $21.99, and they're really pretty.
Now, I've heard a vicious rumour somewhere, and remember, this is not really allowed. Some people have bought the odd pair of shoes from somewhere else. Are they comfortable, though? Probably not. Would they be better with memory foam? Probably yes. Well, I've got the answer for those cheeky monkeys who did go and buy their shoes elsewhere. We bring you the Pavers comfort to your shoes with these, which are the Pavers memory foam insoles. They're really, really good. You get a pair of them in each pack, and you simply cut them to the size of shoe that you are. Now, I don't know if you can come up here, but you will see you have got everything you need from lady size 3 to a lady size 8, which is brilliant. And you just literally you follow the lines. It's like a sewing pattern. You just literally follow the lines. And you've got men's in here as well, so 7 up to size 11. So you just cut this to the shape of your shoe or the size of your shoe and pop it in. And suddenly then you've got the wonderful padded support of memory foam as you walk. How good is that? For £3, you might have spent over £100 on those shoes that you didn't buy from Pavers. You'll know better next time. But for £3, how about we bring the Pavers comfort of memory foam to your shoes right now? Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69. The ISA number you need, 306075. Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. it is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really good, and the great thing is it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders, because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather.
We've got a crossbody bag for you now in two beautiful floral colourways. Very strong, vibrant red and a kind of navy-ish blue. Really pretty.
It is a navy with those beautiful green leaves on there, and it's on a fabric that if you did get this slightly wet or damp, I don't think it would matter at all. But you've got lots going on. You've got the two zips at the front here, and then you've got two zip compartments at the top, and inside you've got a place for your mobile phone to go in and maybe some tickets, and then at the back here you've also got a zip pocket here to put your valuables in, and then if I turn it round you've also got a big zip pocket there, and that's the one that you keep close to your body, so anything like your phone or your purse could actually sit next to you so nobody would know that that was there.
Yeah.
And it's like a canvasy type strap that can either go across the body or over your shoulder.
Lovely, and this waterproofy sort of
Yeah,
material,
it's lovely,
so
isn't it?
You can be out in all weathers. Let's take a look at Linda, who's modelling the red one, the red multi. And what's so clever is, I'm not sure if you can see it there, but if we can home in, but there's a little P on the front. There you are. So if you're called Pauline, Poppy or Patricia, this is the bag for you. But it could be the bag for you anyway, because it's got lots of other wonderful properties. £24.99 for the Pavers Floral crossbody bag.
Now, everyone I know cares about their footwear. And if you care about your footwear, it's worth having a good kit on hand, because we've all got the odd tin of shoe polish that has long since dried up and cracked and everything else. This is your ultimate shoe care kit. It is fantastic, and it's got everything you need no matter what your shoes are. You've got a tin of neutral polish, you've got a tin of your black polish, you've got one of these little sponge polishers which work for the patents as well, you've got your little shoe brush there for buffing, there is a shoe horn there just behind to get shoes on and off, and then you've got your polishing cloth as well, which is lint free. This is a really good idea. The great thing about this is you'll always keep all of that shoe care kit in one place, because it just rolls up into its nice neat little package there, and whenever you need it you can just simply open it up and off you go again. Now listen, if you're buying someone a pair of shoes, get them one of these as well. We're talking about £6.99 onto your order. Remember, if you're buying shoes at the same time, it's only 1 P&P per order, but these kits are brilliant as well. So this is the black kit. Remember, it has the black shoe polish and it has the neutral, and it has the lovely cream sponge polisher as well, which is brilliant. So 123097 is your item number. So neat, so convenient for taking care of all of your footwear at just £6.99.
Wow, we are bringing you a fabulous new invention. We've all said we've got to have these. Moisturising spa gel socks. Fantastic.
Yeah. The inside is where the gel is. The outside has got the little patchery feet on underneath so you don't slip about. But it says, get your feet ready for summer. Jojoba oil, olive oil, vitamin E and lavender oil. They smell amazing. Helps to moisturise and soften your feet. The gel linings contain moisturising oils, preventing a build-up of hard skin, reducing cracked heels, washable and reusable. But it's by hand wash only. It tells you that on the back.
I've got cracked skin on my heels.
They're fabulous, aren't they?
Yes.
What a clever idea. Have a look at them on Sheila's feet. They look great.
But you know, you could wear them in bed at night.
You could. How do they feel, Sheila?
They feel really soft. It's really lovely and sort of jelly-like inside, but you can sort of feel it
See the little feet underneath
moisturising.
there as
Yeah,
well.
that's so it grips on the
Yes, yeah,
floor,
that's
which
good.
is really nice. But yeah, what a good idea.
I think I'm
But
going
if
to
you
get a pair
did
of
wear
these.
them at night, then because they'd stay on because of the sort of jelly-like interior,
Yeah.
you're not going to get them too dirty.
No.
And overnight, 8
Overnight
hours,
really will moisturise
you
your
really
feet,
will
won't it?
moisturise. Wow, what a brilliant
What
idea!
a brilliant idea.
Yes, literally, these are going to fly off. They are the Pavers Spa Gel Socks, 308161. I'll say it again. Details on the screen. 308161. Order code. Pink is the colourway, and $8.99 is the price. Fantastic.
Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really good, and the great thing is it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather. Now, I've heard a vicious rumour somewhere, and remember, this is not really allowed. Some people have bought the odd pair of shoes from somewhere else. Are they comfortable though? Probably not. Would they be better with memory foam? Probably yes. Well, I've got the answer for those cheeky monkeys who did go and buy their shoes elsewhere. We bring you the Pavers comfort to your shoes with these, which are the Pavers memory foam insoles. They're really good. You get a pair of them in each pack, and you simply cut them to the size of shoe that you are. Now, I don't know if you can come up here, but you will see you have got everything you need from lady size 3 to a lady size 8, which is brilliant. And you just literally you follow the lines. It's like a sewing pattern. You just literally follow the lines. And you've got men's in here as well, so 7 up to size 11. So you just cut this to the shape of your shoe or the size of your shoe and pop it in. And suddenly then you've got the wonderful padded support of memory foam as you walk. How good is that? For £3, you might have spent over £100 on those shoes that you didn't buy from Pavers. You'll know better next time. But for £3, how about we bring the Pavers comfort of memory foam to your shoes right now? Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69. The item number you need, 306075. Time for a really cute bag now. You know, sometimes, I mean, you've got your larger shopper bags and you've got your clutch purse, and then you kind of need that in between. Might be an occasion, might be a wedding, might just be just for an evening, just need a few bits with you.
And you know, Derek, this is so lightweight. There's often bags out there that are so incredibly heavy, even before you've put anything inside. It's got 2 handles there that can go easily over your shoulder. You've got a lovely zip, and quite big inside actually, so you can just see inside the bag how big that is. But you've got pockets down here for your phone, you've got a zip pocket at the back, can you just see that there? And then you've got this gorgeous applique on the front, which is so nice. All beautiful sort of autumn colours there, sort of champagne, caramel, a little bit brown terracotta colour, but really nice. It's a lovely sized bag.
Who needs an excuse for a new bag? Here's Julie, just so you can kind of see a bit of context for size and everything else. So you can see Very, very simple, very, very easy. You know, one to just carry around day by day if you want to, or maybe just an alternative for you. I love that sort of little burnout detail that's going on there as well. £21.99. Your order code for this one, 310041. Don't forget the lines are open 24 hours a day, and so is our website. There are lots more accessories to be found there. Now listen, we're friends, we've known each other for a while. Do you fancy playing footsies? I mean with these. These are brilliant. These are like those lovely liner socks that you wear when you're wearing a pair of pumps or something like that. They come in 3 different colours and you get 3 in a pack. So this is the pink multi-pack, which is very, very flashy. Beautiful, 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 with a little bit of sort of silvery thread running through them. And they come in packs of 3 at just £3.99. There's also a black option and there's also a nude option as well, which you can see on the display down there. £3.99, which is brilliant. Now, size small to medium is size 3 to 5, and medium to large is a 6 to an 8 as well. And just to give you a very, very quick idea, Linda's here with me and she's got a pair of the black on. So again, you can wear them within almost any shoe, Linda, can't you?
Yeah, you can wear them on their own as a sock around about the house instead of slippers, or as myself and my daughters wear them inside the trainers.
Yeah.
And it stops the trainers from smelling. It
Yeah.
really does. They really do work. The only thing is when you put them in the washing machine, make them a pair, because sometimes they go adrift. I don't know why that is.
One goes missing. Always have plenty around. It's a brilliant price tag as well. Just £3.99 gets you 3 pairs, and you can either buy the pink multi-pack, which gives you a little bit of a pick and mix, a pack of all black or a pack of all nude. Remember, small to medium is size 3 to 5, and size medium to large is 6 to 8. Grab them now while you can. 08450 99 99 69 for your footsies. Right, time for a lovely, lovely handbag now, and I notice we've got quite a few trend colours going on here, Sheila.
I know, especially that mustard, which is really in fashion at the moment.
Massively.
And I've got the tan, which is more of an orange colour, but how fabulous. I mean, we're calling this a shopper bag, which is just perfect. Really nice in size. Love it that it's got the 2 straps that will fit over your shoulder as well, but you've got a pocket on the other side here, which is really nice because that's more of a security pocket, so you could put your purse in there, your phone, tickets and things, and keep that close to your body. And then inside the bag you've got a zip on top, and then really cavernous, and if you can just see down here, oh, there we go, you've got, sorry about that, you've got a nice zip pocket there, but underneath the bag as well you've got these little studs, so it protects the bag when you're out and about and you have to put your bag on the floor.
And they are a good looking bag as well. Julie's got the mustard one here as well, and it's nice size wise as well as it is. And I love the contrast between the mustard in the bag and the tan straps as well. That's a lovely natty combination actually. So this comes in either black, Bordeaux, mustard or tan for a very affordable £27.99 actually, I have to say. For the look of the bag, this is a real nice one.
Hello there, we've got a leopard print crossbody bag for you now that's so on trend. Animal prints, they never really go out of fashion, but they're bang on trend at the moment.
Absolutely, and fabulous to see this in a bag. Now, it's quite a neat styled bag. I love this sort of shaping, squared off shape. You've got the zip at the front here, and then inside you've got 2 compartments and a zip in the middle there as well, so really convenient to pop all your bits and bobs in there. I think it's a really nice bag. Also, you've got a pocket to put your maybe a telephone or something that's quite important that you need to get at quite quickly. But I just think, you know, if you want something quite dressy and that nod to leopard print, I think this is lovely. Now that I've got the brown, and also with the strap, you can loosen this off so it can go over your body like a cross the body bag.
Perfect.
Or you can keep it quite short, which Linda's actually holding hers like that. Love the black leopard, but I think my favourite is actually the brown. But doesn't that look nice?
They look gorgeous, and that little zip at the front as well, that would be great for if you've got a small phone or keys or tickets. Exactly. Really, really versatile little, extremely useful, stylish little bag, crossbody or over the shoulder. Black leopard, brown leopard, £24.99. Really nice. I love this little shoe kit. You do as well,
I do,
Debbie, don't
yeah,
you?
I do.
You used to do it in red and black, and I have given so many away as presents.
A lovely
People
little gift.
love them because they're so compact.
So
now
neat.
this one looks very, very
Expensive.
expensive.
It does. It's in. We're saying it's bronze, but actually, when you get your hands on it, it's pewter. It's a very, very male-female colour. It doesn't really matter who you are. But it looks very expensive in this colour. I know that. It's got a name on there. A little button. Open it up to show you everything you need for your shoes, your leather shoes, everything. So you have two polishes in the old-fashioned polish tubs with a little twisty thing at the side. We've got black, which we all need black, and we've got a neutral for all the other colours. And then we've got the shoe sham brush here, which is a really nifty little brush, very handy, all under elastication to keep them in the place. Then we've got another little pocket here. This one has got the sponge inside it, so you've got your sponge there to rub all your polish in. And then we've got a finishing cloth, a microfiber cloth here to give it a good old rub, to get it a good old shine. And again, that's under elastication. And then at the back, again, elasticated strap around it, is a little shoehorn.
So
Every
clever.
single thing you need
for
in one.
$6.99 for yourself
Fabulous.
to take away. It's not heavy. You can
No, it's
pop it
not.
in your bag. You know, take it away. My dad would have loved this. He
So
loved
would mine.
polishing shoes.
Yes, so would mine.
And that little old retro tin.
Yes.
$6.99. The order code for the Pavers Shoe Care Kit 127015. Hello there, thanks for joining us for comfortable clogs and slippers. We are stepping out in style, first of all, with this wonderful super bestseller.
It is a super bestseller from Fly Flop. This is a gorgeous clog. Now, if you've never ever tried a Fly Flop, it is a must, and what a great one at $19.99. Fabulous price.
Absolutely.
First of all, a clog is amazing for any time of year, and this is great because it's got an outdoor sole. Now, the upper, if it's bad weather, you wouldn't go outdoors with this clog, but you could use it indoors as a slipper if you wished, but then save it till it's a nicer day and you've got all that perfect comfort. Now, the footbed, first of all, what this is anatomic. So when you put your foot inside, you literally sink down into that footbed. Beautiful feeling. It's like nothing else I've ever tried before, and it remembers your footprint. And then in the base here, you've got, well, thousands of air bubbles, and when you walk, this depresses and gives you perfect comfort. And there's a very technical word for that, Julie.
Yes.
Squidge.
I thought you were going to say that.
Yeah, we can't think of any other word, really.
That's actually the nickname of my granddaughter,
Oh,
Sarah.
how lovely.
Yeah, Squidge, so.
Yeah, but I mean, they are fabulous. And if you do have a few problems with your feet, I've never heard anybody saying a Fly Flop's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So it's a really good one to try. And because this has got a really lovely tactile upper, that's going to be really comfortable encasing the foot as well.
What it comes in four colourways. Now, what a stylish slipper for $19.99.
Yeah.
You could wear it. I know you're not meant to wear it outside if it's wet, but I'm sure some people would
definitely
easily wear it outside.
You know, on a fair weather day.
Absolutely. Now, this is a bit of a quandary, Sheila and Linda, because we're calling the middle one on the table there burgundy. Well, on Linda's foot, we're calling it purple.
We're calling it purple.
But it's burgundy.
It's definitely burgundy.
not
Somebody
purple.
has got the wrong glasses on.
Somebody is
Yes.
a bit colourblind, I think, but it's beautiful.
It
It's
is.
burgundy, and then we've got black, which we're not able to show you, we've sold out, and the other two colours are grey and navy. But look at that squidge.
It is just, look, you see, all of a sudden it's changed to burgundy, Julie, as if like magic. So that one, if you're ordering it, it is definitely burgundy.
Definitely burgundy.
Definitely burgundy. Do they feel good, Linda?
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Lightweight, really spongy underfoot. You can see the squidge. Absolutely gorgeous. Over
Great.
$19.99. They're fabulous. They're a must-have.
4 colourways, $19.99. Size range wonderful. Size 1 all the way up to 9. The Fly Flop casual clog. I was getting confused there. Sheila's got this identical slipper, except it's not leopard, and it's got a different pom-pom. In fact, it's got no pom-pom, so she hasn't got this slipper at all, really, but it is vaguely similar.
It is vaguely similar, but mine does have a pom-pom.
Oh, it
Julie.
does it?
Yeah,
And yours
I'll
are
show her
beige.
at lunchtime because I'll have my slippers on. But anybody that's a big fan of animal print, and animal print is all the rage at the moment.
Absolutely.
In slippers, in shoes, in
It never
fashion.
really goes out,
It
does it?
doesn't, but it's really come. Look at you with your bit of animal print
Oh,
on
yes,
your blouse. You
yes.
see? You see,
Yeah,
she's
true.
sporting the trend, Julie. But yeah, animal print is everywhere, and it doesn't seem to go out of date, but it just seems to have come back with a vengeance. And this is just so nice. You've got the animal print on the upper, just in this coloured leopard print, and then you've got this really nice sort of, to set it off, this black pom-pom, and all around the top here, this beautiful fleecy sort of like encasing your foot, which is lovely. Then inside, that is just so soft to the touch. It's like beautiful velvet interior. Then underneath, great grip with a tiny little bit of a lip there on the heel. So you've got a little bit more, instead of being just flat to the floor, you've got that little bit of height there. But a really nice, flexible slipper, and it's just going to encase your foot with comfort.
Absolutely. And come on down, Linda, let's see you in them. Oh, aren't they pretty?
Lovely.
Very smart.
They're very stylish.
Yeah.
Really, my girls are crazy about animal prints at the moment. Absolutely crazy. So these, I might have to make a purchase, I think.
Well, I think you girls would love these, and the
They
thing
would.
is, $16.99, you know, for Christmas, wrapping them up in the
Absolutely.
box and everything.
Very designer looking,
Yeah,
aren't they?
very
Yeah.
much so.
They are truly great for all ages.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know, because the ballerina style is going to suit the young. They like pumps that, you know, everybody wears.
Yeah, and I could quite easily nip to the shop with these.
Yeah.
Quite easily. No one would know they were
Or
slippers because they
if
look like
not at all.
ballerina pumps, don't
If
they?
you were staying, you know, if you were going away for the weekend in a nice hotel or something,
Yeah.
and you felt like, well, for breakfast,
Yeah.
I don't want to put my shoes, my boots
Exactly,
on,
yeah.
I'll put my slippers on, those would be
Absolutely.
perfect.
No, I
Yeah.
couldn't agree more. They really would. And, you know, I know Debbie doesn't like me saying it, but if you do want to wash them,
Yes.
as we do occasionally,
Yeah.
pop them in a wash bag
Yeah.
on a really cool heat
Yeah.
and wash them, you know,
Yeah.
for a quick, cool
Yes.
wash and
Yeah.
let them dry naturally.
Well, Debbie's not here, so you've
She's
said
not
it
so
now.
I've said it. She can slap me wrists later. The order code for your Pavers full slipper with animal print is 316399. All the details, as always, on the screen. We're calling these leopard, pure and simply leopard print, which is what they are. Size range 2 to 9, $16.99. Now, if you're partial to a pom-pom and a bit of bling with your slipper, we've got just the thing.
Now, I have got this style of slipper, which I love, and I bought it probably about 3 years ago,
Yeah.
didn't I? But it hasn't got this upper with like a lurex thread running through it in different colours. You've got sort of pinks and golds and navies, which is lovely. Really nice, sort of bit more of an evening slipper.
Yes.
This gorgeous pom-pom on the front there, which is really tactile as well. The outdoor unit on the bottom, so you've got great grip and stability. Then inside, all microfiber, but it feels like velvet. A really beautiful feel, and then the footbed is all cushioned, and that actually does feel like memory foam. So you've got something that's quite elegant in its styling, in this gorgeous navy, and then we've also got the burgundy that's got all the lurex running through there as well. So just a little bit different on that upper.
And yes, a very elegant,
It is very
sophisticated
elegant.
slipper for $16.99. Come on down, Linda, and let's take a look at you in the burgundy. They are quite Christmassy. I'm going
They're
to say
very
it. They
Christmassy.
really are, because of that little bit of
Yes.
sparkle. you
And
know.
also the colouring as well, especially with Linda's, with the
Yes.
burgundy.
Yeah.
And now, Linda, these are a standard fit.
Yes,
Do they
they are.
fit quite well to your
Absolutely
foot?
well foot, and they come quite high up on the foot as well. Keep your foot secure inside once you've got them on. It's like a little ballet pump.
It is,
It really
very
is
much so.
lovely. I love that fur pom-pom on the front. I think they look very designer looking. And lovely. I think at $16.99, these again will make a fabulous gift for someone.
Yeah, because...
Imagine Christmas Day.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
opening
opening
them.
them and then putting them on and wearing them.
Sorry, Sheila. what
No,
were
I'm
you
just going to say, for people that don't genuinely like slippers, they look a little bit more dressy, don't
Yes,
they?
they do.
Do you know what? They've got
Yes.
a great tread and a great grip
Underneath,
underneath.
which is
I
important.
can see people going, I mean, you know, like a lot of the younger generation,
Yes.
I sound ancient, don't I? They do go out in their in slippers.
They do.
I see them flopping along in fluffy
Yes,
mules. But
yes.
this might be one of those slippers to wear to the shopping centre
But
You never know.
It's funny, isn't it? We all like our different sort of types of
You do.
slippers.
Yes.
But I've got big fluffy slippers. I've got sheepskin slippers, really full, like booty slippers. And then I've got the ones like this, but they're in like a goldy beigey colour,
Yes.
which I love as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely styling on this one. It is the Pavers full slipper with pom-pom. Size range is 2 to 9. Burgundy and navy are your two colourways. Both of them have got a pom-pom in the matching colour, and also that lovely lurex thread, as Sheila said, that's the way to describe it, running through them. $16.99. Oh, we've fallen in love with this one, all of us. It's so gorgeously soft and fluffy and cosy.
Julie, they are fantastic. And you know, I was really blown away. I was convinced this was sheepskin, and it's not.
It's not?
All man-made. But
No.
I've got to get you to pop your hand in there.
I shall, just for you.
Just that
Oh,
is
seriously.
so lovely.
There's so much gorgeous soft fur.
Yes.
Is there room for your foot?
Well, we'll ask Linda that when she comes down, but it is so luxurious. It's beautiful. And to say this is only $19.99.
Incredible.
It's fabulous. So you've got this upper that looks like sheepskin. Actually, it feels more velvety on the upper in this lovely burgundy. And then this soft faux fur running round here. And then inside, all of that goes right down to your toes, which feels beautiful. You've got the outdoor, so, oh wow, you've got little stars on the bottom there, which is really pretty. Not that you're going to be seeing that, but it's got a really good grip underneath as well.
It's nice to know they're there.
And I think this one for a present at $19.99 is perfect. Now, this one's a standard fit as well.
You could give it to somebody, Sheila, and put "You Are a Star." You could give it an actor for their dressing room.
You could, couldn't you?
Definitely.
Now, you should know quite a few people that you could buy
I
these
could give
slippers
this
for.
to lots of people,
Yes.
lots of friends who I could say, "You are a star."
Yeah, that's it. And what colour would you go for?
For me personally, the blue.
Yeah, but I like the one in the middle, the beige. I think
Do
that's
you?
good. Like a camely colour.
Not burgundy.
Well, no, I've changed my mind, but Linda's chosen the, what we're calling it, beige, that's right. But why would you call it beige?
It's more gold.
It
That
is.
to me is gold.
Camel, gold.
Yeah, camel, Linda.
I
Gold,
love
actually.
these.
It's got a sheen. How do they feel,
Oh,
Linda?
these are
Is there
fabs.
room for your foot?
Yes, there's lots of wiggle room, but as soon as you put your foot in these, you know, I live in slippers because my feet are always cold and I can't bear it when my feet are cold. I love these. These are absolutely gorgeous. So sumptuous. They are fabulous, these. I think at that price, at $19.99, what a fabulous
It
gift
is.
these will make.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Yeah.
For anybody you know of any age,
Yes,
really.
absolutely.
But, you know,
age.
somebody you know has really cold feet
Yes.
and needs warming up. What a lovely, lovely present. Beige, but it's more like gold. Burgundy, and it's a true burgundy, or navy, and it's a gorgeous French navy, really strong colour. 3 colourways for this Pavers slipper clog. Sizes are 3 to 8. 316582 is your order code, and they're $19.99, and they are fabulous. Hello, we've got a lightweight little clog for you now, and slightly different styling on the front, actually.
It
More like
is.
a sandal.
Well, the thing is, Julie, you've got the little vents there, but it just gives a little bit of interest, and you've got the one-touch fastening, which is really nice. So you can open that out to get your foot in and close it up to actually fit your foot perfectly. And a little bit of patent on the side, if you can just see that. Now, it's all leather, really soft, beautiful leather, and also inside you've got the leather as well, and it's all cushioned. You can just see all the way down to your toes. Now, this one being a dream, it's a little bit like memory foam when you pop your foot inside. So you sink down and then it springs back to place again.
Okay.
But beautiful quality leather, really lightweight. Just got the 2 colours. We've got the black and the navy. Love that overstitching all the way around the front as well. Now, you've got a really nice wedge detail and also great grip underneath. And if you just look, can you see that? Oh yes, there. You've got 2 extra points here, one in a flower detail there at the front. Can you just see that? Can you see that in the light? And it says anti-shock, so you've got an extra piece of comfort.
Wow.
So when you're wearing them, it takes away that impact when you're walking. If you're walking on sort of rough surfaces, little stones, cobbles, that type of thing. So a really, really comfortable walk. Now, I just think for anybody that's got slightly different feet, different width fittings, these are going to be perfect with that one-touch fastening there.
Yes.
And looking at Linda wearing them, she's actually got the navy on, but it looks like a really lovely sort of gunmetal-y grey.
I thought it was grey.
Yes, yeah.
Actually, before I saw the screen saying navy, yeah, it really does. It's a lovely colour, actually.
It is a really nice colour.
Yeah.
And also Linda, poor Linda, I always have to mention it, but you've got 1 foot bigger than the other.
I have.
And the issues, but with
have.
the one-touch fastening, does that actually help a little bit?
Oh, it does, absolutely.
Yeah.
Gosh, absolutely, because going to try normal shoes on, I have terrible problems trying to get them to, you know, even out. But these, because you can adjust them, makes them so easy to put on. But they
And you can see the softness of the leather there.
Oh,
as well.
absolutely. The flexibility that it gives, which is great for when you're moving
Yeah,
around and walking.
Definitely. A nice wiggle room for toes, Linda.
Lovely wiggle room for toes,
Good.
yeah.
That's
Plenty of room.
important. The Flyflot lightweight leather clog has an order code 316697. It's $29.99. It's all leather, inside and out. 2 colourways, black and navy, but the navy is like gorgeous dark grey. Oh, Mrs. I feel a purchase coming on, a purchase. I love them. I've just seen the price, $12.99, and they're gorgeous and they're comfy.
Do you know, it's quite phenomenal, isn't it, to find a slipper with an outdoor unit, because often slippers at this price, you know, if you look around the high street, they could be made of cardboard on the bottom. You've got that beautiful upper, which is like a gorgeous toweling, which is really lovely and soft. And then the embellishment at the side is hearts. So you've got a navy heart and this lovely silver heart peeping through with the stud detail there on the navy. And then inside, you've got all that beautiful toweling as well, which is really, really soft to the touch. Then round the back, you've got this little lip, so that helps you to keep the slippers on, so you're not going to feel as if you're going to slip out of them at all. I think these are fantastic, and the other colour, the purple, is beautiful. Really, really lovely.
And that is a true purple.
It is,
I know we've
yes.
had some quandaries, but that is a true one. They're just lovely. And I guess actually you could put them in a wash bag as well.
Oh,
and
you
wash
could.
them on cool
Because, I mean,
if
with
you-
it being toweling, you know, when you think about it, you wash your towels all the time.
Of course you
but I
do.
would pop them in a
Can I
little
just
wash
feel
bag.
them, Sheila? I'm really... Oh, and they're light.
She's
Oh,
getting
and I love
fond
that
of
little
these
heart.
slippers.
Little 2 hearts. Come on down, Linda, tell us how they feel.
They're lovely. I think these are fabulous at that price. These are definitely must-have, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, to take away on holiday, because I always like to take my
Yes, 'cause
slippers
they're
away on
so
holiday. 'Cause
light.
when you go away, you've got all those stone floors
And it's really cold on your feet.
These are
Well,
lovely.
they'd actually be great being toweling. There's something about them. They'd be great round a pool.
Yes,
as
they
well,
would.
wouldn't they?
They would, very much so.
You
And
know,
they
they
dry
work.
really quickly if
Yeah.
you did get them a little bit wet. But I think all year round slippers, these. And like you say, for $12.99, for a present for somebody.
Yes.
Fabulous.
Absolutely incredible. And if you're looking and you're thinking, oh, I do like those, I'd like them for me, I'd like to... Buying from the telly, though, I can't try them on. Pavers really try and minimise all the risks for you. So if you order something, as long as you just try it on indoors, don't go outside in them, try them on indoors. If you don't like them, you can return them to Pavers or, in fact, an Asda store or post them back. But I have a funny feeling you are going to absolutely love these. What's not to like? $12.99, they're gorgeous. Blue or purple, it's actually navy blue as well. Size range is great, it's 2 to 8. The Pavers Heart Embellished Mule Slipper, 316723 is your order code. So go online to pavershoes.tv or pick up the phone 08450 999969 and get ordering, because they're $12.99. Wow. Now we're calling this a Pavers cat embellished mule slipper, and it has got a cat on it, a little cat, but it's not an obvious shape, is it?
No, it's like a little piece of jewellery. It's like a little brooch, but that is so pretty. You've got these little tiny, tiny pearls and then like little rhinestones there, which is really nice. It's a little bit Art Deco in its styling, but you've got this gorgeous, lovely, soft touch upper, which is, it feels like velvet. Now, it's all man-made, but it's got the most beautiful touch. And then you've got this shocking pink, like overstitch, which is really nice.
Unusual.
But then what's very different, inside, can you see the footbed here? Now, Linda, I was asking her, I said, does it feel strange? Because obviously it's like a concertina, but she said, no, it's incredibly comfortable. And Linda said it's a little bit like a dressing gown. And it's got that really tactile feel, which is lovely. Then you've got the wedge here, which is all cushioned, and you've got the outdoor sole unit as well, which is lovely. I love this midnight black with the real contrast of that shocking pink. But then we've got a lovely grey, which Linda's wearing.
I love this, because I love grey, and doesn't it go beautifully with what you're wearing?
It does.
They are fabulous things. Absolutely. I think the price, $16.99, is amazing as well. Almost looks like they've been hand painted, hand stitched with all those beautiful rhinestones, those diamantes. Absolutely gorgeous. I think that they look really designer looking, very expensive looking.
And I love that overstitch. I think that really sets them off. You know, because often some people don't like slippers. I love slippers, and I've got so many.
I love them.
But if you wanted to feel a little bit more sort of dressed up in your house, if somebody comes round, those are perfect, aren't they?
They're perfect. They're a great present.
Yes.
At $16.99 for somebody especially who loves cats.
Yeah.
They really are. They're lovely. And are they quite true to size, Linda?
Yes, they are. Yes, standard fitting, standard size. Yeah, they're fabulous.
And Linda, that interior, because it is like slightly concertina, does it
but you
feel?
don't feel
you
that.
don't feel that.
Your foot just sits on top of it. So it's a bit like being in a woolly dressing gown. Really.
And it is. It's like a toweling, soft, like baby soft toweling, isn't it? Which is really, really nice.
And with that little bit round the top, the overstitch, it's quite on trend.
It is.
That homespun sort of look. So it's it's a very, very elegant little slipper for an extraordinarily good price. All the details as always on the screen, but I'll give you them as well. 316722 is your order code for the Pavers cat embellished mule slipper. The size range is 2 to 8, 2 colourways, black, that lovely rich black, and that gorgeous light dove grey, $16.99. Got a little touch fastening clog for you now. Quite sweet, quite sort of rustic in its styling.
It is, and you know the upper, it's quite subtle, but it's like an animal print, like a leopard on the top, but very, very subtle. Can you just see that? Which is really nice. And you know, brown is so fashionable this season. And you often didn't see a brown sort of clog or a shoe around for a long, long time, but it's really come into fashion again. But I do like this one. This has got the one touch here, so you can adjust that to fit your foot accordingly. Just in case you've got one foot maybe slightly bigger than the other, comes all the way up the foot, so you've got that security. Inside, you've got a leather footbed, which is like the most beautiful suede, really tactile to the touch. Yeah, really lovely. If you just have a feel there.
Yes.
And also, with that footbed, it's going to give you security when you put your foot inside, so you don't feel as if you're going to be slipping out of there. I love the base of this. It's like a wood effect, but it's incredibly lightweight. So it's like a wood effect there. And then underneath, you've got that great grip. I just think, you know, with your casual jeans, with cords, that type of thing, it's going to look fabulous. But I'm still in a bit of a quandary because we're calling one of them burgundy. And it's like... it's the one at the front of the table and the one that Linda's wearing. It's more of a pale raspberry to me.
Yes, it's not a deep, rich burgundy at all. It's sort of like a dark raspberry, What do you think, Linda?
Yeah, I think it's because it's got that hint of like a goldy
Yes.
Hasn't it? Animal print, sort of gold,
Yes,
sort of
that
texture on
lightens it,
top.
doesn't
black,
it? Yeah.
red currant sort of tones. Really
Wine.
lovely.
It's more of a claret wine.
Why didn't we think of that before? That's very odd. But
No, it's a nice Chianti, actually.
right, okay then. I would have said more Beaujolais, actually.
Actually, a new young Beaujolais,
Yeah.
definitely, yeah.
But Linda, because you've got funny feet, sorry Linda, I know I have to bring it up,
No, it's
but
all right.
with the one touch as well, that's really beneficial.
Because I've got not only I've got the dreaded bunions, but I've also got 1 foot bigger than the other.
Yeah.
But great for flying because they actually do. My feet do swell up as well, so these are fantastic when you're on a flight. Easy to get on and off, and really spongy as well underfoot.
Yeah, I love that sole. I think it's really nice, that textured sole.
Definitely,
on that.
and the kind of top, it's not exactly embossed,
No.
but it is sort of, it does have this animal print, as Sheila described, laid onto the top. Fascinating. It's the Pavers Touch Fastening Slip-On Clog. Order code 316720. The size range is 3 to 8 in brown, in burgundy, and in navy, £21.99. Hello there. Now we've got in our slippers show a similar, very similar slipper to this, but it's a ballet pump slipper. This is slightly fuller, isn't it?
It is. I actually love this one. I like a really nice full slipper when it comes to autumn, winter. And you know, I'm actually thinking of my mum with this one because you've got the security there with it being a fuller slipper. You've got that beautiful fleece around the top. And look at all of those gorgeous flowers on here. I mean, we did have a previous one that was like a ballet slipper, and with this upper, it feels really fluffy, but it's like a really beautiful carpet texture. It's really, really nice and tactile. Then inside, you've got that gorgeous lining, which is really soft to the touch, but you've got the outdoor sole unit a little bit deeper on the heel there, so you've got extra cushioning in there. So every step you take, you've got that comfort. And indoors nowadays, you've got either wooden floors, laminate floors, tiling, so it can be quite slippy underfoot.
Yeah.
So that's got a really good grip there as well. But they feel fabulous once you put, well, I've put my hand inside, but once you put your foot inside, they feel lovely. Now, these are a standard fit.
Right.
Obviously, we have different fittings at Pavers, but this one's standard. And Linda will tell us actually how it feels on the foot, because Linda's actually a standard as well.
Now, you've got the purple multi, I believe. I mean, it's a bit confusing because the others go from the background colour. So that's the...
This one is the navy multi.
Navy multi, and then the grey multi is the pink one.
Yes.
In the background. But the middle one, no, the foreground, that's the purple multi on a white background. That's not confusing in the least, is it?
Just think of the top there with the purple multi. But look, I mean, that purple really sets off all of those gorgeous flowers, and they do look exquisitely comfortable on Linda's foot.
They do, and I like the size of that heel. It's quite a bit more than
well, it's flat,
normal slippers.
but you've got all that squidge, which obviously Linda's demonstrating there. But because they come all the way up the foot, you've got the security. I bet your toes are that comfortable, Linda.
They are. I love the fact that they do come further up the foot as well, because I know my stepmum and my mother-in-law would love something like this, because they're sat a lot.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
And these are really nice and cosy.
Yes, actually, that's a good point. Not only are they more secure, they're just an extra bit cosy, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, 3 colourways, grey multi, navy multi and purple multi. You see, you just saw on Linda. There they all are on the table. Size range 2 to 9. The price is £21.99 for this, and it's the Pavers full slipper with flower embellishment. 316405. Hello there, this is Comfortable Clogs and Slippers, and we've got a lovely little floral slipper for you now. 2 different colourways, just pretty, just happy.
Well, I think this is a Julie Peasgood slipper, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it is so, so pretty. Look at all those flowers on there. It actually looks like it's been knitted.
It does.
But it feels like a really good quality carpet. It's a really nice texture to it. Obviously, ballet pump style, but you've still got that really good sole unit on, so you can nip outside. Love the colourway on this, and then it's got this gorgeous, lovely, fleecy lining that encases your foot. And inside, it's like a really brushed, beautiful sort of like texture. So it's going to keep your feet really nice and warm. And I just think, you know, when it comes to slippers, you want something that's a bit happy and jolly, don't you?
Exactly.
And this is really happy and jolly. Now, this is the grey multi, and obviously you've got the pinks and the green, and you've got the lovely sort of winter white there. And then we've got a really nice navy multi as well.
And in fact, Linda, come on down, Linda, because you've got the navy multi. I do love them, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the navy multi, but for me, that combo of pink and green is lovely. But most of all, how do they feel, Linda?
Oh, absolutely lovely. As soon as you put your foot in them, they're so cushioned inside and so warm, and they're really lovely. But you've got a fantastic tread underneath. They're not completely flat, which I love. They don't feel like walking on cardboard, because sometimes you get slippers that are like cardboard. But these are really lovely and spongy and really comfortable.
And just to say, Linda's a standard fit. These are a standard fitting. And just to say another thing, they're made in Spain. And often when Debbie's here, she knows the factory in Spain. And they make the most exquisite quality slippers. So that's really good feature to know about. And you can tell when you look at how it's made, it's fabulous quality. And they're not just going to last for one season. These are going to go on and on and on.
Absolutely. And what you said at the beginning, Sheila, they actually do look... They look embroidered.
Yes, they do.
They're incredible. It looks like an enormous amount of workmanship has gone into this, which it obviously has. But yet it's a penny short of that £20 mark, that magic £20 mark. So making them not just something for yourself, but a really good idea for a present.
Oh, do you know, for a present, how lovely when you open a box and you see these inside.
Absolutely, because you don't often get ballet-style pump slippers, do you?
No, that's so true.
You know, they're either mules or clogs or full slippers. This is very different. It is the Pavers full slipper with flower embellishment. Sizes are great, 2 to 9, in grey multi or navy multi. That's the background colour, $19.99, order code 316404.
Ah, hello. What an amazing time of the year it is. It's autumn again. The leaves are turning. I'm in short sleeves still. I have no idea why. But there you go. It's time to cuddle up now, really, isn't it? We've got your autumn 5-star favourites right now. So everything you're about to see has been rated by you, our lovely customers. So I'll share some of those with you as we go through the styles. And what a cracker to start with, Sheila.
What a boot, isn't it? Lovely. It's cute, it's cosy, it's practical. I think it's great for the autumn-winter months. It's by Relife, so if you've never had Relife before, if you just look inside there, can you just see those little red nodules? And also they'll go through right onto the sole of the boot as well. There's a leaflet inside, it'll tell you all about Relife, but you will have perfect comfort. And whilst I'm here, look at that great grip. You've also got text on the side here, which means it's water repellent, so water resistance. And also you've got this rubberized sole that comes up here, so if you do walk in the wet, your feet are not going to get wet through. And also just look at this cuff around the top, which is beautiful. And on each boot they're slightly different. And then to get inside the boot, zip at the side, and beautiful fleecy lining.
Do you know what? The shape of these are so designer. I actually have a pair of lace-up trainers from a big designer name. Won't even go there in terms of the name, but they're very similar to this kind of style, actually, just without the cuff. Have a look at the colours that you've got on offer on these as well, because these are brilliant. You've got the black, you've got the blue, you've got the tan, and you've got the burgundy. And let me tell you, from Judith in Wolverhampton, she has got the red ones, and she says on her 5-star review, I wanted a pair of red boots to replace a much-loved pair from Pavers bought years ago and almost worn out. These are perfect. Lovely red colour and so comfortable. Lovely fleece lining, keeps my feet warm, and the knitted cuff at the ankle also adds to the comfort as well. Hope I get as much wear from this pair. I'm sure you will, Judith. Actually, Judy, you've got the red on as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
They're a lovely colour, aren't they?
They're a stunning colour. They really are. They just liven up your wardrobe. Really rich tone. Oh my God, I absolutely love these boots. They're so comfortable. They've got the nice proportions. They don't feel too heavy. They just feel nice and neat on my feet. And I love that asymmetrical zip. It's really funky.
It's lovely. They're very edgy, actually, very modern looking. Actually, Margaret from Harrogate, just down the road from us here in York, says, excellent service and would definitely order from Pavers again. I love the boots with a big kiss on the bottom. Thank you, Margaret, for that. And look at the reviews online yourself. Just go to paversshoes.tv, pop in the item number 312836. There are your 4 colours to choose from. And these are less than £50 with a big designer look for me on these at a great affordable price. So here we are with some long boots, and they are highly recommended as well. I've got 1, 2, 3 amazing reviews here for these shoes.
Yeah, fabulous boots. Now, they're all man-made. They look like beautiful leather, but literally just wipe them clean. And, you know, the fabrics that Pavers use have come on leaps and bounds over the years, because you look at these and you do think this is the most tremendous leather. Love the body of the boot, love the buckle fastening here. You don't have to adjust that, and also at the top here. Now, you can actually adjust that one, so if you do find that you do have that wider calf, then you can adjust it accordingly. But there is some width in the body of the boot there, which is really nice, so you can actually just tuck your trousers in if you need to. Really nice inside as well, because you've got that beautiful cozy fleecy lining. It is just delicious. It goes right down to your toes as well. So really nice, smart boot. Not too smart to where you couldn't wear your jeans and things, so it's quite a versatile boot.
It's lovely. It's very popular as well, actually. Here are the 2 colours. We've got the black and the dark brown available. Let me read you a couple of these reviews then. Eyeless B in Belfast says, these are lovely boots. They look and feel like leather, so soft and cosy inside. Can't wait for winter now. It's nearly here. Be careful what you wish for. SD in Dunbar says, I have big calves and I can rarely find a boot to fit. Most won't even zip halfway up my leg, so this makes finding a winter boot difficult. These fit like a glove and I can slide them on without unzipping. I can even comfortably tuck trousers inside. They have a small kick split at the top of the back, which gives that extra little bit of space as well. Fleece lined, so lovely and warm. And you must be feeling the same thing, Julie, right now.
I am. I couldn't agree more with all of that description. They're just amazing. They look amazing and they feel amazing. You get so much wear out of these, and they're so stylish, aren't they?
They are. They are lovely. I mean, it's just under the knee that they come, but it's a very nice look. Sarah, who is in Peacehaven, which sounds a lovely place, doesn't it? Sounds like a nice place by the sea. I think it's in Sussex, isn't it, Peacehaven? Very comfortable, stylish boots. Pavers always produce really good quality shoes and boots. Very pleased customer. And these are all recent reviews as well, by the way. So if you're looking on the white bar at the bottom of the screen there, you'll see the 2 colours will go around with the sizes that we have available. So if your size and colour combo is there, we've got it. You can call now and you can order it. Remember, we do have that buy and try money back guarantee as well, which is something like 6 weeks long or something. It's ridiculous. 45 days to try them on at home and see how they feel. Call us now and these can be yours. 08450 99 99 69. Remember, lines are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And now we are ready for action. Listen, it might be this time of the year where it's sort of darker months of the year and, you know, the weather's rubbish and everything else, but we've still got dog walking to do, we still go down to the gym, we've still got casual occasions where, you know, a shoe is just not right. You still want that casual.
You want that.
I feel like I've never seen these before.
Yeah, this is quite new to me as well. I think that upper is beautiful, really stylish, and it's got this sort of mild effect on the top there, and this beautiful, we're calling this one charcoal, but to me it's more of a soft silver grey in a way.
It's more dovey, isn't it, really?
But then you've got the elastication on the upper there, which is really nice because it's very tidy instead of having a lace up. And then when you put your foot in, you've got that give. But let me just tell you, inside here, you've got the most beautiful memory foam. Now, memory foam mattresses are fabulous, but you've got all different qualities.
Yes.
Now, let me just tell you, Julie is hopping, skipping and jumping around because inside there, it is just fantastic. And then you've got the underside here, which has got great grip, and they are so incredibly lightweight as well.
That's the secret to a pair of Skechers like these. They are, I mean, they weigh next to nothing, and we really do mean that. It's very, I still think we need those scales in the studio.
Yes, I know.
We've got the ruler, we just need the scales now. I reckon it's probably just only a couple of grams, you know, per shoe. It's ridiculous. Here are the 3 colours, and I love all of them, I have to say. I think, you know, to choose between these is cruelty itself, really. Navy is the one at the back there. You've got charcoal, which is the light grey, actually, in the middle. And then you've got the lavender, which is closest to you there on the screen. And they're all gorgeous. Julie is bouncing around in the lavender. They are lovely, aren't they?
I was going to leap down, but I thought, let's not.
Careful.
Wow, these are absolutely amazing. They really are stunning, stunningly comfortable. I feel that I could bound around all day in these. They're as light as a feather.
Yeah, I think actually if you've got something light and inspiring on your foot, it kind of, you know, it changes the way you feel as well. Actually, Kate's reviews these from Palma in Spain for us, saying, I got these as a replacement pair for my Skechers, which I'd had so much use they were falling apart. These are a perfect fit, and the memory foam makes them very comfortable to wear. And Misty Christie in Carlisle has reviewed these as well, saying, I've got problem feet with bunions, so it's difficult to find comfortable shoes. These trainers are the exception. They're very light, beautifully cushioned and comfortable. I love the colour. Mine are pale grey, so they go with everything. I definitely recommend. Well, how about Misty Christie adding lavender or navy to your collection as well? They are amazing, aren't they? And they're just $44.99. Now, you're feeling what Monica's telling me here already.
Oh.
She's saying these are just what I needed for the coming autumn-winter. She bought these last autumn, actually. She said they're very comfortable and I could wear them straight away without wearing them in.
Definitely, because there's no seams, there's nothing to dig in. The upper is so lovely and soft. You've got padding on the insole as well, and also on the instep. You can just see there, you've got extra cushioning down there as well, which is beautiful. I mean, this is a real iconic style. You've got the tassels, you've got that little snaffle over there as well. Look, very designer, and especially with that apron front with that beautiful overstitching. What's slightly different, you haven't got a stiff sole with these. You've got it on sort of like a very low wedge, but you've got give in there every step you take, and then you've got great grip underneath. I think these are so incredibly stylish, and I love this pewter.
Yeah,
I think it's
beautiful.
a gorgeous colour.
It's like a perennial style for us. It comes back again and again
true.
and again. We'll adjust the colours sometimes. In fact, actually, this colour palette that we've got available today, just brilliant for this time of the year. You've got your classic black, you've got that wonderful, really versatile pewter, and you've got the wine. Oh, and that's a good full-bodied red, isn't it, Julie?
It is. I love that. Like a Pinot noir.
Pinot Noir.
Sorry, I was getting muddled then, like a Pinot Noir. Actually, I think wine is not quite enough for this shoe. It's got like a metallic sheen to her.
It has, actually.
Oh, it's slightly aubergine skin, actually, almost, isn't it?
It's got a real depth to it. I think it's absolutely fantastic colour. It's really fashionable colour.
It is, it's lovely.
Yeah, stunning.
I think these are really lovely. Sandra has reviewed these for us as well from, I'm going to have a guess, this is a Welsh name, Pontyclun.
Oh.
I'm thinking it is. She says, great shoes and so comfortable. I managed to say that without a Welsh accent as well, which is very good for me. Linda in Northampton has reviewed these as well. She says, good style and good fit. And that's all you want from a style like this, isn't it? Comfort, they look great. It's a style that you know that you're comfortable with. If you like this style, you know these are going to be right for you. It's as simple as that.
That is so, so true, and I love these 3 colours. They are just that little bit different, and what Julie said about that little bit of sheen on top, I think it just sets them off.
And they are leather. I mean, looking at the price tag as well, they are leather, everyone. I mean, $39.99, you think actually they should be more. But for a classic leather moccasin to be coming in at $39.99, to be so sophisticated and full of the paver's comfort, I think is brilliant for this day and age. Call us right now and these can be yours. Time for a court shoe right now. There's always time for a court shoe, isn't there, Sheila?
You know, every lady needs a court shoe in their wardrobe.
Yeah, they are lovely though, aren't they?
They are. They're very elegant. They take you to lots of different occasions. But sometimes court shoes tend to have a very high heel.
Yes.
And you feel like you're tottering around in them. These are lovely because it's got a really nice height, probably only about an inch on like a wood effect stacked heel. Now the upper is a man-made upper, but that's great because you can just literally wipe it clean. You've got this patent effect toe cap there, and then on the surround of the shoe here, you've got a little bit of softness and a little bit of give, so it's going to sit really well on the foot. Then inside you've got a really nice tactile lining, which is lovely, and a little bit of cushioning in there as well. So really gorgeous court shoe. Now I love the black because it's got the pewter little embellishment on the front. It's just like a little insert of pewter sparkle in a way. And then we've also got the navy in this as well. Now it's a little bit lighter is the navy, but then you've got the more of a silvery insert.
Like a little silver band between the patent and the main shoe itself.
Just a little bit different, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it? Can I just say thank you to our lovely, lovely, honest viewers, because you've reviewed these and you've given them very, very good reviews as well. But I love how honest you are about, you know, your own issues, because we're, you know, actually it's good to bring every kind of issue out into the open, really, isn't it? Helen in Brecon says, I've worn the shoes all day and my feet were fine. Even my bent arthritic toe did not complain.
Great.
Which is really, really good to know, because that's useful not just for you, Helen, but for other people as well. And Carol in Middlesbrough, she says, along a similar vein, she says, lovely smart shoes with a soft inner and plenty of room for my bunions. Delighted with my purchase. You know, that, honestly, it's worth its weight in gold. And thank you as well for sharing that, because, you know, when we do have issues with our feet, it's not something we're always very comfortable with, you know, sort of talking about. But that's why pavers are here, and they've been here for nearly 50 years, because that's how it started. You know, Catherine Paver had those awkward, lumpy, bumpy feet and couldn't find the shoes for them. That's how pavers started. It's as simple as that. Julie, you've got the blue on. They are lovely, aren't they?
Oh,
Beautiful.
yes. I think they're so elegant. They really finish off your outfit. Take you anywhere, these shoes. Gorgeous. So comfortable.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice and sleek, a little bit different. You know, they don't date you.
No,
you know,
not at all.
They're very much, you know, ladies of lots of different age groups as well, I think, will enjoy these. And of course, you've got the pavers comfort. That's the most important thing. That's what we're here for, primarily, is for comfort. 315813 is your item number, just $32.99. So, we are looking at your autumn 5-star favourites right now, and let me introduce you to a fabulous Loretta style, which is always very, very popular indeed. And just while you have a look at the 4 colours there quickly before Sheila tells us about them, David in Grantham reviewed these for us online and says, my wife suffers with a couple of feet problems. She has bursitis, which I've never heard of actually, of the heel, and a bunion. She also has, and you've heard of this, I know, plantar
fasciitis,
which is the bottom of the foot, isn't it?
Right.
Which is the thing that John had from wearing flip-flops.
Yeah, and I think the bursitis is where at the back of your heel you have a little bit of a sticky out bit.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
A bit of a lump in the wrong place. So she has the problem with the other foot as well, but the orthotic inserts with these has got rid of her problem completely, which is brilliant. These are David's words, obviously. All the time she's worn the Pavers Loretta shoes, as they are so comfortable and provide relief from her various conditions.
Oh, that's fabulous.
And that must be a bit of a thing, actually. If you've got a combination of different foot issues, finding the right shoe that looks elegant.
Absolutely.
Is a bit of a thing, isn't it?
It is, very much so. And you want something that's got longevity. You don't want to keep having to buy shoes and everything. So with Mr. Hackham, the leathers are always superb. The workmanship is fabulous. And this is what he's quite famous for, the Mary Jane. And what's great about the Mary Jane is the actual one-touch fastening. So if you do have problems, then that is so easy to adjust, and you can adjust it to make you a little bit tighter or a little bit looser. You've got a great footbed on this, nicely shaped, good grip, and obviously you've got the leather on the upper, you've got the leather insole, which has always got extra comfort when you put your foot inside as well.
And Nicola noticed online with these as well. She's reviewed from Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire. Says great shoes. Been searching for a pair like these. Very comfortable with a cleaver V cut out design on the top, which helps stopping any cutting in across the top. She says she's bought a similar second pair in navy, which is lovely. Let's have a look at these then in dark grey with Julie. They're very smart, aren't they?
They're really smart, yeah, really beautiful. I love the stitching, that really finishes them off. Incredibly well-fitting shoe and so comfortable.
And completely adjustable to you, of course, with the one-touch fastening, which is even better. So you get the lovely embellishment, but you get that hidden one-touch fastening. And I always think when you can't see that, you know, it's even better, isn't it? It's a bit more elegant, isn't it? 316215 is your item number. You can see all the reviews that I've been talking about, by the way, on our website, pavershoes.tv, and pop in the item number 316215. Now this is just perfect for this time of the year, because I always think actually that this time of the year we have things to go to. We've got appointments and things in the diary. We always forget sometimes that we want something that's nice and sparkly with a bit of dazzle about it.
Or appropriate clothing.
Yes.
For whatever sort of situation you're in. Now, I think this one by Loretta, Mr. Hackham, is extremely smart. I think it is lovely, whether you're going somewhere very formal, whether it's the workplace, whether it's meetings, or you just want to get dressed up for the theatre. I think it's beautiful.
Just because.
Yeah, just because.
Yeah.
But look at the colours at the front there. Obviously, the body of the shoe is black patent, and it's leather. Insole is leather as well. You've got the burgundy strip here in patent. Then you've got like a skin effect in the centre there and black here. You've got the elasticated vent, so that gives you just a little bit more give. Once you pop your foot inside, you've got that give there. And let me tell you how cushioned that leather insole is. It's beautiful.
I think sometimes people forget that actually Loretta do smart styles as well, because we're used to doing sort of middle of the year or fair weather styles that are quite flexible, very colourful, lots of different detail. But actually they do these lovely smart ones as well. Let me read you a couple of reviews before we see these with Julie as well. J Gat, which is, I presume, your username online with us, just says lovely understated style to bring a little elegance with black trousers at a smart occasion. And another very satisfied customer says, I ordered these shoes as soon as I saw them online. I wanted them last year, but they'd sold out in my size, so I had to wait a long time, and they certainly have not disappointed. They're comfortable and smart, and I wore them straight away for the whole day. Well done, Loretta and Pavers, excellent service. I ordered next day delivery, and they arrived less than 24 hours later. Well, that's good to know. Thank you very much. I now know why you're a very satisfied customer. Julie, would you be?
Do you know, I was just listening to those reviews, and I think these are so unbelievably comfortable. I feel like they've just been tailor-made for my feet. They are really sensational, and even though they're wider, they make my foot look narrow.
I think it's
such a narrowing, elegant look.
I think it's because, Julie, they come that little bit further up the foot, and because the strips of leather elongate, and it actually draws the eye inwards instead of outwards. It's a lovely tailored shoe.
Beautiful. Love this one. It's nice to just have a new twist, isn't it, in your collection? Well, listen, don't wait if your size is on the screen. Join the very satisfied customers. 306 660 is the item number, and the price tag is amazing at just £41.99. Do you know what? I love our lovely viewers, because I want to share with you, when we look at these slippers straight away, a lovely review from Edna in Cambridge, who says, I have these in 3 colours. They're the most comfortable slippers, and the heel height is just right for my problem back, as I can't wear flat heels, which is good. And she says, I just hope that you keep making the same comfy slipper year after year. Well, here it is again, Edna.
Do you know, I hear that quite a lot, that people can't wear just completely flat. Even our Linda, she just cannot wear completely flat slippers or shoes. So to have that wedge, and this is quite synonymous for Flyflop, that you've got this height here, and you've got all those thousands of air bubbles in there, so it depresses and gives gives you all that beautiful comfort. Now that's an outdoor unit, so you could go outside in these, but they are actually a slipper. You would get wet if you went out in any sort of rain or anything. But it feels like the most beautiful suede, and it's got this sort of applique on the top there, just nice and subtle, but inside, that's where the magic happens, with this leather insole and an anatomic footbed as well, Derek.
And they smell lovely and fresh when they arrive
they
out
do.
of the box as well. They've got
it's like a baby powdery smell, which is lovely.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Wendy in Tamworth in Staffordshire says, I only ever buy this style of fly flot slippers. They're well made, good quality, comfortable, safe slippers. They mould and support your feet perfectly. I would always recommend them. And T-Mac, that's her username, I think, in Bolton, in Greater Manchester, says, great fit, lovely and comfortable. And you've got 4 different colours as well, haven't you? You've got the black, you've got the blue, you've got burgundy, and you've got taupe as well. And I like these, Julie, because I think a lot of ladies now, they don't want that sort of aged slipper look. They want something that actually is just in step with whatever they're wearing around the house.
So true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. They fit beautifully. They're really stylish. I love that little logo on the side. I think that's really stylish. Lots of squidge there. Yeah, they are a super little slipper, I have to say. A little bit oriental, do you think?
A tiny bit, yeah. What's that design on the front? Is it sort of rosy looking a little bit,
It's actually just
isn't it?
like a flower detail on the front there. Just finishes them off really nicely. But I think the colour burgundy works for autumn, winter, doesn't it? When you get to that festive season, these are lovely, and especially for a prezi for somebody.
Oh, it makes you want to get the tree out the loft, doesn't it? 315802 is your item number. What do you mean it's not down yet? Should be up by now with the lights on. 315802 is your item number then. 4 fabulous colours there. Everyone's giddy about these. And they are just $21.99, which is phenomenal value for money and very highly rated by you. Now, this is really, really interesting because we talk about fly flot all the time, and we talk about how therapeutic they can be and should be because they have anatomic insoles and everything else. So, as we look at this next pair of slippers, let me just straight away read you a review from Margaret in Glasgow. Thank you, Margaret, as well. She says, I've had many slippers in my life, but these slippers far outshine the ones that I've had previously. I have rheumatoid arthritis and find that the anatomic footbed is the best thing I've had in a slipper. Very happy to recommend. And Charlotte in Lichfield in Staffordshire says, this is my second pair of these slippers. The first pair was purchased 2 years ago and they do last very, very well. I've got a few medical problems with my feet and always struggled to find decent slippers that lasted. These are very hard wearing and offer great comfort and support. I would definitely recommend this product. Now, that's not us saying that.
No.
That's you saying that, which is
Well, I've
wonderful.
also got a friend, Elaine. She's my age, but she's had real problems with her feet. And she always feels really secure that when she buys a fly flot, she doesn't actually need to try them on because she knows the comfort she's going to get. Now, this is a slipper, but it's got an outdoor sole unit. So if you wanted to go out into the garden, you're absolutely fine because you've got all that grip there as well. But the upper, love this stripe design. It's beautiful. 2 different colours in this grey stripe, but the pink stripe is beautiful. But when we talk about a fly flot, this footbed, which is anatomic, what this does, when you put your foot in, you sink down and then it remembers your foot print. So it becomes bespoke to you. And then in the sole unit here, you've got thousands of air bubbles. So when you walk, it depresses and it gives you all that beautiful comfort.
And the funny thing is, a lot of people say, anatomic, does it matter? And it's only when you try them on and you feel the difference between that and probably every other slipper you've ever had before that you think, now I get it. It's a bit like Relife when we talk about Relife.
Very true.
Until you try it, you think, will it make any difference? I can go and buy a pair of slippers on the market for £5. You know, what's the difference? But when you try a pair of fly flots on, that's when you really feel it. And Julie, you know as well, you've had many fly flots over the years as well, haven't you?
I have.
Tried them on.
Yes.
It does make a difference.
It does make a difference. I've been wearing fly flots for Debbie for like 15 years or something, and every time you can feel that difference the moment you put them on. And you can see that that's going to absorb lots of impact. You get lots of wear out of these. They're so comfortable. I want these too.
They are lovely, actually. We're calling these pink, actually, but they're kind of, there's a lot of purple in there as well. So you've got the grey or the pink as the two options, $21.99. Please do try them on. They've been very, very highly rated by you, our customers. Oh, goody, I love our lovely viewers. I love the things that they've got to say as well. And there's lots of people. I've got 1, 2, 3 lined up for these,
I'm
Sheila.
not surprised. Well, they're one of my favourites as well.
They are gorgeous.
Mine are very similar to this that I bought a few years ago, and I absolutely love them. They're Relife boots. What's different with this one to mine, you've got this gorgeous knitted cuff, which I think is fabulous. And all the knits on all the different colours are completely different. So you could actually choose a lovely sweater or a cardigan or a lovely scarf to actually pick out one of the colours. But you've got this lovely sort of like laced up detail at the front. Now once you've laced them, you don't have to worry about them, because to get in and out of the boot you've got the zip at the side here. Once you open it up, just look, that looks like the most amazing, gorgeous soft carpet actually inside.
Yeah, you could almost wear this kind of boot barefoot and still be snugly warm.
Yeah, really snugly and warm. And if I just tip the boot, can you just see the little red nodules there? Now, if you've never had Relife before, what a pleasure you are in for, because those little nodules are going to give you happy feet all day long.
Well, let's have a quick look at the 3 colours, because we've got blue, we've just seen with Sheila, we've got the taupe, and we've got the wine as well. So the taupe are the sort of slightly, they're the sandy looking ones at the back, aren't they? They're lovely, they're really, really nice. Now, Julie, while you wander around in these, I'm just going to read some reviews if that's all right, because Sophie's got a pair of these. She's in Bath. Thanks, Sophie. She says they're really comfortable as well as being a bit trendy as well. Love the zip-up style, and the lacing means they're adjustable, good fit. Sarah says quick delivery of 2 pairs of ankle boots. They've got absorbing cushions in the heels, and they are very comfortable. So comfortable, I've got 3 pairs in different colours now. Would highly recommend. And Elaine, who is in Chesterfield, thanks Elaine, says these are the second pair I bought. After loving the red ones, I decided to get another pair. I can wear them all day and walk for miles. Would you agree, Julie?
I totally agree. I really do. I think they're so funky and cute. I know, Sheila, you've got them. You said that you spend a lot of time in yours over the winter.
I've worn them. But what I really like about those is that knitted cuff, because it's going to be really soft against the ankle.
Soft against the ankle. They're so flexible as well and lightweight. They're not bulky at all.
No.
They're really gorgeous.
There's a little bit of a nod to almost like a sort of a winter festival kind of boots. I always think in these. They're really lovely. With that knitted cuff as well, it just adds a nice little bit of interest, nice little bit of detail. Really nice, fresh and funky colours as well, actually. The blue, the taupe and the wine, all really bang on trend right now as well. Highly rated by our customers as well, so if you'd like to try them, the item number is 310448.
Hello there, thanks for joining us for must-have ankle boots. These are fairly amazing ankle boots, really different, and there are 7 colours. You might only see 4 here. We've also got khaki, brown and grey.
I know, fabulous.
A rainbow.
I mean, it's such a designer styled boot. I mean, obviously it's Bellissimo, which is our high fashion range, and if you see this one in the catalogue, if you manage to get the catalogue, then it shows all the beautiful colours, and they're all autumnal colours, which are lovely. I mean, that styling you would not see just in a normal high street store. No way. With the softest, beautiful leather. And this is like, you were talking about this, Julie, a bit more like a cherry colouring.
Definitely.
And it's got a little bit of antiquing on the top of there, which is lovely. But just look at that statement bow. I think that is fabulous, with all that stud work on there. And behind the bow, there is elastication, so you've got give, and then you've got plenty of soft leather at the top. So if you pop your foot in, you've got plenty of space around the ankle, or if you are tucking your trousers in as well.
Yeah.
And it comes that little bit further up the calf, so it gives a really nice, neat look. Now you've got probably about 1 inch on the heel, which is a wood effect stacked heel, and then underneath always a great grip when it comes to pavers boots.
Do you know, Sheila, this would be quite a good boot to travel in, because you know sometimes if you're flying and your ankles
swell
and
and everything,
this
very
would be
true.
very accommodating,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? Very forgiving. Come on down, Linda. Oh, that looks lovely with what you're wearing.
Fabulous,
actually.
aren't they?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. I love the fact you just pull them on.
Yeah.
There's no zips or
No.
anything. You just literally pull them on.
Yeah.
They're really lovely to wear. Turkish leathers, which is gorgeous.
Oh, beautiful.
Lovely, beautiful, beautiful leather, which is fabulous. And that gorgeous bow at the front. I just think these are very designer looking. I think I could see these in a one-off little boutique.
Definitely.
You know, you'd pay
Yeah.
probably well over £100 for something like this.
Yeah.
I just think these are gorgeous.
Which colour would you go for, girls?
It's so difficult. If you want to see the other three colours, though, just go onto the internet to see them.
Pavershoes.tv, and
Yeah.
we've got them there. We just don't have the samples of them
No.
today. But bearing in mind there, what, brown, khaki and grey?
Grey, yes.
Oh, I think I'd have to go for grey.
Well, you
see.
always go for grey.
I'm
you
really
see.
boring, aren't I?
Oh, it's difficult, isn't it?
Linda, while she's thinking...
Tan. I think I'd definitely go for these tan.
I could see you in that. Well, I quite like that cherry red
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
gorgeous.
Go with you,
We're
Burgundy.
calling it burgundy there. Let's give you the facts and figures. On the table you can see black, burgundy, navy and tan. We've got khaki grey and brown as well. $69.99 for the lovely leather, Bellissimo heeled leather ankle boots, sizes 3 to 8. We're bringing you a whole range of boots in our must-have ankle boots. Well, they're obviously ankle boots, but they're all different. And this one's got a sort of ruched effect.
It has, actually. It's a little bit, well, I mean, it's very uniformed in the ruching there, which is really nice. It looks quite styled and quite expensive looking, even though it isn't. Man-made upper, which is fabulous because you literally wipe it clean. And actually, they're quite robust when it's man-made uppers these days, because obviously nowadays when you look at a boot like this, you would think that was beautiful leather. But it takes quite a lot of stick, if you know what I mean, because obviously you're out with a boot in all sorts of weathers. But this is just a really nice, neat looking boot. I love the strap that comes around here. It's all attached with this gorgeous, it's like a filigree button on the side, which is really nice.
Oh, it's
really pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ever so lovely. And also the neatness of the top, which sits really lovely. It's got a nice shaping with a little bit of a vent detail there. And to get inside the boot, you've got the side zip. And inside, you have got the most luxurious padding. Oh, I can never show that. Can you just see there on the instep? That is so beautifully padded. You know those insoles you can buy that are filled with gel?
Oh, yes, they're lovely and comfy.
Yeah, which are really comfy, and you pay quite a lot of money for them.
You do.
Well,
I'm always losing them in my sock drawer.
exactly. Well, and then you lose one, you can't find the other. But
Yeah.
this is, look, this has got even more padding than those. I'm going to actually make you feel inside that
So they're
boot.
kind of integral to
Yes.
the boot. Wow!
I know.
What does that feel like
Really
underfoot,
padded.
Linda?
Really, really padded
It's
underfoot.
spongy and
Very
It's
spongy.
soft.
Like
It actually feels
marshmallow.
like a waterbed.
It does, doesn't it? Not that I've ever slept on a water
I
bed.
have.
Oh, me.
you
In America,
really?
it was a fascinating
They're
experience.
not as popular these days, waterbeds, are they?
I don't think they're popular at all.
No, they were a thing. They were a thing.
Back in the 80s, they were a
Yes,
thing.
they were. I think they're very heavy, though. But the boots are not heavy. Look at that colour. Now, we're calling it tan.
That does not do it justice.
No.
It's not not remotely tan.
It's sort of a
It's
chestnut,
Yeah,
sort of
burnished. Yeah, which is lovely.
mocha, even darker than mocha.
Yes,
Actually,
yeah.
espresso, I'd say.
All the different coffees. I think Julie might be wanting coffee and a biscuit.
No, not at all. I'm just trying to be accurate. But it's a beautiful colour. It's very rich. It's really lovely. It's the Pavers casual ankle boot with touch fastened strap. I don't think it's casual. I think it's
No,
really
it's
smart.
quite
actually.
dressy.
Yeah. Sizes are 3 to 8, black and tan, but it's not tan. It's darker than tan. It's a lovely rich brown. $42.99. Now, lace-ups are back in focus big time. They
Yep.
really are in the spotlight. We've got a leather lace-up boot for you now. A little bit different, this one.
Very, very different. If you've got youngsters in your family, teenagers, early 20s, students, go to festivals, this is the boot. Now, I'm going to mention...
This is their Christmas present.
I'm not going to say the store, but I'm going to give Julie a clue and Linda a clue.
Okay.
Think of Roger Moore.
Roger
Does
Moore.
that ring any bells of the shop I'm talking about?
No.
He had
Oh, yes. yes.
Yes, he had a.
He played
did he have a
the
ring
Saint.
of confidence.
Yes.
Around his head.
The Saint,
Yes,
that's
no,
the
that
clue.
was a brand of toothpaste, wasn't it? The ring of confidence. But yes, he had the Saint.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a big clue. They're
Yes,
very,
a very big clue.
very, yes.
But you know, they are fabulous. Or back in the day, when all the boys went to school in a particular brand.
Yes.
Yes, a
Yes.
doctor was involved. Yes. But you know, they are fabulous leather. It is so incredibly soft. And then inside, not that I can really show you, but oh no, I might be able to show you because we've got the zip. In there, can you? Oh, I can't really show you to see, but Linda will tell you all about it. Inside there, on the insole, there's extra padding that goes all the way through the boot. They're fabulous.
I can see you actually squidging and bouncing.
I've been walking around the studios, haven't I, testing them out. Really, because to look at, they look really heavy, don't they?
They do, but they're not.
Actually, they're not. They're really lightweight.
I like
Really
that colour.
Spongy.
I like that colour. I like the way that what's the bit at the underneath the lace is the fly? That it should normally go inside.
Oh, you mean the tongue?
The tongue.
The fly? The tongue. Yes. But it doesn't on this. It goes on the outside,
Yeah.
and then the lace is really nice because the thing is, once you've laced them, you don't have to unlace them again because you've got the zip on the inside of the boot. Fabulous grip as well. But that leather is super, super, super soft.
Yeah, this would be, I know we're not advertising it as such, but it would be a lovely walking boot.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Because you can just see how comfy they are.
I would just say, though, it's a leather upper. I would give them a spray with our protector spray.
Very good, Sheila.
Yes.
Very, very good advice. To keep them looking good. I do like that tan. It's like sort of that brand of chocolate that began with a C.
Yes.
And it would just Caramac.
Yeah.
Other brands are available. This is not Caramac, though. It's the Pavers lace-up leather boot. Sizes 3 to 8. Black and tan are your two colourways, and the price is $54.99. You're watching Must Have Ankle Boots, and we've got a boot on the table that we all really must have. We love it. A Chelsea boot, but with an embellishment.
Yeah, the thing is, with a Chelsea boot, you tend to have the elastication on this side and this side, but what's really nice about this boot, you've got the zip to get inside. But I love the front. It's quite nice and plain and simple at the front, but then around where the elastication goes, you've got all this gorgeous stud work that goes all the way around the back as well. Now, half a boot, so you've got the embellishment there, and then on the other side, quite nice and plain and simple, and then obviously the zip to get inside the boot with that gorgeous fleecy lining. Now, I think the black looks stunning because it really shows that stud work off really nicely, but now look, we're calling it brown.
Doesn't do it justice.
That's like a fresh conker that you've just opened.
That's exactly what it's like.
Yeah, just a
newborn
brand new
conker.
Yeah. Yes.
With the same shine.
Absolutely.
And it's got that little glint of gold. Is it gold on the black?
Well, actually, on the...
Just a tiny glint.
It's sort of like, what's the name? It's a bit more sort of coppery or bronzy on the little stud work.
Very nice boot.
Very nice, and that colour is gorgeous. But if you order them, you've either got to order black or brown.
But you could put conker in brackets.
You could, couldn't you? Yeah, because it does.
I think it's lovely. Linda, does it feel as good as it looks?
It does, absolutely. Really light to wear as well, not heavy, because sometimes you get Chelsea boots that are really heavy, but these are quite light, and I love all that stud detail, which is lovely. And at the side there, you've got elastication there, so ease of movement as well and flexibility, but really lovely to wear. I've just popped on with skinny jeans, but you could wear them with a normal pair of jeans. I just think at $39.99, that's a great price.
Well, Julie's just taken the boot from me, and I can tell by her face she's actually considered these boots.
I just think it's really nice. I like the simplicity, I like the bit here, and I love these miniature studs. They're really pretty.
Yes, I know that look in her face. Yes. But which colour, Julie? You go for the black, wouldn't
Well,
you?
I would go for the black, but I actually really like that that conker brown. Oh, it's
Yes.
a dilemma.
I know.
Never
but it is
mind.
really nice. And just to say, it is a standard fit, but still there is room for your toes to move at the front of that boot.
And they look incredibly expensive.
Yes,
they're
they
not
do.
leather, they're man-made, so really easy to keep clean and maintain. But they look, you could add a 1 in front of that in
Yes, you
certain
could.
shops. It's not $139.99, it's $39.99. The colours are black and brown, and it's that really lovely, I'll say it again, conker brown. Sizes 3 to 8. The Bellissimo embellished Chelsea boot, 316483. Oh, we've got a very glamorous boot for you now. It is a glamorous ankle
It is
boot, isn't it?
very glamorous.
And black is very lovely, very glam, but that gorgeous minky, we're calling it taupe, but it is a, I think you said it, Sheila, a dark mink.
Really lovely colour. Now, this is the type of boot that our Debbie wears.
Yes,
because
it is.
She won't mind us saying she likes a little bit of height. So obviously with this, you've got about 2.5 inches on that heel, and then a little bit of a platform as well. But you've got the lace detail up the front. Now, it's up to you whether you tie them in a bow or you tuck them in. But you don't need to keep undoing that because you've got the zip at the side, which opens up to that beautiful fleecy lining. I think those linings have just come on leaps and bounds as well.
Absolutely.
But the faux fur really sets these boots off. Now we've got sort of like a real sort of mild effect with that faux fur, which is just gorgeous. And then obviously on the taupe, we've got more sort of caramel colours as well. But really nice because it's quite neat around the ankle.
Yeah, it's a very stylish, elegant little boot.
I
Is
love
it?
them, yeah. I think it's very dressy.
It is.
Yeah.
I could wear this with a pencil skirt and
Yeah.
maybe knitted tights with a nice jacket with a faux fur.
Yeah.
I can
collar.
just see you matching
Yeah,
it
this
and
is
accessorising it.
really lovely.
It's very
Love them.
you, actually,
I
Linda.
love them. I just think they look really expensive, they do. I think they're fabulous.
And now you've tied the laces, Linda,
Yes,
you just can leave them.
I can leave
as
them.
is. Yes.
This is, yeah.
Yeah. And
You
then
don't
just
usually
because
let your laces hang loose, do you? You like
No,
tucking them
because my
away.
daughters like to keep me trendy and tuck them inside. But I quite like them in a bow. I quite like them in a bow.
Yeah.
But once they're tied and in place, you can use the zip at the side,
Yeah.
so you don't have to retie them.
So would your daughters, when they saw those, say, Mum, no, put them inside?
I think they would. They'd say put them inside. But actually,
a really nice colour, isn't it?
it is a gorgeous, gorgeous, expensive, boutique-y, designer-looking colour that is.
And it's a weird colour, that one. I say weird because it goes with everything.
It does,
It just
actually. It's a
really
clever
does.
colour.
Because it's such an original colour in its own
Yes.
right. You find an astonishing... I mean, it looks gorgeous with what Linda's
Yeah,
wearing.
definitely.
It's really, really clever. And if you've never seen Papers TV before and you're looking and you're thinking, I'd like to try those, I think they're gorgeous, you can order them. It's kind of risk-free because if you don't like them, you can just return them to Papers, Asda, post them back. Hopefully you'll love them there.
Yeah.
Just try them inside on the carpet. Don't go outside in them. But they are really, really gorgeous. They are the Papers heeled lace-up ankle boot. Details on the screen. Sizes are 3 to 8. $39.99 is the price. Great price. It looks much more expensive. And there are 2 colourways, taupe and black. 2 ankle boots for you now, or 1 ankle boot, but 2 colourways, black, and I love this colourway, cognac.
Do you know
I just
what
think it really sums it up.
Great description. I think it's a lovely, lovely boot. Quite simple at the front, but I love the detailing. It's sort of like this pewter ring, and then it's like a strap that comes all the way around the boot. A little bit of embellishment there as well, but really neat and tidy looking. And then, like quite a few boots we've actually seen, it's got this little bit of pewter that runs around the front. And on the cognac one, it's a bit more of a sort of soft bronzy gold. But I just think a superb boot, all man-made, fabulous feel to this. Again, inside, nice and easy to get on. All those lovely fleecy linings inside, which is beautiful, really soft to the touch, but quite a nice, elegant boot. Even though it's flatter to the floor, you've only got probably about 3/4 of an inch on the heel. It's a wood effect stacked heel, but it looks very neat. A little bit I don't know, would you say cowboy boot at the front, the styling, maybe with this little bit of a pewter strip that goes around the front? But I think it's more dressy, a lot more dressy.
It's a bit of a mixture of several styles.
Yes.
It's a bit riding boot, it's a bit cowboy boot, it's a bit Chelsea boot, but it works, and it's kind of a very simple, but that little sort of ring at the side just sets
which is
it off.
really nice. But I love that colour that Linda's
colour.
wearing.
It is cognac.
It
really
very
is
much
a
so.
true description.
It is gorgeous, isn't it? It really is lovely to put on as well, easy to put on, and again, really soft and flexible and lightweight. It's quite dressy but simple as well. It's really lovely. I love that polished look, which is gorgeous. I've just put it on with some skinny jeans, but I love that ring detail at the side as well.
Well, just saying, Linda, that ring detail on the cognac is more of a brushed gold.
Yes.
An antique gold.
And on the black is silver.
Yeah, and then on the black it is like more of a pewtery silver colour.
Yeah.
But it just finishes the boot off beautifully, doesn't it? It's great styling. And
really
it'd be a
pretty.
shame to actually cover that up.
It would.
You know, with trousers that were a straight leg trouser.
Exactly.
I think you need to wear it with a skinny jean or with some, you know, tights or
Exactly,
something.
and a lovely skirt, knee-length skirt, or whatever. It's kind of an ageless boot as well.
It is, definitely.
Really very versatile. The Pavers Casual Ankle Boot 316480 is your order code. Pick up the phone 08450 999969 or go online. You can order in black or cognac, $39.99, sizes 3 to 8. Bringing you a boot now in must-have boots that Sheila and I have fallen in love with. We've fallen in love with the laces, which are so on trend, and the buttons. It's very vintagey, isn't it?
Isn't it just? We've just homed in on this
We did.
straight away. Now
We
it's
did.
a beautiful leather boot, and then you've got these buttons that run down the side, down the other side. You don't have to fasten this with the buttons or anything. I think that detailing is fabulous. To get inside the boot, it's the zip on the inside here that opens out to that beautiful microfiber lining, slightly padded inside. But I just think it's such a stylish boot. Love it in the black, I really do, but the gorgeous tan is lovely as well. Little bit of height on the heel, probably about 2 inches there. But I just think the finish on the upper is gorgeous. And if you wanted to wear this, we were talking earlier about sort of dresses that are in fashion at the moment, and they're a little bit shorter at the front, they come lower at the back, and this boot would suit that style beautifully. I think it's fabulous.
There's just something about it, and it is, you know, gorgeous Turkish leather as well. Let's see it on Linda, because I don't like the tan as much, but you can actually see the detail better on it.
Yes, you can. You can see the button detail, you can see the burnishing through the leather as well. Now, it's a standard fit. Now, Linda, your standard.
Yes.
Is it fine with the fit for you?
Yep, I can still wiggle my toes around at the front there. Yeah, there's plenty of room. And the zip goes right down to the very bottom,
yes,
so
it's
easy
easy
to get in.
Yeah, they look fantastic.
Beautiful
and I think,
leather.
Again, it's a shame if you wore a trouser over the top.
Yeah.
I think, you know, with an opaque tight, it would look fantastic. I think they're gorgeous.
Just love the way that they come to just that nice height, a bit above the ankle.
Yeah.
And they're lovely. Probably a good idea, Sheila, to buy a protector spray.
Definitely, yes.
Keep them looking good.
And with this one, you get free P&P.
Oh, of course, because it's over the 6. Just tell me, are those buttons leather buttons or are they real buttons?
Actually, they feel like real buttons. Yeah,
gosh,
they're really nice. It's a lovely styling, very neat in the styling as well.
And very designer, because those buttons aren't even. They're all different sizes, and yet they look absolutely beautiful. There's a sort of symmetry to them.
I mean, look at that on Linda now. It just looks fantastic.
Really classy boot, this one.
Nice.
It's the Bellissimo heeled leather ankle boot. Sizes are 3 to 8. Black and tan are the 2 colourways. $69.99, but you are talking gorgeous Turkish, really soft, supple leather. Absolutely lovely. Now, we've been talking a lot about colours of boots, and this is another that's conker brown, isn't it, Sheila?
It is.
It's a bit of a seasoned conker, this. You might have put it in vinegar and things. We've had new conkers, you know, straight from the shell, but this is like lovely vintage conker.
And it looks like he's been polished to the nth degree. It is superb. And I actually did have to look at it, feel it, just to make sure that it wasn't leather. This is man-made, but it looks like the most exquisite leather going. It's beautiful. Now, Chelsea boot, because of the elastication at the side here, but if you struggle getting Chelsea boots on, the great thing about this one, it's got the zip at the side there, and inside you've got that beautiful, beautiful fleecy lining. You've got the tab detail at the back of the boot, which, of course, that's what a Chelsea boot would have on there. Possibly a little bit higher in the heel. I would say probably about 1.75 inches in the heel there. Fabulous grip. I just think a lovely sort of stylish, and I know we're saying Chelsea boot, but it looks a little bit like a riding boot as well.
It does actually, Sheila, you're absolutely right. And we've got 3 colours. Now, we've got the lovely dark brown, we've got black, and we've got burgundy. Now, Linda, have you got the burgundy on?
I've got the burgundy on.
Right.
And it's beautiful, isn't it? It matches your top actually.
Yeah, I know, it's a great colour. I mean, you know I love this colour.
I do.
Yeah.
I think it always looks really expensive.
It does.
And it's got sort of like a little bit of a burnished effect on that upper.
Yeah.
But they look superb, Linda.
It just feels like the softest of leathers.
It does, doesn't it?
leather. It honestly just really, really does. Amazing what they can do now.
I don't know how they've managed to get that shine.
I know.
That's like a shine that my dad used to get.
Yes.
My dad used to polish old boots.
Hours.
Yeah,
Hours. Hours.
My dad
Yes. And they look like that for a little while, but that looks like, well, obviously it's integral to the textile, so it'll stay forever.
But you know, with leathers, let's say you bought a cheaper leather, they actually crease and crack.
Yeah.
You have to pay quite a lot of money to get a good, substantial leather.
Absolutely.
With man-made, they don't crease, crack, crumple. They're so hard-wearing as some of the man-made uppers these days.
Very good point.
And like we say, all you need to do with these to keep them clean is literally just wipe them clean, and it's going to keep that beautiful sheen.
Yeah, really good point, that, Sheila. Yeah, going to stay looking good for you, this one. Black, burgundy and dark brown are your 3 different colourways. You can see them all there. Burgundy in the background. This is the Pavers mid-heel Chelsea boot. Sizes are 3 to 8. 316478 is the order code. Details on the screen, and it's $39.99. If you're looking for a sleek, streamlined, simple little ankle boot, you've got just the ticket.
It's lovely, and actually we've got a fabulous one in navy. It's been so hard to find a really nice navy boot.
Very dark.
It's very dark navy, but
Yeah,
there's
but it is
definite
navy.
a difference between the navy and the black. And what I like about it is the simplicity, actually. Simple at the front, but when you turn it to the side, it's all man-made, but you've got this patent look that runs all the way around the edge in there. Also got a false zip, so it's got a zip, but you wouldn't use the zip on that side. You would use the zip on this side here to get inside the boot. And again, you've got beautiful fleecy linings. Also, I like this because it's got the punched out detail that runs all the way around the boot as well, which is a really nice feature. Only probably about ½ an inch on the heel, and then great grip underneath. But I just think, like you said, Julie, if you want something just a little bit simpler in styling, a lower boot, I think this is great. It's Bellissimo, which would tend to be a standard fit, so a D fitting, and this is a standard. Now, Linda's a standard, so we'll just see how much room there is in there.
Yeah.
Again,
Gosh,
Linda,
they look
is the room
lovely.
obviously
Oh,
for your
plenty
toes
room.
to wiggle
Even
and
though I've got
everything?
my
The
bunions. No, there's plenty of room to wiggle
Yeah.
around. Absolutely gorgeous. Love these. Again, I thought they were leather. You know, you would think so. Looking at them, they look absolutely fabulous. Really looks expensive. I love that zip detail at the side. Is really lovely.
I tell you what I love. I love that little glint of gold around the toe.
Yeah,
Do you know, it's gold on the tan with a gold zip, and on the navy it's a little bit pewter.
Oh, how clever.
Yeah, and then on the black it's gold. But yes, on the navy it's more of a pewter. But do you know, that gold zip just really dresses them up. You know, it just take them to another level. I just think that is so lovely, but for simplicity as well.
And they look great actually with your skinny jeans. They do. You could wear them as well with tights.
Yes, you could.
Tights.
Because it's got a nice finish actually around the top. It's slightly shaped. So, you know, if you were wearing them with tights, then you could actually, you know, have that lovely finish and that sort of mock patent around the top as well.
And
actually, sorry, Julie, on the tan, it looks like a fabric. And on the black as well, it's just the blue, the navy that's got the patent.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How interesting. All right, okie dokie. Thank you, Sheila. So the navy's got the patent, the black and the tan have got a sort of fabric-y effect, but it works very well. They're $39.99. The sizes are 3 to 8, and this is the Bellissimo ankle boot. All the details, as always, on the screen. Order code 313033. Now this is a Bellissimo boot and we're calling it a croc print boot, but in actual fact I've just been looking, the croc print is very subtle.
It is, Julie. Do you know, I've just been smelling this boot. Now the only reason why is because I was told this is not leather, and it isn't leather, but my goodness does it feel and look like leather.
I can't believe it.
It's fantastic.
It's not leather.
It's not leather.
No, it's not
No,
leather.
but it is amazing. Just the way that man-made uppers have come on, this is just incredible. Really easy to look after, because if you do get them dirty, you literally just wipe it clean with a cloth. But Julie's right, the mock croc is very subtle. The front of the boot is just a plain man-made, but here you've got the mock croc that sweeps round all the way around to the other side with this beautiful gold zip and the little gold, I mean it's not real gold, but the little double B's for Bellissimo on the side there, which is really, really nice. That looks very designer. And to get inside the boot, you've got a zip, a conventional zip on the inside, and then in there it's all that beautiful fine fleece, which is really lovely and warm. Now we've got this in the black and we've got it in the burgundy, and we've also got this in the tan, but we haven't got that with us because we were waiting for the sample to come in. But if you go onto the internet, onto the website, you'll actually find the tan on there.
Perfect. Pavisshoes.tv. But for now we've got the black and the burgundy, which Linda is wearing. Looks very stylish.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Really lovely. Really looks very rich and expensive. If you hadn't have said those, Sheila, I would have thought it was leather.
Absolutely, Linda. It's
really
remarkable, isn't it?
Amazing what they can do nowadays with fabrics, isn't it?
And that looks fabulous. Really
I've got a friend, she's called Bridget Bryce, and BB. Something I could say to her, these boots have got your name on, or your initials on.
Yeah, definitely.
They look lovely. I wouldn't normally go for a sort of Chelsea boot kind of look like that, but I think this really works.
Well, I think it looks really smart.
So do I.
With the gold jewellery, with the zip and the BB at the side there, I think they look fantastic. They look so much more than $39.99.
Yeah, and interestingly, the burgundy has got the... Oh, they've both got the gold on the outside,
yes.
I see.
Yes.
Really, really nice. So presumably the tan follows the same format. It is the Bellissimo croc print ankle boot. Sizes are 3 to 8. Black, burgundy and tan are your 3 different colourways. Just go online to pavisshoes.tv to take a look at the tan. They're $39.99. The order code 316546.
I like these because they've got like that Victoriana, excuse me, apron front on them.
Well, I thought you were going to say a little bit more like a spat.
Well, that's what the front would,
yeah, which is really nice. I love that ruched effect down there, and it's the most beautiful leather, gorgeous leather upper, really soft, really tactile as well. You've also got a leather insole with this one, so everything is encasing your foot in leather.
And what's up the sides of the boot
It's
then?
actually a microfiber, John, and these boots are so lightweight, so that is slightly padded as well, so you've got all that cushioning inside too. What I do like, the feature at the side is this little button detail, which is just really nice, just to finish it and bring it all together, because it looks like this has been wrapped around and attached, but it's all within the boot. Again,
Does that not open then, that button?
No,
That's
no,
just for fancy.
Just for fancy, John. This is a beautiful burgundy, which I do like, but it's like it's been antiqued on the leather, which is gorgeous. Then you've got this nipped-in heel, which is really nice, probably about 1.5 inches, and this just a gentle oval toe, which is really, really lovely. Size range 3 to a 9, which is great, and we've got some good colours in this, really nice colours. Well, looking at the table, I'm just focusing on this one here. We're calling it tan, but it's a very pale tan, isn't it?
You'll see it in a second because Julie's got on. The other colours, very quickly, are burgundy, navy and black. The navy is a dark navy, isn't it? It is. Look at them on Julie then, because what colour would you call it then?
Well, I don't know. It's like a toffee.
Biscuit? Oh, yeah, toffee.
Oh, yeah, an oatmeal biscuit.
Oh, yes. It has to be an oatmeal.
Yes, oatmeal biscuit. But look, it's all burnished around the toe cap there. And I like that colour. It's just a little bit. Actually, it goes so well with Julie's blouse.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, it's a little bit Western style.
Yes, a little bit. Yeah. But aren't they lightweight, Julie?
Oh, so lightweight. These are absolutely gorgeous. I think these are really gorgeous boots. I love that burnished look. Very, very comfortable. Very flexible.
Do you know, I think they look even... I love them on the table, but I think they look even better on the foot.
And that ruching down the front is not going to move, it's fixed?
No, it's all fixed, yeah. But I like that.
No, it's good, because it's not going to change shape then, is it, when you're wearing it?
Yeah.
316380 is your item code number on these. The Pavers Ruched leather ankle boots. A UK size is 3 to 9. Really good size range, like Sheila just said. Which colour are you going to go for? The black, the burgundy, the navy, or the very unusual tan? Because it's not a tan, is it? £47 and 19 pence. Now remember, they are leather, and they've got a textile and leather insole the shoe as well. 08450 99 99 69 www.pavershoes.tv for the web.
Got another debate over colours. Again, to me, I suppose you could call it burgundy.
I'd say that one was more. It is a dark raspberry, but it is more on the burgundy than the last one was.
The last one was. And the grey, that's great. It's a dark gunmetal-y grey. Navy, nice colours.
So this is a very simple one, I think. It is a little bit more coverage than some of the others and a different shape. You've got a slightly narrower toe, but it's still lots of toe wiggle going on in there. Just a very simple bit of stitching on the top, lovely leather. On the same sort of wedge, well, actually it's a little bit higher, this wedge. Again, underneath this grip base, so you can walk on any surface. Inside, once again, you've got here this lovely footbed, which is leather, and then you've got the linings, which are microfiber. So this one is, as I've said, a little bit on the slimmer looking lines. We're saying it's wider. It is a little bit wider, but not as wide as some of the others that you've seen. So yeah, it's got a really interesting look to it, and you've got this lovely padded piece around the back of the heel. Coming in, Sheila, let's have a look at you.
That's what got me about these, because I looked at them on the table and I thought, yeah, it's quite a dressy shoe. But it's the comfort inside that's quite incredible, because every single piece is actually padded that's touching your foot.
Wow.
So you've got all that lovely padding, really squishy inside as well. For something that looks dressy, you wouldn't actually expect that, to have so much padding, but you've got comfort all the way around, and I think it's a nice shape on the foot. Definitely a wider fit, because you've got that little bit of a gape at the front on my foot, because I'm standard. But I like the shaping of the wedge that's just slightly cut into as well.
It's slimming, isn't it?
It is
very much. It's a wider fit. It's a very slimming look,
Yeah.
and it's also got a lot of foot coverage.
Yes.
A lot more than a lot of the others have had. A lot of them have been lower at the front and not as high at the sides, but that's got real good support for anybody, especially if somebody's a little bit dodgy on the feet.
Yeah, and a very simple design, that little sort of scroll on the top.
Yeah.
Quite economical. And if you're watching and you're new to pavershoes.tv and you think, oh, I'd like to try those, but it's a bit of a risk, Pavers always minimise the risk.
Yes, we do.
So there's a no quibble money back guarantee as long as you just try them out at home on the carpet. Don't go outside in them. And if you want to return them, you can do so to a store, by post, or even an Asda store.
Yeah, of course you can.
But so really, it's important to say they minimise, or we minimise the risk of buying something in not going to like. Hopefully you'll love these. They are the Pavers Leather Mary Janes. Sizes are 3 to 9, 4 colourways, black, burgundy, grey and navy. You can see them on the table and Sheila's got the grey on there. $37.99, good price. Order code 313208. Hello there, we've got a classic court for you now that really is a classic. A little bird, namely Debbie Paver, has just been telling me that Catherine Paver, who started the whole Pavers business, stocked these at the beginning and they're still going strong.
Absolutely, incredibly. All we do every year is just change the colours. We always do a black, but we've got a navy and a black this time. And we've done pewters, we've done greys, we've done browns, we've done, you name it, the colour's been there. And the same person, believe it or not, and you'll know who you are because we all do this, the same person's coming in for different colours.
Yeah.
Because it's still continuing on, and new people are buying, of course. It's a shoe boot. It sits high on the ankle. It's very, very smart. It's a little bit like sort of meets Mary Poppins, really, in the styling, because you've got this really, really pretty sort of kitten-type Victoriana heel, really. Really, really pretty. Lovely shaping. Lovely shaping to the front. A really, really nice shape here, but unbelievably soft materials. When you put them on, it stretches like you're putting on a pair of socks. And then it sits on the foot beautifully. However high your instep is, the stretch is there for you, so it stretches out without you needing to do anything. A little bit of fancy work on it with the two pieces going across here. The black has got black patent and the navy has got a mix of a navy patent. By the way, these are look-alike because these are wipe clean finishes, they're man-made, with a little bit of a snake skin effect on it, which is the one that you'll see our lovely Linda wearing for you in a minute. 2 to 8, great size run. It is a standard fit, but there is room in it. Now, I've got a standard fit foot, but I've got a very high instep. And a lot of the time, if something comes high on me, it doesn't fit me at the top. This is perfect. It's fabulous for a high instep. Lovely shaping, as I've said. Inside, all microfibres, lovely and soft and padded, and loads of flex in it as well. It's a great little autumn, winter, spring wear.
I tell you what I love, the asymmetrical sort of stripes, the fact that they're just a bit off.
Yeah, bit off the angle.
It's really more designery. How do they feel, Linda?
Unbelievably comfortable.
Oh,
so soft. As soon as you put them on, honestly, it's like wearing a pair of slippers. They're really lovely soft. I've just put them on with skinny jeans, but I think these, you know, trans-seasonal, you'd be able to wear them with your thick tights, a nice skirt maybe. I just think a shoe boot's so useful. But you can see, look, how flexible they are, how comfortable. Really sits lovely. I think it really makes the foot look really slim.
It's elegant, isn't it? You see, I would wear that navy one with a navy opaque.
So would I.
Yes,
absolutely.
The black with black opaque, and that sleek, lovely line you get.
Make your legs look longer as well. But I can see why it's such so popular, because it is incredibly versatile. You know, it would look just as good with smart pants over the top or whatever. The Pavers Smart, telling it like it is, slip-on shoe. Sizes 2 to 8 in black and black patent or navy. And that's got a mix. $34.99 is the price point. $305,657.
Very stylish, very chic, very less of me.
Well, they're all about the shape.
Yes.
They're all about the shape of these boots. And also, we had a little bit of a contretemps, didn't we, John? You and I about the colour.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah, because I said brown.
And I said Bordeaux.
Yes, you did, actually. You were right this
And the look
time.
Sheila gave me, like, no, John, that's not Bordeaux. Then we saw the graphics.
Yeah,
anyway,
and it's Bordeaux. But
leather.
Fabulous leather. Beautiful, beautiful, soft leather. Great quality leather. But it is about the shape. When you see Linda wearing these, they are fabulous. You don't sometimes need, if you've got a really good shaped boot, anything added extra, if you know what I mean. Embellishment, that's right. You've got a little bit of stitch work down the side there, which is a nice feature. You've got a little bit of stitch work around the top, and then you've got the zip at the side to get in and out of the boot. But that's all you need with these, because they are a lovely, lovely shape. Little bit of a vent detail in the top. So if you're wearing these with a pair of tights, it's nicely shaped around the top. Probably about 2.5 inches in the heel. Little bit of a platform with a great grip underneath.
And what are they lined with for England?
It's actually microfiber.
Oh, nice. But
so
it's got leather underneath, underfoot?
It's actually a leather insole, which is slightly cushioned as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now you've gone for the Bordeaux to go with your Bordeaux blouse.
Too much, yes, too much. My blouse.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. The quality of the leather is absolutely fabulous. It's a lovely little boot. I mean, we are spoilt for choice in this show. With all the
totally.
lovely, lovely boots, but this is gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, you can see the flexibility of that gorgeous, soft, supple leather, and with the zip going right down to the bottom. Easy to get on as well. Lovely shape as well. Great design. Nice little heel, solid heel. I think they're fabulous. I think those even with, you know, knitted tights or skinny jeans are going to look fab. So on trend as well.
I think that's a full-bodied Bordeaux.
You're talking wine now?
Yes.
Well, I've had a drink for 10 months, I wouldn't know these things.
Oh my goodness, John.
know.
Aren't you good? Holier than thou.
Hardly. But the thing is, right, $54.99, you're going to wear these over and over again, not only this year, but next year, and the year after, and the year after.
Yeah.
If you look after them, they're going to look after you. Make sure you give them a spray and use your polish on them all the way through.
Yeah.
Anyway, 316-374 is your item code number. They're the Pavers Heeled leather ankle boot. UK size is 2 to 8. Again, a very, very good size range there. You can get them in the black or you can get them in the Bordeaux. Either way, they're £54.99. Standard fit, leather upper, leather insole, man-made fibre lining. All you need to do is give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, or of course, go to the web, www.paversshoes.tv, to have a look at these and all of our ankle boots.
Right, it's time to go knee-high now.
Yes, it is. It's actually...
I've always been knee-high.
Oh, Derek.
Oh, bless.
But yes, I know where you're coming from because it's a little bit taller at the front than it is at the back, actually. So anybody that likes that really sort of high boot look, this is going to be fabulous. Now, it's a Relife boot, so we know all about Relife. If you don't, when you get these home, there's a little leaflet inside and it'll tell you all about the benefits of Relife.
Oh, you'll be hooked.
Yes, you will. And you will, every time a new Relife shoe or boot comes out, you'll be thinking, do I need any more? But they give me so much comfort, then you'll be wanting more.
And it is this time of the year where Relife really do come into their own. They do more sort of autumn, winter,
yes, they do.
Don't they?
Yes, they do. But this is quite a clever boot because it's actually a wider fit on the boot. Now, calf-wise, you'll see with Julie, this zip here at the side, she's actually zipped up. But if you've got that sportier calf, a wider calf, or you just want to tuck your trousers in, you've got this vent at the side here. So you can either zip it up or leave it down because you've got your conventional zip on the other side here. You've also got this beautiful faux fur lining, which is gorgeous. Then with this one, you've actually got a heel. Now it's like a wood effect stacked heel, which is probably about 2.5 inches.
Quite high, that.
Yeah,
actually, isn't it?
but it's not going to actually push you forward onto the ball of your foot because you've got a slight platform at the front. And then underneath, you've got that fabulous, fabulous grip, and you've got the Relife nodules that go right through to the other inside of the boot.
Love it. I love the two colours as well, and I love the fact that we're calling what my eyes would call a tan. We're calling this a cognac.
Love that
Or I could just do a nice cognac. It's that time of the year, isn't it? Cold evenings.
This is it, in front of the fire.
Log fire, nice glass of cognac. Julie, you joining us?
Oh, I'd love to. It sounds wonderful. When are we coming?
It sounds lovely, doesn't it? How do they feel?
Absolutely amazing. I absolutely love the styling of these boots. Though they've got a bit more of a heel, you don't feel that, like you say, you're being pushed forward. They're really flexible. The colours are amazing. And yeah, they've got that sort of biker look, chic biker look to them, haven't they?
Oh, I've just forgotten something very quickly.
Oh, go on.
It says Tex on the side, water resistant as
Oh,
well.
fantastic. Even better. And that's good to know, actually, at $59.99, because actually this is a, you know, you could be going actually Christmas markets, going out of an evening, and the weather could change while you're out and whatever. Not a problem for this, because this is made for all of those conditions as well. 315967 is your item number. Black and cognac are the two colour ways on this one, and the price just $59.99.
Got a pair of true knee-high boots for you now. Size range very good, 2 to 10. They're also really good if you've got a slightly sportier calf.
Yeah, they're made for a sport or a wider calf, definitely. They've got lots of room in there. You'll see when Sheila comes on in a second. And there's a little bit of adjustment as well as them being wider at the top. Underneath, Great, great resilience to any surface you're walking on. Great. And of course, it's Relife. It's that lovely, lovely thing that you're used to seeing from Relife that massages the sole of your foot, your heel area, to give you a sense of well-being through your body. Or that is what they tell you. And I believe it because I've got some.
Yep.
And it works.
I know
and the
it to be
three of
true.
us are walking our walk and talking our talk because we've all got them and it does work.
Yep.
It feels great when you've got them on. Tons and tons of toe wiggle. It's a wider fit, so you've got loads of room inside there, and it's seam-free. Love the shaping and the look of this boot. It comes in the black, the one I'm holding, and it comes in a brown. The brown has got a tan finish on this strap here, and the black has got a very, very dark brown. I think it's very smart, very, very good looking, and I love the way the colours overstitching is a slightly different colour. In this one, it's like a goldy colour. And in the brown one, I think it's more of an orangey sort of. It sounds obviously an orange and gold, but you know what I mean. It's like different shades of the boot, like a tan colour on this one. This zip here. Oh, by the way, it also is a water resistant. Little text thing here, so they've got water resistance going on. This outside zip gives you the ability to wear the boot even wider at the top of the neck of the boot because of this gusset here, this panel that you've got down here. If I pull that up, it narrows it slightly. So you've got a little bit snugger at the top there. If I turn it around, that's where the zip is for the inside. That's right the way down to the bottom to reveal these beautiful soft linings. Really, really soft, furry linings. It's a faux fur. So you've got microfiber inside and a water-resistant outside surface that is simply wiped clean. Great, look, great, lovely bit, lovely bit.
Really,
come on and Sheila, let's have a
absolutely.
look at you.
Now this is the brown because it's got the little bit of tan. Lovely.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, how's it feel, Sheila?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, the comfort is just wonderful, but I think it's fabulous. You've got a boot that actually accommodates whether you tuck in a thick pair of trousers in,
yeah,
which we often do when it comes to winter time, we layer up and everything, or maybe like you've said before, a bit of a sportier calf. But with that, I mean, there's still some width there, but you've got that extra with the zip here, which I think is fantastic.
I think it's a great idea.
I do, yeah.
Great idea.
Really, it looks really
makes
nice.
the boot really versatile too.
It does.
And I mean, it's funny, you can put weight. I noticed with putting a bit of weight on, your calves do get bigger as well, so it's very, very accommodating.
Yeah.
It's the Pavers knee-high boot, size range, as I said at the beginning of the show, 2 to 10. Black and brown are your colourways, and it's $64.99. Hello there, you're watching our smart ankle boot selection. We've got another incredibly smart boot for you. They're all lovely, they're all neat and smart.
Well, it just looks very sort of Victorian, but I know what you mean. This ruching across here is beautiful. On some of the boots, it's very casually placed, but this actually gives it a really nice, smart look, doesn't it? But again, this boot is extra wide, and you would look at it and you would think, why is that extra wide? It doesn't look extra wide. I've actually tried this on, and what it is, it's the depth from here and across this part here. So you've got plenty of room in there, and you've also got plenty of room for your toes to wiggle. It's the most beautiful leather upper, really lovely and soft, and it's got a really nice sheen on there as well, and it's also got a leather insole too, which is lovely, and all microfiber around the edges. But you've got this little button covered in the leather that just sweeps round. It doesn't undo or anything, but it's just giving it a lovely, lovely shaping. Really nice shaping.
Really nice. Very unusual, those sort of, that ruching that's become almost ridges. And can I just say, when you've got leather of this quality, and it is beautiful, it really is worth spending a couple of extra quid and investing in this. I love these anyway, they're so pretty. We've got a leather care kit and a protector spray. You can use, especially the protector spray, on loads of other things as well. Bags, coats, whatever.
Anything you've got leather, you can use this, and it really does help, especially if you're going out in sort of bad weather and things.
And it helps increase its longevity.
It does.
You know, leather gets better and better year on, year in, but it's year in, year out. But it's better, it's nicer if you can actually sort of keep it moisturised and looking at its best. best.
And what I do actually like about these boots, because they're that extra wide, you've got the beauty of half sizes as well.
Yes.
So they go from a 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, right up to an 8.
Yeah.
So you've got, you know, because it's strange. It used to be back in the day, you'd have lots of different shoes with half sizes.
I remember
Doesn't
that
seem
growing
to
up.
be as popular these days. Maybe it's because you can buy insoles and things, you know, to pop inside.
Yeah.
But I think it's really nice you've got the half sizes, and
I
you
do.
generally pay quite a premium for that.
You do. You get it in kiddies' sizes,
yes,
of course,
you do.
because you've got to be so accurate with their growing feet. But it is quite a rarity nowadays.
is.
And but this boot, the Pavers Smart Leather Ankle Boot, has half sizes, and the size range is from 3 to 8. Black and navy are your two colourways. Sheila's been holding the black. You see it on the table, and then just in the foreground is that lovely delicate French navy blue. $59.99, a gorgeous boot, really classy. Welcome to our slipper selection, our brand new slipper selection, and we've got some gorgeous ones for you. Kicking off with this lovely pom-pom slipper. I love pom-poms, love slippers. What a great combination.
I've got this. Sheila's got this. Sheila brings it into the studio.
So it's down to me.
Yeah, we've done this season after season after season, and you love it. So we just keep bringing it back. We do change the colour combination slightly, not massively, but slightly. All of them have got the animal print inside them, and then the upper changes. The ones I got were black with a grey pom-pom. This season we've got black with a black pom-pom. And you had the camel with a grey pom-pom, sort of grey. They're actually on the floor right next to her. And now it's the sort of beigey colour with a beige pom-pom. So all the pom-poms are self-coloured on this range. So we know you love it, we know you buy it, and we know it fits, because it certainly fits both of us. And they're absolutely gorgeous. So really simple little slippers, but they're really, really feminine. Very feminine. Lovely linings, all microfibre, lovely and bendy. Great sole unit underneath to go outside if you need to. Little pom-pom on the top. Just what more can you want for $16.99? It's a fab little gift or fab present for yourself.
Yeah.
You know, why not buy a present for yourself? You know, you deserve it. We work hard, don't we? So we deserve a little present occasionally. Come on in, Sheila. Let's have a look at you in your beige ones.
Oh, do you think I need to update mine, but they're still going strong?
Sheila, if you don't
3 years
mind,
old?
3
if
years
you
old.
don't mind me saying so, yours are looking. I think you should get them. They're looking a tiny bit
but she
down at
pushes
heel.
the
I'm
back
not.
down.
I'm
Well,
not being
yeah.
rude. Oh, is that why you push?
She pushes the back down.
I do.
Why don't you just get a pair of mules?
Yeah, well, the thing is, I've got mules.
Oh.
I've got probably about 7 pairs of slippers.
Aha.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a problem when it comes
Yes,
to
because
slippers.
you answer the door, preferably in slippers.
And I love my slippers.
And you love your
Every
slippers?
time we have an array of slippers here, I get so excited.
She said she needs to, earlier, she said to me, I need to get out more.
Yes, I said,
Because I
this
just
is a
love
bit
my
sad.
slippers.
My life is revolving around slippers. Yes.
So, are you thinking that these might be a nice one to upgrade to?
Well, I could upgrade to, but I would upgrade to the grey, I
yes,
think. Yes,
I would too.
Yeah.
Debs?
Yes. In a word.
It's-
Why is it the grey that's doing it for us today?
don't
With so
know.
many grey things that we've all three of us
Yeah.
liked. Because usually we've got a different taste, haven't
Yes,
we,
we do.
things, to an
But
extent.
I think
But
they
grey
look the
for me.
most expensive.
Yeah, they do.
I mean,
Grey
they're-
is that colour, isn't it?
Exactly,
It's
they're not
colour,
expensive
it's
at
a
all.
shade.
Sheila, are they comfy?
Really comfortable, or else I wouldn't have bought them.
That's the right answer. The grey looks great, but so does the beige, and lovely creamy beige. And of course, black is universally, eternally popular. The Pavers full slipper with pom-pom. Size range is 2 to 9, 316-398, and they're $16.99. Wow. Hello there, welcome to the long boot collection. We're calling it long boot. We've actually got boots ranging from knee-high down to mid-calf, but we've got a gorgeous selection for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got another one here from, well, we've got this one. This is the starter collection for you from Relife. In the show, you'll find we've got a few other Relife boots, and some of them are waterproof or water-resistant, should I say. You denote that by looking at the side here. If there's a word on the side, because they all use different terminology of what type of word they use, if it ends in TEX, it means it's got a waterproofing system that's been put through the materials, and this is what this has got. You've got rope going around it, like a twine going all the way around it, that's finished off through a little loop here, and it's got a sort of a antique brass effect on it in this particular colourway. You've got ruching up the leg, The body of the boot itself here has got loads of toe worker room, and it is a wider fit. Relife, we all have them. The three of us have Relife. And it actually is this piece, this little star arrangement in the heel, that they say gives you a little bit like a sense of well-being through your body when you're wearing them. A bit like reflexology, but it tells you about that when you buy them in a little leaflet. We're not doctors, we can't tell you what it's got or what it hasn't got, but we all know that our boots are really comfortable, don't we, girls? We've all got the same boot, and they're really, really comfy. Great grip underneath there, very lightweight. And like the arrangement here, it's got a bikerish style, but sort of very, very slouchy and relaxed. And then it opens up at the side. If you've got a bit of extra room that you need when you're wearing it, you get a bit of extra give across the top there. This one has the zip all the way down the inside edge. It's on a little bit of a wedge, and then you've got these lovely faux fur linings going down to a faux sheepskin lining, which is all microfiber inside the boot. Very, very comfortable, very warm and very cosy. And as I've said, it is a wider fit, so there's lots of room inside that for you. 3 colours. The one I'm holding here, which we're calling taupe. Then we've got a dark brown, which is in the foreground on the table. Then we've got the black in the middle. But the black and the brown one have got a bit of tan mix on the colourway at the back, which you'll see our lovely Sheila with at the moment, because she's got the brown ones on.
I think all colourways are lovely. The interior, which you just see around the top of the boot, is the same on the brown and the black, but just a little bit more caramel tones on the other one. But again, fabulous, fabulous boot to wear, so comfortable. Very different on that wedge sort of bottom on the sole, isn't it? Yeah, which is really nice. Great grip as well.
Really flattering for your leg as well, Sheila. It's just a true mid-calf boot really elongates the leg. It has extraordinary powers. This is the Relife that has powers too, by Paver's mid-calf boot, sizes 3 to 9, 3 colourways, and it's $59.99.
I'm just looking at Linda putting the... Have they got sparkles?
They've got sparkle. It's like a glitter, a coloured glitter on top.
Oh, wow.
Isn't it lovely?
Is that pink on yours?
Do you know what it is? It's like different sort of shades of pink. It's really, really pretty. Now, we're calling this one taupe, but to my eyes, John, is that not grey?
Silver.
It's like a silver grey.
Taking you back to the 70s, that, isn't it? It is. Silver and pink.
Isn't it beautiful? And it feels like the most gorgeous velvet upper. And then here you've got the Flyflot logo, which is like a really pretty butterfly. But I just think these are they're a little bit Christmassy. I shouldn't be saying that word, but they are very Christmassy.
Don't see why not.
No,
Christmas
why not?
every day in my house. We've got a shopping strap to run Avon that's Christmas.
It's just Christmas all the time.
All year round, yeah. Anyway, can I ask about the colours before we go on any further? Because they look... You see, that blue... I don't know if you're getting it from the telly. You'll see Linda wearing it. It's a really rich, beautiful navy blue, isn't it? And then the burgundy has got like a kind of pink tinge to it.
But I think these are lovely. Again, happy mules. You can wear them as a slipper, obviously, but you could actually go out in them. Obviously not on a rainy day or anything, but they are classed as a slipper.
But I'm thinking, I know we're not talking about Christmas yet, but Christmas drinks.
Oh,
you know, when somebody in the village has a drink, you often have the neighbours round at Christmas.
Yeah, and you know, I want to be comfortable in my own home, or if you go around to somebody's house, they don't always want you to be wearing your shoes upstairs.
No, exactly.
You could take these slippers with you and still feel quite dressed up.
Definitely. Anyway, let's bring Linda in and have a look, because you've gone for the blue ones, which are very rich, aren't they?
Velvet, gorgeous these are, aren't they? Look so expensive. Wouldn't these make a nice present for someone?
They would, really lovely. And I love that little bit of glitter.
Yes, because it's nothing, it's not too much.
No, it's not. It's just like a shower of glitter on your slippers.
Are they pink on the blue one as well?
It's like a pinky silver.
Pinky silver.
Oh, lovely.
And I've not mentioned the width of the Flyflot.
Right.
These are a wider fit, which we used to call comfort fit.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so more of an E or an E plus fitting.
But you could get them if you're standard, because you're standard, aren't you?
I'm standard.
And you've got wiggle room, surely.
Well, the thing is, you've got wiggle room. They're anatomic, so you sink down into the footbed, and they come a long way back on your foot, so you don't
because normally we'd notice on you, wouldn't we, if you're wearing a standard, you wear a wiggle. These are a little bit gaping.
Wide.
Wide on you, but they're not,
No, they're not at all. These are fabulous.
315804 is your item code number. The Flyflot Anatomic Slip-on Mule. You see, I had to put glitter in there somewhere. UK sizes 1 to 9. They come in blue, they come in burgundy, and they come in taupe, but that's the silver one at the end there. £21.99. 08450 99 99 69. Oh, excuse me, that's your phone number. www.pavershoes.tv for the web. Hello, this show is called Loretta Favourites. You know Loretta, it's Mr. Hackham. He loves really good quality leather. He loves playing with patterns and he loves creating new shoes, doesn't
Do
he?
you know, he makes fabulous shoes. He's been around quite a while. We don't know how
longer
long.
than you?
Yeah, even longer than me, I think. But he lives in Turkey and he is so passionate about his styling of shoes, and he brings something out every season that's just that little bit different. But like you've just explained, leathers are fabulous. You know, he really goes the extra mile. Now, this is a really smart shoe. I think this is really lovely. Comes all the way up the foot, so if you were wearing a pair of trousers, that would actually show that upper off beautifully. I like it that he's actually used elastication here. You don't actually need to unfasten them. You've got elastication behind there as well, so once you pop your foot in, you've got all that give, and even round the other side you've got a vent. But I like all the stitch work he's actually put
that's
on
what
the
he's...
upper.
Apparently he sits in his office, well, into the early hours of the morning with bits of leather and patterns
Creating
and
a
creating
shape.
all the
Yeah,
shapes and
that's
everything,
right. But you've always got beautiful, beautiful leather on the upper, leather on the insole as well. Then you've got this really nice sole unit. It's like a wedge that's been cut into, but again, very, very lightweight, but very grippy underneath as well. But I think, you know, for something that you want that's going to last you season after season, this is fabulous. And he's chosen to use 4 different colours in this. I think the navy is sort of more like a Air Force blue.
Yeah, dark denim Air Force
which
blue,
is
yeah.
really nice. And then you've got the brown, you've got the black, and then you've got a really nice burgundy as well. What are you looking at,
Where's
John?
the burgundy?
At my side.
I've got
Next
it on.
to me. Lynn's
That's
got
not
it.
burgundy.
Well, it's
No,
not.
it's more like a rust, isn't it?
It's
It
rust,
is.
definitely a
Brick.
rust. It's a lovely.
Brick.
There's nothing wrong
Yeah.
with brick red. It's rusty
Yeah.
coloured. Yeah, exactly. Comfort-wise.
Really nice. It's so easy to put on as well. Your foot just slips into it. You've got all that elastication there, ease of movement. You've got a little vent at the side there, so really nice slip on. The leather is gorgeous. It's like wearing a pair of slippers.
Well, I was going to say, you love modelling Mr. Hackham shoes, don't you?
I
Because
do.
you do have issues and pains
I
with your
do.
feet and everything.
Yeah, I
and
do.
you always put these on and always go, oh, they're so
Oh, yeah, I could wear these all day long.
Exactly.
So
It's because of the
comfortable.
quality leather, isn't it?
Absolutely.
316378 your item code number. These are the Loretta Casual Leather Slip-On Shoe. UK size is 3 to 9. Which colour are you going to go for? Black, brown, burgundy or navy? £42.99. Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69. Buy on the web if you want to, www.pavershoes.tv. Now, completely diverse for Mr. Hackham. My sister-in-law Julie would adore these boots. They're just... When they came into the studio, we all went, oh no, they're not Miss Hackham's, they're not Miss Hackham's, but they are.
I mean, we actually sent Richard out and said, no, it's the wrong
Yeah,
one.
very patronising, poor
But
Richard.
actually, this is a Mr. Hackham boot. How
Love it.
different, but what quality.
Okay, that's what I want to say before you go any further, Sheila. £49.99 for a pair of... Go to the high street, you won't get... The leather and everything is
The
amazing,
leather
isn't it?
is fabulous, and we always know that Mr. Hackham uses the best leathers from Turkey, and you've got them in this fabulous ankle boot. Now, round the side here, which is really important, you've got really sort of enforced elastication, so to get them on and off really nice and easy, nothing's going to dig in, and also round this side and also round the back as well.
But when you're wearing them, you're not going to have that tough leather behind
Not
you.
at all. And then you've got leather on the inside as well, and all round the sides it's all microfiber. You've got, it's like a rubberized heel, which I would say is probably about 2 inches, and then a slight platform on the boot, so it takes away from a little bit of the height of the heel.
But how classy is that
The shaping is fantastic, absolutely lovely. And then you turn it over, you've got a great grip. But as John said, if you can just see in the light there, it's like a Union Jack. an imprint of the Union Jack, but I think a fabulous, fabulous looking boot.
Come on in, Linda, because I imagine you've got boots like this already in your wardrobe at home.
Yeah, I love a little boot like this. I mean, it just looks so stylish, even with a skirt.
Yes, oh, no, totally.
Because I love that look, you know, with a nice leather jacket. Just gorgeous leather, beautiful, beautiful, stylish leather. Absolutely fabulous and lovely inside. It's so padded inside.
It is.
I would just give them a spray.
Spray these.
Yes, definitely.
And then they'll last you forever because these are never going to date. Really lightweight as well. They don't weigh out hardly anything, do they?
And also, when you put them on, with the elastic going all the way round the back, because normally you have the 2 go days of elastic on the side, don't you? And then you have the leather at the back. And if they're going to rub, that's where they're going to rub. But you've got the softness of the elastic going all the way round the back, haven't you?
And not too high. You know, sometimes an ankle boot that can be a little bit higher.
Yeah, and clumpy.
Yeah, but that is a really nice shape.
I think you can tell we love these, can't you, really? Yeah. 316217 is the item code number. The Loretta Smart leather ankle boot. UK size is 3 to 9. Just the one colourway, the black. It's a shame you didn't do them in brown as well, because they're gorgeous in a chestnut brown thing. £49.99. We're all agreeing for a leather boot and a leather insole. That is a fantastic price. 08450 999969. Of course, the web. I used to have an art teacher. Now, I know I'm going back a while now, but I used to have an art teacher at school called Mrs. Davis, right? And I loved her. She was as mad as a bag of spanners, but I used to love whatever she'd come in wearing.
Yeah.
And she would have shoes like this on.
So similar to
this. She had dresses made out of underfelt and things like that. But I just think it's the kind of shoe that anybody can wear.
Definitely.
Really.
Whether you want to dress quite quirky, quite bohemian, quite sort of formal.
Or just very simple.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there is a little bit of interest on these because they're not just plain. I've got the navy here with a really nice green stripe, and green seems to be coming really back into fashion.
Yeah, lots of it around.
And also you've got the green.
Oh, isn't it the Pantone colour of the year? The green is one of the Pantone colours of the year, anyway.
Oh, is it?
Yes, that's
right. Well, there you go. So, John Scott, oracle of information on fashion. But yes, Mr. Hackham always does really lovely Mary Janes. They never, ever date. This one touch again. So you can adjust this according to your foot size. A little bit of a wider strap with this crisscross design on the side there. You've got the brilliant sole unit, always great grip as well. We've got 3 different colours. I've got the navy, we're calling it navy multi, but it's got navy and green. We've also got the brown multi. Now that brown, really nice shade of brown with sort of like a more of a terracotta colour with that one. And then we've got the black, which is black.
Yeah, there's no choice on that one, it's just black. Right, now Linda, again, she's got the wrong outfit on.
She has.
But I'm thinking city break. I'm thinking walking holiday, not walking holidays in hiking, but a holiday when you're going to be walking museums or art galleries or anything like that. Now, let's just explain that you are a standard fit and these shoes obviously aren't a standard fit. So at home, yours won't gape like that.
No, because even Linda has drawn that the one touch right across.
Yeah.
So obviously a standard fitting foot will fit them, but a little bit too gapey on Linda.
Sometimes people want that.
They want the extra room for the toes. Maybe they have problems with the toes, so they want that wider fitting. So they will still be really, really nice and secure.
I think they look lovely and comfy.
I like those 2 colours together.
Oh, do you see? I like the blue and green best, me. Talk to me about that sole unit, because it looks like it'd be so comfortable underfoot.
So comfortable, really sturdy as well, but really light as a feather, doesn't hardly weigh anything. Lovely to wear, and that one-touch fastening, so easy to adjust as well. So if you're going flying maybe on an airplane, easy to adjust, your feet swell up. But I think the black make a great school shoe.
Yeah,
true. Definitely. 316189, Loretta Touch Fasten Leather Jane, Mary Jane shoe. 1 to 10, this size range. Black, brown multi or navy multi, £41.99. Just come in and get yours. Now, don't shoot me down on this, but I think, you know when we do autonomy fashion?
Yes.
And the stylist, Laura, that comes in, right? I can see her wearing these boots. I think they're not your typical Loretta customer. I think she's young, because she's young and funky and dress it with socks and jeans and a nice jumper. I think because I looked at these when they came out to the table, I said, oh, these can't be Loretta, because they don't
I think
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, because obviously Mr. Hackham often does a Mary Jane.
Yes,
he does like a shoe, a full shoe. Now obviously he's done an ankle boot. What is similar is obviously the quality of the leather.
Of course, yeah.
On this one it's got different textures. You've got this sort of like crinkled effect in the leather, which is really nice. Obviously you've got, it's like a little bit of a patchwork going on. This is really nice. This has got the navy toe cap, and I think this is the one that we're going to be calling, is this one the navy?
That'd be navy multi. There's a burgundy multi and a black multi.
And you've got the green on this, which is really nice and unusual. Then you've got the grey as well. I just think it is ever so attractive. Zip to get in and out of the boot, and inside you've got the leather lining. And then you've got the microfiber around here, which is really nice and soft to the touch, nice and flat, and also a really good grip as well.
I think they're well, there's no age on fashion, is there? But I'm thinking, I can see denim skirt, crochet tights, big jumper, scarves, kind of artistic.
A little bit sort of, well, what my nieces would have worn when they were at university.
Yes, but I also see somebody our age also dressing like, not dressed up as, you know, I'm tying myself in knots here and there. I'm not saying your outfit is wrong with those boots.
Yes, too smart outfit.
No, but you're in a Linda Smart outfit, and I wouldn't put those boots with Linda.
No.
However, your daughter, who wears the denim and the big jumpers and the funky in the hair, you know what, she'd look amazing in those.
Yeah, they are fabulous. What era was patchwork?
74.
Yeah, 70s.
You know exactly when it was?
Exactly.
Yeah.
1974.
The first time I remember it anyway, just tell me how comfortable.
Lovely. The leather is so soft, isn't it? Really gorgeous.
I think, and they look better on than they do on the table, don't they?
Yes, they do. But they're really light, you know, John.
Oh no, I
they
thought
don't weigh
when
anything.
Sheila picked it up. Yeah, exactly. 316091. These are the Loretta multi-tonal leather ankle boot. UK sizes 1 to 10. Black multi, burgundy multi, or navy multi. If you're confused about which one's which, go on the website and have a look at the pictures. Obviously, the middle one's the burgundy. £49.99. I just think these could make so many different outfits. Give us a call, 08450 99 9969, or of course you can always buy on the web. I like what they've done with the leather on this one. Have they done it all over them? It's kind of almost distressed.
It is. I mean, I know it sounds a bit strange. It looks a little bit crumpled. But I know
sometimes things look better crumpled, Sheila, as you well know.
Thank you, John. But actually, it gives a really nice texture to the leather. It's really, really lovely. Just a little bit different, but isn't it amazing what you can do with leather? It is fabulous. And also, Mary Jane, obviously, with Mr. Hackham, he loves Mary Jane shoes, and they never ever date. But I just like this feature of the scalloping round the front there, that scalloped edge, which is really nice. You can't quite see it there, actually. And then you've got the one-touch fastening. It's not a heavy strap, but that's really nice, so you can bring that right across if your foot's maybe just slightly slimmer. Now, we're calling this a standard, but when we see Linda, I think it's more of a wider fit,
Yes,
actually.
I agree with you,
And
totally.
I like the cushioning on the heel. There's extra padding round there. You've got the lovely leather upper, leather insole as well, really nicely shaped. And then you've got round the edging, it's like a microfiber that's slightly padded as well. And on all his shoes, he's always got a fabulous sole unit with all that great grip as well.
Totally. What colours have we got?
Well, I'm holding the navy. We've got a lovely, well, we're saying it's tan. This is this one.
Oh, I love it, that colour, though.
But I think it's deeper. It's a really rich colour.
Caramel,
And then we've got burgundy, which I know you're not going to call it burgundy, are you, John?
You carry on. Black's black and
we've
blue's
got,
blue.
Yeah, black's black, blue's blue.
Oh, it's navy they're called, actually.
And then we've got the burgundy and we've got this tan.
Love the tan.
Yeah.
Which you've gone for, Linda, as well.
Which look really nice, really expensive, luxurious, don't they? Fabulous. I've just popped on with nice smart trousers, but I think these look nice with opaque tights and nice skirts.
Definitely.
Would look really nice.
But they are a little bit gapey on you, Linda, so I would say not standard. I would say these are more of a wider fit.
I would say most of Mr. Hackham's or Loretta's shoes have got a slightly wider fit.
An E plus fitting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Comfort-wise?
Really padded there, you can see. It's really lovely on that bit there, where sometimes it can catch, but it's so lovely and comfortable. really lovely. And that one-touch fastening is fantastic because if your feet swell up or you've got one foot bigger than the other, you can adjust it to your size. So
You're thinking down to a lovely colour today, I've just noticed.
thank you.
316087, the Loretta handmade leather Mary Jane shoe. UK sizes 2 to 9. Now, which colour are you going to go for? They come in black, they come in burgundy, they come in navy, and then they come in that gorgeous, I think it's lovely, that tan, £41.99. They're a leather upper, leather insole with the man-made fibre lining going around them. Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, or of course you can buy on the web. Can I just point out, how many shops can you go to and see a pair of shoes and you can buy them in a size 1 all the way through to a size 10?
Never happens, does it?
And if you do, if it does go 2 to 8 or
Yes.
3 to 9, there's 1. You go in,
Absolutely.
if you haven't bought the first one, then you're not
Yeah.
going to get it. We've got these in 4 colourways and all of them in sizes 1 to 10.
Well, it's amazing. I mean, at Pavers, what they do is a great size range and also a good width range as well. Often we do have mainly sort of a wider fit, which is what we used to call comfort fit, but often we have a standard and often we have wide, which is an extra wide as well.
Exactly.
So there's something for everybody and so many different styles. And, you know, with this, with Mr. Hackham, you know you're going to get quality. Best quality leathers, they're made in Turkey. He's so passionate about his styling as well. This is lovely. It's a slip-on shoe, best quality leather in this beautiful dark grey, and then you've got this elastication across here. So when you're popping them on, you've got that fabulous give, and then you've also got a vent of elastication down the side as well. Inside, you've got a beautiful leather insole, and then round the edge, it's actually like a textile. It's like a microfiber, which is beautiful and soft and quite warming actually to the touch.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so you've got a great shoe and also brilliant grip underneath as well. 4 different colours, John. I love this dark grey. I think that is lovely. You've got the traditional black.
See, that's taking me right back to 1979.
What, the grey?
That grey colour, so it was
Is
burgundy
it?
the whole time.
Oh, that's true, yes. Then you've got the burgundy, which
my
is
burgundy was
lovely.
real burgundy.
That does look a real burgundy. And then you've got the navy.
And which one have you opened? Burgundy?
And it's definitely a burgundy this time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely
the elastic
burgundy.
is definitely, yeah.
Just the elastic. No, I think it's a lovely colour. That looks really rich, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh no, totally.
Really
I don't know.
fun.
We're joking and laughing and everything. It's only because at home we want you to know the exact colours and
Yeah.
everything. But again, these are going to be a bestseller in all the colours.
Definitely. You know, if you want something as a trouser shoe, because I do see these more with trousers than a skirt.
Yes.
Something that you can wear all the time, forget about your feet. And like you said, John, sizes 1 to
You're saying
10.
that. I think if you're a school teacher and you've got a pleated skirt
yeah,
or
I
a
do.
traditional skirt
Yeah,
on,
maybe.
I think you get away with these. Well, some are paint tights in the
Yeah.
winter as well.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 316190, Loretta handmade leather slip-on shoe sizes 1 to 10, black or burgundy or dark grey or navy. They're £41 and they're 99 pence. Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and have a look at these and all of them on the web. I think a lot of people will look at these and immediately go, oh, these are Mr. Hackham,
Yes.
these are Lorettas, because this is what he's known for.
Well, it is. This is what he's famous for. A Mary Jane styling with a little bit of a difference.
Yes.
You've got, well, it looks like embroidery to me, actually, John. All these lovely, pretty little flowers on the top there. I just think if you want something that makes you happy, these shoes are going to give you that, because you've got the best quality leathers, Turkish leathers, which are fabulous.
Yeah.
Mr. Hackham's styling. You've got this lovely embroidery. You've got the scalloped edge around the front, which is really
Oh,
pretty.
no, you see,
Can't just
we'll
see
see when we
that,
see
can
them
you?
on Linda's feet there. I didn't realise the edge was scalloped. Yeah, that's nice.
And then you've got the one-touch fastening, so really easy to get them on and off. Now, inside you've got the leather footbed, but round the edging it's microfiber.
Oh, nice.
So it's slightly padded as well, so you've got all the comfort there. And then round the back on the heel cup, that's also padded, so nothing's going to be digging into your foot at all. You've got sort of quite a flat sole unit with these jagged edges, so you've got great grip underneath as well. So we've got this one in the 2 colours. We've got the black and we've got the burgundy. Now, John's going to say that's not burgundy. What would you say that is, John?
Burgundy.
Every time we say burgundy, John has this other
No, it's not
description.
burgundy.
It's not really.
It's
brick.
Brick
Or rust.
slash chocolate orange.
Terracotta.
Terracotta.
Yes, terracotta.
Terracotta mix. Anyway, it's a lovely colour. It's expensive colour. But you can really see the scallops on
Yes, you
the one
can.
Cinder's got them on her feet, can't you?
Yes.
Now, I know what you're going to say. They're lovely and comfortable. They're fabulous to walk in. I could do your job. I couldn't bend over like that.
Tell you what, let's swap, because I'd love to sit down all day.
Yes, well, we do just sit
I've
here.
got the poorly feet, not you.
Look, they go up to a size 9. John's a men's 8. These would fit you, John.
Exactly.
There you go.
Now, what size are we saying these
Well, we're
are?
actually saying these are a standard, but
Oh, okay.
I beg to differ
Yes, I
because
do.
Linda's a standard and there's a little bit more room in these.
Yeah.
Would you agree, Linda?
Yes, I would. Yeah, they're quite roomy.
Yeah, yes. So I think more on the wider fit.
Yeah.
But when we say word, we mean like what we used to call
Called comfort fit, yes, about an E-fitting.
Exactly.
But because you've got the one-touch fastening, you can actually adjust that accordingly
Yeah,
to the fit of your foot.
316191 your item code number. These are the Loretta leather Mary Jane shoe. Not shoes, just the shoe.
Shoe.
You do get 2. UK sizes 3 to 9. They come in the black or they come in the burgundy. £41.99. Now we think they're a comfort fit. What we used to call a comfort fit. 08450 99 969. That's your telephone number. www.paveshoes.tv for the web. Now, these are unusual because you've got your matte leather,
Yes.
and then there's that kind of animal skin.
Well, it's like a
almost.
snake
I
skin.
mean, obviously it won't be snake skin.
No,
will it?
no, but it is a beautiful quality leather. But I think because it could look quite heavy
Yes.
if it was just in a plain sort of brown leather, but really nice with that snakeskin effect on there. And then you've got the one-touch fastening with that lovely little button, and also the snakeskin, and then one touch opens the shoe right out, which is lovely. All of this is cushioned.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Which is really nice. So everything enveloping your foot is like a textile, and that's all cushioned all the way through. If you can just see round here, it's cushioned, it's padded round the back, and then the insole is a beautiful quality leather as well.
Yeah.
And on the instep, it's slightly padded.
Oh, nice.
So you've got extra cushioning there, but a really nice, I would say more of a trouser shoe. with
That's
this.
what I've been
Yeah.
trying to interrupt, but you haven't
Sorry,
taken a
John,
breath.
sorry.
But I would say they're definitely, I would
Trouser.
class these as a trouser shoe,
Yeah,
not
me
a
too.
dress shoe.
And 2, you know, great colours for autumn winter with this beautiful sort of chocolatey brown, and then you've got the traditional black, but again with the black, it's broken up with that sort of snakeskin effect
Which you can just
again.
see there, yes, can't you? They're £44.99. Come on in, Linda, because you've gone for the black ones. They're very... I can see them being popular... No, again, I don't want to sound negative, but somebody doesn't necessarily want to follow style, but they want comfort and they want smart, traditional looking.
Absolutely. Maybe, you know, maybe in the workplace where you've got a job where you do have to be quite formal, these would be great for that because you've got all that lovely comfort. Maybe you have dexterity problems, so that one-touch fastening is perfect for that as well. But I like the front of them because these are a wider fit. If it was just plain black, it could have looked quite wide. Exactly. But actually, it sort of has the illusion of slimming the foot down with the snakeskin on either side of the upper.
Exactly. Now, we haven't asked Linda what she thinks.
Absolutely fabulous. Really good. The leather's so soft inside, and they're really lightweight because they look quite heavy.
That was going to be my next question, because they do look quite... Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Because you think with all that... Because it's all leather.
Yeah.
You think with all that leather being quite heavy, it's amazing what they can do,
Yeah,
isn't
it is.
This is 313102. These are the Loretta Touch Fasten leather shoe. Look at the size range. 2 to 10. We've got them here in 2 different colours. We've got them in the black and we've got them in the brown. The brown is more than a brown though. It's a really lovely, rich tone. £44.99 is your price. 08450 99 969. That's your telephone number. www.paveshoes.tv. That's your web thing. Now, this again looks like a very serviceable,
It does.
stylish shoe.
Quite a robust shoe from
Yes.
Mr. Hackham, and he's got the most beautiful leathers, really good quality, but it's quite, I would say, sort of tough looking. Does that make sense? It's sort of, it doesn't
Well, no,
feel...
there used to be, when we were younger, there was a shoe company called Tough, wasn't there?
Yes.
And it was good quality shoes that were lasting,
Yes,
durable
absolutely.
and lasting.
And that's what you sort of look at and you think, actually, these are going to last you season after season after season. You could put them through quite a lot of tasks, if you know what I mean. But really nice in its styling, comes all the way up the foot. So if you were wearing a pair of trousers, they'd sort of cut off there if it was a traditional straight leg trouser. Love the little, well, it's sort of like...
pin tucks.
Thank you, John. And then at the side here, you've got a workable zip.
Oh,
sometimes
that's
they
good.
put zips on just as a fashion thing, but that's a workable...
What do you call it? A bit of fancy.
A bit of fancy, that's right, John. And then you've got an elasticated vent at the side there so that you've got lots of give. Then inside, you've got that lovely leather insole, which is nice and cushioned. You've got a great outdoor unit, which is really, really grippy underneath. Nicely shaped, actually. It's like a wedge that's been nipped in as well. But I think, yes, a proper sort of working shoe. You know, if you're travelling, you're walking, you're on your feet, I think this is going to be a great shoe for that.
Colour-wise?
Well, we've got the Bordeaux this time that I've been holding. We've also got the Espresso, which is a really nice colour, and we've got the black.
I like the espresso one. £42.99. Come on in, Linda. Oh, you've gone for the espresso ones.
Looks nice, isn't it? Looks nice with black. I think it's really lovely. The leathers are just so soft, aren't they? Just so soft, so flexible. Really lovely. You've got the zip at the side and then you've got the vent at the other side. So great ease of movement. I've just popped on with some trousers. Again, you could wear them with opaque woolly tights. It look nice with a smart skirt, you know, with a nice quilted jacket would look lovely. I think that if you've got to, you know, do a lot of walking, catching the bus, these are going to be fabulous. So
the thing is, what's good about these shoes, and this isn't meant in a negative way, they're not following fashion.
No, that's true.
So because Loretta shoes are going to last you and last you and last you. What you don't want is people to go, oh, they're very last year. They're going to last you through season, the year in, year out, year in, year out. And if you're investing, £42.99 is a brilliant price, but if you're investing in a leather shoe, that's what you want.
Of course.
I've got leather shoes that I've had for donkey's years.
Yeah.
312745 Loretta leather trouser shoe. UK sizes 2 to 9, black or Bordeaux or espresso. £42.99. Give us a call 08450 99 99 69 www.pavershoes.tv for the web. These have got, I think they're very stylish, but they've got like a 1970s vibe going on.
They have actually. I think it's the strips of leather coming across in this beautiful patent. I think they're very stylish. And they're by Mr. Hackham Loretta. I think he's come on leaps and bounds. It just used to be a Mary Jane, didn't it?
Yes.
But this is so incredibly stylish. Obviously, the body of the shoe is black, and then you've got this gorgeous, lovely strip of burgundy. Then this one is like a snake skin, and it's actually like a real deep conker brown.
Oh yeah, on the telly now, on my monitor, it might be all right at home, but at the moment I can't...
Can't distinguish the colours.
Yes, it's a real distinguished stripe. It's not glary, but
not
it's a definite stripe.
Beautiful. And then here, in this triangular shape, it's all elasticated, so once you pop your foot in, you've got that extra little bit of give there, because it does come quite a way up the foot, but you pop your foot in and you've got that extra give. Now this is a wider fit, what we used to call comfort, like maybe an E-fit, an E-fitting.
But aren't most of Miss Hackham's like that?
They are mainly a wider fit, but so beautiful. You've got this gorgeous leather upper, you've got the leather insole as well, which is really nice.
And he only uses top quality leather.
He does, fabulous leathers. Then you've got this nice block heel, not too high, really nice and sort of chunky, probably about just over an inch high.
You've not got your ruler?
Do you know I haven't? I'm going to have to ferret down my chair, because it often lives down my chair.
Let's have a look at Linda wearing these, because they're quite a stylish shoe, aren't they?
They are very smart. I've just popped it on with a nice blouse, smart trousers, but these with opaque tights would look really nice with a nice smart skirt, suit. They're really lovely. The leather is just so soft, so flexible, and just so comfortable to wear. You know, you can stand in these all day long.
Exactly. Now, we're able to see on Linda's feet the stripes that we couldn't see when you were holding it in your hand there. But they're kind of stylish. They all blend in, but they're definitely there, aren't
Yeah,
they?
look, you can just see there
Yes,
with the
yeah.
snake skin and the burgundy, which is beautiful, really well styled. But again, you know, either with a skirt or a pair of trousers and a really lovely patent bag.
Definitely, but you were saying they come quite high up the foot, but actually seeing them on the foot, yes, they do come a bit higher, but they're not as high as I thought they would.
No, I think it's that elasticated vent there, but
Yeah.
that's great because it'll
And that
give you lots
gorgeous
of
shaping
give.
as well. 306660 is your item code number. These are the Loretta leather slip-on shoe. UK size is 3 to 8. Just the one colour, well, it's one colourway, the black multi. £41.99. I've got to say, leather upper and leather insole, £41.99. That's brilliant. Give us a call, 08450 99 9969, or of course you can always come in and buy them on the web.
Page my age.
Oh, Paige, your age? Well, there we go, 22.
16 actually. 16 actually, cheeky minx. Right, it's time for some fabulous mid-calf boots this time, which are very designer looking, Sheila.
Do you know, I can't stop snuggling this faux fur. It is just beautiful.
Like a teddy bear, isn't it?
Oh, it's gorgeous. These are by Skechers, so you know you're going to get beautiful, beautiful comfort. It's a leather upper, which is a suede, which is gorgeous. You've got this embellishment on the side here with elastication, and then the little tassel detail, and the light stud work here, which is really nice. But what happens when you put your hand inside, well, your foot, you've got this really...
You'd be the only
yeah, just
woman
wear them
in
as
the UK.
gloves, yes.
If you ever see her out in Yorkshire with a pair of these on her hands, bring her back, please.
So pretend my hand is my foot. You pop your foot inside and then you just feel that gorgeous memory foam, which is just beautiful. And then underneath you've got that fabulous grip as well, and they're so incredibly lightweight. Gorgeous, gorgeous colours. Now this one we call in taupe or taupe, whichever way you want to call it, but I think it's like a mushroom colour.
Yes, it is. Well, if you look at it against the
Yes, chestnut.
which is the one closest to you, I think, isn't it? So we go chestnut, black, taupe, and blue.
Navy.
Is it we're calling navy? There we go. Fabulous.
Yes.
Anyway, for more clarification, go to the website pavershoes.tv and pop in 315962. Now, wearing them in a more conventional fashion on her feet is Julie. With the chestnut.
Just tempting to wear them on your hands, though.
Well, yeah, it'd be good fun, wouldn't it? Like Twister.
They're so comfortable. These, to me, are those sort of ultimate sort of comfy shoes where your feet can just spread out and it's all soft on the inside, and they look so quite trendy, actually, don't they?
Oh,
Yeah, they
very
do.
much
Yeah.
so. This time of year, you'll see youngsters wearing these,
Yes.
any age group
Any age.
whatsoever. But often with a boot like this, there's no support whatsoever with them. But if you actually feel at the back of this boot, around the heel, there's a little bit more support there. Because often with these boots, that maybe the cheaper varieties,
Yeah.
you actually see girls have gone over on their
Yes.
heels.
Yes.
But this has got really nice support around that heel cup.
Nice looking, aren't they? 4 different colours, then, remember. You've got the chestnut that you've just been seeing there with Julie. You've got the black. You've got the taupe, however you go. And you've got the navy blue there as well. The navy blue is a really lovely, deep, rich navy as well. £59, and these are yours, 315962. Do you know, Sheila, I'm just reminding myself, actually, that I'm on page 75 right now of Autumn Essentials. Get your copy right now by calling us or going onto the website. If Monday to Friday, if you want a next day delivery, as long as you call by 4:30, you can have your shoes the very next day for just £4.99, which is really, really good, isn't it? Anyway, listen, page 75 is where we are right now. These are very, very designer. And I'm not going to say it out loud, but Christmas shopping comes to mind.
Do you know, these are gorgeous. And I've got it on good authority that Mrs. Peasgood, Julie Peasgood,
Oh, yes.
actually bought these the other day.
Ah!
She did, yes, she did,
Yes.
in this colour. Now, our Julie that's wearing them, she actually prefers the other colour.
Okay,
But
I think I do as well, actually.
I think they're absolutely gorgeous. And the thing is, Tartan has come back with a vengeance in interiors. So if you've got any of these colours in your house, it's going to match beautifully.
Do you know what this colour that you're holding reminds me of, which we're calling beige, aren't we? It reminds me of banana custard with some chocolate stirred in. You know, you used to have grated chocolate on the top and you'd stir it in.
School dinners.
Yes, that's what that reminds me of. But it's very edgy, isn't it, actually?
It is. I love it.
I was saying before, there's a couple of retailers out there that do a lot of checked lounge pants and things like that we were both thinking of earlier. And this slipper just goes perfectly. Now, if you have a look at the other colour as well, the blue multi for me, I just think is so designer. Way above 19.99.
Oh, definitely. And the interior of the slipper is so beautifully soft and really padded and cushioned.
It's like teddy bear fabric.
It is.
It's wonderful. Julie, are you in a dream over there?
I am. I would never have thought I'd get so excited about a pair of slippers, but I just want them. I think they're absolutely wonderful, and already you're getting my head going. Nice pair of those lounge trousers, in a pale grey or something. Would look fabulous.
Yeah. It's great.
Really nice, don't they? They
Okay,
do.
well, I'm just going to put it into your heads again. Christmas shopping! I'm thinking out loud, don't you think? Because I think actually, you know, sometimes there are some slippers that you can't buy for someone else because you think, oh, what will they think?
Yes.
Am I sending the wrong message to someone? Actually, I think with novelty slippers and with a slipper like this, which is really edgy and designer and real, you can see these going into the department stores at Christmas time and suddenly the prices jump up to the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. We're looking at $19.99 first time around. We're not in a sale here. We are coming up to Christmas shopping time of the year. And I'm just thinking that these are very giftable.
They're very much so, definitely. And sizes 3 to 8, perfect.
There you go. Well, Merry Christmas in advance. I may be the first person to have said that to you. Please don't throw anything at the telly. There are more on the way. Oh, sorry, very rude. I'm reading through the Autumn Essentials catalogue, and you should have one of these, by the way, so you can come and play along with us. We're on page 51. Play along a shoe. That's what we're doing right now, aren't we?
Do you know, this is a really popular one at Pavers. I would say maybe slightly more mature in its styling, but you've got a beautiful leather upper, you've got a leather insole as well. Now it's just an easy shoe to wear. It's just a slip-on shoe. You've got the 2 vents of elastication running down the side there. You've only got quite a low heel, but you've still got that little bit of elevation. You've got great grip underneath and that beautiful cushioned leather insole, which is just a dream. It really is. Now, I think these don't have much hanger appeal on the table. I think once you've got a foot inside them, they come to life a little bit more. Now, we've got a great choice of colours, more autumnal colours with the brown, the blue, the black and the burgundy. And I think the burgundy is a really beautiful, rich colour. But I just think, you know, whether it's a trouser shoe, whether it's something that you'd wear with a skirt, there's lots of sort of tweeds coming back in for the autumn, winter as well.
Yes.
So that would work very well too.
I love them, and actually, because the backbone of what we do is comfort. And I know I've said this a lot lately, but Catherine Paver, who founded this company in the early 70s, had lumpy, bumpy feet and couldn't find the right shoes. Found the right shoes, found other people who had the same issue, started Pavers. It's as simple as that. So we've been doing it for nearly 50 years, and it is what we excel in. And these, we'll see them now with Julie. They are a lovely, practical, everyday, yes, stylish shoe, but very accommodating, Julie, as well. So if you did have bunions and corns or any other kind of issues, they would be nicely looked after and comforted within the shoe.
That's a very good word. They are very comforting. I can imagine if you do have problems with your feet, makes your feet feel really secure. The way they come up further up the front as well means they stay on really well. Yes, and I think they're quite sensible, and if you do have painful feet, I think they'd be wonderful. I really do. They make mine feel wonderful just wearing them now.
When I actually look at them, you can see the comfort, and also it's got padding round the heel at the back there as well. So you've got all that beautiful cushioning there, which is so nice. You can see the quality of the leather as well, can't you?
I think this is one that you can gift for someone as well. I think if you have someone in mind for this one, this could be a style that you could gift for someone as well. 316387 is your order code, £37.99. Page 64 next, and I think actually during the autumn winter time, when you've had when you've been out for a nice long walk and
Yeah.
you think, right, OK, I'm going to take my outdoor boots, I'm just ready
Yes.
to put my feet up in front of the fire, I don't want to be too hot, I think this would be perfect for that.
Great. I mean, it's a lovely clog. I do know ladies that love their clogs, whether it's, you know, winter, spring, summer or fall.
All you have to do is call.
But this one's just that little bit different. Look at that upper. It's a very subtle
Is it a
animal
leopard?
print. Yes, a leopard.
It's a leopard, isn't it?
I think that is gorgeous, actually. A very, very subtle even leopard. It's got one-touch fastening, so you can adjust that according to your foot size. I love the sole unit on this as well. It looks like wood, but it's very, very lightweight. And inside, you've got this gorgeous footbed that feels like beautiful suede. It's actually leather, so it actually could be suede or nubuck, but it just feels gorgeous once you put your foot inside. Again, it's just something that you could easily wear with your jeans. Like you say, you could even wear this indoors if you're not a slipper fan. And this is something that'll take you all year round.
And I think, actually, if you look at the colours that we've got here, so brown, burgundy and navy, if you look at the different colours, I love the burgundy. We'll see it clearer with Julie in just a second, but you can see that it is very, very subtle. It's almost like a slight burnout kind of look, isn't it? In fact, let's go to Julie and we'll see that more closely there. That lovely leopard print, because it's ever so subtle, Julie, isn't it?
Yes, really subtle. If it was any stronger, it would look too much, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So that's just the perfect pattern. And yeah, the colours are really amazing. My goodness, they're comfortable, so light, easy to get on. Just throw on, walk around the house or into the garden or whatever. But I think you could use them all year round.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you've got a few pairs of clogs right now, I'm not looking in any particular direction, Sheila Brayshaw, but, you know, if you're thinking, oh, actually, that's a bit different.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that would be good.
And also for the price at $21.99, which is fabulous.
Yeah.
I just think it's quite a subtle. It's got a subtle sheen on the top of it as well. You know, there are people that would never buy a clog, but I know so many people come back time and time and time again to Pavers for a clog, and this is just something that little bit different as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about education as well, isn't it, a little bit? Because a lot of people have still, you say the word clog to them, their head goes straight to Amsterdam and
Of course, and wooden.
And, of course, you know, things are very, very different these days. Very, very different. I mean, look at how comfortable they look. And listen, you could have these home in just a few days. Give us a call right now, 08450 99 99 69, and the item number 316 720. We are on page 19 right now.
I'm just still giggling about what you were talking about earlier.
I know,
You
I know.
he's coming out with some real
We can't tell you,
corkers today.
it's all about Cuban heels, which we can't tell you the full story. That'll have to go into the book as well. In the meantime, we have got Loretta's,
We
Sheila.
have, but Loretta are always fabulous, whether it's shoes or boots. And this one, it's a little ankle boot. Love the shaping on this. It's actually got this slight ruching on the front there, which is a really nice design. We've got two zips here, one at this side, one at that side, so really easy to get on and off. So you can literally just pull that down, open it right out. Now you've got a microfiber lining which is nicely padded. You've got the leather insole as well, and then I love that it's got this little cuff round the top, and it's in this really nice sort of, it's a bit like a quilted sort of fabric in a way.
It's difficult to describe because it kind of looks a bit little bit. If you had a full version of it, it almost looks like a fisherman's jumper a little bit.
It does,
in
with
miniature.
all these beautiful colours running round there as well. And I love this sole unit. I think that is so, so nice because it is very flat, but you've still got cushioning there as well, and that fabulous grip.
Here's the three colours that we've got today then for you. Black, burgundy and navy are the three colours, less than £50. Are you laughing at my fisherman's jumper, Julie? You can see the fisherman, couldn't you? He's got a jumper that looks a whole lot more than that. Oh, it's fabulous. Anyway, how are these?
Oh, yeah, they're fabulous, yes. Oh, they're really cute. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. Really easy to get on because you've got the two zips. Really easy to get on, really secure, fantastic sole, so you feel really secure in those. And I just think they're just a really fantastic, smart, everyday shoe.
I like that navy as well. That's ever so
Yes.
nice. And these are a standard fit. Often with Mr. Hackham, he generally makes a wider fit.
Yes.
But you've still got that room around the toe.
Yes,
You know,
and
it's
if you
not-
have got any kind of foot issues, it's not pushing your toes together either, because it's slightly more, what do you call it, squoval?
Well, squoval.
it's a little bit squoval.
It is a little bit squoval,
It is,
actually,
isn't it?
Derek.
Do you think the fisherman's wife has a jumper the same as well, Julie?
Oh, I think they have matching jumpers.
I think so, yeah.
Yes,
She might have a
definitely.
skirt as well, you never know. Oh, we've built a picture up now, haven't we? Anyway, 316088 is your item number then. They are the Loretta Dual Zip Leather Ankle Boot. Remember, you can watch the channel, by the way, live on YouTube, on Twitter, and on our Facebook page as well. So you can watch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week there. You can also call us 7 days a week and 24 hours a day. The phone lines are open now on 08450 99 99 69 if you'd like a pair of these. So, here we are. Sorry, I'm head in a book as always. We're on page 33 right now of your Autumn Essentials catalogue. If you haven't got one of these, by the way, just go to the website or give us a call and we'll get you all signed up. And, yeah, these are pretty smart,
Aren't they fabulous? What a gorgeous looking boot. Now you've got the softest leather, which is lovely, but you've still got a structure to the boot, so this is not going to crumple or crinkle or come down at all. And then you've got this lovely wraparound sort of belt at the bottom here. You don't need to adjust that, but it's really nice with this stud detail as well. Now on the body of the boot, you've actually got just a slightly wider calf on here, and you've got a little vent at the back with elastication, so you've got that extra little bit of give. Then the zip comes right down to the bottom. Inside it's a microfiber lining, but slightly cushioned, so it's very comfortable, and it's not cold when you've got your leg inside if you're wearing tights or something. And then you've got really good grip underneath as well, so you always need that when it comes to autumn winter time. Two lovely colours. We've got the black, and then we've got that gorgeous brown.
And it tells me on page 33 this is a new style, so it is one that we haven't seen
Yes.
before, Sheila. And if you're looking on page 33 of your catalogue right now, the legs you see belong to young Julie.
Yes.
Who's over here right now.
Well, thanks for calling me
Is this the same pair? This could be the same pair you wore in the woods.
It quite possibly could be. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're really gorgeous boots. Yes, I went traipsing around the woods in these.
Did you?
No, these are fabulous boots, aren't they?
Do you know, I love that colour. The brown is gorgeous. Now, because it's a leather, I would suggest before you go outdoors, just give them a little bit of a spray with our protector spray.
Yes.
And that will actually protect the boots, and if you've got bags in leather or a leather jacket, you can spray that as well. So that is really, really good and important.
While you mention it, Sheila, while you're upselling there, let me give you the item number for the water protector spray, because it's in the back of the catalogue. It's item number 145649. Right next to your order form, you will find the details of where to buy the water spray as well. It will be there, and it's a little tick box on your catalogue which will say add to order, and this is absolutely worth having. But the boots themselves are amazing. And actually, isn't that free P&P, Sheila?
It is over £60.
Well, you couldn't ask for anything more, could you, really, quite frankly? 08450 99 99 69 is your telephone number then. Page 33 in the Autumn Essentials if you're following along at home. And what else do you need to know? Oh, just the order code, really. 316784, black or brown, two amazing colours. Free postage on your order, of course, as well. And lines open 24 hours a day. Lovely. Oh, the conversations you miss in between us recording shoes. If you could have heard the last one, honestly. We'll have to put it in a book one day, Sheila. That's
We will.
all I can say.
Yes.
You won't buy the book, though, I promise
No.
you. Anyway, listen, talking of books, let's go to page 12, shall we? And move swiftly on to these gorgeous boots, Sheila.
Yeah, let's talk about boots,
Yes.
Derek. But fabulous real life boot. This is gorgeous. I really like this one. This one's got a heel, so we're probably talking about 2.5 inches, but Derek could point me out.
Well, according to page 12, we're talking 5.5 centimetres, so you're about right, just over 2 inches.
Just over 2 inches.
Yeah.
And also you've got a slight platform there as well. Really robust, chunky soles, so you've got plenty of grip. Love the little zip here. You don't have to use that zip. That just, you know, is a little bit for fancy. And then you've got the belt detail wrapping round there, a little bit higher at the front. So if you wanted to wear maybe a thicker tight, it gives a really nice finish there, just being a little bit higher. Then you've got this gorgeous knitted cuff detail. Inside, beautiful lining. And you've got all that gorgeous faux fur. And then, I don't think you're going to be able to see it. Can you see the red nodules at the back?
Nearly.
Nearly. Well, that's all those gorgeous massage points that once you put your foot inside, it's the most gorgeous, gorgeous feel.
Let's have a quick look at the two colours, which are black and cognac this time around. And one thing I've just remembered about every pair of Relife, and Julie's going to show you now in the cognac, is that the zip, you know the tag on the zip, it never has any sharp edges on it at all. It's beautifully rounded, it's big, it's secure and sturdy. Some of them are ever so sharp and ever so fiddly, aren't they? Whereas the Relife ones are always nicely sort of curved.
Very ergonomic.
Yes, ergonomic, that's the word, isn't it? We're all ergonomic now, Julie, we are.
Oh, and also, sorry Julie, text on the side, so water resistant.
Oh,
Even better. How are they? I bet you're snug as a bug in a rug there, aren't you, Julie?
That's right, I was just admiring them on the screen.
They're lovely,
I was just
aren't
thinking how luscious they were.
Uh-oh, she's shopping.
Oh, I know. Yes,
Yeah, because Julie, you like a bit of a heel on your boots,
I
don't
do
you?
like a heel. I always prefer a heel, but boots are like a nice, sturdy, safe heel, but not bulky, and that is the perfect heel for me. It's just enough, isn't it? And it looks so stylish. I love the sheen on the boot and the style. Fantastic.
It is lovely. And I tell you one thing about Relife boots, because I have some as a guy as well, is that even though they have those lovely fleecy, furry linings, you're not sweating at all.
No,
it just
it's true.
seems to keep you nice and cosy, not over hot, not either one way or the other, just really nice and cosy. If you like these, black and cognac are the two colours. The item number 315963. Give us a call and they can be yours. Page 50 now. I'm not that old. We're looking at flots. Careful, you. I'm pushing 32, plus that. Anyway, shoes, Sheila.
I know, we've got a fly flop, which everybody loves, because we all know how comfortable a fly flop can be. Now, this one is very, very smart, with this beautiful embellishment of this flower detail, the leaves as well. Now, it's actually a leather upper with the patent toe cap, the patent round the back as well, and then you've also got the leather insole, which again is really comfortable. Love the vent in the front there, so you've got elastication just to give you that extra little bit of give. And then not a high heel, I would say probably about 1.5 inches.
Well,
something.
I would say, looking on page 50, Sheila, I'd say 3.5 centimetres.
It's 3.5 centimetres.
Which I think you were about right.
What's that in
About
old
1.5
money?
inches.
Oh, right, 1.5 inches.
Ish.
But really nicely sculpted, actually, really lovely there. And then you've got a fabulous grip underneath. But I just think something, you know, that could be a formal occasion. It could be for work. It could be just your everyday shoe, your weekend shoe. And we've got this in this beautiful burgundy. We've got it in the black, but you've got that really nice toe cap in the patent and around the back. But then you've got that gorgeous, gorgeous grey, which I think is more of a pewter colour.
Yes,
Yes.
you're right. So let's have a look at those lovely selections. I think they're all gorgeous. I mean, how do you choose?
I know it is difficult,
How
but I think
do you choose?
I think you always have to see what's in your wardrobe. You know, what colours you sort of gravitate to with your fashion.
Or, Julie, what's about to go in your wardrobe, I guess. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, don't.
When you're going
Yeah,
shopping.
thinking about shopping now.
It's never far away, is it? Well, that's what we're doing now, isn't it? Let's face it.
Yes, we are. These are so beautifully comfortable. I really feel that, again, one of those shoes that just feels like they've been tailor-made for me. They're the right fitting, they're so lightweight and comfortable and flexible, and that little bit of flex at the front. They're wonderful, and I think they look great just with jeans.
Do you know,
it's like a tailored
Yeah.
trouser.
Yeah, even though I said they were quite formal, quite dressy, but even with jeans, you could actually bring them a little bit more casual, because this is
Yes.
a shoe you're going to want to wear
Yeah.
day after day after day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, because we are wearing jeans slightly shorter these days, aren't we? Men and women, aren't
Yes.
we? We're both
Yeah.
showing a bit of ankle. We don't mind that these days. That's all right, isn't it? Turning an ankle
You're just
these
showing
days.
your sock.
Yeah, I know. I know, you see. Well, I'm past 30 now, that's it. 316556 is your item number then. £54.99. Beautiful design. Page 14 this time, Sheila.
Right.
This is a style that we first saw, was it last year? It's only recently, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's
Fairly
quite
recently.
a new, but you can tell how popular it's been because of all the different colours.
Well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 here. There are actually more colours. If you have a look on the website at paversshoes.tv and pop in the item number 316193, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 colours altogether. So we've just got a
Wow.
selection of our favourites here.
Do you know, and the description's perfect because it says buttery soft leather,
Yes.
and that's exactly what it is. But you're not going to find these in every high street store. This is just that little bit different. Now, I love this bow detail at the front, all studded, and then it's got elastication around the back, so when you put them on you've got that extra little bit of give. Now, to get them on, you've got this wide opening which is all gathered at the top, which is a real sort of designer
Yeah.
sort of statement piece in a
it
way.
is. But it also serves a very practical purpose because
It
it
does.
means that you've got no wrestling in and out of these at all.
No, there's no restriction at all, whether you've got a wider ankle, whether you want to pop your trousers inside. And I love this khaki. I think it's a gorgeous colour.
It is. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's really deep and rich, actually. It's far beyond most kind of greens that we have.
Yeah, it's more of an olive green to
Yeah,
me. It's
a
beautiful.
very dark olive, I
It
would
is.
say, yeah.
And then you've got fabulous grip underneath as well. Can you just see that there?
They
Which
are
is
beautiful.
fantastic.
And I'm reading from page 14, a 3-centimetre heel.
Oh, 3 centimetres to
There you
be
go. I love the way
exact.
they've got these little bow ties on them. Let's have a look at the colours then that we've got. So I think in the studio we have got the black and the brown. We've got the khaki and we've got the navy here.
It's navy, yeah.
Navy, that's right, yes, we've got navy. But there are other colours as well, which are on the website, which is fantastic. And Julie, you've got the grey, I think, haven't you?
I have. I've gone for the grey. I just thought these were really gorgeous. They've got so much personality, haven't they?
Yeah,
Bags
they
of
have.
personality, bags of style. They would certainly cheer up a very simple outfit.
They make you smile, don't they?
They do.
I mean, they are so different to what you would normally see on the high street, but it just shows how popular they are because we've got so many different colours. One colour which would be nice to look at would be the tan as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They are beautiful, and you can see that if you look actually in your Autumn Essentials brochure right now. If you've got it at home, you can see it on page 14, or just go to the website and pop in 316193. And on the website, we've got the brown, navy, burgundy, khaki, black, grey, and that lovely tan. And the tan is gorgeous. They're a lovely price too, as well, $69.99.
Hello there, we've got a leopard print crossbody bag for you now that's so on trend. Animal prints, they never really go out of fashion, but they're
No.
bang on trend at the moment.
Absolutely, and fabulous to see this in a bag. Now, it's quite a neat styled bag. I love this sort of shaping, squared off shape. You've got the zip at the front here, and then inside you've got 2 compartments and a zip in the middle there as well. So really convenient to pop all your bits and bobs in there. I think it's a really nice bag. Also, you've got a pocket to put your maybe a telephone or something that's quite important that you need to get at quite quickly. But I just think, you know, if you want something quite dressy and that nod to leopard print, I think this is lovely. Now that I've got the brown, and also with the strap, you can loosen this off so it can go over your body, like across the body bag.
Perfect.
Or you can keep it quite short, which Linda's actually holding hers like that. Love the black leopard, but I think my favourite is actually the brown. But doesn't that look nice?
They look gorgeous, and that little zip at the front as well, that would be great for if you've got a small phone,
Yes.
or keys or tickets. Exactly. Really, really versatile little, extremely useful, stylish little bag, crossbody or over the shoulder. Black leopard, brown leopard, $24.99. Really nice.
Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really good, and the great thing is it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders, because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather.
Hello there. Well, the days are getting shorter, the temperature's dropping, time to snuggle down in front of the fire and watch the Gents Cozy Slipper selection. And boy, do we have a fabulous slipper to start with.
A great starter, absolutely fantastic quality. Unbelievable price point for the quality you've got here. This is top quality suede. Top quality suede with a shearling lining. Shearling, whether you know or not, is sheepskin. Proper sheepskin. So it's fully, the coziness of this, the comfort of it, the warmth of it. And also sheepskin, I don't know whether you know what they do with sheepskins in hospitals, but they put premature babies on sheepskins. Anybody with a lot of problems. You breathe easily within sheepskin, you don't over-perspire. It's a very natural thing to have around your body. And this is exactly what's inside here. It is absolutely wonderful. Now, it might look a little bit like a slipper that costs getting on for £100, sometimes over £100.
3 times as much at least
as this slipper. And this is exactly what you've got here. You've got this beautiful natural chestnut colour, and then you've got with the white, and then you've got the darker one, the chocolate, with the chocolate shearling or chocolate sheepskin within it. Underfoot, unbelievable traction, unbelievable grip. The movement on the slipper is there, but the grip is terrific. Outdoor sole unit as well. So if you do, your man needs to go outside. Let's have a look at Ricardo in these slippers. He's got
really
the brown, the chocolate colour on.
I love them.
Absolutely gorgeous, aren't
My
they?
hubby would love these. Absolutely. I mean, what man wouldn't? They're sort of discreet, they're stylish, they're elegant, they're warm, really warm, and they've got an outdoor sole. They are the Pavers sheepskin mule slippers. The sizes are 6 to 12, chestnut or chocolate are your colour choices. $34.99. Wow. You're watching the Gents Cozy Slipper selection. We've got a cozy slipper for you that's also got the added benefit of being touch fastened.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is sort of slipper that if your gent, your dad, your grandpa, your husband, whoever, have got foot issues, or if they're possibly in care or getting convalescing, or, you know, in sort of don't get out a lot and have to wear the slippers a lot, this is perfect. One touch fastening across the top. It's a plaid finish again on the outside. Microfiber, the whole lining is microfiber. Underfoot is memory foam, absolutely perfect. It's also gone through a Permalose impregnation, which means that the shoe itself, the slipper itself, helps stop any sort of fungal things going on and all the rest of it. The breathability of it is fabulous. So one touch fastening means that you can readjust the slipper So if your feet are different shape sized one to the other, or your feet get swell as the day goes on, or anything like that, you can self-adjust, which is perfect. Underfoot, great outdoor anti-slip unit underfoot, so that's very, very safe. And if you're sitting and pushing up from a sitting position, this won't allow your feet to slide. It'll be very, very safe from pushing up from a sitting down position, which a lot of people have to do if they're not very able to get up easily.
Brilliant point.
Yeah.
You don't think of that,
Yeah, no,
actually.
but it's
and it
just
gives you real security.
Real security and stability. Great movement on it as well. You can actually put these in the washing machine. There are certain slippers that you can on a cool wash and let them dry naturally in a wash bag. Absolutely great. So a full slipper, I do probably think a little bit more mature gents. Come on, let's have a look. Ricardo, he is not a more mature gents, but he's got them on and they're very, very comfortable. He's nodding, saying how comfortable they are.
Yeah.
So absolutely in agreement that these are fabulous.
Yeah, I just think the versatility, the flexibility, the price point, let's look at that. $22.99.
Fabulous.
Really, really good for a slipper that's going to really go the extra mile and last. Sizes 6 to 12, the colourway is navy. Got a classic sheepskin slipper for you now. It's not that easy to say.
It is for you to say.
Gorgeous chestnut.
Yeah, it's a moccasin style. It's a classic. Guys love this shaped slipper. It has got an outdoor sole unit, so if you want to go down the local hostelry wearing it, I'm sure it wouldn't look too bad at all, really. The upper is all beautiful quality suede, and the inside is sheepskin, shearling sheepskin. Absolutely beautiful. Keep your feet lovely and cosy in one, but not over hot and doesn't cause excessive perspiration. Absolutely perfect. Love the nipped edge to make it into the moccasin styling, sort of moccasin loaferish. Very lightweight, super quality. Price phenomenal for a fully sheepskin lined slipper of this quality. Absolutely fabulous.
Yeah,
really
absolutely
good
great.
quality.
Debbie, the interesting thing, I don't think anybody is going to go down the local hostelry. You might, but you might put the bins out. You might. We've got an outside post box. We have to go outside to get the post. Yeah, exactly. And I know my hubby's ruined loads of pairs of slippers. He'd love these. Do you need to keep them looking as good as they do now? Do we need to protect them at all?
I would use a protective spray on them.
Would
yes,
you?
I would. I think they're valuable enough to do that with, to keep them looking as good as they do. Protection from weather, protection from all sorts of things. And obviously it's leather. It's a beautiful soft suede, and the inside is all this gorgeous, gorgeous quality shearling sheepskin. Beautiful.
Exactly, and it's a wider fit.
It is, yes.
Which is great. This is a slipper that looks just so unbelievably expensive. You know, there are models out there on the high street that cost 2-3 times as much. This is $39.99, and you are getting top quality shearling, as Debbie has said, top quality, beautiful leather with suede. Gorgeous. The Pavers sheepskin slippers have an order code 311273. The colour's chestnut. The price, as I said, is $39.99, and the size range is 6 to 12. I'm peering at these slippers, especially this one on the left, the brown one, because, forgive me if I'm wrong, I could be wrong, I think it's the slipper that Raymond Briggs Santa wears in the books. You know?
Looks very much like it.
It really does. The
Santa
style
Claus
is the
slipper.
same, Santa Claus slipper. And
And
I love
it's
those
plaid.
slippers. Plaid, I love slippers like this. I've got some slippers of my own like this.
In plaid?
My hubby really laughs at me. I love them. I love a plaid, nice, classic slipper.
Yeah, and this definitely is that. It's a full slipper, very full slipper. It's in the plaid finish, and it's all microfiber. Linings are microfiber, outer's microfiber, and it has got memory foam under your foot, under your feet. So the memory foam is delicious. It's absolutely fabulous. Your foot sinks into it, and then when your foot comes out of it, it goes back into its shape. So every time you put your foot down, your foot sinks into this wonderful, wonderful memory foam. It's a fabulous feeling.
It's got a double whammy, Debbie. It's got memory foam and sheepskin.
Oh, no, this isn't sheepskin.
Is it not?
No, this is actually a microfiber linings,
Oh, crumbs,
which
it
are
looks
looking
just
like a sheepskin.
Sorry.
But it has got, it's microfiber, so it's breathable. Underfoot there is all the safety that you would need. That's also got anti-slip, and it's got gripability, and it's got the permulose within it, so you've got that like antifungal, etc., etc. You could put these in the washing machine if you want, but please put them on a cool and let them dry naturally in a wash bag. Not them dry in a wash bag. Wash them in a wash bag. Let them dry naturally on their own. Should have started that again, really, shouldn't I? Come on in, Ricardo. Let's have a look at you in the Father Christmas ones.
Oh, look at that. I like that colourway, actually.
Matches your trousers.
It does,
doesn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think these are really lovely. I can see, you know, maybe it's slightly older, maybe it is Dad's, Granddad's,
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
I just think they're gorgeous. They're the Pavers check full slipper in a size range of 6 to 12, $22.99, excellent price point, brown or navy, 315970. Now, I've had my co-presenter sitting by me, baaing like a sheep. She makes a really good bar sound. Why is she doing that?
Look, it's a bar lamb. If my granddaughter's watching this, my two granddaughters are going, Mama, it's a sheep. It even looks like it's got eyes, look.
It does, it really is like a sheep.
It's like a
So
little
funny.
bar lamb.
No, a lamb.
A lamb, yeah.
Just thought
put
you'd
that-
like to
yeah,
know
yeah,
that.
because I've put that top back where it's supposed to be.
Aside from that, this is a fab slipper.
It's a fantastic slipper. Once again, it's a little bit like another slipper that we've brought to you. There's a ladies' one exactly the same, and there's another gents' one that is fully opening. It opens, it's got one touch fastenings at the back, one touch fastening in the guise of a lamb at the front. So the whole thing opens to put it on very, very easily. So if you have, or you know someone who has got foot issues.
Or
this
mobility
is,
issues.
Yeah, mobility issues. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Because some people, we don't know how lucky we are really. Some people have got extremely tender feet for whatever reason. To put your foot into something like this that has got memory foam all the way down the base underneath the sole of your foot is all memory foam. So the give in that is tremendous. You're surrounded by all this microfiber. Breathability of it's superb. You enclose your foot as you need it enclosing, very, very simply and easily. It has got a Permalose unique impregnation, which means it stops, if you were to ever get any sort of fungal things or anything, it stops all that going on. Anti-slip underneath, outside sole unit, and a fabulous look, and it will go in the washing machine on a cool.
Let's see
Let's have a look
Ricardo.
at Ricardo.
He's wearing the navy. I'm nuts about the one you've had in your hand, Debbie,
The grey one. The grey,
Absolutely
lovely.
love that colourway. Here's the navy as well, because some men may prefer a bit of a darker one. Gorgeous looking slipper. I mean, not gorgeous, but good looking slipper.
It's
very
a
versatile.
really serviceable, versatile.
Fabulous. Sizes are 6 to 12 and a great price, $22.99. Wow. Now, if you're a gentleman watching who loves your tartan, or you're watching on behalf of your man, son, dad, whatever,
Yeah,
and they love
brother,
tartan,
whatever.
this is just the ticket. I love tartan. I would love
It's
to
lovely.
sink my foot
It's a
into
beautiful
that.
plaid, isn't it?
It's
absolutely
gorgeous.
gorgeous. Again, really, really good sole unit on this with lots of anti-slip on it. Inside, that beautiful quality shearling sheepskin again, all the way through. And look how high it comes onto the foot. And sideways on, you've got a back with a little lip. So it's almost like a half a full slipper in a way, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
Your foot sinks inside, so you have that. If I put my fingers here, that is inside the slipper. So that's half, almost up to my knuckles, inside that slipper.
So
you
it
do
is almost
have
like a back, isn't
yeah,
it,
it's got a
Debs?
back with it. And then you've got this sort of V front here, and then the plaid on the top, which just looks so, so cosy. Fabulous price point. Absolutely fabulous. If you want a gift that is easy to wrap because it comes in a box. Oh, I hate wrapping presents.
I
It's
love wrapping
absolutely fabulous.
presents.
Well, you can wrap all mine for me. Deal. Come on in, Ricardo. Let's have a look at your feet in these. They look great.
They do look slightly wider,
great.
Debbie. Now, I can see on the spec on our
They
screens.
are wider.
Are they? It doesn't
Yeah.
say it there, but
they
they
are a
are
wider
they?
fit. The majority of men have got slightly wider feet. And this is a wider fit.
I
Up
think
to a
my
size
hubby would
12,
love these.
they are gorgeous.
They
if you
really
think
are.
about the fit on it,
Ah, gee, he'd
Patrick would
love
be fab in
these.
that because it's got the back in it.
I don't know what size our samples are.
Size 8. A gent's sample is always a size 8.
Is it?
Yes. That's why Ricardo is a size 7. The shoes are always just a little
Just a
bit,
tiny
big
bit big
for him.
But no, they
these
look.
are great.
I'm loving these. I hope you are too. They are the Pavers sheepskin check mule slipper. The sizes are 6 to 12. 316476 is your order code. They're a slightly wider fit. We're calling them blue, and they're $34.99. All that coziness, $34.99.
Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. it is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really good, and the great thing is it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders, because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather. Now, everyone I know cares about their footwear. And if you care about your footwear, it's worth having a good kit on hand, because we've all got the odd tin of shoe polish that has long since dried up and cracked and everything else. This is your ultimate shoe care kit. It is fantastic, and it's got everything you need no matter what your shoes are. You've got a tin of neutral polish, you've got a tin of your black polish, you've got one of these little sponge polishers which work for the patents as well, you've got your little shoe brush there for buffing, there is a shoe horn there just behind to get shoes on and off, and then you've got your polishing cloth as well, which is lint free. This is a really good idea. The great thing about this is you'll always keep all of that shoe care kit in one place, because it just rolls up into its nice neat little package there, and whenever you need it you can just simply open it up and off you go again. Now listen, if you're buying someone a pair of shoes, get them one of these as well. We're talking about £6.99 onto your order. Remember, if you're buying shoes at the same time, it's only 1 P&P per order, but these kits are brilliant as well. So this is the black kit. Remember, it has the black shoe polish and it has the neutral, and it has the lovely cream sponge polisher as well, which is brilliant. So 123097 is your item number. So neat, so convenient for taking care of all of your footwear at just £6.99.
Hello there, thanks for joining us for our gents slipper selection. We've got some gorgeous slipper styles for you. Starting off with this, I think we're calling it an everyday comfortable slipper, which is telling it like it is, really, isn't it?
Actually, I think this has got a really nice styling to it. I mean, it's man-made, but it's got this beautiful upper. I mean, can you just see the pile on there, which is gorgeous? Then, at the side, you've got a motif. You've actually got a polo player on a horse. Yes, which is rather nice. You've got vents at the front here, so ease to get them on and off as well. Now, I would say, I mean, I'm looking at this colour and they're calling it khaki.
Yeah. I think that's quite true, actually.
Do you reckon it's khaki?
I would say it was khaki. You could say sage green, but actually, no, I think...
It's actually quite a nice colour, and also it's toned with the sole as well.
Of course it is.
Yeah, which is really nice.
I like that. It makes it very streamlined and very designer.
But then underneath, you've got the outdoor sole unit with that lovely grip as well, which is really nice. And then inside, you've got a really lovely, luxurious lining, which is really warming to the touch as well.
It's a very stylish slipper. Let's take a look at the grey, because...
Is it Ezekiel with us again? Yeah, I'm intrigued where Ezekiel comes from. I have not had the chance to ask him where he's from as yet. But anyway, we've got this beautiful charcoal. I think that is lovely. And then we've got this really nice navy as well. So you've got sizes from a 6 to a 12, £19.99, which is a great price point.
It is fantastic, actually. And obviously really easy to keep clean, maintain. Can put them in the washing machine, in a wash bag, on a cool wash. I know Debbie will kill me for saying that, but I do. It is the Pavers comfortable everyday slipper, and it really is. Hello there, this is our gents slipper selection. We've got a fantastic range of slippers, and this is a lovely mule. I particularly like the simplicity of this one and the colours, both colours.
Do you know, it's gorgeous. It's a man-made upper, but it feels like the most beautiful suede. You can actually see even the pile on top of there. Now, on the side, you've got a motif. Now, because it's a man's slipper, it's a horse, but it's a stallion.
Of course it is.
Standing proud.
Standing proud and very designer-like.
Absolutely. I just love that look. And then inside, well, you've got this panel here that feels like suede, but all man-made. But then you pop your hand in, well, you would be putting your foot in, but it feels like the most luxurious sort of wool carpet that you just sink down into that footbed. You know, when you go and you get a new carpet and you take your shoes off, it feels divine.
It's heaven, isn't it?
It's lovely.
Between your toes.
Yeah, so it's going to feel like that when you pop your foot inside. And then you've got quite a chunky sole unit. Now, it's all rubberized, so you've got great grip underneath, which is fantastic. And then you've got that cushioning as well. So you've got cushioning on the base of here too. Now, I love this grey, but we've got a really nice navy as well.
And our lovely model Ezekiel is...
Ezekiel. Although we've got a new model today, Ezekiel. That's a really unusual name. I'll have to have a chat to him afterwards to find out what country Ezekiel comes from. I'm actually intrigued by that. But I think these are fabulous. Now, you can get them in a size 6 to an 8.
6 to 12, actually.
Oh, 6 to 12, oh,
6
yes.
to 12, in 2 colourways, in grey and navy. Fantastic price point.
No, it's 311.
I just had something in my throat. I'm so sorry.
067 because I thought you were joking.
I was
Julie.
joking. 19.99. I'm back now. 19.99 is the fantastic price point. Excuse me. Now, for fans of full slippers, we've got a perfect full slipper here. I know lots of, I know lots of ladies, but also obviously it's our gent show. Lots of men do, prefer the safety of a full slipper.
But I think so also the comfort and also the warmth of a full slipper. Because when, this time of year, I mean, obviously Pavers sell slippers all year round, so possibly through the summertime you might choose a mule slipper, but when it gets a little bit chillier, a full slipper is great. But it's quite streamlined. I do like this upper. Feels like the most beautiful velvet, and it does have a texture on there actually. Then round the back, it's more like carpet bags. You know those lovely carpet bags?
Yes.
Yeah, it feels like that round the back. And then inside, that similar feel all the way around the edges and on the insole. So it's going to have a real warmth to the touch when you pop your feet in. I mean, obviously, I wear my slippers bare feet. You can obviously wear them with socks. But it's not going to be overheating your feet. Then on the underside, you've got this great outdoor unit that you've got all that lovely grip on there as well. Now, we've got this deep, dark charcoal, which is lovely. And then we've actually got a navy as well.
And Zach's wearing the navy. Come on in, Zach. And they're both very classy.
They are.
They really are. Very stylish for a full slipper that can sometimes look a little bit more mature or not so trendy. They actually, the designs and the colours and the textures that have been chosen.
It's really perfect because it's quite ageless, is this one,
I
isn't
think so,
it?
absolutely, Sheila. This is the Pavers full slipper. All the details, of course, on the screen, but I'll say them for you as well. 316434 is the order code. The size range is 6 to 12. Charcoal and navy, other colourways, $19.99. Hello, you're watching our gents slipper collection. We've got a very simple slipper clog now, I think we're calling it, but with, looks like, I'll put my specs on, yes, it is quilting on the top.
Well, it is, but it feels and it looks like, those sort of puffer jackets that you wear, that keep you lovely and warm.
Very trendy all over,
That's what that feels like, actually. Just have a feel.
Oh, it does.
It does, doesn't it? So different textures on the top there, but in this quilted design, and then this part of it, all textile, but again feels like the most luxurious suede. You've got a little emblem at the side there. It looks a bit like a maple leaf, but these have actually been made in Spain. But it just looks like a maple leaf at the side there. And again, inside, if I just tip them forward, it's like the most luxurious carpet again. That texture is just lovely. And I'm not sure what's in the insole, but there's so much padding. So so you're going to feel really, really comfortable. You've got two colours. You've got the grey, which is a really deep, dark charcoal grey, and then you've got that most lovely chocolatey brown as well.
It really is chocolatey brown.
Yeah.
Now, funnily enough, you mentioning maple leaf, Sheila, because our lovely model Ezekiel, or Zach as we call him, is, I think, from Canada. Come on in, Zach, which is, of course, the symbol of Canada is the maple leaf.
Absolutely, what a perfect slipper he's got to purchase.
Yes.
These slippers, definitely. And I mean, at $24.99, it's really good value because there's a lot going on with this slipper.
Well, they also look, with that quilting, there's something about it that just makes it look a little bit more expensive.
Yes.
That and the maple leaf logo.
Absolutely.
Really
Yeah.
good. So the choice is brown or grey. As Sheila said, it's a lovely, dark, rich, chocolatey brown and a very dark gunmetal grey. Size range is 6 to 12. Pure and simply, it's the Pavers Slipper Clog. That's what we're calling it. Order code 316436. Ooh, we've got some extra benefits for this slipper. We've got a fantastic Permalose sole. I think that means it's sort of injected.
Yeah,
and
with comfort.
Makes it with
Yes.
comfort more malleable. But we've also got memory foam.
I know, which is a dream. And often with men's shoes and slippers, they don't get that advantage
No,
of
they
memory
don't.
foam. So you've got the memory foam inside there, which is really squidgy soft. And this lovely full slipper. Now I'm holding the camel, which is a really lovely camel colour. Always looks expensive. I love the upper, all man-made, but it feels gorgeous. You've got the two vents at the side there, obviously the memory foam inside, but we've got 4 different colours. Now, the camel and the brown have got this like a suede finish, which is all man-made. But then you've got the black and you've got the navy, which has got sort of like a checkerboard finish,
Oh,
which
yes,
is
they
really
have.
quite different, isn't it?
And in fact, our lovely model Zach, short
Yes,
for
we found
Ezekiel,
out now it
short
is
for-
Zach.
Yes, exactly. Come on in, Zach, because you're wearing the navy with that. I quite like that checkerboard
It's nice,
effect.
isn't it? Just a little bit different. So a real different texture on the upper there.
Yeah.
But again, you know, it's one of those slippers you pop on. It's quite smart, actually. So if anybody came round to see you at the house, you wouldn't feel embarrassed that you got your slippers on.
I think my hubby, Sheila, I think my Patrick would like those black ones because he wears a lot of black and
Yes.
grey, and they're also quite wide.
Yes, they are.
And that would suit him enormously. I think they're
Well,
really
these are
nice.
actually extra wide, Julie,
Are
these
they?
slippers, yes.
By God.
Even
I feel a
better.
purchase coming
Oh.
on. And they're lovely, actually. Black, brown, camel or navy. As Sheila said, the brown and the camel have got that lovely softness, but there's very interesting checkerboard going on with the others. They're $19.99, sizes 6 to 12, Pavers Permalose full slipper with memory foam. Fantastic. It's a Skechers. It's got one of those titles again. I'm just going to have to read this to you. Skechers Expected X Version Slipper Clog. It's a Skechers. It's really nice.
any
and
idea?
it's very soft.
Any idea what
Any
that
idea?
means?
No.
But Julie, I
No.
can't help but touching the lining of this slipper.
She's been oohing and ahhing, I have to say, for the last minute, going, oh, Julie, put your hand in there.
It's just gorgeous. Zach's going to have a real treat wearing these slippers. The Skechers. So what can I say? You're going to have beautiful comfort, and you can see on the label there it says memory foam, and that is just so beautiful and deep and soft and luxurious. Now the upper is all textile, but it feels like the most beautiful brushed suede, which is gorgeous. Love sort of like this apron front here. Really chunky sole, great grip, so you can go outdoors in these, obviously not in wet weather, because it is a slipper, but just look inside and that goes right down to your tippy toes.
Shall we invite our Zach in?
Should we?
So that he can
I think
actually-
he'll find that these are completely luxurious.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on in, Zach. Oh, they look really nice on, actually. I mean, they're quite beefy.
Well, I think they look quite masculine.
Yes.
They do, but Zach is very masculine himself, so we do get some good male models, don't we?
We do, indeed,
Yes.
Sheila, we do. I like the colour. It's lovely. It's very sort of soft.
Well, we're calling it tan.
You know, again, it's kind of butterscotchy for me.
Butterscotchy camel
Maybe
colour.
I'm just hungry.
I think
don't
you're
know.
possibly that.
These are the Skechers Expected X. Version slipper clog. Do you think that's version? Oh, anyway. Sizes are 6 to 12. The colourway is, we're calling it tan, but it is a lovely soft butterscotch colour. £41.99, order code 315974.
Now, everyone I know cares about their footwear. And if you care about your footwear, it's worth having a good kit on hand, because we've all got the odd tin of shoe polish that has long since dried up and cracked and everything else. This is your ultimate shoe care kit. It is fantastic, and it's got everything you need no matter what your shoes are. You've got a tin of neutral polish, you've got a tin of your black polish, you've got one of these little sponge polishers which work for the patents as well, you've got your little shoe brush there for buffing, there is a shoe horn there just behind to get shoes on and off, and then you've got your polishing cloth as well, which is lint free. This is a really, really good idea. The great thing about this is you'll always keep all of that shoe care kit in one place, because it just rolls up into its nice, neat little package there, and whenever you need it, you can just simply open it up and off you go again. Now listen, if you're buying someone a pair of shoes, get them one of these as well. We're talking about £6.99 onto your order. Remember, if you're buying shoes at the same time, it's only one P&P per order, but these kits are brilliant as well. So this is the black kit. Remember, it has the black shoe polish, and it has the neutral, and it has the lovely cream sponge polisher as well, which is brilliant. So 123097 is your item number. So neat, so convenient for taking care of all of your footwear at just £6.99. Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many, many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long, long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really, really good. And the great thing is, it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders, because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long, long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather.
Hello there, thanks for joining us for Top Trends Knitted Cuffs. We've got knitted cuffs aplenty for you. What are we kicking off with,
Well,
Sheila?
we're kicking off with something a little bit different, but I've had a sneaky peek, Julie, and there are some fabulous boots in the collection, but this one just a little bit different. It's quite a chunky little boot, quite, well, obviously flat to the floor. And what I really like about it, first of all, you've got this sole unit that comes a little bit further up, and it's like rubberized. So if you walk in, maybe it's a little bit snowy, sleety, puddles, that's not going to wet your boot at all. So that's a really good benefit to it. Now it's got the knitted cuff, which is fabulous, so comfortable to wear, because that encasing your ankle is going to give you comfort all the way through. You've got this little loop strap detail, which is just fixed into place with these little studs. Then you've got the zip to get in and out of the boot. Now just look at that lining. That is so luxuriously soft. It's like the most lovely sheepskin. It's all man-made, but it is just so lovely and warming to the foot as well. Now we've got the 3 different colours in this. We've got the burgundy, which I can't even count, Julie. We've got 4 different colours in this. We've got the burgundy, the black, the navy and the tan, all all with that really nice knitted cuff with different sort of colours coming through there, the reds, the purples, we've got the whites, we've got the browns, the camel colours. So any type of knitwear you've got in your cupboard, you can match them with this boot.
Absolutely. Which colour would you go for, Sheila?
Do you know, I'm looking at that. I actually quite like the navy in this one.
Do you know, I do, and in fact, Linda's got it on, so come on down. I like the navy.
Yeah, it's really nice. Nice. There's a bit of difference when you've
like
got
the
a
navy
navy.
too.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in the styling because you've got those two little straps at the side.
Yes.
And the knitted cuff on this one goes down a bit deeper than they normally do.
But, I mean, that must be really comfortable, Linda, around your ankle.
It really is so soft. It's like, it's like fluff around your ankle. It's so lovely, beautifully. And these are really light as well. I love that navy because it's really hard to get a nice navy walking boot.
It's very, very, very difficult. And you know, with these as well, it's all man-made and it looks like leather, but just literally wipe them clean.
Fabulous. Sheila, very quickly, the bit on the side, the decoration on the side, the little straps, are they literally just decorative?
It's just decorative, just with the little studs there to keep it in place.
Thank you, perfect. The Pavers knitted cuff ankle boot has an order code 313000. The sizes are 3 to 8. They're $39.99 and they come in black, burgundy, navy or tan. Hello there, you're watching our Knitted Cuff Show. We've been looking at an array of cuffs, haven't we?
We have.
All colours, all lengths. They're so on trend at the moment, and we've decided they're practical.
Oh, very practical.
Really comfy as well as fashionable.
Well, the thing is, this one's a little bit more like your traditional walking boot. So you've
Lovely
got,
colour too.
Yeah, the real chunkiness of this one and the brilliant chunky sole as well, so great grip under there, very substantial sole. You've got the laced up detail here, but you don't have to keep undoing that because you've got the zip at the side. You've got a fabulous lining, all that faux fur which is encasing the foot, and then you've got this lovely knitted cuff around here. Now, a traditional walking boot, you would never get that comfort because traditional walking boots, as I know full well, they take a little bit of walking in. But with this one, because you've got all that comfort inside, around the ankle there, you're not going to have that. So you're going to feel a little bit more secure when you actually go out with these for the first time, if you're doing any sort of length of walk. But I do like the styling on this. The colourways are fabulous as well. We're calling this brown, but it's sort of like more of a, I don't know, a mushroom.
I was just going to say a dark mushroom.
Yeah, it's a lovely colour actually.
Mocha.
A mocha.
Yeah.
That's perfect, Julie. Well done. Also not as heavy as a traditional walking boot either. And then you've got this in the really nice navy and in the black. But all of them have got this sort of like mild cuff at the back, which is really nice. And also the shaping underfoot is going to give you a little bit more of a rocking motion when you're actually wearing them.
Yeah, really nice. It's a wonder, Sheila, why traditional walking boots don't have knitted cuffs, because it makes such sense.
I think they just stick to more of because either they do them in a leather, they do them in a man-made, which is this is man-made, or they do them in like a fabric. They tend to have a little bit of padding round the back, but not as soft as
Not
this.
as soft.
No.
How, do they feel nice and soft?
They do. Very
Linda?
light as well, practical but fashionable, like you said, Sheila. They are fabulous. You can feel inside the lining inside is just
lovely.
gorgeous. I've got no socks on at the moment, but these are really lovely. I think they look great as well. But I just feel safe underfoot because you've got that great tread.
Yes.
They're not heavy at all. They're really light, and I love that navy. It's gorgeous.
It's really nice.
And a little bit of zing of bling on the side. Not bling, really. What is it, Sheila, the decoration?
Well, the thing is, but where the laces are there, it just gives it that added extra and strengthening with the laces as well.
Very good, very good point, thank you. The Pavers lace-up ankle boot has an order code 313042. It's in black, in brown and navy, $39.99, and the size range is 3 to 8. Hello, we've got a water-resistant boot for you now in a fabulous array of colours, so many to choose from.
I know.
Sheila, what's the difference between water-resistant and waterproof?
Well, waterproof is like a Wellington. So when you go out and you buy a Wellington, they are waterproof and generally made of like a neoprene, a plastic, something like that. Water resistance, that means that if it is raining, it's just going to sort of dribble off the boot. But obviously, if you went into a big puddle, then eventually your feet would probably get a little bit damp. But generally, when it's raining or you're going through snow or slush or something like that, it will actually just wick away from the boot.
And repel.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
great.
it. But a really gorgeous boot. You can tell this is popular because we've got it in so many lovely colours. Love the knitted cuff. It's sort of quite vibrant on this one. They're slightly different on two of the boots on the black, which is like a marl knit with grey and white. And then on the taupey colour, it's more of like purples and sort of a terracotta colour. But a fabulous boot, comes a little bit further up the calf. So if you're tucking your trousers in, they will stay put. Or if you did want to wear, if you're going for that really sort of bohemian chunky look, you could wear tights with a longer maybe knitted skirt or something. You've got a buckle detail round the back here, that's all fixed into place. Then you've got a zip here which you won't use, that's just there, well, for fancy really. And then you've got the zip at the other side here. And when I open that, it shows that really luxurious lining, which is like a lovely, real textured faux fur there. So really nice and warm into the foot. Chunky sole, really good underneath, really great grip. So if you're out in all sorts of weathers, it's going to keep you protected.
Lovely. Sheila, colour?
Right, well, this one is the burgundy. What a selection we've got. We've got a black, we've got a burgundy, a navy, a tan and a taupe. And the taupe has got a real lovely texture to it, and that's what Linda's wearing.
I meant, what colour would you choose?
Oh, sorry, which colour would I choose? Actually, in this one, I quite like the tan.
Linda?
Yeah, I quite like the tan.
And how do they feel? I like the tan too. No, I actually like the taupe. Well, how do they feel?
Absolutely lovely, luxurious to wear. I love winter clothes, and these are just stunning. My teenage daughters would love these. Yeah. They are fabulous.
They are an incredibly flattering boot too for your leg. They come at just the right point, not too short, not too long. They're perfect. They're in black, in burgundy, in navy, in tan, in taupe, however you want to say it. They're only $39.99. The sizes are 3 to 8. It's the Pavers water-resistant ankle boot. Now, we couldn't do a Top Trends knitted cuff show without bringing you an offering from Mr. Hackham in Turkey.
I know.
We all feel we know Mr. Hackham,
we do.
don't we?
We've never met him yet. We're hoping to one day.
Yeah.
But he always makes lovely, lovely boots, lovely shoes, all with beautiful leathers, Turkish leathers, and this is just a really nice sort of simple boot, even though it's got that gorgeous knitted cuff. And this one, it's sort of like, well, it's like a striped effect with all these gorgeous colours running through there. So any colour knitwear is going to go with this little boot.
Any colour.
You've also got this ruching effect down the front there. You've got 2 zips to get in and out of the boot. And then inside, you've got the microfiber linings, which are all lovely and cushioned as well. You've got a leather insole, which is really nice, so that's going to wick away moisture. And then the sole is a little bit different. It's got a really nice shape in here, but then the tread underneath is absolutely fantastic. It sort of moulds to your foot, and I just think it's just a really nice, simple, flat boot, but ever so nice, just finished with that lovely knitted cuff. And we've got the 3 colours. This is the burgundy, and then we've got the lovely navy, and we've got the black in this one.
And I think the tops are all, well, they're similar hues. Can I just turn that round there, Shirley? Because the sole, it looks like shark's teeth.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah.
It's like a double layer on the sole there, but that's going to give you really good traction in any bad weather.
Yeah. Can you feel that, Linda?
Oh, you can actually, but it feels really sturdy actually.
Yes.
You know, if you're going to do a lot of walking, you're catching the bus, you know, taking children to school, these are going to be fabulous, but they look great as well.
Yes,
the
they
leather, the leather's so soft, it's like wearing a pair of slippers.
Yeah.
Now, I would suggest with this one to use the protector spray.
Absolutely,
yes,
good
for
advice.
sure.
Yeah. And Mr. Hackham's leathers, because they're so sort of glove soft, you know, but really buttery leathers. They do get better and better.
Yes,
each
they do.
year you wear them. But excellent advice, Sheila, to do the protector spray.
Yeah,
because of course, if you want to spray handbags,
yes,
coats as
leather
well,
coat,
it's really good.
Yeah, definitely.
To protect it from any weather that we might get. The Loretta dual zip leather ankle boot has a great size range, 3 to 10, in 3 colourways: black, burgundy and navy. It's a very deep navy, lovely soft burgundy, and yes, it is sort of like a winey colour almost, and of course your classic black. They're $49.99 and the order code is 316088. We've got a really nice ankle boot for you now, and with the knitted cuff that's so on trend at the moment.
It is actually, but this one a little bit different. We've actually got a heel. It's like a wood effect stacked heel there. So anybody likes that little bit of elevation and a little bit smarter in its look. It's still a casual boot, but slightly smarter having that heel. And then underneath, what a fabulous grip as well. So any surface you're walking on, you'll feel a bit protected by that. The upper, again, like Julie said, you've got the knitted cuff around the back, a little bit higher at the front. So if you wanted to wear this with a skirt, maybe like a big long woolen skirt or something, that'd look really, really nice.
Lovely.
You've got the buckle effect running down the side here, also the zip detail, but that's just there, just as an added extra really. You're not going to use that zip. Then on the other side, the zip to get in and out of the boot, and then inside, it's like a really beautiful faux fur. Then you're going to see the red nodules, which is Relife. Whenever you buy a Relife boot, just look for those nodules and they'll go right through to the heel there. And you've got that comfort all the way through the foot. It's a really lovely walk on a Relife. Then also it says Tex at the side, so it's actually water resistant as well. So just perfect.
I've never seen Relife with quite a big heel.
No, neither have I.
So it's quite interesting that. Come on down, Linda. I'm interested to know how it feels.
Oh, fabulous. I love these. I love fashion, winter fashion.
Because you prefer a heel, don't you, in everyday life?
I like a heel.
Yeah.
I go a bit flat-footed when I'm wearing flats, so for me this is fabulous. But although it's a heel, you don't feel like it's a heel.
No.
It doesn't feel chunky.
It's not high, is it?
It's not high. And also as well, it's light. It looks quite heavy on the table, but it's actually, when you're wearing it, it's really light. Love that colour. I think it's gorgeous.
It is a really nice cognac, we're calling this.
Oh,
and
wow.
It's the perfect description.
Perfect.
But I actually like this because it comes that little bit further up, and so if you are tucking your trousers in, it gives it a really nice, neat look. And also the little stud detail on the top, you know, the tongue of the boot, that really finishes it off ever so well.
No, I love that that cognac. It is, as you say, it describes it exactly. Gorgeous, rich colour. And it might be, well, I was going to say, it might be worth, because I thought they were leather.
I know, they look like
investing
leather.
in a protector spray.
But you don't need
to.
You just
literally wipe them clean. Amazing. These are Relife. They are the Pavers casual heeled ankle boot. Size ranges 3 to 8, $54.99, and 2 lovely colourways. That deep, rich, dark black, which black is, and cognac. We've got something I've never seen before now. We've got a Relife that is a leather boot. Normally Relife are man-made, but this is a Relife leather.
It is. Really nice textures on the upper here. You've got this beautiful leather at the front here, and then you've got sort of like a snakeskin effect or stippled effect at the side there. But what's quite unique about this one is how it fastens. Now, to get inside the boot, you've got the zip at the side here, and then you've got the laces, but instead of lacing at the front, you've got 2 little loops, and you lace it around the boot, and then it ties at the side there, which is really quite nice. So if you needed to just tighten the top of the boot up a little bit, say it's a really sort of windy, horrible, wet day, you could actually bring that round a little bit tighter if you wanted to. Now, on the side it says Tex, which means water resistant as well, so that's a really good idea, but I would actually use our protector spray on these with them being leather
What a
before
good
you go
idea.
out in weathers, because
What
if
a
it's
good idea.
raining, snowing, sleeting, then actually using the protector spray would really benefit these boots.
Yeah.
And obviously the protector spray you could use for all your other shoes, maybe leather handbags, anything you've got leather in your wardrobe, you can use it. So here it is, and I mean that's brilliant just to spray on everything you've got.
Yeah, really good
But
idea, Sheila.
I think a really nice boot. Now obviously it's by Real Life, and there you can tell with the little red nodules, so every step you take you've got comfort, and also that sole unit is so grippy, and actually quite a lightweight boot for quite a substantial boot.
Oh, it is, yeah.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, and I like that little bit of snakeskin. It just it just lifts it, doesn't it?
It does.
It's very
It's a
nice
lovely,
and
lovely
stylish.
boot.
Come on down, Linda. Now you're wearing the we're calling
Wine.
this wine. Very good description. It is wine.
It is
isn't
very much so.
Yeah.
Stroke burgundy.
Oh, I
isn't it?
like the cuff. The cuff on that one.
Now, the cuff on that one is very different. The cuffs are
is.
really different. The which one have you?
Navy's more like tartan. Linda's is sort of like this lovely sort of designery striped effect, and on the brown it's more of like a tweed.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, which is lovely.
Yeah. No, I like it a lot. Does it feel nice, Linda?
It does, and because I've not no socks on, I can feel that massage in the heel.
Yes,
Do you
yeah.
wear socks then, Sheila, with the Relife?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
always wear a pair of socks
Do you?
with a
What,
pair
thin
of boots.
socks or-
I wear it just a normal
you?
everyday
Yeah,
sock.
I do
Yeah.
too as well,
Yeah.
but I can still feel the benefits,
Yes.
which is great. The Pavers Real Life Casual Leather Lace-Up Ankle Boots, great size range, 2 all the way up to 10. Dark brown, navy and wine are your 3 colourways, and they're $64.99. Hello there, thanks for joining us for Top Trends Knitted Cuffs. You won't regret it, we've got a Real Life, gorgeous Real Life ankle boot for you with a knitted cuff and all the benefits that Real Life has.
Absolutely.
Tell us more, Sheila.
First of all, Julie, we bought a very similar boot, but it didn't have that lovely knitted cuff, did it?
I bought it in blue. What colour
Yes,
did you?
I got mine in sort of like a tan
Right,
colour.
yeah.
And you have worn and worn and worn it, and it's just reminded me that I need to get my boots out for this year now. But fabulous, because Real Life gives you superb comfort. You look at this boot and you think, quite chunky, quite heavy, it's going to take a little bit of breaking in, but nothing like that at all. I'll show you underneath first, and I'll show you these little red nodules here. When you actually open your box, you have a leaflet inside that'll explain all about Real Life and what it does for your feet. But they're like massaging, and they massage your pressure points, a little bit like if you went for reflexology. Now, we can't really talk about what reflexology is, but it's giving you that same effect when you're actually wearing them.
You just feel good. You don't
feel
know why.
great.
You don't feel tired, or we don't.
No.
I don't when I walk. You don't feel tired. There's no breaking in. I just feel this sort of bounce.
Yeah, it is. It's a really comfortable feel. And those, you can't quite see inside there, but the red nodules, I assure you, they go right down into the back of the heel there. But it's just a fabulous sensation when you're wearing them. Now the upper, you've got the laced up detail, but you don't have to keep lacing them. Once you've done that, leave it as is, because you've got the zip at the side here. Now I'm going to open this out to see that beautiful, beautiful lining. It's the most gorgeous fleecy woolly lining, so it's going to keep your feet lovely and cosy. That's just a zip for effect there, and we've got 3 different colours. We've got the blue, the taupe, and we've got the wine as well.
And lovely Linda's in the wine. It's a very subtle, muted wine colour. It's really nice.
Nice. And
it's like a dark Rioja.
And you've got a little bit of sort of like aged effect on the boot with the toe cap there, and it's like a little bit of a mottled effect on the upper as well.
Yep.
But they look fabulous, that lovely chunkiness.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Very quickly, Linda, what do they feel like?
Lovely. As soon as you put your foot into them, they are gorgeous, and they look great as well, don't they?
They look great, and they're for all ages. They're really, really on trend. Well, this is the Top Trends knitted cuffs, and they are $49.99 for the Real Life by Pavers knitted cuff ankle boot. Sizes are 2 to 10. Fantastic in blue, taupe, and wine. Gorgeous, gorgeous boot. We've got a boot now, another Relife boot for you that says it's lightweight, is it, Sheila?
Do you know, it's not the lightest boot that we've ever had,
Okay.
but it is very, very light compared to maybe a walking boot that you might go and buy, you know, with this type of sole on it. I mean, look at that. That is such a big, grippy, substantial sole. So if you were out in all sorts of weathers, that's going to keep you really nice and secure. You've got the Relife at the bottom here that goes right through to the inside, and you probably can't see it there, but it gives you that feeling of well-being. It's such a lovely, lovely feeling. We've both got a pair of Relife boots. Debbie's got a pair as well. I think Linda might be joining us. Now she's started a walking group. She could invest in a pair of Relife for a walk-in. But this has got a really nice upper. It's got the laces, which you just actually lace up once, leave it laced up because you've got the zip to get inside the boot here. And if I open that out, you'll probably see the Relife. I'll just move the laces. And then you can see the Relife nodules. Can you just see them at the bottom there? I think you can just see them. And then you've got this lovely, it feels like sheepskin inside. It's all man-made, but it's so, so cosy. And I just think if you want that chunky boot to keep you lovely and safe, lovely and warm, this is a great one to go for. And just one other thing, round the back here, just to make it look a little bit more feminine, you've got this sort of pewter metallic piece, which is really nice.
It is very, very different, sort of unique styling on this one. They look great on, Linda. Do they feel good?
Great fashionable boot, but a really substantial walking boot.
Yeah, practical as well.
Practical walking boot. And these are a lot lighter than my walking boots. I need to invest in a pair, I must admit. These are fabulous. I think they're just quite trendy, but substantial. You've got a really great tread underneath. They're very flexible. And I actually think these are lightweight, with a lot more lightweight compared to my walking boots that I wore the other day. These are fabulous. I love the fact that you've got a zip as well, so you don't have to do the laces.
No.
That was another thing with my walking boots.
Yeah,
the laces
always
were on
having
and
to
off,
lace.
on and off. So I think that is a fantastic feature.
And also that knitted cuff. There's no digging in at the back either, is there?
None at all.
No, the knitted cuffs are a fashion, but they're also actually very practical. You know, and they do look really, really good. They just finish the boot off nicely. 4 colourways for the Relife by Pavers lightweight lace-up ankle boot: black, brown, burgundy and navy, and they've all got that slightly shimmery sort of heel, which is nice. Different colourways of wool on the top, and $54.99 is the price point. Got another Relife boot for you now, and in 4 different colourways. Quite an interesting styling on this boot.
I like this one. I think it is really nice. You've got the 2 zips on the upper there, but I love this little ruched effect down the front, which is really nice. Now, that's not going to move. It's within the upper, but that is so nice. I love that burnished toe there as well. Now, this one's the tan, but it's sort of like a golden tan, really. And it's also got that lovely knitted cuff at the top, which is so incredibly comfortable. So you've got the 2 zips, so really easy to get on and off. And then if I just open that out, just look at that soft interior. That is beautiful. It's going to keep your feet lovely and warm. Then you can see the little red nodules at the back there, which go right from there right down to the bottom on the sole of the shoe, and that's what's going to give you absolute perfect comfort. Now, on the side, you will see that it says text. So this part of the boot is all waterproof. So if it is a really wet day, showerproof on the top here. So you're not going to get your feet wet or anything.
Great.
So really good boot for sort of all types of weathers as well.
Really, really good. Come on down, Linda, because we've got it in 4 colourways. Linda's wearing the burgundy, and that's actually more, I would call that cherry.
It is a very cherry.
Yeah, I would say so. But
how's it feel?
Oh, gorgeous, isn't it? The leather insole inside, as soon as you put your foot in. I've taken my pop socks off because you don't need anything on. I was too warm wearing them, but these are lovely. I love the fact that you can open the zips quite wide and get your foot in as well. Really flexible.
But they just
lightweight.
look really quite sort of cute in a way.
Yes, they are cute. They're cute boots.
But for, you know, any sort of age group, and the size range is great, 3 to a 9 as well.
Absolutely. You could wear trousers that go over them, or tucked in, or thick opaque tights.
Of course you could.
They'd look lovely. And it's interesting to point out, I don't know if we can just go to the table, because the cherry, or sorry, the burgundy that Linda's wearing, and the goldy tan colour, they've both got a sort of brownish cuff. You can see it there, and when as I say, we go back to the table, but the black has got a kind of marley black and white one, and the one at the foreground, the blue, the navy, we're calling it blue, has got kind of a tartany.
It's really nice,
effect.
isn't it?
It's very, very different. They're like almost 4 different boots. Really, really unusual styling, a bit edgy, and it's good. Relife by Pavers Zip Fasten Ankle Boot. Sizes are 3 to 9 in black, in blue, in burgundy and tan. They're $49.99 and the order code 312836.
Right, time for a lovely, lovely handbag now, and I notice we've got quite a few trend colours going on here, Sheila.
I know, especially that mustard, which is really in fashion at the moment.
Massively.
And I've got the tan, which is more of an orange colour, but how fabulous. I mean, we're calling this a shopper bag, which is just perfect. Really nice in size. Love it that it's got the 2 straps that will fit over your shoulder as well, but you've got a pocket on the other side here, which is really nice because that's more of a security pocket, so you could put your purse in there, your phone, tickets and things, and keep that close to your body. And then inside the bag you've got a zip on top, and then really cavernous, and if you can just see down here, oh, there we go, you've got, sorry about that, you've got a nice zip pocket there, but underneath the bag as well you've got these little studs, so it protects the bag when you're out and about and you have to put your bag on the floor.
And they are a good looking bag as well. Julie's got the mustard one here as well, and it's nice size wise as well as it is. And I love the contrast between the mustard in the bag and the tan straps as well. That's a lovely natty combination actually. So this comes in either black, Bordeaux, mustard or tan for a very affordable $27.99 actually, I have to say. For the look of the bag, this is a real nice one. Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many, many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long, long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really, really good. And the great thing is, it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long, long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere $3.99 to look after your leather.
Hello there, welcome to the long boot collection. We're calling it long boot. We've actually got boots ranging from knee-high down to mid-calf, but we've got a gorgeous selection for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got another one here from, well, we've got this one. This is the starter collection for you from Relife. In the show, you'll find we've got a few other Relife boots, and some of them are waterproof or water resistant, should I say. You denote that by looking at the side here. If there's a word on the side, because they all use different terminology of what type of word they use. If it ends in TEX, it means it's got a waterproofing system that's been put through the materials, and this is what this has got. You've got rope going around it, like a twine going all the way around it, that's finished off through a little loop here, and it's got a sort of a antique brass effect on it in this particular colourway. You've got ruching up the leg. The body of the boot itself here has got loads of toe wiggle room, and it is a wider fit. Relife, we all have them. The three of us have Relife, and it actually is this piece, this little star arrangement in the heel, that they say gives you a little bit like a sense of well-being through your body when you're wearing them. A bit like reflexology, but it tells you about that when you buy them in a little leaflet. We're not doctors, we can't tell you what it's got or what it hasn't got, but we all know that our boots are really comfortable, don't we, girls? We've all got the same boot, and they're really, really comfy. Great grip underneath there, very lightweight. And like the arrangement here, it's got a bikerish style, but sort of very, very slouchy and relaxed. And then it opens up at the side. If you've got a bit of extra room that you need when you're wearing it, you get a bit of extra give across the top there. This one has the zip all the way down the inside edge. It's on a little bit of a wedge, and then you've got these lovely faux fur linings going down to a faux sheepskin lining, which is all microfiber inside the boot. Very, very comfortable, very warm and very cosy. And as I've said, it is a wider fit, so there's lots of room inside that for you. 3 colours. The one I'm holding here, which we're calling taupe. Then we've got a dark brown, which is in the foreground on the table. Then we've got the black in the middle. But the black and the brown one have got a bit of tan mix on the colourway at the back, which you'll see our lovely Sheila with at the moment, because she's got the brown ones on.
I think all colourways are lovely. The interior, which you just see around the top of the boot, is the same on the brown and the black, but just a little bit more caramel tones on the other one. But again, fabulous, fabulous boot to wear, so comfortable. Very different on that wedge sort of bottom on the sole, isn't it? Yeah, which is really nice. Great grip as well.
Really flattering for your leg as well, Sheila. It's just a true mid-calf boot really elongates the leg. It has extraordinary powers. This is the Relife that has powers too, by Paver's mid-calf boot, sizes 3 to 9, 3 colourways, and it's $59.99. Got a boot that I was wearing all yesterday, because I wore it for the shows, and I really liked it, and it was gorgeous.
Very comfortable.
Very comfortable.
Really comfortable.
Yeah.
It's a nice looking boot. I like the two-tone. Yes, you know, it's brown, but it's 2 tones of brown. So you've got the body, the top of the boot, slightly darker. The body, the shoe part of the boot, slightly darker. Then the middle, a little bit paler. It's got this mottled finish on it anyway. It looks very rugged and very, you know, like it means business, because it is a very, very hard-wearing, strong-looking boot. The actual toe of the boot is reinforced, but there's lots of toe wiggle and toe room. And Julie's assured us how comfortable it is, so that's great. The base is like a crepe sole unit, and underneath we've got, it's like a tractor tyre. It's unbelievably strong underneath there. You've got a little bit of a vent going on at the side, just a little bit, to give you a bit of extra room in the fit. The zip goes all the way down to the bottom to show you these lovely faux fur linings, which are all microfiber within the boot. And then on the outside edge, we've got this little sort of tab and a little bit of decoration going on. But a really, really good all-rounder. And I think the colour it will go with anything. Absolutely anything. And it looks more of a casual boot than
it's
a
a
dressy
lovely
boot.
conker brown.
Yeah, it's
really
lovely.
nice.
It's lovely.
Brown.
I mean, it looks lovely on you as well, Sheila.
Yeah,
really lovely.
I'm not surprised Julie had happy feet yesterday wearing these, because they are just lovely, and they've got a really warmth inside the lining as well, which is nice. And I love that riding boot style at the top, and like you were saying, that two-tone effect is lovely, and it's a really rich brown to these. And then you've got that fabulous chunky sole that's got that great grip, so if you're out in slippy leaves, you know, slippy underfoot, that's going to be fantastic. It's going to help to keep you really nice and safe. But again, in the body of the boot, you've still got that room, you know, to tuck your jeans in there, which is really nice. Just a lovely looking boot, isn't it?
It is. Debbie, can I ask you a technical question?
Yeah.
It is lovely looking. To keep it looking like this, it's man-made, so we don't need to...
Nothing.
Just wipe it.
over.
We wouldn't protect it or anything?
No, it doesn't need it. No, it's
Gosh.
give it a wipe over.
Gosh, how good is that? Yeah, I could just see you tramping through the woods with this one.
I know,
Sheila,
the thing
with
is,
Kip, your dog.
I love it when it gets sort of autumn, winter time and you can start sort of wearing your boots again and your big sweaters in your coats. You don't want it to be raining all the time, but it's just a really nice look, isn't it, with the long boots?
Really nice.
Yeah, I love that, absolutely. Let's give you some facts and figures. All the details, of course, on the screen, and all you've got to do is pick up the phone, 08450 999969, or you can go online to paversshoes.tv to see the whole range. But this is the Pavers Zip Up Knee Boot. 310447 is your order code. Sizes 3 to 8, brown, $47.99. Hello there, we've got another one of our colour anomalies. This is a black boot on the table, and it looks like a mustard boot to us.
Mustardy colour.
We're describing it as
say
tan.
so.
I only say that because if you like the boot and want to order it, it is tan, but in reality for you, it's closer to mustard.
It's a very light colour, and it's got a mottling to it. So you've got like, it probably has got a base of tan, but the mottling is paler
and it
within
goes
it.
beautifully with your top.
It does actually, yeah. Which is mustard, definitely. Or gold, antique gold, whatever you want to call it. But you've definitely got those yellow colours going on, those deep ochre colours going on within there. Yeah, the black one I've got on my knee. Interesting boot because it's got ruching on the front panel, so when you're looking at your legs or someone's looking at the front of you, you can see the ruching here. The back has no ruching at all. It has a fantastic, very, very long elasticated panel which opens up all the way down, right the way down. So if you've got a sportier calf or a wider ankle or your ankle swell as the day goes on, this boot is terrific. It goes with you. It expands with you. The zip to get them on and off is on the inside, so that all the way down to the bottom, which shows you the inside of the elasticated panel there as well, look, just here. And all of this faux fur is microfiber, so it's right the way through the inside of the boot. It has got a wider foot as well, so it's a wider foot and a wider leg, which is very helpful for a lot of you ladies that do have, and you are more common than ladies that have not. So that is, you know, we cater for the masses, and we know that we need boots that are a bit wider in the leg, a bit wider in the foot for our lovely ladies. Right, the outside of the boot here, you've got a buckle on the outside, just for show really, a little tab with a little bit of interest that they've put like a bit of faux croc or mock croc there with a tab as well. Shaping at the top is lovely, it comes down a little bit to the back. Really good toe area with no seams in it, so lots of toe wiggle, and it's on cowboyish style heel but lower. This is about an inch. An underfoot, great safety again, which you know you need in bad weather.
Yeah,
a white clean surface on the outside. Let's have a look at you in the mustard stroke tan.
But you know, I was watching a feature on the television about fashion the other day. You know how sometimes they put on different models and this, that and the other. And they were saying how the cowboy boot has really come back in again. Well, this is sort of like a cowboy boot look at the bottom, but then you've got that really stylish ruche look on the leg, on the calf. So it's a bit of a mixture again. But I do like this look, and incredibly comfortable. And I would say this one is definitely a wider fit.
Yeah. If you look at the back of your leg, you can see that panel there. That's really useful, isn't it? If you want to tuck your trousers in, or you've got a wider leg,
Fantastic.
wider calf.
The Pavers Casual knee-length boot, good size range 2 to 9, black and tan are your colours, and the price is $47.99. Oh, we've got a beautiful boot for you now. Beautiful navy boot, a really unusual shade of navy. But I love that button detailing.
Yeah, it's quite sort of... it's like the forces, you know, in the years ago when the cavalrymen used to wear boots, it's a bit like the button-down side on it. Not that you would wear that with a heel like that, because it's a ladies' boot, but you've got that sort of look of it being military
Slightly
or something.
military, yes.
Yeah, a really, really nice look to it. Love the different buttons on it. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons, 3 big ones and 3 smaller ones, and they're randomly put, which looks really good because it's not a uniformed look to it. Strap around the ankle here is a looser strap. These are all just buttons, but they're actually fixed. Lots of room in the toe for toe wiggle, lots of room inside there. Yes, a standard fit, but there is room in it. The heel on this one, I will get the trusty tape measure. Ruler. If I get it the right way around. It is at its highest. Actually, it's only 2.5 inches high. Looks higher than that.
Funny.
It does look like that. Yeah, 2.5 inches in height. Underneath, loads and loads of grip with that base there. And on the inside edge, you've got a little bit of venting here, if you've got a little bit more of a sporty calf. And then you've got the zip that goes all the way down. to reveal the lovely, lovely faux fur linings that are microfiber. So microfiber in, outside wipe clean finish, very, very easy to care for, and great that we've got a navy boot. Lovely that we've got
Come
a
on
navy
in,
boot.
Sheila. Let's
have a
see
look
what
at
it
Sheila.
looks like.
Exactly, Debbie. A navy boot is fantastic in a long boot. We've started seeing them creeping in sort of like a shorter boot, but lovely in this navy. And also it looks like there's a texture slightly mottled on
Yes,
it, I think,
it
which
does.
is lovely. And again, those buttons, you were saying a bit cavalry. I was thinking a little bit Victorian.
True.
Yeah, which is really nice. It's a lovely feature, isn't it?
Yes,
And
yes.
the heel not being too high, it doesn't push you forward. So it's a really comfortable walk, and just having that little bit of elevation
Yeah.
with the boot.
I love the fact that they are random as well, the boots.
I like that. I like
the
that,
buttons,
the buttons
yeah.
down the side.
Yeah, presumably they match on both
Yes,
sides, yeah.
yes, they do, yeah.
But no, it's a lovely feature. Little details like that always just raise the ante, as
Yeah,
it
they
were.
make a big
raise
difference, don't they?
Raise the game and make a boot look a bit more expensive.
Yes.
And I also like, sorry Julie, that little bit of shaping at the top, just
Yes.
slightly
Just
higher.
slightly higher, a bit
instead
like a
of just
riding
being
boot shape.
straight round.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I just think it fits the calf beautifully. I've got my jeans tucked in, so there is a little bit
Yeah.
of space there.
Yeah, no, it's also very, very flattering to your leg. It's a lovely length boot, this one. It is the Pavers knee-high boot, and it really is, with button detail. Size is a 3 to 8. Your order code, all the details, of course, always on the screen, but your order code 306616. Navy is the colourway. It's a lovely, subtle navy as well, and it's $49.99. You're watching our long boot show. We've got a long boot now with some lovely ruched detail.
I like ruching on a boot. I do think that, you know, we said about calf length boots being flattering. Ruching is very flattering. Very
Yeah,
flattering on
it
a
is
boot.
actually.
You know, it's very forgiving and very flattering. And if you get ruching in this sort of area, and it's fairly random on the boot, it looks brilliant. It looks like you've pushed the boot down. But this one won't push down, it'll stay where it is, but the ruching will stay as is. And you'll see it in a minute on Sheila. So we've got it in the black. And we've got it in the tan. The tan has got a brown strap around it, and so has the black. I do think the black one, well, I think they both look good, but the black one, for me, has the edge with the brown and black together. Looks quite designer. I like the straps around here as well. Very cowboy in design of the actual base of the boot itself and the heel shape. Nice toe with lots of toe wiggle room in there. The zip is on the inside, which you would expect. Goes all the way down. And you've got a little bit of elastication just at the back here that opens up if you have got a more sporty calf. So you've got plenty of room in it. The linings are microfiber, but they're like a faux fur. Very, very soft and very warm, as you would expect. But yeah, a really nice little all-rounder as a boot. Great zip that goes all the way down, as I've said. A super little boot. It's standard fit, but there is room in it. Do you want to come on in, Sheila? Let's have a look at you.
I like the way it fits at the top,
So do
too.
I. I love the
Nice,
shaping.
yeah, shaping, beautiful.
I
How's
think
it
it's
feel?
a bit of a hybrid. Because at the bottom it looks like a traditional cowboy boot, but then as you come up the leg it looks really smart. It's got a real sort of mixture. You could actually get really quite dressed up with this,
Oh, I think
but
so.
then you could be really casual with your big knits and maybe a little denim jacket or something. But again, the space in the calf of the boot to tuck your trousers in. Love that slouch look, and I think the embellishment with the little straps going round just finishes them off beautifully.
Yeah, I think it's a very good way of describing it, a
Absolutely.
hybrid.
I think at the moment, when you're looking in the shops, all the autumn fashions in and so on, and there's a lot of tweed, a lot of tweedy stuff about. So a nice a pair of denims or
Yes.
trousers and a tweed jacket would look
Lovely.
very, very
Especially
county,
with
very
the
countrified.
tan.
Yeah,
Yes,
lovely,
definitely.
really lovely.
And am I right in saying, Debbie and Sheila, that tan kind of, in a bit of the way that when we talk about shoes being metallic, they go with everything, tan is a very good colour to
It
have
is.
in a boot
It
because
is, yeah.
crosses the
Yeah, it
board,
does.
doesn't it?
It does. It
Yeah.
goes with anything.
Yeah.
It really does go with anything.
Yeah.
And it's always very sort of country tan.
Yes.
You know,
And
it
we've all
works.
got sort of like either a tan bag or we've got a black bag,
Yeah.
haven't we? So
Yeah.
it can match really, really well.
Exactly.
yeah.
There's something about tan though that looks very expensive.
It does look more expensive than
But
it
equally,
looks
as
like.
you said, I love the boot, the black, because I love that combo of black and brown. The choice is yours. We've got them both black or tan. They're both $44.99. The size range for the Pavers heeled long boot with ruched detail is 3 to 8. Order code 316570. Hello there, thanks for joining us for our long boot collection. We've actually got a calf boot for you now. Calf boot, very flattering to the leg.
They are.
Always,
yeah.
really
They
good.
really do make your legs look longer and leaner and so on. Yeah, super little boot. The body of the boot is very, very tactile and soft, very, very soft. You can roll it down. The foot of the boot is obviously, you know, much, much more hard wearing, and the toe wiggle that you've got inside there is great because there's no seams whatsoever, so there's lots of movement. So the black is very black. The other one, we're calling tan, has got a mottled finish on it. It's very unusual. It's a really nice finish, and it's got a brown sort of strap around it and a little bit of brown at the top, and also the sort of jewellery on it, if you like, the buckles and so on, are like antique brass on the tan one, whereas the black one's got a nickel colour buckle on it and zip. The outside zip that you can see there in the picture and is here is just for show. That doesn't work at all. It's just for show, along with a buckle. Cowboy shape heel and a lovely round shaped toe as well. It's quite cowboy-esque in design, really, this boot. On the inside is where the zip that actually opens, and they've been very discreet with this. They've made this black, so it looks very, very discreet within the boot itself. Open it all the way up and show you the inside. Lovely, lovely soft faux fur linings, and this is all microfiber in and out. Outside, it's wipe clean. Very, very easy to care for, and underfoot, very, very safe with this gorgeous sort of tread that you've got there. Yeah, a great all-rounder. Lovely little boot. It is a standard fit, but there is toe room in there. Come on, let's have a look at you in that one, Sheila. What do you think to it?
I love this. I think the actual colouring on this, it's sort of like a mottled effect, but it looks like the most beautiful suede, actually.
It does, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it, in this lovely tan colour. And I think it complements it because of that brown strap running round the ankle. I think it's a really nice looking, but it looks quite weathered.
It does, yeah.
But it looks, you know,
a
really...
bit grungy.
Yes,
which is
that's
what it's
right.
supposed to look, isn't it? It's got that look to it.
Completely different to the black. They look like
Very different.
boots.
They do look like two different
Very
boots.
different.
The black, though, has got a lovely dusty sort of finish, if
Yes,
you know
it
what
has,
I mean.
yeah,
It's,
especially in the body of the boot.
Yeah,
the leg of the boot.
And I like them because they're big enough if you've got thicker jeans and stuff to put inside,
To
but they
actually
don't gape.
Yeah,
you know,
there is plenty of room there. I think I've got some of my hair on my jeans there. Let's stick it in the boot. But I like it, they've got the little tab, but plenty of room to pop your trousers in there as well. I think they're a great little boot and
So do
very
I.
comfy.
And a good size heel. We've got our ruler. Da, 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 da. Size heel.
Are we
That's
old
two,
money
I'd say
still?
2 inches.
No, it is 1.5 inches.
Oh, okie dokie. Never mind. This is the Pavers. We're calling it lightweight calf boot. It's not particularly light, it's normal, but it does have a buckle. Sizes 3 to 8. Black and tan are your two colourways. $44.99 is your price. We've got a gorgeous slouch boot for you now, and I can speak from experience because I've had this one. I wore it to death, and Sheila's had it. In fact, I've still got it lurking in my wardrobe somewhere. It's brilliant. It's so comfy, and it goes with everything.
Yeah, it does. It's one of those boots that's a bit like stealth-like. It sort of just blends in. Even though, you know, whatever you're wearing, it blends into whatever you've got on. I'm just looking at Sheila now with them on, and they look fab on the foot and on your leg. Quite high in the leg, really, really good. But it's one of those boots that just, it will go anywhere. You know, you can pack it up, you can do whatever, but it will just arrive and look beautiful as ever. So there's no wearing in, there's nothing. It's really comfy. Both girls said how comfy it's been, and they wore them, as Julie just said, to death. Ruching all the way up the leg. Formed foot, the area here is all fully formed. The leg itself is very, very soft. So you've got a structure here, but no structure here. It won't slouch down any more than it is, but the slouching is already there. Sensible height heel, just a simple heel, great grip underneath, and the zip goes all the way down to the bottom to show you the lovely faux fur linings, and these linings are obviously all microfiber. You've got a little bit of extra give on the back there, so that will give for you if you've got a little bit of, you need a bit of extra room in the top of your boot. Come on, Sheila, let's have a look at you in those boots. I think they are super.
They're a great
Simple,
boot.
super boot.
If mine was still sort of, well, no, let's start again. If mine had worn out a little bit, I'd be buying these again. But they actually still look great. You know, they do. And I just think, what a fantastic boot. You've got that beautiful feel underfoot because it's like that faux fur lining. You've actually got a really nice body to the boot and that really dark, dark black. And it looks like the best suede, doesn't it?
It does.
Really does.
In fact, it looks like nubuck, but it's beautiful. But all you need to do with that is, the way I would deal with it, it. You can use a little suede brush on it, but you know what I do when I've got things like this is I put a sellotape around my hand and dot it to get rid of little marks off it.
Oh, it's
comes
a
with
good
a treat.
idea. Yeah.
Or one of those like lint brushes.
Lint brushes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But they really are. They're hard wearing. They're so safe underfoot because they're kind of corrugated sole bit, and they're your go-to boot. Well, they were that. Or
You
have
just
been that
never
for
took
us.
them off,
I
Julie.
know, thank you, Sheila.
She did to go to bed and have a shower. I'm sure you did. Yeah.
But you wear them because they went with everything.
They went with everything.
Yeah.
I loved them, yes. I did take them off occasionally, I promise. But these are the Pavers knee-high slouch boot. They come so highly recommended. Personal recommendations here, which is what really counts. 316466 is your order code. Size range 3 to 8. It's that lovely jet black, and it does look like the richest suede or nubuck, but it's man-made, so it's easy to keep clean. $41.99. Got a beautiful long boot for you now. It's really nice shape, you'll see in a minute. Also very similar to a Real Life boot that I got last year, and I lived in it, literally. I loved it, my black knee-length one.
Yeah, I think it's the construction of the base of the boot. You know, this business going on at the heel.
So comfy.
With all the qualities that they've got here that say it massages the heel. You've got this great grip underneath anyway on the sole unit. Loads of toe wiggle. It's a wider fit. All Real Life that we sell at Pavers have got a wider foot, whether it be the shoes or the boots. So you've got lots of toe wiggle going on in there. I love the arrangement around the ankle with the studding. On the black one, it's black with the sort of a nickel colour studs, and on the brown one, on the tan one, actually, we're calling it cognac for a change. The cognac one, it's got a dark brown with a bit of a brass, antique brass finish going on with it. So to get these boots on and off, you've got the zip on the inside, which goes all the way down. Lovely shaping, by the way, at the top. You see how rounded it is. You'll see when you see Sheila wearing it, how super it looks on the foot. So you've got that zip on the inside to show you the inside of the boot with all that beautiful faux fur linings, and this is all microfiber, so the breathability of it's superb. The outside is all man-made, and you just need to wipe it clean to keep it looking right. That's all you need to do to look after this boot. The back is very interesting. Got venting all the way down the back here to the bottom of the zip. Now I leave this one open to show you that because if you've got a sportier calf, you've got lots of room, lots of extra room, or you want to tuck your trousers in. But Sheila, come on in, and you've zipped yours up.
Yes.
To show the difference. This is the cognac one Sheila's wearing.
Lovely.
Turn around and let's have a look at the back. I think that they look lovely either way.
Yeah,
whether it's
I do.
open or whether it's closed.
Yes.
Love that colour, and I love the shape of the top of the boot.
So do I. I think
fabulous.
it's such a smart boot. It's very elegant.
And it's just a little bit taller in length as well, but it's so clever that you've got that zip right at the back there just to open it out a little bit further. But I just think it's a fabulous looking boot. You've got all that comfort, all that Real Life bring to you as well, which we all know because we've got some, but I think these are very smart. I think, Julie, how's your other black boots looking in your wardrobe? Do they need an update?
No, sadly, they're still going strong. They're nicely worn in.
That's a surprise with you.
I know. I've got to be honest. I know I would like those cognac ones, but you know, family hold back maybe. No, I could be tempted. Hopefully you could be tempted too, because really the qualities of Real Life, you'll see all the instructions and all the, you know, gen about them on the box. It's really, really a worthwhile investment. Real Life by Pavers casual knee-high boot has got a size range of 3 to 9, 2 colourways, black and this gorgeous, unusual cognac. They're $64.99. 315941 is your order code. Got a pair of true knee-high boots for you now. Size range very good, 2 to 10. They're also really good if you've got a slightly sportier calf.
Yeah, they're made for a sport or a wider calf, definitely. They've got lots of room in there. You'll see when Sheila comes on in a second. And there's a little bit of adjustment as well as them being wider at the top. Underneath, great resilience to any surface you're walking on. Great. And, of course, it's Real Life. It's that lovely, lovely thing that you're used to seeing from Real Life that massages the sole of your foot, your heel area, to give you a sense of well-being through your body. Or that is what they tell you. And I believe it because I've got some.
Yep.
And it works.
I know
and the
it to be
three of
true.
us are walking our walk and talking our talk because we've all got them and it does work.
Yeah.
It feels great when you've got them on. Tons and tons of toe wiggle. It's a wider fit, so you've got loads of room inside there and it's seam free. Love love the shaping and the look of this boot. It comes in the black, the one I'm holding, and it comes in a brown. The brown has got a tan finish on this strap here, and the black has got a very, very dark brown. I think it's very smart, very, very good looking, and I love the way the colours overstitching is a slightly different colour. In this one, it's like a goldy colour. And in the brown one, I think it's more of an orangey sort of. It sounds obviously an orange and gold, but you know what I mean. It's like different shades of the boot, like a tan colour on this one. This zip here. Oh, by the way, it also is a water resistant. Little text thing here, so they've got water resistance going on. This outside zip gives you the ability to wear the boot even wider at the top of the neck of the boot because of this gusset here, this panel that you've got down here. If I pull that up, it narrows it slightly. So you've got a little bit snugger at the top there. If I turn it around, that's where the zip is for the inside. That's right the way down to the bottom to reveal these beautiful soft linings. Really, really soft, furry linings. It's a faux fur. So you've got microfiber inside and a water-resistant outside surface that is simply wiped clean. Great, look, great, lovely bit, lovely bit.
Really,
come on and Sheila, let's have a look at you.
Absolutely. Now, this is the brown because it's got the little bit of tan. Lovely.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, well, how's it feel, Sheila?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, the comfort is just wonderful, but I think it's fabulous. You've got a boot that actually accommodates whether you tuck in a thick pair of trousers in, which we often do when it comes to winter time, we layer up and everything, or maybe like you've said before, a bit of a sportier calf. But with that, I mean, there's still some width there, but you've got that extra with the zip here, which I think is fantastic.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah. I do, yeah.
Great idea.
Really,
it looks really
makes
nice.
the boot really versatile too.
It does.
And I mean, it's funny, you can put weight. I noticed with putting a bit of weight on, your calves do get bigger as well, so it's very, very accommodating.
Yeah.
It's the Pavers knee-high boot, size range, as I said at the beginning of the show, 2 to 10. Black and brown are your colourways, and it's $64.99. Hello there, you're watching the Long Boot collection and we're bringing you a Re-Life boot. Now if you don't know about Re-Life, you've got a lovely surprise in store. Not only do they look fantastic, but they have other benefits.
Absolutely, yeah. Re-Life, I mean, they have this, which goes right the way through to the inside of the boot next to you on your heel, that they say these nodules massage your heel. We've all got a pair of Re-Life, all three of us, and we've all got the walking boot, haven't we? We've got the walking boot. Fabulously comfortable. I don't know whether it's doing me any benefits or not, but I know that I can walk in it and I don't have any problems whatsoever, and it's super, super comfy. They say it's a little bit like Reflexology. They give you a little information leaflet in the box, and it explains what they say it does. It gives you a sense of well-being through your body, and I mean, if that's anything to go by, that I can walk for a long, long way in my Re-Life boots. Love the grip underneath. That's fabulous. A lovely chunky sole, really, really nice. It's quite bikerish in design, but there's quite a lot going on. They always have a little bit of leather where the heel is inside, Re-Life, and the rest of it is man-made, so it's microfiber inside and man-made on the outside, so it's wiped clean. Lovely ruching going up and down the boot. The two colours to choose from, we've got it in the black, which is like a dusty sort of, or charcoaly black, with a bit of brown over the top of it, which is very, very nice looking boot, very nice looking boot, with a bit of sort of a bronzy sort of finish on, a brassy bronzy finish on all the bits of twine and on the zips and so on. And then the top, we've got this lovely knit finish, really gorgeous. On the brown one, it's got like an Aran knit at the top, whereas this one's got like more like a marl, but not grey. It's in more of a browny colour. Really beautifully finished off. Beautifully made footwear. Re-Life make fantastic footwear. Zip goes all the way down to the bottom to show you this lovely, almost sheepskin lining, but it is obviously microfiber all the way through. Very, very comfortable to wear. Very soft, very tactile. There's movement on the boot as well, even though it looks very chunky. You've got movement on it, and there's loads of toe wiggle room inside there. Just lovely boots.
Come on in, Sheila, because I have to say, I bought a pair of Re-Life boots last year. They're one of the comfiest boots I've ever had.
Definitely.
Are these comfy, Sheila?
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Love that knitted sock round the top here, which is just beautiful. And the linings are so incredibly cosy. But whatever that footbed is doing,
it's doing it right.
It is, definitely.
I think it is to do with reflexology, because I just felt so good and so easy. And I mean, they're just, we've all got the boots. There's no breaking in. They're just great.
No, they're
really
fabulous.
Lovely.
Yeah.
These are the Re-Life by Pavers knee-high boots. Well, they're kind of, I'd say, they're more mid-calf actually.
They are mid-calf,
Good size.
yeah.
Sizes 2 to 10. Black and brown are your colourways. They're $59.99. 312-834 is your order code.
Welcome to a show that you might not expect at this time of the year, actually. We're talking sports and we're talking casual all in one, but some really, really lovely styles for those days where you think, well, it's not an occasion and I'm not just around the house. I just want some kind of in-between.
Yes.
Might just be walking.
Yeah,
or
definitely. You know,
out and
your
about.
casual clothes. This is in between, sort of like the trainer look and a conventional shoe, actually. I think it's just a bit in between. And again, very lovely lines on this. It's a Skechers, obviously, so you've got all that comfort. Love the upper. It is actually a leather upper on this one, which is really nice. It's got a lovely feel to it. Inside, you've got that beautiful, beautiful memory foam, which just sinks down forever. That is so incredibly comfortable. A very smart-looking casual shoe, though. You probably can see the detail a little bit better on the brown, which is a really nice sort of like, I don't know, would you say more of a khaki brown?
Yeah, a little bit. Do you know what I love about the styling of these? Actually, usually when you get to the bottom of a Sketcher, it flares slightly out.
It does.
Or it rounds. And
very
actually, this
neat.
goes in.
It
makes
does.
it nice and trim. Because Skechers are always a little bit roomier, because they're an American company. They're always a little more roomier than I would say the equivalent UK style, which is really, really good. So it's nice that they taper back down as well. They come in under £50 as well. Look at that tread. It's wonderful. I love it. Linda, how do they feel?
Fabulous. I do think if you've got to try and get your 10,000 steps in, you know, because the NHS keep
Yeah,
telling us
that's
we've
right.
got to walk more, these would be so easy to do it in. You wouldn't even feel that you were walking. You feel like you're walking on air, to be honest with you. They are so comfortable, so padded inside, aren't they, Sheila?
Oh, beautiful.
Really
I mean, if
lovely.
you are trying to do a little bit more walking in your life, you do need something that's comfortable.
You do.
And also, this time of year, something with a great grip on the
'cause
underside
the
as well.
leaves as well, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And the wet.
But, you know, you don't have to wear sporty clothes with these. You can wear your traditional trousers, your jeans, and I think they look fabulous. I love that brown because it does show the detail of the stitching off a little bit better.
Yeah, it's like a bit of a chain stitch going across the top there, isn't it? It's very trendy as well, actually. Do you know what I mean? A lot of ladies think, actually, do you know, I want something that does, you know, keep with the times.
Yeah.
And I think this really does that perfectly. 316133 is your order code then. $48.99. It's brilliant. The materials that they make Skechers shoes from are well worth the spend, let me tell you, in my opinion. 316133. Sizes 2 to 9 as well, so a nice good broad sweep of sizes too. Now, we have found just the perfect thing for this time of the year. I'm thinking for something like a very long weekend in the lakes.
Oh, nice, yes. If you're doing a lot of walking, and we know in the lakes, what does it do? Rains a lot.
Oh, it does rain a lot, yeah, 'cause it's on the west side, isn't it? It's not on our lovely dry side of the Pennines.
No, not at all. So we do get a lot of wet weather, and it could be wet underfoot, but these are water resistant. It actually says on the side there as well. So that is fantastic. If you're out and about, you want to keep your feet lovely and dry, but they're not like a traditional walking shoe. They tend to be very heavy, do traditional walking shoes. Now, these have got flexibility. They're actually lightweight. I love the colours on this as well. It's got a lovely insole that's really lovely and cushioned. You've got cushioning around the heel cup as well, and a fabulous, fabulous grip underneath as well.
I think, as we say in Yorkshire, these will be great for uphill and downdale. Yes,
that's it.
Absolutely. You've got, sorry, my rubbish Yorkshire accent. I've only been here 4 years. Here are the two colours you've got there to choose from. We'll get letters now, I know. You've got the grey, which is trimmed off with a lovely, very, very sky sort of...
Turquoise.
Turquoise, yes, it is. It's a sky turquoise, isn't it? Of course, we see lots of turquoise in the sky. And you've also got the navy there with that lovely sort of fuchsia.
I was just going to say pink, but yes, probably fuchsia.
Okay,
Yeah.
fuchsia. Will you go with that, Linda?
Yes.
Fuchsia.
Yeah, fuchsia.
Yeah, it's a nice look, actually, isn't it?
It is. Do you know what? They've come on in leaps and bounds with walking shoes now. I mean,
Yeah.
my walking boots, I hate them.
so heavy.
They're dark brown, they're so
Yeah.
heavy, they're so clumpy. I feel very masculine wearing them, but these are really feminine walking shoe.
They're really
abs-
nice.
Really, really nice.
Sometimes when you wear a walking shoe, you kind of forget how big and bulky they are, and you end up tripping up on things
do.
as well, don't you?
Yeah, because they're so heavy.
You feel a right idiot, don't
Yeah.
you, sometimes? But these just look nicely profiled, chunky enough, yes, to be able to deal with a little bit more ruggedness when you're out and about, Linda.
Yeah,
I think
But
these
these
would
are
be a
fab.
good seaside shoe.
they would as well.
You know, if you've wrapped up for winter and
Yeah.
you're walking on the beach and it might be a little bit wet underfoot.
Wild waves.
Yeah.
It's
Well, you're
so
not probably
padded.
going to be paddling.
No.
No, but it can get very damp underfoot. That's fabulous. Really lovely.
There's
Gorgeous.
nothing worse than damp underfoot.
No, it's nothing worse.
No soggy socks. No
Oh,
soggy socks
no.
with these. No, not at all.
Steaming by the fire. Oh, we don't want any of that, do we? Anyway, 316092 is your order code for these. Grey and navy are the two colours there for you at a remarkable $39.99. Listen, if you want to give them a try, then just give us a call right now and we'll get them to you. Pair of Skechers now with another classic name. I love the names they give to theirs. These are the Flex Appeal 3.0 Go Forward.
There we go.
We're
gonna be
off.
Definitely going forward in these.
We're up and running.
It's amazing, isn't it, how they think of all those names. I have no idea what the 3.0 stands for, though.
Well, maybe there'll be a 4 and a 5 to come in years to come. Who knows?
Maybe. That's a good idea.
Yeah, this is the current top spec model.
But these are like the traditional Skechers trainers. I think they're lovely. Really incredibly lightweight. I mean, these are just great if you're going away somewhere and you needed to keep your luggage really light. Perfect. Now, I love the upper in this gorgeous navy, trimmed with this sort of beautiful lime green, which is lovely. And then the lining is a lime green. But you've got the air-cooled insole, which is all memory foam. So it's like a mesh. So hopefully it will keep your feet nice and fresh.
Lovely. Now, if these look overly bulky in the hand, by the way, don't worry, because you'll see how they're really nicely tailored when you see them on Linda in just a second. But you've got your two colours there, which are lovely. So you've got grey, which is, wow, I love that. It's a really lovely combination with the pink. And the navy, which is trimmed off with that lovely lime green. And they are gorgeous. Listen, take it as read that the Skechers are so recommended. Every time you see Skechers appear, or that name appear on this channel, whether it's myself or Julie or John or Sheila or Linda or Julia or any of our team, they will all say, please try them, honestly, because we've all got them. We all love them. They are absolutely brilliant. And the comfort goes right the way through the range, Linda, doesn't it? No matter whether you're looking at a boot, a shoe, or this or that.
They're so reliable, aren't they? You know, they've been going for years. You know, we can always go to our Skechers for comfort. My daughters love the Skechers as well. So they fit the young as well.
Yeah.
And my mother-in-law, in fact, got a pair of Skechers as well.
Yeah,
She's
no,
in her
absolutely,
80s.
yeah. I mean, they are ageless, really, aren't they? But you see what I meant about not having a foot in them. They might look a bit bulky, but you can see there on Linda. They're just right,
I can't
aren't
tell
they?
you how light they feel as well on the foot.
Yeah.
You know, so you get a lot of trainers that are so heavy, so clumpy, and your feet feel heavy wearing them.
Yes.
But
Well,
these
some
are
of
just
them,
light.
yeah, some of them as well. They might be actually a light trainer, but some of the components are a little bit too stiff. So actually, when you're moving around, they go a bit creaky and they make noises, and you think, oh, actually, I don't like that.
True.
And you'll stop wearing them for that reason. Because Skechers are one just great big squishy, lovely marshmallowy feel, aren't they, Linda?
They are wrapped in cotton wool and marshmallow.
Yeah. It's good, and we
love
all
this
deserve a
colour as
little
well.
treat.
Love this colour.
Yeah, it is nice,
Gorgeous,
isn't it?
pretty colour.
Yeah, it's definitely out of the two, I think, yeah.
That little neon stripe on there is lovely,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Beautiful. $44.99 and your order code 316013 for these gorgeous lovelies. Now, if you want to get down with the kids, then actually the chunky sole trainers are all around right now. But don't you just know the ones the kids are wearing, they're not comfortable at all.
But you know, with this one, yes, you've got the chunky base on this, but often with the kids, they've got this sticky out bit at
Yes.
the back, which I'm not keen on.
Like a clown boot.
Whereas these are very, very streamlined in their look, and they're a Sketcher, so you know you're going to get absolute perfect comfort. Both of them will go with Linda's outfit. I think the black is really nice. If you want something a little bit more understated, it's got like a really nice sort of canvas textile top, but inside that's where the happiness happens, because you've got the memory foam. You can't really see, but it's so deep and luxurious. It is beautiful.
They are amazing.
Just a simple lace up. Now you can do it the trendy way, which Linda has done, or you can just tie it your original way with the bow at the front there. But two lovely colours, the black and what a lovely lavender colour.
Yeah, it is really, really nice with the hot pink in there as well. I quite like, and I don't mind at all with my Skechers, is I'll put them in a cool wash as well. I mean, we don't, not necessarily a recommendation, but, you know, if they get a little bit grubby or whatever, you can wipe them clean as well, but there comes a point where you kind of think, actually, I'm just going to put them on a cool wash,
And
they
I
recover
put them
fine.
in one of those little zip
Yeah.
net bags.
And they always come out good as new and still as springy and
Yeah, they
bouncy and
do.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
And they look amazing, Linda.
I've got two daughters, and so I'm always having to wash their trainers,
Yeah.
and they do. They come out
They do
beautiful.
come out beautifully, yeah.
I love these. I think lovely. I
They
love
are
the
a
black.
nice colour.
I like the black. My daughters would go for black.
Yeah.
But I actually love this lavender.
Yeah.
It's a
really pretty.
nice colour.
It is.
And it's sort of edged with like a peachy pinky colour, which is really nice. But you can just see they ooze comfort.
Yes, and actually, isn't it nice, Linda? Just just a little injection of lovely colour at this time of the
it
year, where
is.
everything's so dark.
Dark,
Yeah.
greys, blacks,
Yeah.
browns. It's
Yeah.
nice to have a bit of colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice.
You're going to wear these all year round.
Oh,
Yeah.
for
You know,
sure.
all year round, and they're
Oh,
so comfortable.
yeah.
I mean, I've got Skechers in the boot of my car. I've got some near the back door. I always go to my Skechers for comfort.
Yeah.
I know I've got a lot of
Me
them.
too.
So lightweight, aren't they?
Very light.
And that is another joy of them as well, because the shock absorbency. I mean, never mind your memory foam insole, but the actual sole. You know, you don't feel a pebble, a bump, a lump, or anything, do you at all? It's like walking on a cloud, isn't it?
It is. And I just think they look fantastic. Yeah, the black would have gone with Linda's outfit,
Yeah.
but a colour with plain black always
Yeah.
works.
Yeah. $41.99 as well. It's a good price. A very, very good Skechers price tag, actually. Really good. 315820 is your order code for these then. Black or lavender, or maybe both. Remember, if it was both, that would be free P&P. Oh, do you know what? This makes you want to sign up for a class of some sort. I'm not quite sure what yet. We'll have a little think about that. But, you know, because this seat's quite comfortable. Do you know what I mean?
It is, yes. But I think, you know, if you're wearing the appropriate gear, you
Yeah.
could just wander across to... I was going to say switch your television over, but you don't even need that these
No,
days,
don't do
we?
that. We need all the viewers we can get. Actually, you're quite a good teacher and an inspirer to exercise
That's
as
right.
well.
But
so-
just wait till you see Linda. She's wearing the perfect
Oh, she is.
clothing for these, because when
Fit
I...
chic she's in.
Absolutely. When I look at... what is it called? Linda will know. Something looks.
Looks.
Yes.
Sports looks.
Sports looks, you see? That's what she's wearing.
Oh, I
Derek's
see.
looking a bit vacant now.
Right.
Yes.
Let's have a look. Let's show
Yes.
you what we mean. Come on down, Linda.
Yeah,
Yes.
sports
Come on
looks,
down.
you see?
That is the look,
Perfect.
isn't it?
This is
Yeah.
what I wear every day. I'm doing the school run, I'm taking the dog for a walk, and this is the footwear I need as well.
It's very
with
Cheshire
it.
set, isn't
It
it?
is, well, she did get that from Cheshire, she
Oh,
told me.
well, there you
Yeah.
go then. There you go.
But I think it's one of those looks that's very sort of smart casual. We do wear a lot of casual clothes these days. You know, we're not always dressed as if we're going out for dinner.
No.
But a normal trainer can sometimes spoil an outfit.
Yes.
Too heavy, very heavy. a
Too
lot of
heavy. Too sort of like as if you're going to the gym.
Well,
but I
you know,
just
sometimes
think
they're gaudy.
They are
Trainers
actually.
can be gaudy, can't they? They can lack femininity.
But these are lovely because you've got two different colours. You've got that midnight black, which is beautiful. You've got the grey, but actually you've got three colours because you've got the navy, but it's not on the table.
No, the navy has it's wandered off.
It has wandered.
It's gone off to a class, I think, but you will find it on the website if you pop in the details. the item number, the order code, which is 310512. So if you're on the Tinterweb, just go to pavershoes.tv and pop in 310512. These are a really, really lovely, tidy fit.
They are.
Nicely streamlined.
What's really nice about them, you've got the zip, which is always a really nice sort of look. It's finished off beautifully. And if your foot's that little bit wider, you don't have to bring that zip all the way up because you've still got that security with them. It's actually a leather upper with a little bit of textile on there as well, and then you've got the interior, which if you just look there, you've got extra padding right throughout the sole unit.
Love it! Very, very nice indeed. And you're looking at just $29.99, which is an amazing price as well. Remember, we do have a buy and try money back guarantee. Get them home, try them on at home and see how they feel. And you could be turning a new page. Really easy as well with that zip. Lovely. Lovely colour choices too. I like the fact that we're talking trainers at this time of the year, actually, because we tend to go into, you know, big boots and think of just cold, but actually, you know, in the house with the heating on and everything else, you want just regular run-of-the-mill shoes.
Well, the thing is, this is sort of in between a shoe and a trainer. It's got quite a smart sort of outdoorsy look about it. Now, it's a Relife, so you've got all the comfort that a Relife brings. With this one, on the side it says text, so it's water repellent, so it's going to repel the water away.
Yep.
So water resistant, which is really nice because obviously you're going to be out and about, maybe raining one day, there could be a little bit of snow, there could be a little bit of ice. So to have that where it just repels the water, that is brilliant. Now, the little nodules inside, that's going to give you all the benefits that Relife bring, all that lovely massaging, that comfort. I think it's a really nice upper on this. You've got the elastication down the side, so when you put them on, you've got extra give. You've got the little vents at the side there of elastication. And at the back, it's like a fabric running around the back there that's just going to give you that extra little bit of comfort around the heel. Now, it's all man-made, so really easy to keep clean. Fabulous grip underneath as well. We've got it in the two colours. We've got the black and we've got the grey.
They're really nice low profile as well. That's what I like about these. You can kind of see the quality, Linda, as well, can't you? Coming through, because it's a really, really lovely look. Now, Linda has got the grey on, and actually, are they grey?
Is it a bit mushroomy?
I think it is.
Yes, I think it's a bit mushroom.
Don't you think, though, in the winter, autumn, winter, we tend to dress a bit more casual anyway?
We do.
Yes.
It's all about layering and more casual, more comfort.
With all your knitwear and things like that.
Yeah, your joggers and your jeans
for sure.
and jumpers.
But you just want to be warm, don't you?
You do want to be comfortable and warm, don't you?
Yes.
And I think these, they don't look sensible. But do you know that word sometimes, you need your sensible shoes on.
Yes.
But what I'm meaning by sensible is because they're water repellent, they've got that great grip underneath, you've got the massaging effect, so it's going to keep all your feet nice and dry. You've got the comfort for walking in. They look really stylish, though.
They do.
Yes.
But they're going to fit something that's a little bit more sensible in dress, like your winter woolies and that type of thing.
Well, you know you could go walking, but then you know you could be quite smart enough to go in a pub for a drink.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds good, Linda.
It does.
Oh, who's getting the first round in? Oh, that sounds lovely. I could just do a nice liqueur coffee now.
Oh, nice.
Now we're talking.
Stop me now, we're off to the pub. 3159, responsibly of course, one at a time. 315947 is your item number then, black and grey, and an amazing price as well. Try a Relife today, under £40. Time for Relife now. Now, usually when we're talking Relife, we are talking bigger and chunkier, usually a pair of boots or something like that. This is brilliant, actually, because if you just want a good all-rounder for this time of the year...
I like this. I really do. It's sort of like a really good walking shoe.
Yes.
You know, if you're out through the fields, you know, on the moors, that sort of thing, it's that type of shoe. But if you are on your feet a lot, you want perfect comfort, you're in the right place with a Relife. This is fabulous. Yes, it looks great with the zip detail here, the laces, but I just think it's a fabulous, fabulous looking shoe. But inside, you've got those red nodules that go right through to the base of the shoe. And when you get these home, I know I've told you this many, many times, but there is a leaflet inside explaining all about the benefits of ReLife. And what it claims to do is actually give you sort of a feeling of well-being, and it gives you a slight massage on the foot.
Yes.
And what it does, it gets to those lovely pressure points within the foot.
And it's really difficult to describe what difference it makes. And, you know, again, lots of us have said, oh, well, you know, that'll just be a thing, won't it? And then we've tried them on and we've gone, ah, right, now I get it.
We understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
These are lovely looking, I have to say. And the 3 different colours you've got here are black, brown and navy. And they are really, really nice kind of profile. And I think if you do a lot of walking as well, but you don't like being encased in a great big walking boot, then Linda, these are perfect.
They are perfect, yeah, because they're so comfortable. You know, you could walk miles and you know your feet are going to be wrapped in comfort, which is great. You know, even take them away on holiday. You know if you're going to be doing lots of walking, you know, city break or something like that.
Are they furry on the inside, or are they?
It's actually like a microfiber that's a really lovely soft feel, but the insole is actually leather.
Okay.
So the upper is man-made, so if you're out there going through, you know, maybe a muddy field or a playground or something, you can actually just wipe these clean so they don't take any looking after whatsoever.
But I was just thinking, Linda, as well, if it's a very, very cold day, would you need woolly socks, or are you warm enough in just the shoes?
You can, yeah, I would. If
you'd wear a sock.
You'd wear a sock.
Yeah. But not necessarily
but you don't have to.
Winter sock.
No,
just an
ordinary sock, yeah. But I think these are fab. I didn't like them at first, I'm going to be honest.
I think on the table, they don't have appeal, do they?
But I think on, they look gorgeous.
Great.
I think that zip detail looks fabulous.
And I love that little bit of metallic running around the top as well, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of shimmer. They're nice and feminine, and yet they're built for the job, which is lots and lots of walking, isn't it? And you'll have these for years. I mean, you'll just love them. 308-259 is your item number then. Black, brown or navy, if you'd like to give them a try. Remember, delivery just a few days from us here at Pavers, a one low postage charge per order with us. So give us a call right now. These are lovely. These are lovely because if you like a nice colour choice, you've kind of got your traditional and your classic, and then you've got your must go to, which is the grey multi, which has got lots and lots of what you might normally think of as summer colour, but actually I think this will be sort of perennial. It will get you through the whole year.
Fantastic. I think all the colours are fabulous in this, but this one, the one at the front of the table there, is just delightful.
Gorgeous.
It's like a beautiful mosaic on the top there with all those gorgeous colours. And look at that shimmer on the upper around here, which is just beautiful. I think it's a really lovely styled shoe. Now it's a leather upper and it's a leather insole as well, and then you've got the zip to get you in and out, which is really nice, so easy to get on. But just look at that leather insole. All of that is lovely and cushioned. I think these are going to be fabulous. And if you're going maybe a winter little holiday, you know, a lot of people go away this time of year
to see the sun.
Absolutely. You know, whether it's the Canaries, Tenerife, you know, whatever.
Oh, stop it, Sheila.
I know, a little bit of sunshine would be lovely.
Stop it.
But what a great holiday shoe. But I think the other colours are fantastic. I think all of them are great. I love the sole unit, that white stripe down this one. On the others, it's more, well, actually on the black, it's black. On the navy, it's sort of more of a grey mushroom colour, same on the burgundy. Fabulous grip underneath as well. I wouldn't see these obviously in the gym, but more of a leisure weekend shoe, as Debbie calls it.
Yeah, definitely. Someone we know who likes escaping to the sunshine as often as possible. Linda.
I do, but I've not got anything booked now.
No?
No, nothing till next year.
You disappoint me, Linda. You've always got a holiday
to let you down. I know.
Oh.
Never mind.
Yeah, but
next year, maybe.
Next year.
Yeah.
Next year. But these are gorgeous. I love them. Absolutely love them, Derek. They are fabulous. I just think, you know, my daughters who are 17 and 21 would love them also, and I'm in my 50s. So I just think
across the age group,
they are for everyone. And you can wear them with anything.
Colour. I mean, you know I love that colour anyway,
I love
but
that colour.
I actually like it because of the stitching and also that pale sort of grey sole unit on it as well.
It's got a lovely sporty look, haven't they, Sheila?
Linda, can I just ask, because you're a standard fit, would you say these were standard or wider?
Ooh.
sorry to put you on the
Sorry,
spot.
putting me on the spot
I think
now.
probably
A bit
standard
wide.
actually.
Oh.
Oh, do you think so?
A little bit wider.
Maybe
I
in
think.
between the
Between.
two. In between the two.
I'll play referee and I'll say get them home and try them.
Right, yes,
Because you
good
never
idea.
know whether they're right for you unless you get them home and try them. 316942, black, burgundy, grey, multi and the navy are the 4 different colour options. They're just $29.99, so if you are torn between the colours, have a couple maybe? Right, time for a lovely, lovely handbag now, and I noticed we've got quite a few trend colours going on here,
I
Sheila.
know, especially that mustard, which is
Yeah.
really in fashion at the moment.
Massively.
And I've got the tan, which is more of a an orange colour, but how fabulous. I mean, we're calling this a shopper bag, which is just perfect. Really nice in size. Love it that it's got the 2 straps that will fit over your shoulder as well. But you've got a pocket on the other side here, which is really nice because that's more of a security pocket, so you could put your purse in there, your phone, tickets and things, and keep that close to your body. And then inside the bag you've got a zip on top, and then really cavernous, and if you can just see down here, oh, there we go, you've got, sorry about that, you've got a nice zip pocket there, but underneath the bag as well you've got these little studs, so it protects the bag when you're out and about and you have to put your bag on the floor.
And they are a good looking bag as well. Julie's got the mustard one here as well, and it's nice size wise as well as it is. And I love the contrast between the mustard in the bag and the tan straps as well. That's a lovely natty combination actually. So this comes in either black, Bordeaux, mustard or tan for a very affordable $27.99 actually, I have to say. For the look of the bag, this is a real nice one.
Wow, we are bringing you a fabulous new invention. We've all said we've got to have these. Moisturising spa gel socks. Fantastic.
Yeah. The inside is where the gel is. The outside has got the little patchery feet on underneath so you don't slip about. But it says, get your feet ready for summer. Jojoba oil, olive oil, vitamin E and lavender oil. They smell amazing. Helps to moisturise and soften your feet. The gel linings contain moisturising oils preventing a build-up of hard skin, reducing cracked heels, washable and reusable. But it's by hand wash only. It tells you that on the back.
I've got cracked skin on my
fabulous.
heels. Got
They're
to have
fabulous,
them.
aren't they?
Yes.
What a clever idea. Have a look at them on Sheila's feet. They look great.
But you know, you could wear them in bed at night.
You could. How do they feel, Sheila?
They feel really soft. It's really lovely and sort of jelly-like inside, but you can sort of feel it moisturising.
Yeah,
that's so it grips on the floor, which is really nice. But yeah, what a good idea.
I think I'm
But
going
if
to
you
get a pair
did
of
wear
these.
them at night, then because they'd stay on because of the sort of jelly-like interior,
Yeah.
you're not going to get them too dirty.
No.
And overnight, 8
Overnight
hours,
really will moisturise
you
your
really
feet,
will
won't it?
moisturise. Wow, what a brilliant
What
idea!
a brilliant idea.
Yes, literally, these are going to fly off. They are the Pavers Spa Gel Socks, 308161. I'll say it again, details on the screen, 308161, order code. Pink is the colourway and $8.99 is the price. Fantastic. I love this little shoe kit. You do as well,
I do,
Debbie, don't
yeah,
you?
I do.
You used to do it in red and black, and I have given so many away as presents.
A lovely
People
little gift.
love them because they're so compact.
So
now
neat.
this one looks very, very
Expensive.
expensive.
It does. It's in. We're saying it's bronze, but actually, when you get your hands on it, it's pewter. It's a very, very male-female colour. It doesn't really matter who you are. But it looks very expensive in this colour. I know that. It's got a name on there. A little button. Open it up to show you everything you need for your shoes, your leather shoes, everything. So you have 2 polishes in the old-fashioned polish tubs with a little twisty thing at the side. We've got black, which we all need black, and we've got a neutral for all the other colours. And then we've got the Shouchand brush here, which is a really nifty little brush, very handy, all under elastication to keep them in the place. Then we've got another little pocket here. This one has got the sponge inside it, so you've got your sponge there to rub all your polish in. And then we've got a finishing cloth, a microfiber cloth here to give it a good old rub, to get it a good old shine. And again, that's under elastication. And then at the back, again, elasticated strap around it, is a little shoehorn.
So
Every
clever.
single thing you need
for
in one.
$6.99 for yourself
Fabulous.
to take away. It's not heavy. You can
No, it's
pop
not.
it in your bag. You know, take it away. My dad would have loved this. He
So
loved
would mine.
polishing shoes.
Yeah, so would mine.
And that little old retro tin at $6.99. The order code for the Pavers Shoe Care Kit 127015.
Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really good, and the great thing is it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather.
So, Sheila, this is the ankle boot edition.
It is.
And we're starting off with a super best seller.
Do you know, we bring this out quite a few seasons and we bring out beautiful colours. We've just probably mixed it up a little bit this year. I think this one might be quite new, actually, the grey. But, do you know, it's so incredibly lightweight. It really is. And I think it's quite a dressy boot, quite a stylish boot. Because in our collection today, we've got something that's very casual, we've got dressy, we've got something actually for everybody. Beautiful leather on the upper. You've got the one-touch fastening, which you can open them right out. So if you have problems getting shoes on and off, these are really easy. And it's a microfiber lining with like cushioning in there as well, so it's going to feel lovely on the foot.
So your foot's going to be like cosseted inside there, isn't it?
Then you've got that little button detail there, which is really nice. Then for the heel, it's probably about 1.5 inches, but just cut into slightly, so it gives it a really nice shape. Slightly sort of oval at the front, which gives it a nice tailored
very elegant,
look. It's very elegant. We've got the 4 colours. I've got the grey. We've also got the black, brown, and we've got
the
burgundy.
brown's rich.
Yeah,
isn't it?
the brown is lovely.
Brown.
And you don't see lots of ankle boots in a brown.
No.
You know, so that is a really nice colour.
No, exactly. Julie's gone for the burgundy ones. Now, you see, again, there could be age range, trendy, funky, or your mum's sort of thing.
They could. Do you know, I think these would be great for my mum. She's got quite a slender foot and these are a wider fit, but because you've got the one-touch fastening, she could actually draw that right across.
Yeah, but also it's always worth checking on the website, isn't it? Because sometimes you do the same shoes in a different fitting than we're showing on the telly, don't we?
True.
So, Julie, tell us all about these.
Oh, I just absolutely love them. They're as light as a feather and they're really supportive. I mean, I've sort of tailored them to fit my little narrow feet, so they feel really secure and incredibly smart. I think they're very dressy.
And what's the lining like inside on your foot?
Soft, yes, very soft, very comfortable. Yeah.
You can see why they're a bestseller.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
you can. And is there enough room for your toes to wiggle?
They're wriggling right now. Yeah,
Very
they
good.
are well and truly spread
They're well
out
and truly
comfortable.
wiggling. 313332 is your item code number. These are Pavers leather ankle boots. Look at the size range, 1 to 9. Please check the screen for size availability. As I said, they are super bestsellers, these. They come in black, they come in brown, they come in burgundy, and they come in grey. They're £39.99. I know. 08450 99 91069. That's the telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and have a peruse and a buy on the web. What an array of colours, Sheila!
Well, you can tell that this is such a popular boot to actually have it in so many different colours. I think it's great. It's a lovely looking boot. And I love it that the cuff is different, slightly different colours on each one as well, so it makes it quite unique.
Did you want to go through the colours while we're looking at the table there?
Should we? So at the front you've got the navy, then you've got the black, Then you've got the tan, then you've got the burgundy, and then you've got the taupe.
Yes.
Yeah, what a fabulous boot. Really nice and chunky, and on the side, if you can just see here, it says Tech, so that's water resistant.
Nice.
So if you have got bad weather, it'll repel away from your boot. Obviously not going to go through puddles in it because you've got the zip there.
No, but if it's pouring down with rain, they're not going to get waterlogged. It's going to.
No.
It's like when you drip water on something, it runs off the surface. Doesn't
That's
it?
right.
Yeah.
You've got the mock zip here. You've got the like wraparound belt, which is all fixed. Then you've got the zip to get in and out of the boot. And inside, you've got this really fluffy, soft lining, which is absolutely gorgeous. So that's going to keep your feet really nice and warm. Not too furry, so it's not going to be overpowering.
Yeah.
And then you've got this really lovely, chunky sole as well. So which colour, because look at that cuff. If you just think about it, you could wear these boots with all sorts of different coloured knitwear, scarves, bags.
Yeah. Tan.
Do you think the tan?
I like tan.
Do you know? It's because Julie's probably wearing them. The taupe looks really good.
Come on in, Julie.
Come on in, I will do. Yes, I like this colour best. I think I'd go for this.
It's got like a mottled effect on the upper, hasn't it?
Yes.
A little bit more subtle on the actual cuff,
Knit.
but it has got purples and oranges and creams in there. I just think they're all a fabulous colour.
They're like
Aren't
a
they?
knitted sock poking through the top.
Yes.
aren't they?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
John,
Cute,
you're looking
isn't it?
Cute, really cute.
scrutinising Julie's boot.
I was just looking at the knitted effect, because it's got purple and cream and black and everything in that one, and orange, and like you say, they're all very, very different. I was just scrutinising to see where it actually sat on your foot.
The black is more of a neutral with
Monochrome.
the monochrome.
Isn't it,
Yeah,
the black,
that's
yeah.
right. But all the others have got lovely colours running through.
316197 is your item code number. Pavers water-resistant ankle boot. UK sizes 3 to 8. Which colour are you going to go for? Black or burgundy or navy or tan or taupe? Whichever you choose, it's going to cost you £39.99. You can wipe these clean as well if you get mud on them. 08450 99 99 That's your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to have a look at all the different colours and then buy them on the web. Now, do you know what? I saw these in our latest catalogue.
Yes.
Very unusual,
They're
aren't they?
very unusual. I think it's one of those you might look at and you think, not too sure. But I actually saw Julie wearing them and I thought, do you know, they're quite cute. But can I just tell you, this leather is sublime. It is beautiful.
I like that colour. The
And I mean,
khaki.
the thing is, if you want something a little bit different, but you still want all the comfort, the fabulous leather, these are amazing. Where would you see these just on a normal high street store?
Well, you wouldn't on holiday. They're the kind of things you buy on holiday, aren't they?
exactly. I think it's lovely. The ruching is all fixed.
Oh, so you can't ruche that up with the lace?
No, it's all fixed. You've got the lace there if you want
Look
to
at the
actually.
toggle at the end, or the eglet
Yeah,
at the
look,
end.
it's beautiful. And then to get inside them, you've got the little zip. And inside, you've got the most sumptuous leather, and that is encasing the whole of your foot. It is just beautiful.
What's the heel like then?
Well, you've hardly got any heel, but you have got a little bit of uplift there. It's all rubberised, so you've got great grip. But that's just going to keep you from being totally flat to the
of course.
floor. But you've got all that gorgeous flexibility as well.
What colours they come in then?
Right, well, I've got what we're calling khaki, but
It's Nocchicelli olive, that.
it is a bit like that, John.
I think they're called Nocchicelli, those lovely olives you get in Waitrose.
Yes.
Other shops are available.
Yeah, but they are lovely olives.
What's the middle
really
one,
nice.
then?
Then we've got the burgundy, and then we've got the navy, but it's a very, very dark navy.
You see, I like the navy or the green myself.
Yeah, me too.
But you've
Me
gone
too.
for the burgundy.
Yeah, I love this colour. I think they look amazing.
Oh, you can see how they move with your feet. The
Yes,
leather
yeah.
is just so supple.
Really
isn't it?
supple. Fabulous.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's something I'd go for.
Yeah,
but
that's the
on,
worry, because in the catalogue,
stunning.
in the picture in the catalogue, you're going to go, oh, well, actually, you do the catalogue too,
Yes,
don't
I
you?
do,
So you must have
yeah.
seen these. But,
And it's-
but
yeah.
then on the foot, they come alive.
They
don't
do come alive. They just look so designer.
Yes.
Can I tell you, I've just
Tell
made
you.
a big mistake because
Yeah.
with the laces,
Oh.
you can ruche it a
Fantastic.
little bit further.
I did ask.
And it's all elasticated, is the lace as well. I think that's fascinating.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So you
So
can
you can
make them
scrunch
more
it up as
ruched.
much as you like.
It's like theatre curtains.
Well, sort of. 316796 is your item code number. These are the Pavers flat leather ankle boots. UK sizes 3 to 8. Which colour are you going to go for? The burgundy, the khaki, or the navy? I like the navy and the khaki best. £49.99. These 08450 99 99 69. The telephone number www.pavershoes.tv. If you want to have a good look at these, have a look around them on the web. I like these because they've got like that Victoriana, excuse me, apron front on them.
Well, I thought you were going to say a little bit more like a spat.
Well, that's what the front would, yes,
yeah, which is really nice. I love that ruched effect down there, and it's the most beautiful leather, gorgeous leather upper, really soft, really tactile as well. You've also got a leather insole with this one, so everything is encasing your foot in leather.
And what's up the side of the boot
It's
then?
actually a microfiber, John, and these boots are so lightweight. So that is slightly padded as well. So you've got all that cushioning inside too. What I do like, the feature at the side, is this little button detail, which is just really nice, just to finish it and bring it all together, because it looks like this has been wrapped round and attached, but it's all within the boot. Again,
Does that not open then, that button? That's
no,
just for fancy?
Just for fancy, John. This is a beautiful burgundy, which I do like, but it's like it's been antiqued on the leather, which is gorgeous. Then you've got this nipped-in heel, which is really nice, probably about 1.5 inches, and this just a gentle oval toe, which is really, really lovely. Size range 3 to a 9, which is great, and we've got some good colours in this, really nice colours. Well, looking at the table, I'm just focusing on this one here. We're calling it tan, but it's a very pale tan, isn't it?
You'll see it in a second because Julie's got it on. The other colours, very quickly, are burgundy, navy and black. The navy is a dark navy, isn't it? Look at them on Julie then, because what colour would you call it then?
Well, I don't know. It's like a toffee.
Biscuit. Oh, yeah, toffee.
Oh, yeah, an oatmeal biscuit.
Okay,
yes.
It has to be an oatmeal.
Yes, oatmeal biscuit. But look, it's all burnished around the toe cap there. And I like that colour. It's just a little bit. Actually, it goes so well with Julie's blouse.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, it's a little bit Western style.
Yes, a little bit. Yeah. But aren't they lightweight, Julie?
Oh, so lightweight. These are absolutely gorgeous. I think these are really gorgeous boots. I love that burnished look. Very, very comfortable, very flexible. And
Do you know, I think they look even... I love them on the table, but I think they look even better on the foot.
And that ruching down the front is not going to move, it's fixed?
No, it's all fixed, yeah. But I like that.
No, it's good, because it's not going to change shape then, is it, when you're wearing it?
Yeah.
316380 is your item code number on these. The Pavers ruched leather ankle boots. A UK size is 3 to 9. Really good size range, like Sheila just said. Which colour are you going to go for? The black, the burgundy, the navy, or the very unusual tan? Because it's not a tan, is it? £47.99. Now remember, they are leather, and they've got a textile and leather insole of the shoe as well. 08450 99 99 69 www.pavershoes.tv for the web. Oh, I love that red boot. I think it's gorgeous.
Aren't they just lovely? I think, you know, I never used to go for sort of really bright colours when it came to autumn, winter, but I am changing slightly, and I think this red is superb. Love the styling of it. It's really nice and simple, and actually it feels like the most beautiful, beautiful suede, but it's not. It's all man-made. You've got the elastication down the side here where the ankle goes, so you've got lots of give. You've got the zip at the side that comes right down to the bottom, opens out, and you've got a really nice tactile lining inside, which is lovely. And then you've got this wood effect heel, which is not too high. I think that is really nice. Now, it's a lighter colour, actually, on the red.
Yes, because on the others, it's slightly different on all the others, isn't it?
On the black, it's more of a really dark grey. On the tan, it's more of a brown. And on the blue, it's more of a grey. Yeah.
There they are. They're the 4 colourways. So you've got black, cognac, we called it, and navy and red, $39.99. I think they're very stylish. I think they're going to look gorgeous with jeans, gorgeous with tailored trousers.
Definitely. I mean, the thing is, depending on what colour you go for, like with Julie, she's wearing
Well,
the tan.
let's bring Julie in. She's wearing the tan one.
Maybe a little bit more of a... Cognac, yes, maybe more of a country look or a really lovely tan leather jacket or something like that. But Julie, aren't they a fabulous colour?
Oh, they're fabulous. As soon as I saw them on the table, I thought,
Yeah.
wow, I love the ones I'm wearing. I'd probably go for these, actually. But the red,
Yeah,
oh,
it's really nice.
Stunning,
Yeah,
yes.
I love
stunning.
that
Hard
red.
to choose. And comfortable, amazing, really lightweight, easy to get on, and look, sort of like knockout, don't they?
Yeah.
These are going to be a really good fit for you because these are a standard
Yeah,
fit.
they're perfect.
So they fit perfectly on your foot because you are a standard
Yes,
fitting.
yes,
Yeah.
so they're absolutely perfect.
I like the height of the heel as well. It's a nice size heel,
It
isn't
is,
it?
yeah. And also you've got a really good grip underneath, so it's not slippy slidey at all. Fabulous boot.
And also, they've not skimped on that. The elastic's only on one side, it's only on the outside.
Yes.
They've not skimped with the elastic panel, have they? They've got
No.
a nice, wide elastic panel.
And
And then it's got that little top stitching detail just underneath the panel as well.
And then you've got the little tab at the back there too.
These are lovely. 315-835 is your item code number. The Pavers Chelsea ankle boot. UK sizes 3 to 8. Now, which colour are you going to go for? There's the plain black. We've then got cognac. We've got navy, which is a very, very rich navy. We'll see all the colours in a second. And then the red. Really, really gorgeous colours there. At £39.99. 08450 99 99 16. That's the telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and buy them on the web. When I worked at Theatre Clwyd, which will have been 1983-ish, I had some boots almost identical to this.
Did you?
Yep. With the same
Wow.
fur lining and everything. In the brown. I had mine in the brown
Yeah,
anyway.
but they are quite a unisex look,
Yes,
aren't they, really?
But also it was that androgyny look anyway.
Yes,
It was that kind
yeah.
of denim and heavy boots
Yeah.
look anyway.
But I think these are lovely. They're a little bit longer as an ankle boot.
Yeah, because that's called a long ankle boot.
Well, it is, John, yes, it is. But I think that's really nice because if you wanted that look, you know, a chunky boot with a shorter skirt, with your tights, with your knitted tights and things, I think that would work really well.
Yeah.
Love this wrap round belt, but you don't need to adjust that. That is just there, just for embellishment.
Yeah.
Love this navy. Well, we're actually we are calling it
Navy. It's been a long day.
Now, just on the side here, it says text, so it'll repel water. Not fully waterproof because you've got the zip there, but it will repel water. So if you've got a really bad day or it's snowy or anything,
Yeah.
that's going to help. And also, because they're a man-made upper, literally just wipe them clean. A really fabulous chunky sole, and if you're just wondering what this is...
Yeah, mine didn't have that.
No, but you see, you didn't have Relife.
No.
You didn't, but that's the Relife nodules that go right through the boot into the insole, which gives you this lovely massaging effect. But I've got to show you the lining.
Oh, hurry up.
please. Look at that. How cosy is that? That's like a lovely faux fur. And then here, all man-made, but it feels like sheepskin.
Okay, what colours have we got then?
We have got the navy, we've got the black, and we've got the tan.
You see, my boots for the tan, we go clubbing wearing stonewashed jeans, the boots tucked with the jeans tucked into them, the plaid shirt, and then a denim jacket with fur trim on it in the middle of summer. Come on in, Julie.
Oh, that's a look.
It was a look in 1983. They look lovely on.
They're fantastic on, aren't they? I think if I was to go with them, I would go with the black because they've got that sort of bikey look about
Yes.
them.
Yeah.
But I also absolutely love these. I think they'd look great with all sort of beiges and Aran sweaters. And
Yeah, oh yes, definitely. And of course, like, it looks lovely with the blue, like you just got
Does.
straight with a straightforward blue denim there.
Yes.
Looks really lovely with the blue denim as well. Which ones are you going for, Sheila?
I actually like the blue.
Oh, okay then.
Yes.
Just be different, I would. They just look really... Oh, I like that. And also, the strap is a different colour on each one, isn't it? So the black one's got a dark brown strap on the top. Oh, they all got dark brown?
No,
Am I
the
going...
tan's got a dark brown and then the navy's got more of a tannish colour.
315961. Relife by Pavers. Long ankle boot. UK sizes 2 to 10. They come in the black, they come in the navy, and they come in the tan. £49.99. Remember, they're a man-made fibre. Just wipe these clean. 08450 99 99 69. That's the telephone number to ring right now if you want these. Or, of course, www.pavershoes.tv if you want to buy them on the web. Now, these are kind of a formal boot, but made kind of a little bit informal, aren't they?
Yeah, still I think quite a casual boot, but
yes.
it's got a simplicity about it with this
But a
one.
Chelsea boot you'd normally think of as stylish and dressy
Yes,
uppy,
you
wouldn't
would.
This is like a dressed down version,
Yeah,
isn't
because
it?
you've got that really nice chunky sole
Sole,
there.
yeah.
You've got the elastication here that a Chelsea boot would normally have, with a little bit of embellishment with the stud work, but all that's elasticated, so you've got a lot of give when you're actually wearing them.
Yeah.
You've got a brown tab at the back, which just, oh, you can't actually see that that's brown, can you? It's a really deep chocolate brown. And then to get inside the boot, the zip comes right down to the bottom, and you've got that beautiful lining that's so soft. It's like the best sheepskin, but it's all man-made. Then inside, Real Life always has those little red nodules. So once you pop your foot inside, you've got all that comfort and all those properties that Real Life give. And when you get your box home, you'll get this little leaflet inside. Can you just see that? And that'll tell you all about Real Life.
Can't you see the sole? Because
Yeah.
it's like, I used to have soles like that on my shoes, like donkeys years ago.
And I bet they were really heavy.
Oh, no, totally,
Yes,
totally. Yeah.
but look at all that grip. This is really lightweight. Those little nodules go right through, so it's like acting like a shock absorber.
Oh, is that
for
what it
anything
is?
that you're sort of walking on, any pavements, any sort of like cobbly streets, that type of thing. So I think it's a really nice, neat boot, still casual, but we've got two colours. We've got the black.
Are there
and
lots
we've
of
got
cobbly
the brown.
streets round your way then?
There's quite a few cobbly streets. Yeah, if you go up to Haworth.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
very
yes.
cobbly.
Yeah,
very, very
exactly.
cobbly.
Sorry, you were saying about the
Yeah.
colours.
Yeah, black and brown.
Okay, come on in, Julie.
I'd like to go to that village, the Hovis village, with all the cobbles.
But that's Home Firth, isn't
Yes.
it?
Is it?
Yes.
But
yeah.
Homefirth's not all like that.
No,
There's only
it
little
isn't.
bits like
But
that.
Haworth's very cobbly.
Anyway, shall we
Yeah.
just talk about the shoes, ladies?
We shall.
How comfortable are they, Julie?
I would wear these on cobbles without any problem. They are so unbelievably comfortable, got great grip.
Yeah.
And I think they're really stylish. I love them with my jeans. They look really cool.
They do look good.
And weight-wise?
Oh, light as a feather. Really.
It's weird,
amazing.
isn't it? 'Cause you
Amazing.
imagine they're going to be slightly heavy.
Yes,
I'm just
you
so
do.
used to men's shoes, which all seem to be heavy. I think they're lovely. 315960 is your item code number. These are the Pavers shock-absorbing Chelsea boots. Look at that size range. 2 to 10. I mean, where else? 2 to 10. They come in the two colours. They come in black and brown. I would say the brown was more of a dark tan than a brown. £49.99. They are man-made fibres, so just wipe them clean. Give us a call at 8450 99 99 69. Of course, you can always come in on the web, www.paversshoes.tv. Now, we do several different kinds of boots with knitted cuffs, and I'd say these were more, not formal, but some of them are very, very relaxed, aren't they? Whereas
Yeah.
I think these are kind of a bit more...
I think these are quite
Shaped.
robust
Oh,
in a
okay.
way.
Is that the word you're looking for?
You could actually use these as a really good walking boot, as in like out hill walking if you needed to. But I just think they're a fabulous boot. You know, when it becomes really cold and you want your feet to be perfectly warm and you want to be secure, because look at that grip underneath. These are going to be fantastic. But you've got all that comfort of that knitted cuff round the edge here. Now it's got a workable zip on the inside to get you in and out of the boot. And look at that beautiful lining. That is gorgeous. And then inside you've got the little... Oh, heck, here we go again. You've got the little red nodules.
Yeah, you can see it that time.
Yeah, that Real Life is all about, and that feeling of well-being. But I just think these look really sort of chunky. You can imagine when the cold days come wearing lots of lovely chunky knitwear with these. Don't you think? No?
I hate it.
Oh dear, I like it. Big fires.
I like it if I know I can go home to a big fire, but not if you're trying to get through the snow just to
No,
work.
that is very true, because we all have to travel a long way, don't we?
Yes,
So it's not great.
Exactly.
But still, these are a lovely boot, and I love this colour, the
So
burgundy.
you've got the burgundy. What are the other two colours called?
Right,
then?
we've got the navy and we've got the brown.
Okay, now Julie, you've gone traditional with brown this
I
time.
have gone traditional. I think these look really nice. They are so comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm actually secretly like you looking forward to big jumpers
Yeah.
and boots and fires.
I like it on a day off, that's all I'm saying.
Yes, on a day off, I
Yeah.
totally
but
agree.
But really, you know,
Not when you're commuting.
Well, I live in a little village with
Yeah.
no snowplow.
Yeah.
We've got a little tub of salt as you come into the village, and that's about it. Anyway, I think these are gorgeous. I like the blue ones myself. Oh, I've just noticed a difference, right? Look on the back of the cuff.
Oh,
Right?
yes,
on the back of
we've
the heel,
got-
You've got different colours on them.
It's like a pewter, isn't it, at
Yes.
the back? Which is really
Oh, they've all
nice.
got the same colour.
Yeah.
They've all got the same pewter on the back. Well, that's nice. That's a nice
And I
touch,
love the
isn't it?
stitching as well. The stitching's really nice on them.
But the tab is a different colour on each of them.
It is. On the burgundy, it's got like a dark brown tab. On the navy and on the brown, it's got a tan.
Lovely,
Yeah.
aren't they? I think these are lovely. 312839, Relife by Papers, lightweight. We didn't talk about that. They're lovely and lightweight, aren't they?
They're very lightweight.
Lace-up ankle boot, UK sizes 3 to 9. They come in brown, they come in burgundy, and they come in navy. They are £54.99. Now, the Man-Made 5 member, you could just wipe these clean. Wider fit, we're saying. Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69. The operators are waiting to take your call. Of course, you can always buy on the web, www.pavershoes.tv. Oh, I'm liking the colours of these because we have other boots, don't we, with like a knitted
Yes, we do.
cuff around the top, but
They're all a little bit different. Love the colours on this. I think it's a really cute little boot.
Yes,
this.
it is, yeah.
I think it's gorgeous. I've got the blue, and I love the shaping down the front there. It's sort of like a pleated
it's a
design.
very grey blue, isn't it?
It is quite. It's more of a denim-y. I can't even say denim
Elephant,
now.
I'd say.
Yeah, it is a bit elephant. But how cute is that? It is lovely. Now, to get inside, you've got 2 zips, so you can open them right out and just look at that lining. How fabulous is that? Now, it's not real sheepskin, but it looks like sheepskin and feels like sheepskin as well. The upper's all man-made, so it's really easy to keep clean. But inside, you've actually got a leather insole. So that's going to help your feet breathe. And then you've got the little red nodules, which is all what Relife is about. And when you actually get these home inside the box, and I'll show you the leaflet, but this explains all about the benefits of Relife. And it's a feeling of well-being, and that just goes right through your body as well. So it's a really nice sensation when you wear them. Now, on the side of the boot, you've got here, it says Tex. So what that means is it's waterproof up to here. So if you are going through sort of real wet weather or it's snowing, it's icy...
Is it not the fabric on the top? That's not treated?
No, it's all waterproof to there, but this will be water resistant.
Oh, okay.
Because obviously you've got the zips, so it's very hard to make that completely waterproof, but all of this is waterproof, and this is water resistance. And then at the back here you've got this sort of knitted cuff which is all padded.
And very quickly, what colours have we got for
Right, I'm holding the blue, then we've got the black, we've got the burgundy, and we've got a lovely tan.
Okay, Julie, come on in, because you've got the... Well, we're saying burgundy again. It's more of a cherry pillar
It's a
box red,
cherry,
isn't it?
yeah, and it's all been worked into.
Yeah.
You've got that like burnished toe, which is lovely.
They look quite lightweight, Julie.
Very lightweight. Yeah, they fit really well. They're incredibly comfortable and very lightweight. Oh, I'll just pull the trousers up so you can see that a bit. So I took my jeans in there, actually.
You could do
wear
either,
sort of thick
couldn't
socks
you?
or something
Yeah.
to fit your jeans into. But yeah, they look fantastic. They're so nice to wear and quite trendy.
Yeah, exactly. 312836 is your item code number. Relife by Pavers, zip fasten ankle boot. UK sizes 3 to 9. Brilliant size range, but please check the screen for size availability in the colour that you're going to choose. But which are you going to go for? Black or blue or burgundy or tan? £49.99. 08450 99 99 69 www.pavershoes.tv. Now, a friend of mine, she's got these. She does the Christmas market in York.
Yes, and do you know who that could be?
No
that
idea.
could be me. Do you know, I love them. I've had them, I don't know, is it 3 years now, John? And they are so comfortable, I can't tell you. But it's Relife.
Yeah.
And Relife are just untrue. It's all to do, if I just show you inside, first of all. Actually, let's undo the zip so you can see it properly.
Yeah, come on, she.
Yeah, the little... Oh, can you see? You can't see
Still can't see it.
No! I think... Can you? You can? Just there?
No.
There we go.
Show us on the bottom of the shoe.
The little red nodules that go right through the heel, and this is, well, if you read the leaflet in the box, it'll tell you all about it, but it's a little bit like reflexology.
Right.
And all the sort of like goodness that brings, and it gives you like a little bit of a massaging effect, but they are so comfortable. Inside it's like a big furry carpet. It's just gorgeous. And then you've got this knitted cuff around the top there, which is fabulous, and then you've got the laces, which actually once you've laced them once, you won't need to do that again.
Exactly. What colour have you got then?
I've actually got the blue. Now I think it's more like a denim blue, and it's like a mottled effect on the top there. This zip is just there for fancy. You've got a fabulous sole unit, really tough, you know, for outdoors, whatever the weather. Now it's not leather, it's man-made, but it does look like the best leather going, but you just literally just wipe those clean.
Okay, so what's the colourways we have?
Lovely colours. We've got the blue, which I'm holding. We've got the taupe, which is this one, which is a bit like a light khaki colour. And then we've got the wine.
I think that you can get another pair.
Well, I don't need another pair because they've not worn down.
No, but then you might go, oh, she comes again in her blue boots.
They're not blue. Mine are tan.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said you've got the blue ones.
No, no.
Come on in, Julie, because you've got the wine ones on.
Yeah. Absolutely, I can vouch for the comfort. Amazing. I can see why you can spend 2 months in them standing on a Christmas market.
Well, Debbie's got these, and Julie Peasgood's got them as well. Yeah, and we've all were blown away by the comfort. And can you just see on the front of those, it's got like a burnished toe cap?
Yes.
Yeah, which is really, really nice.
I like the way as well they've all got different coloured cuffs on them,
knitted cuffs, yeah.
310448 is your item code number. These are Relife by Pavers knitted cuff ankle boot. UK sizes 2 to 10. They come in the blue, the taupe and the wine. They're £49.99. Fit-wise?
They're a wider fit.
Comfort.
Yeah.
Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, www.pavershoes.tv to buy these on the web. Now, these look very serviceable,
They do, John, but can I just tell you, I bought my first clogs, it's probably about 18 years ago, Flyflop clogs, and they are fabulous, and they have got such longevity, it's untrue. Now this is like a textile upper that is so cushioned and padded. It's like, remember back in the day you used to buy Airtex, you know, that was really breathable? Well, it's a similar upper to that, which is lovely. Then inside you've got this anatomic footbed. Now this is all leather, and you can see it says anatomic in there, and what that means, you pop your foot inside, it sinks down and it remembers your footprint. So every time you put it on, it's bespoke to you. Then you've got anti-shock in this gorgeous base here. So every step you take, you are cushioned. Now, I would say this is more of a fair weather clog. You could either wear this as a slipper, or you could wear it outdoors, but make sure it's not raining, because it's not waterproof.
Do you think that's what makes it one of our super bestsellers?
I think it is a super bestseller, because if you've never tried a fly flop, this is one to go for, because I think at $19.99 for a fly flop is absolutely fabulous.
Before Linda comes in, let's just go through the colours, because there's a variety of colours, but they're all, I don't want to say serviceable.
No, they're a bit more muted, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, but I think fabulous colours. You've got the black, you've got that really nice grey, it's like a gunmetal grey.
Oh, yeah.
You've got the burgundy, which is one of my favourite colours, and then you've got the navy.
I like the burgundy ones in these. Anyway, actually, Linda's got the burgundy ones.
I like the burgundy ones as well.
Now, you don't mind us saying this, you have foot issues, don't you?
I do.
And I bet these are really comfortable.
Really lovely, absolutely fabulous. You've got that anti-shock, which is great, because every time you walk, look at that sponginess.
Yeah, you've got all that squidge there, haven't you?
That is fantastic. That is really, really comfortable. As soon as you put your foot into them, they are so. I've got a few friends that are hairdressers actually, and they always wear fly flops because they're on their feet all day long.
Now, the fabric going over the top, does that just moulding itself to your foot?
It does, yeah, absolutely. Great flexibility as well. That's why fly flops are so fantastic, because they think about everything, don't they? They're lightweight, they're easy to walk in, but so comfortable underfoot and inside as well. Nothing's rubbing at all. And $19.99. £4.99 for a fly.
I know, fantastic.
Oh,
And
that's
as you just said,
fantastic.
you've had yours for nearly 20 years.
Yeah, I have.
so-
Yeah.
How brilliant. 309914 is your item code number. These are the Flyflot Casual Clog. Now, look at the size range. A 1 to a 9. Where else can you go and get the same shoes, sizes 1 to 9? They come in black, they come in burgundy, they come in grey, and they come in navy. I'm quite loving the burgundy. £19.99. 08450 99 99 690 telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to buy them on the web. Sheila, what's this show called?
Do you know it's Flyflot Favourites?
Well done. I couldn't say it. That's why I asked Sheila to get it. So a whole show of gorgeous Flyflots.
And I mean, haven't Flyflots come on leaps and bounds?
Totally.
I mean, you've got so many different styles, and if you looked at this shoe, you would never believe that was a Flyflot.
not at all.
These are actually made in Portugal. It's a different system of making a Flyflot, but using the most beautiful leathers. This has got the most gorgeous patent leather upper, which is just lovely. We've got it in 3 colours. But look at that wedge. I think that is fantastic. I'm seeing this definitely with opaque tights.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, a smart pair of trousers as well. But I just love the simplicity of that front.
Yes.
I think it is gorgeous. Quite deep at the side as well. Lots of foot coverage. Then inside, you've got a really nice shaped inner sole that's all beautiful leather as well. I think it's a gorgeous shoe.
That sole, what's the finish on the wedge?
Well, it's just a really matte finish, and it's sort of rubberized. Then you've got the great grip underneath as well.
So we've got 3 colours. We've got the black patent, which you've got. We've got the burgundy patent, and we've got the plain black. The black is, I presume, just a leather, a normal leather. But the wedges are the same on all 3, are they?
Yes, they are, but I love that burgundy. If you look at it closely, it's sort of got... It looks
Well,
like...
let's bring Julie in, because she's got it on now. It's got what?
It's sort of... They look like... Oh, this sounds really silly, but they look like they've got clouds underneath.
Marbled.
Marble. That could be it. Not clouds, marble.
Yes. But yeah, isn't that lovely? I don't know if you're going to see that on your telly so much,
No.
but it's worked into, like, it's got the softest, most gentle marbling going on within the burgundy leather there.
Like a really expensive kitchen top.
Oh, don't be saying that. Julie, how do they feel?
Oh, they're just divine. They feel like clouds, actually.
See? There we go. New
Yeah.
clouds are coming into it somehow, Julie.
They are. They're really lightweight, and I just love the way they look on the foot. On the table, I thought they might look a bit big.
Yes,
I don't
a bit
know.
clumpy,
But
yeah.
actually, they're very elegant indeed.
Now,
and
what
they're gorgeous.
fitting would
They're
you
a
say?
wider fit, so what we used to call comfort, slightly wide on Julie's foot.
But they're not gaping,
They're
are
not
they?
gaping because it envelops the foot beautifully.
does it?
It does, John.
315973 is your item code number. The Flyflot lightweight, that's why they don't feel heavy. They're lightweight, wedge heel pump. UK sizes 2 to 9. 3 different colourways there. The black patent and the burgundy patent. £49.99. Leather upper, leather insole. You know how to buy on the telephone number 08450 99 9969 or of course on the web.
Got a lovely little leather ankle boot for you now. Size range grey, 1 to 9. It also comes in grey and navy. We just don't have that on the table at the moment.
But if you look online, and you'll see the picture there, and you know, be able to look whether you like it or not. But it's a really good range in colours. We will always keep this boot. This boot, it comes from a range of others from the manufacturer that we keep every single year, year on year. It's a wider boot. There's tons and tons of room in it. You can see by the depth of it here, the depth around the ankle area here. There's lots and lots of room in it. Face on, it doesn't look particularly wide, but trust me, it is a wide boot. You've got all this work going on that doesn't go through to you inside. You've got stitching that give it that's one of the reasons it looks narrow, because of the stitching coming down to an elegant shaped toe. But once you open the 2 zips, which is how you get them on, obviously, inside microfibers and leather footbed. But this footbed inside here, like I'm sure Sheila will tell you when she comes on, is so shaped and amazing, especially for the arch of the foot. The cosseting and comforting that it gives you inside there. And of course, none of these seams come through to you on the inside. It's fully lined. It's on a little wedge that's nipped into very, very slightly. You see there, just very, very slightly, of about an inch or so. And underfoot, great safety with all these ridges there, so for whatever surface you're walking on. Again, I would advise you to use a waterproofing or water resistancy spray on it to keep it looking as good as it does. And that's it, basically. It's one of those that just sells. 1 to 9, you've got a fantastic size range and a great price for all leather.
Yep.
Let's have a look at the burgundy one, Sheila.
That's a nice shade.
It's a nice
burgundy.
shade.
It is beautiful
Yeah.
shade, but the comfort is sublime. It really does contour your foot. You know, when you pop your foot inside, like you were saying, Debbie, there's quite a lot of shaping
There is.
on that footbed as well. I like it that it comes a little bit further up the leg, so if you did want to wear opaque tights, it'd look nice, because it's nice and neat round the top. And also, that padding round here is beautiful as well, but really flexible, soft, really to the touch as well. I just think it's a fabulous boot. And yes, it's a little bit wide for me, but because it's a boot, I can get away with it,
Yes.
because I just wear a thicker sock, you know,
Exactly.
inside.
Yeah. And it would
Again-
look great with opaques or your skinny
Yeah.
jeans, or it's
it
a
would,
very
yeah.
versatile little ankle
Very
boot, this
versatile.
one. And as we said at the top of the show, Sheila's modelling the lovely soft burgundy. There's the black, which is obviously always popular, and there's a very nice grey and a navy online as well. So all you've got to do is go to paversshoes.tv, see the whole range, or pick up the phone 08450 999969. You're asking for the Pavers wider fit dual zip fastening leather ankle boot, sizes 1 to 9, $44.99.
Oh, Sheila, I love these. I love that pattern. I've not seen these before.
Do you know, these are happy slippers, John. They are. They brighten somebody's day. I think they're gorgeous with that lovely floral detail. Now, is that applique or what's that,
Oh,
John?
you're asking me now.
What would you?
I've got
You've
my
not.
glasses on.
He's not got his specs
I've got
on.
my glasses here. Let me have a
But
look.
I think that is... Oh, no, right.
No, that's
Okay.
embroidery.
Is that
That's
embroidery, John?
embroidery,
Thank
yeah.
you very much. But a really lovely, like a felt feel on the upper. And then you've got this beautiful, soft, like faux fur, which feels so silky. Obviously, it's all man-made. Then you put your foot inside and it feels like the most gorgeous velvet. And then you've got that lovely cushioning as well. But they're quite a robust slipper because you've got this sole unit that's like rubberized. So you're going to have great grip underneath. So you're not going to be slippy sliding around. But I really like a mule slipper.
No, I do as well. But you know what? They'd be good for your bin room, wouldn't they?
They would, John. Yes, they would. I mean, John keeps going on about my bin room.
She's got a room that's got a bit for her bins. It's just one room in a house, and all that's in it are her bins.
Yeah, but it's outside as you're walking towards the house. It's just on the right-hand side. But you can put lots of things in there.
Exactly.
But yeah, these would be great for that. But I think two colourways. You've got this lovely sort of blue floral, then the pink floral is just gorgeous.
Which one's your favourite? Which one's like best?
It's really difficult. I think probably I'd normally go for blue, but I think the pink's lovely.
Well, Linda, you've gone for the pink one.
I've gone for the pink. They're gorgeous, aren't they? I think with a nice pink dressing gown to match, they'd look really nice. Don't you think? Nice pink pyjamas.
We have to have
Oh,
matching
you have
dressing
to?
I
gowns.
know.
Yeah, you do have matching.
But could you wear those on the farm?
Yeah, because they've got a great sole unit, so I could go outside,
exactly.
could go outside and put the bins out.
And feed the chickens?
Yeah, I think they're really lovely. I think
I don't think Linda's got
really-
chickens anymore.
Oh, you see, I've got this
Chickens.
vision of Linda stepping out of this gorgeous farmhouse.
In a gingham dress.
In a gingham apron with a matching
a bit like Doris Day.
Yeah, and feeding the chickens like that. No.
No, sorry, John.
No,
You've
no.
ruined a what's it there?
But she's got a lovely big fire, so she could be cosied up in front of the fire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got
Well,
it.
I've seen pictures inside, and it's the least looking farmhouse you've ever seen.
Well, it
Like
is.
a luxury boutique hotel. Anyway, should we get back to the slippers? Do you like the pink or the blue best?
I like the pink. I
And
think
are
they're
they
really
comfortable?
cheerful. I think
They
they're
are
really
cheerful,
comfortable, really lovely, cosy inside, really nice and warm. But got a great sole unit as well. So
I think
if you go
they're
outside, you're not going to slip. If it's wet outside, maybe a few leaves out there. I think They're lovely.
Exactly. 316444 is your item code number. The Pavers Floral Slipper Mule. UK sizes 2 to 8. You get them in the blue floral or the pink floral. I've just noticed the price. £19.99. All you need to do is give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, or of course www.pavershoes.tv to come in and have a look and buy on the web. Aha, there
there you are. Right, OK. Oh, I just sounded a bit Alan Partridge
You
there, didn't I?
did, yes.
Oh, I'll just get my coat right now, shall I? Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Anyway, where were we? Hello, welcome to Casual Classics here at Pavers Shoes TV. I'm Derek, this is Sheila, you know that fair well, and Linda's over there to show us the lovely shoes. And we'll start off with something with 4 different colours. And actually, choice of colours isn't necessarily a given always at this time of the year in shoe shops,
very true.
is it?
Very, very true. Often you just get a black or you may get a navy, but to have a choice, this actually proves this is a really good seller.
Yes.
Because when it is a good seller, we tend to do it in more colours. Really great colours as well. These are perfect for this time of year with the black, the brown, the burgundy and the navy. Now, you've got a very classic leather shoe here. You've got a leather upper, you've got a leather insole as well. Quite simple lines with this. It's a wider fit, but really nice front, so it comes all the way up the foot, so you can easily wear maybe a straight leg pair of trousers that would fit, you know, sort of stay there, and then it would just show the apron front of the shoe. You've got the vents at the side here of elastication, so really easy to get in and out of the shoe as well. So you've got that lovely flexibility. You've got the cushioning around the heel cup, and that comes a little bit further up the foot as well.
So well padded, so well
really
padded.
Comfortable, and inside you've got that really lovely comfortable footbed, extremely lightweight as well, and then just a nice, maybe about an inch on the heel there as well, and perfect grip underneath.
Beautiful. Right, let's have a look at our wider choice of colours here then for you, for a wider fit as well. So we have the black. I never like brown as a television word. Let's call them chocolate, shall we?
Yes, let's do that.
Burgundy and navy are the 3 options there at $37.99. And Linda, even before you walk down the stairs, I know what you're about to say about these. I know you're going to say that they feel like slippers, because they do have that slightly slipper look about them as well,
and
don't
they're
they?
light as a feather. And you know, on the high street as well, you don't always get 2 to 9, sizes 2 to 9.
No, that's true.
We can offer them the great sizes.
That is true, yes.
But these, the leather is just so soft, so supple. Oh my word, you won't want to take these off. Once you've got them on, the padding inside is gorgeous.
They do look really smart, Linda. Obviously, with jeans, possibly not as smart, but I just think with a really nice wool skirt or something.
Or a classic pair of trousers.
Yeah, they look really good.
Would look lovely.
Stunning. And 4 different colours, remember. 316 387, black, chocolate, burgundy and navy are the 4 colours for you, actually. $37.99, good range of sizes as well. A really, really lovely casual classic.
Got a little embroidered mule for you now. Very pretty, very delicate. 3 lovely colourways.
Do you know, it's lovely this, Julie. It's got a really nice tactile feel to the upper. And just look at that embellishment. That is just beautiful. It's sort of embroidered, and then you've got the little crystals running through there, or diamante, which is just so pretty. Love this grey. I mean, I'm sure you'll be sort of homing into the grey, Julie. Inside, you've actually got a leather footbed as well. All of that for $14.99, which is fabulous.
Incredible.
Really nice shaping when you put your foot inside there as well. Then you've got this outdoor sole unit, quite deep, probably about just over an inch there, and you've still got that give in the sole unit too, and then you've got a great grip underneath. I think these are quite glamorous, actually. If you're not a keen lover of big full slippers, these are really nice, because they actually look quite dressy.
They do.
You know, people coming round to the house, and then you've got the black as well, which is lovely.
Dressy.
Very dressy indeed. And then that gorgeous purple. I think that purple looks more aubergine.
So do I.
Yeah.
Grape. I call it grape
even
or
grape,
aubergine.
yes.
In fact, come on down, Linda, because you're wearing the grape aubergine purple.
No, it's lovely, isn't it? You know, you could easily, if you've got guests coming round for dinner, you could easily leave them on and
Leave your
have a
slippers
nice dress on with them.
Yeah, definitely.
They look really dressy.
I
But
can't believe they're actually $14.99.
I know, with a leather insole as well.
I'm thinking, have they got that wrong? But no, I mean, it's incredible value. What a lovely present.
Definitely.
What a lovely present, yeah.
Really
You
nice
know.
prezzy. I mean, the thing is, you know, slippers are something that most people, I would say, when it comes to, especially winter time, people always want to think about getting home, kicking their shoes off, getting warm and cosy, popping their slippers on. But Still, people want to still be quite dressed in their homes. I'm not. I put my tracksuit on, big fluffy slippers. But I think if people are coming round and you still want to look quite elegant, these are the perfect slipper for that.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Which colour would you go for, Sheila?
You see, I'm liking the grey. I think the grey is lovely. The black is very, very glamorous, but the purple is just a little bit Christmassy.
Yes,
It is, isn't it?
And Linda, darling?
Oh, the purple.
Oh,
Definitely purple.
I actually think I'd go for the black. I just think they've got that sort of wow factor.
That glamour.
They really
Yes.
are glamorous.
Yeah.
They are the Pavers embroidered slipper mule. 3 beautiful colourways for you. Black, grey and purple. They're all glamorous. Sizes are 2 to 8 and they're $14.99. Incredible value.
Now, in the fashion industry, we would call these androgynous boots.
Yeah, that's a good word. Very good word.
Well, no, only because they're not feminine. They're kind of a little bit more masculine,
Yes.
but you could wear them in a feminine way.
Absolutely. I used to have a pair of boots like these. I wish I'd never given them away, but they just pinched my feet.
Oh, well,
they
just
weren't
as well
from
you gave them away,
Pavers, but they were lovely boots in the sort of brown colour. But yes, I know where you're coming from. But you know, I had to stop the show, didn't I, John, about these, because I thought they were leather.
Yeah.
They feel like the most glorious leather, but it's actually man-made. I'm blown away by that. Feels, it smells, everything about it oozes the best quality leather, but it's man-made, so really easy to look after.
Yeah.
Because if you do get them dirty, you literally just wipe them clean.
It's incredible,
Fabulous, isn't it? Now, to get in and out of them, you've got the zip at the side here, but you've also got a conventional lace up at the front, but once you've laced it once, you just get in and out of them by the zip at the side.
Yes, because nothing worse than, like, men's shoes haven't got the zip down the inside like that. And because you can't get into them. You've got to loosen every single lace off and put your foot in, then lace the whole thing back up again.
I think that's probably another reason why I got rid of mine, because it didn't have the zip at the side and it just was a hassle undoing all the laces all the time. But I love the detail at the side there. That's a little bit like a brogue, isn't it?
That's because it's called the Brogue ankle boot.
Oh, it is. You see, I missed that little bit. Yes, the title of the show.
What's the other colour? Because the other colour's gorgeous.
Well, we're calling it brown, but it's such more detail than brown. And at the toe, it's sort of brushed in. It's like a little bit two-toned.
The thing is, they've done it like a top leather.
Yeah, they have.
I'm a bit worried now because we're saying it's not leather, it's not leather, but it looks so much like it. But it can't be. It's $39.99.
It's $39.99. But doesn't that look like the most exquisite leather from one of those bootmakers on the high street that are very, very high end? If you went into one of those shops, you'd be talking nearly £200 for a boot like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the rest.
And the rest. Go to Selfridges.
Yes.
They have all those different, like the motorbike kind of makes. You're paying even more than that. Do they feel comfortable, Linda?
Really lovely. They're absolutely really lightweight because they look really heavy on the
Yes, they
table.
do, don't they? Yeah.
But they're so lightweight.
Because I know people at home will sit and look at those and go, oh, I've tried to put on like that. They're not going to be comfortable because they look like they're going to be stiff. But that's the joy of the fabric.
Yeah.
You can make it soft and lightweight, can't you? 316-482 is the item code number. Pavers lace-up brogue ankle boot. UK size is 3 to 8. 2 colourways, black or brown. If I was buying anything for this show, they'd all be brown so far. £39.99. 08450 99 1969 www.pavershoes.tv.
Hello there. We've now got a slipper with a Permalose sole. Debs, what's a Permalose sole?
Well, it's injection moulded, so the actual base of the slipper that you see here is an outdoor sole unit. It gives when you walk, so it's even extra comfy. It not just only has that, but inside it has memory foam also. It's got memory foam inside here, followed by that. So you imagine the cushioned walk that you get. You'll see Sheila will demonstrate it when she comes on. They're a fantastic sort of walking system. But this slipper in particular, we've got a couple that look like these, are very, very popular. Not the most glamorous, it isn't there to be. It's there for a purpose. It opens up right the way down to the bottom. So if you know someone or you have dexterity problems or you have very, very awkward, painful feet on occasion or things wrong with your feet, these are perfect because you're not actually doing anything with your foot. You don't have to push your foot inside anything. The whole thing opens up for you to get your foot inside there. Absolutely perfect. One touch fastening, Very easy to put together again. Again, as I said before with other slippers like this, if you want to keep them nice and fresh, you can put them in the washing machine, but it has to be in a wash bag, it has to be on low, it has to be on a short wash, low temperature, and let them dry naturally, but they'll come as fresh as a daisy. 3 colourways to choose from. Again, fabulous price point. You've got the pink and navy, very pretty. You've got the two-tone beige, which were, you know, it's like coffee and cream, isn't it, the 2 colours there? And then you've got the teal and purple. Bring your teal and purple in. I haven't got them on the table, but Sheila's got them on her feet.
It's a nice combination of
They
colours,
go very
isn't
well
it?
together, don't they? Yeah.
Really, really nice. So if you want something a little bit darker in shading, I think this one's really nice. But
And they're wide as well, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
They're very wide.
Definitely wider. I think these would be great. You know, maybe you've had an operation on one foot.
Perfect.
And you think to yourself, well, I can't get my normal slippers on, but because you've got the one-touch fastening, you know, you can alter that to the width of your foot. These would be perfect for that.
Absolutely, yeah.
But just to say, when you do put your foot in, you literally sink down, and there is that comfort all the way through that sole unit. So you do have that little bit
I can see it.
of spring back there,
Yeah.
which is lovely.
And they're such a substantial sole that, you know, I'm always ruining slippers by going
ruin
outside,
these.
take the bins out, hang the washing. And you wouldn't, I mean, these are an outdoor sole and with bells
Very,
on.
very sturdy.
Yeah.
As I said, it's really good for people with foot issues. It's perfect. If you know someone in long-time care or whatever else, they are perfect.
Perfect and lovely and safe. Cosy, safe, full foot coverage.
Yep.
Fabulous. The Pavers Touch Fasten Full Slipper with Permalow sole comes in sizes 2 to 9. 308163 is the order code. Beige multi, pink multi, or purple and teal, and it's $21.99. You can see the lovely colourway on Sheila there, purple and teal.
When I worked at Theatre Clwyd, which will have been 1983-ish, I had some boots almost identical to this.
Did you?
Yep. With the same
Wow.
fur lining and everything. In the brown. I had mine in the brown
Yeah,
anyway.
but they are quite a unisex look,
Yes,
aren't they, really?
But also it was that androgyny look anyway.
Yes,
It was that kind
yeah.
of denim and heavy boots
Yeah.
look anyway.
But I think these are lovely. They're a little bit longer as an ankle boot.
Yeah, because that's called a long ankle boot.
Well, it is, John, yes, it is. But I think that's really nice because if you wanted that look, you know, a chunky boot with a shorter skirt, with your tights, with your knitted tights and things, I think that would work really well.
Yeah.
Love this wrap round belt, but you don't need to adjust that. That is just there, just for embellishment.
Yeah.
Love this navy. Well, we're actually we are calling it
navy. It's been a long day.
Now, just on the side here, it says text, so it'll repel water. Not fully waterproof because you've got the zip there, but it will repel water. So if you've got a really bad day or it's snowy or anything, that's going to help. And also, because they're a man-made upper, literally just wipe them clean. A really fabulous chunky sole, and if you're just wondering what this is...
Yeah, mine didn't have that.
No, but you see, you didn't have Relife.
No.
You didn't, but that's the Relife nodules that go right through the boot into the insole, which gives you this lovely massaging effect. But I've got to show you the lining.
Oh, hurry up.
please. Look at that. How cosy is that? That's like a lovely faux fur. And then here, all man-made, but it feels like sheepskin.
OK, what colours have we got then?
We have got the navy, we've got the black, and we've got the tan.
You see, my boots, the tan, we go clubbing wearing stonewashed jeans, the boots tucked with the jeans tucked into them, the plaid shirt, and then a denim jacket with fur trim on it in the middle of summer. Come on in, Julie.
Oh, that's a look.
It was a look in 1983. They look lovely on.
They're fantastic on, aren't they? I think if I was to go with them, I would go with the black because they've got that sort of bikey look about them.
Yeah.
But I also absolutely love these. I think they'd look great with all sort of beiges and Aran sweaters. And
Yeah, oh yes, definitely. And of course, like, it looks lovely with the blue, like you just got straight with a straightforward blue denim there.
Yes.
Looks really lovely with the blue denim as well. Which ones are you going for, Sheila?
I actually like the blue.
Oh, OK then.
Yes.
Just be different, I would. They just look really... Oh, I like that. And also, the strap is a different colour on each one, isn't it? So the black one's got a dark brown strap on the top. Oh, they all got dark brown?
No, the tan's got a dark brown, and then the navy's got more of a tannish colour.
315961. Relife by Pavers. Long ankle boot. UK sizes 2 to 10. They come in the black, they come in the navy, and they come in the tan. £49.99. Remember, they're a man-made fibre. Just wipe these clean. 08450 99 9969. That's the telephone number to ring right now if you want these. Or, of course, www.pavershoes.tv if you want to buy them on the web. I'm loving this sheepskin or essence of
Yeah,
sheepskin.
it's not sheepskin, but gosh, does it feel like sheepskin. It's really cuddly and cosy inside, so it's going to keep your feet lovely and warm. I really like mule slippers.
Yeah.
Sometimes a full slipper can be a little bit too warm. These are just gorgeous, and they've got this really nice, it's like a suede. It's not suede, it's man-made, but it feels like the most gorgeous suede upper as well. Now, there is an outdoor unit on this, so if you are tripping outside, hanging your washing out, pop your bins out, doing a little...
When you say tripping, you don't mean falling over tripping, but you mean wandering down the path to the bin or the shed.
Yeah, because you know that expression, tripping the light, fantastic. Yeah, so that's where I've got it from. But yeah, if you do go outside, you're not going to spoil your slippers, because there's so many slippers I've bought. I've nipped outside, they've got all wet and soggy.
Well, in the old days, it was cardboard inside the sole, wasn't it?
Yeah, but this has got a really good grippy sole on this. I think really lovely. I mean, for the price, you've got all of that. You know, a really cosy slipper. Again, nice colours. This is a lovely burgundy. We've got a navy and we've got a beige, which is more of a sort of like clotted cream colour.
Yes,
which is
that looks
really
expensive,
nice.
doesn't
It does.
That looks like the kind of colour you'd get from that shop that's got 3 letters that comes from Australia.
I know which one you mean, John.
There you go. Well, they do,
and they'd be about sort of 80, 90 pounds.
Oh, at least, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Linda, blue?
In the
Lovely.
navy? Yes, lovely, aren't they? Look gorgeous. So expensive looking, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
But you know, if they were of suede, they'd be really heavy.
Yes,
wouldn't
they would,
but these
actually.
are so light
Very
to wear.
lightweight.
Really lightweight, but really, as soon as you put your foot in, they're so sumptuous inside and keep your foot really nice and cosy.
So your foot is completely surrounded by all of that faux fur
Yeah,
inside?
completely. As soon as you put your foot in. It's
And they look
absolute
so
gorgeous.
cosy, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And really warming on the foot. I think, you know, with that sort of cream, what we're thinking is like sheepskin.
Yeah.
It sets off the navy beautifully with that
All
trim.
3 colours, yeah. Now, what fitting would you say these were, Linda?
I think they're standard, yeah. And,
Yeah,
but there's still a lot of room to wiggle your feet
Yeah,
around. There's
yeah.
lots of room.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Generally with a paver slipper we tend to do more of a wider fit, but it's nice actually that we've got slippers of all different widths
Oh, yeah,
as
totally.
well.
But also the fact that it's not fitted, so there's nothing worse than putting a slipper on and not being able to move your toes or anything, is there? 316236 is your item code number. These are the Pavers Slipper Clog. UK sizes 2 to 8. They come in beige, burgundy and navy. Look at the price tag, £14.99. 08450 99 9969, that's your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to come in and buy and look at all of our slippers on the web. What a way to start casual comfort collection, because first of all, Miss Hacken, Loretta Shoes, is known for Mary Jane's.
Yes.
Normally each season we bring you 2 or 3 colours in each style, unless of course it's a bestseller. And if it's a bestseller, we introduce a new colour. How many colours have we got here?
Well, actually, John, we've got too many to actually fit on the table.
Okay, so let's go through the table first of all. So on the table, we have got black, we have got khaki, we have got navy, we've got black patent, we've got
burgundy.
You're holding
the grey.
dark grey, and when you see Julie in a minute, she's got chocolate.
Yes.
So they're all the different colours that we can offer.
But you know, I think this one is a very
Which one?
feminine,
Oh, your one, yeah.
a very feminine looking shoe across the board, whatever colour you're going to go for. I think it is very ladylike, you know, for a Mary Jane.
And what would you know about that?
Oh, John Scott. Do you know it's
There'll be
dreadful.
letters.
Dreadful.
There'll be letters. We don't mean it, everybody, brother. Anyway, keep going.
But yes, quite a feminine, ladylike shoe. I would actually pop this on with a really nice dress.
Okay.
One-touch fastening, which is fabulous, so really easy to get in and out of the shoe. Fantastic leathers, really good insole, which is all leather. Microfiber linings, which are really lovely and cushioned, and a really secure one-touch fastening with that sort of stippled. Would you say that was stippled?
That's it for me. Oh, yes, the button.
Yeah, the little button, which is really nice. But I love that grey. And then you've got this dark sole unit.
Which they've all got.
Yeah, they've all...
Well, the khaki one's got a brown
sole, but the rest of them have got a black sole.
Let's have a
really
look at
light.
Julie, because she's got the brown ones on. You see, I like that richness of that brown.
We were just saying when we were talking in the tea break, there's not been as many brown shoes around, but this season Pavers have started introducing brown shoes quite a lot, haven't they?
I used to tell you that wasn't in the tea break, that was live on air. We were talking about that. Anyway, I love that rich... Oh, now they've got a brown sole on them as well. They're lovely, aren't they? So out of all of those colours, which one are you going to go for? Sorry, Julie, I haven't even said spoken to you.
Hello.
What colour would you go for?
Black patent.
Black patent.
Great.
Black patent, you see. 316215, Loretta, handmade leather, Mary Jane shoe. We haven't even talked about the size range. Look, a 2 to a 10. Are you going to buy black? Are you going to buy black patent? Are you going to buy burgundy, chocolate, dark grey, khaki or navy? £41.99. You know what I do? I go to the website and have a look at all these because we've skimmed over them all in 3 minutes, haven't we? £41.99. Get yours today. Now they say extra wide on the thingy written there.
John, when you see Julie wearing them, you will discover they are extra wide.
They don't look it when they're just there.
No, they don't actually. A lot of it, when they become extra wide, it's the depth here as well and on here.
Yeah.
But yeah, from the front,
You'd
because
never
it's
know, would you?
nicely shaped, you wouldn't actually believe that they were extra wide. So you've got a little bit of depth here, but then you've got the one-touch fastening, so you can actually adjust that as well.
And when we say extra wide, what are we talking?
We're talking a double E plus.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. So you've got a really nice leather upper. I like it with the little punched out detail, the flower detail across the front in this lovely, lovely navy. The one-touch fastening, which I showed you, you've got the leather insole as well. Quite flat to the floor, but you've still got a little bit of shaping in there, and that's all rubberised
that's all you need,
again.
really, though, isn't it?
You don't need any more. You've got 3 sort of traditional colours. You've got the black Bordeaux this time, John, and we've got navy.
I like the navy ones.
Yeah, the navy's really nice. It's a classic colour, but the Bordeaux, it's a little bit darker. You know, we've had burgundies, haven't we?
Yeah.
But the Bordeaux's just that little bit darker. A full-bodied Bordeaux there, John.
Oh, you're getting all expert. You think you're Philip Schofield now doing your wine club. Anyway, I think the blue one's nice because it's not as stark as the black.
No, true.
And some people might not want a Bordeaux or an oxblood. They might just want the darker blue one. Anyway, come on in, Julie, because you... Now, these look... you're a standard foot, so you're the furthest away from an extra wide, really, aren't you? So they are going to look gapey on you.
Yeah, they're going to look gapey. I think you'll see when a little close-up.
At the front there,
particularly there.
But that's great to actually show, to see the difference.
Yes.
You know, because at Pavers we do a great range of, obviously, sizes and width fittings as well. So this one being extra wide, far, far too wide for Julie. She would never buy a shoe like this, you know, to fit her. But if you have got that wider foot, how fabulous that you can go to Pavers, order from us, and get that extra wide shoe.
With Julie Wenham, you can see that height where you're talking about, because they don't look extra wide width, do they? But the depth, you can definitely see them on Julie's foot there. I'm not going to ask if they're comfortable, because obviously they're not the right shape for you, but I'm sure because they've got the Pavers guarantee behind them, they are going to be comfortable, aren't they?
They are.
316674 is your item code number. These are the Pavers extra wide leather Mary Jane shoes. UK sizes 4 to 9. Just order, you don't have to order a different size, just order your shoe size in this. They come in black, they come in Bordeaux, and they come in the navy. They're £39.99. When you think they're leather upper and a leather insole, 08450 99 99 69, or buy them on the web. I want the middle one. That's as simple all I want to say. You haven't seen them yet, but the middle one, it's gorgeous. The burgundy patent is gorgeous.
Isn't it fabulous? And it's got like this marbled effect on it as well.
Oh, you got the word right this time.
I have. What did I say last time? Clouds, yes, clouds. But who would ever believe that was a fly flash?
I know. So stylish.
I mean, it is fantastic. You've got this leather upper in this patent, which is just delicious. You've got this nice sort of chunky sole there, probably about 2.5 inches on the wedge at the back there, nice and flat to the floor, great grip underneath as well.
Colour changes.
That actually gives you a little bit more bounce back in
I
your
thought Ben had
sole.
left the stickers on again.
But it's actually a wider fit, but it comes all the way up the foot, so it sort of corsets the foot really nicely. And then you've got the leather insole. Now, these are made in Portugal, so they've got a different comfort to your traditional fly flop.
Okay, what colours have we got them in there?
We have got black, which is a very matte black, which is at the front of the
just
table.
not normal leather, just a good quality,
A really
plain
good quality leather. Then you've got the burgundy patent, which is fantastic, and then you've got the black patent.
Which ones are you going to go for?
Burgundy.
Oh, there
Every
you go.
time.
I think the burgundy ones are so
Lovely.
delicious. Come on in. I was going to say Sheila then. Sheila's Julie. Because they've got that lovely marbling effect on the leather. It's fantastic what you can do. Look, can you see the gorgeous kind of effect you've got going on there?
That is beautiful.
How do they feel, Julie?
Oh, they're just wonderful. I absolutely love this shape. I love the way that they come up to the side of my foot, really enclosing my foot, so I feel really secure. But they're just very narrowing. They have a really nice effect on the foot.
Exactly. And you know, if you look at them from the front, you're not expecting a wedge, are you?
No.
No,
You're
you're
expecting
not.
a heel here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that's a really kind of modern twist to them to add. And it's quite a chunky wedge, isn't it?
But you feel a lot safer and secure in a wedge than just a heel.
Yes.
And because it's nice and flat to the floor, you're going to feel very secure too, but it's got lots of grip underneath. But again, I see these quite dressy with a lovely skirt.
Oh,
or
yes, definitely.
some knitted dress or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what was I about to say? It says lightweight. How lightweight are they?
John, just feel that.
Yes.
Got a second. Oh,
I don't
my
really
word.
register.
Yeah,
That is
really light.
incredible,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just do this. 315973 is your item code number. The Fly Flot lightweight wedge heel pump. UK sizes 2 to 9. Black patent or burgundy patent, £49.99. Wider fit, remember, leather upper, leather insole. 08450 99 99 69, www.pavershoes.tv. Now, you can have a look at these and all the shoes we offer on our website. There's a lot of this animal print about at the moment, isn't
Yes, but can you believe this is a fly flot?
there? Well, no.
No, I think it is fantastic. I love this animal print. It's like a ballet pump shape, but a little bit more to it, a little bit more robust. But you've got a lovely leather upper, which is fantastic. And I like it that you've got the leather on the toe cap, you've got the leather on the back here, and this is like a brushed leather.
Well, is it now? I'm going to ask you a question. You might not be able to answer this. Is it because Fly Flot are expanding? Because we all know Fly Flot as anatomic sole and the shock absorb, right?
Yes.
Are they just going into more fashion now? Because that's not got an anatomic sole or a shock absorber.
It's a different comfort.
Yes.
It's
Oh no,
not
I'm not saying it's not got the
yes.
comfort, but just because in my brain, Fly Flop was always squidge, this, right?
Yeah.
These are gorgeous designs.
Yes.
Still comfortable
Yeah.
as well as Julia, but it's kind of. I just want people at home to think, oh, do you know what? I love that
Yes.
Fly Flop. I can trust Fly Flop
Yeah.
because they're a good quality comfort shoe, but not to expect every time the anatomic and the shock absorber.
The anatomic Fly Flop tend to be a little bit more traditional in their styling. They're made in Italy. These are actually a little bit more from their fashion end,
Yes,
and these
exactly.
are made in Portugal.
So that's why I just wanted people at home to understand that even though they're all Fly Flots, not all of them will have the same
the
attributes.
anatomic insole and the anti-shock, but still you've got some bounce back in the sole unit of here. You've got a lovely leather lining, but you do have the more fashion end of
But
Fly
you
Flop.
have the quality and the guarantee
course
of being
you
a
do,
Fly Flop.
yes.
I just wanted to get that out. That was all. Come on in, Julie. Let's have a look at because now we've got two leopard. We haven't even talked about colour. You've got the straightforward leopard, what I would call
brown
normal,
leopard,
a brown
yeah.
leopard, and you've got the black leopard.
Yes.
How comfortable are they?
Wow, they're just fantastic. They are like Sheila said, they're that sort of ballet pump style, but they're more sturdy. But they still look very dainty and just very, very fashionable, but very chic and sort of mature, aren't
Well,
they?
they are. They're like they have got a fashion because you
They
always
have.
thought of fly flops being, oh, they're the comfortable ones,
Yes,
and now
yes.
we've got comfortable ones, but we've got them with style as well. These are a wider fit, I'm taking.
Yes, they are. Julie's a
Just
standard
see.
fit, so just a little bit gapey
Yeah.
on Julie's foot. But because they come a little bit further up the foot, you know, she'd still be able to wear them without slipping out
But some
of them.
people like that bit of space
Yes,
around
they
their
do.
foot, don't they? Because
They
anything
do.
too tight on your foot's not nice, is it? 311070. These are the Fly Flop slip-on shoe. UK sizes 2 to 9. Brilliant size range there. Which colourway are you going to go for? The black leopard or the brown leopard? £49.99. Now remember, they're a leather upper. There's a leather insole. You've got a wider fit here, which is what we used to call a comfort fit. 08450 99 99 69. That's the telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and buy these on the web. Now, Miss Hackham does another shoe very similar to
He
this,
does.
which has a little bit more of embellishment. This is your, I don't want to say your standard, because none of them are standard, but if you don't want embellishment, if you don't want frivolity, and you want a sensible, sturdy, well-made,
Yes.
good quality shoe, then this is it. isn't
You've
it?
got it with this, but a really nice choice of colours as well.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right. If you like Mr. Hackham's style, the comfort of Mr. Hackham as well, the Loretta shoe, this is fabulous. It really is. This is a real workhorse shoe. This is something that you can wear each and every day out in all sorts of weathers. Obviously, because it's a good quality leather, you need to spray this.
Well,
with
any leather you need to spray before you go
with
out
a
in the rain and
protector
wear it.
spray. Love this grey. I think it's a really gorgeous colour. Again, the stitch work is really nice on here.
Battleship grey, would
Yes,
you
it
call
is actually, John.
Which
Yeah,
isn't a very
battleship.
attractive way of saying it,
No.
but everyone knows what you mean when you
Yes,
say that.
that is
don't they?
very true. But here at the side, you've got the elasticated loops. so
Matching
that's
perfectly.
all integrated into the shoe, and then you've got the elasticated vent on this side. So when you put your foot in, it does come all the way up the foot, but it's nice and secure. But you've got that leeway, you've got that comfort
There's
with that
nothing worse than putting a pair
elastication.
of shoes on, and then your foot, once it's in,
You
it feels almost claustrophobic.
Absolutely,
doesn't it? You can't
and
move
then
it.
if your foot does swell through the day, there's nothing
What time?
worse. 2 o'clock,
You see,
swell
I always
o'clock.
think it's later than that.
No,
Swell
it's
o'clock
2
is 2
o'clock.
o'clock. Anyway, come on in, Julie.
Yes.
Oh, you see, I'm saying they're a standard shoe, but they're not just a standard shoe, are they? 'Cause
No.
they've got a lovely style of their own, a very simple.
Yes.
And not everybody wants flamboyance, do they?
No, but they do look, when you look at that leather, the best quality
quality.
leather. You can
Yes,
see it
totally.
oozes quality.
Yes, straight away.
Really flexible. It's a new shoe, but you've got actually flexibility in the sole unit as well. But you're going to feel quite safe and secure in
Yes,
these
exactly.
as well.
How do they feel, Julie?
Yeah, exactly that. Safe and secure, flexible, lightweight, and I feel very well dressed in these. You know,
Yes.
you have to wear them for work or something. You're going to
Yeah.
feel really smart.
Well, because they're good quality, that's why you
Yes.
know if you put something cheap
Yes.
and shoddy on, it feels cheap and shoddy the minute you put it on. It might look glitzy and glamorous
Yeah.
for the first time, but and also you can know these are going to last.
Yes, of course.
Last and last and last, these will. 316190 is your item code number. These are the Loretta handmade leather slip-on shoes. UK sizes, again, look at this, a 1 to a 10. They come in 4 different colourways. They come in black, they come in burgundy, they come in dark grey, and they come in navy. Navy, I'd say, would be more of a dark denim cornflower, and then the dark grey, I'd say, was more of a battleship grey. £41.99, 08450 99 99 69, www.pavershoes.tv if you want to have a good look at them on the web. I think it's not Mr. Hackham.
Do you know, they look like Mr. Hackham, and guess what? They are Mr. Hackham.
Oh, are they? Has he just made them with a Pavers label in them?
No.
Oh,
No.
your graphics might be wrong on the telly. These are not the Pavers floral leather slip-on. These are Loretta. These are Loretta shoes.
Yes, they are. I mean, you cannot ever think, when you look at this sort of shape and styling, that they're not going to be Mr. Hackham. And look at that upper. That is just fantastic. It looks like a mosaic or a watercolour painting. It's just fabulous. I love it in that really gorgeous blue multi. You've got pinks in there, you've got greens, you've got yellows, and like a little bit of a metallic sheen on the top. I think that is gorgeous.
But that's only the blue multi you've talked about.
I know. You've also got the black multi, which is a little bit more vibrant in its colouring. Now, this style we've done with a plain shoe, but obviously, if you're just a little bit more, I was going to say a cheeky chappy, but you know what I mean? You're fun, you like life, and you like a little bit of colour. I think that's fabulous. Do you know, I'm looking at the black one, and that would have gone with my top.
Yes, it
all
would have done.
All the colours of
but
my
is
top.
the black one a different pattern? I'm not sure it's even the same pattern. I think it's a different pattern within
It looks
there.
a little bit different, actually.
Come on in, Julian, we'll have a look. Because your one, the blue one, has got like big lilies and orchids on it, whereas the other one has got leaves and feathers and almost firework looks on. Oh no, it is the same. It's just cut from a different place. The leaves and the feathers around the side here. It's just where the pattern pieces have been cut. Aren't they fun, Julie?
So much fun. I love how they come alive on the foot. I
Yes,
really
they do.
They're like a little work of art. They're so unusual, so noticeable, and wow, they are so comfortable.
Well, they're a real talking point.
Yes.
You've still got the comfort, you know, you've still got all the comfort of a Mr. Hackham shoe, the beautiful leather, the grippy sole, you've got the leather insole, but then you've got all that beautiful splash of colour on top there.
What fitting would we say these are then?
They're a wider fit, but of course Julie's got a standard fitting foot, but because they come all the way up the foot, she's not really slipping out of them.
No, exactly. It's been nice for somebody who doesn't like a tight-fitting shoe.
they're
Really.
perfect.
They are standard, yeah, exactly. Now, Sheila, which colour would you go for?
I think I like the light blue.
Black.
You see, I'm going to go for the black one as well.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. 312780. These are, now they're Mr. Hackham, they're Loretta floral slip-on. Floral leather slip-ons. Oh, couldn't even read then. UK sizes 3 to 9. They come in the black multi and the blue multi. They're £42.99. Leather upper, leather insole, and that slightly wider fit. They're just such fun, aren't they? And these we know are a bestseller. 08450 99 99 69 is your phone number. www.pavershoes.tv to buy them on the web. Are they elastic loops on the side of that shoe?
They are, John. It keeps them really nice and tidy, actually. You've got the elastication here with an elasticated vent underneath, so once you put them on, you've got that extra give.
Oh, so you don't have to open, they're not buttons on the other side.
No, you just slip them on. You've got the vent at this side, the vent at this side as well. Really beautiful leather. You've got this really nice navy, so it's a little bit lighter in colour.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that.
No.
I'd call that a French navy.
Yeah, really nice, and I love the stitch work. I think that is so nice. It sort of breaks it up.
You have to be very good at sewing a straight line, don't they? The people who do the top stitching. You know,
They do.
If there was any wobble, if you
Well,
did
there's no wonky stitching on this at all.
On a blue leather, you're going to see it, aren't
But there's no wonky stitching whatsoever. And the inside of the shoe, the insole is all leather as well, which is lovely, and microfiber around the edging there, and it's slightly padded on the heel. Also, you've got a cutting wedge at the bottom. Very, very lightweight as well, really, really light, and then a good grip underneath. I just think it's a very smart, I would say, day shoe.
Oh,
you know
yes,
what I mean?
definitely.
I know we're calling it the Casual Comfort Collection, but, you know, I think it is quite smart.
Yes, I think you could use this for casual with your jeans, whatever, or you could make it smart if you want
Smarten it
to.
up.
Especially the black one, because the black one's quite formal, isn't it? Oh, I thought Julie had the black ones on. Come on in, though, Julie, because you've got the burgundy ones on.
Yeah, I like burgundy.
Now, I call those brick myself.
I would think it was more brick. The elastication is all, burgundy. Lovely colour, though.
Yeah.
Really nice shade. But don't they look fabulous on the foot?
Yeah, oh no, completely.
They look really, really lovely. Now, with fitting, Julie, would you say a comfort or a standard with these?
This feels standard to me.
Yes, yeah. But that's really good that Loretta do a standard fit and a wider fit.
Yes, exactly.
You know, so you've got those different options as well.
And Mr. Hackham's known for comfort in his shoes. How comfortable are these then, Julie?
Oh, again, amazing. Whenever I put his shoes on, the leather and the comfort and the softness is just amazing. Yeah, I just feel like these were just made for me. They were that comfortable.
But in real life, what colour would you go for?
Ooh, navy.
Oh, yeah, I see, I quite like... Well, they're calling it navy, aren't they?
Yes.
Navy, but I quite like that navy.
I think it's a lovely shade. I think
Yes.
it's really nice. But I think, again, these are colours that you would get a lot of wear out
Totally,
of.
totally. 316378, Loretta Casual Leather Slip-On. UK sizes 3 to 9. Check the screen for size availability in the colour that you would like. What colour would you like? They come in black, they come in burgundy, and they come in navy. They're £42.99. Remember, they're leather upper and a leather insole. 08450 99 99 69, www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and have a look and buy on the web. There's no mistaking a Loretta shoe, is there,
No.
Mr. Well, we say that, but we've seen some of it in the last few days. We've seen some real different ones, but this is so typical of Mr.
Yeah,
Hackham.
it is very typical of Mr. Hackham, but a really nice leather shoe that's going to see you through season after season after season. Fabulous Turkish leathers. The upper is lovely, quite interesting on the upper actually with all the stitching. You've got a mock zip at the side here, and then actually, no, it's not.
No,
What am I talking
even I knew that.
I was just looking, no, actually, this is the wrong shoe. But yes, it's a real zip. And then you've got the vent here, which is all elastication as well. Inside, you've got the leather insole, which is really nice and squishy and soft. And then you've got this sole unit, which is really nice. It's all rubberized, so you can go outdoors. You can, you know, if it's wet weather, it's not going to spoil the shoe because you've probably got about an inch of